Traversing the world of Naruto. Initially, I envisioned a tranquil existence in Konoha, indulging in the simple pleasure of nurturing fish and enjoying the company of beautiful women from the original narrative. Life seemed utterly delightful. However, to my astonishment, I found myself transported to the darkest era of the ninja world, the Warring States period. At that time, even the young sage of ninjas was just beginning to contemplate the art of water walking, while the enigmatic Black Duke was preoccupied with thoughts of cleaving the moon to rescue his mother. Yet, as a mere child, I was thrust into the battlefield, compelled to fight for the Uchiha clan, even at the cost of my own life. Perhaps due to the circumstances of my transmigration, I awakened my Sharingan at the tender age of 7. That I was acutely aware that the Warring States period was riddled with peril, and I understood that survival was paramount for any chance of future redemption. However, during a fierce skirmish, I inadvertently unlocked a system that allowed me to gain points through the act of slaying enemies, which could then be exchanged for an array of formidable abilities, including the Rinnegan and other transcendent powers. Time was of the essence. I couldn't afford to ponder the implications. After dispatching my foes, I failed to conceal my awakened Sharingan promptly. The luminous gleam in my eyes did not escape the notice of those around me. Alarmed, I swiftly maneuvered back to my comrades, fearful of a potential ambush from the enemy. Uchiha Itachi, taking a deep breath, activated his Sharingan. If memory served me correctly, the boy, Jinjie, appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. He produced 2 smoke bombs and hurled them to the ground with great force. Retreat, everyone! Regardless of whether he was 6 or 7, Jinjie's displayed talent was unprecedented among the Uchiha clan. Even if all of us were to perish, we could not allow such a prodigious descendant to meet his end here. After resolving the matters concerning the 3 clans, I had inadvertently uncovered an extraordinary genius. Itachi envisioned a promising future, believing that Jinjie's Sharingan had been awakened amidst the battles of life and death, thus feeling entitled to share in the glory. Without his astute recognition and insistence on guiding the youth through trials, how would the clan have reaped such a remarkable successor? Unaware of the shameless thoughts of those around me, I seized the opportunity to swiftly navigate through the memories that had recently resurfaced in my mind. Indeed, how could a transmigration experience lack a system? My personal panel unveiled my information. Due to my age, my physical prowess was roughly on par with that of a Ninja Academy student, and my chakra reserves were similarly limited. My bodily development was insufficient for extensive chakra refinement. The sole standout feature lay in my mental fortitude, which had already reached the level of an elite genin. The spontaneous awakening of my Sharingan seemed to be a fortunate consequence of my soul's fusion. This implied that my mental capacity would double in growth, perhaps even more. Finally, I turned my gaze toward the points section. The catalyst for activating the system was my own hand in vanquishing a member of the Akimichi clan. Thus, points emerged as the most valuable asset within the system. But what was their purpose? Focusing my thoughts on the point section, a display appeared filled with an array of items, showcasing everything imaginable from various powerful bloodlines and jutsu to even the initial state of a divine tree seed. The dazzling array of goods nearly made my mouth water. Casually, I sought to create a semblance of grandeur. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the redemption of points. Following a series of successful eliminations, a subordinate bestowed upon me 45 points. The points awarded fluctuate based on the varying levels of strength, even among the same rank of genin. The points are not rigidly fixed at 45. As I pondered this, an impulse to attempt a greater challenge surged within me. However, my chakra reserves were currently insufficient, and my Sharingan could only be sustained for mere seconds. Even so, with the proficient throwing of kunai, dispatching a standard-level genin posed no significant challenge. With this task successfully completed, the ensuing dilemma was how to make my escape. The ninjas of the 3 clans would never permit a murderer to escape, and finding individuals for experimentation would be far from problematic. As I progressed, Itachi Uchiha observed the youth intently, noting his calm demeanor, which stirred a profound admiration within him. It was no wonder he could awaken the Sharingan with such composure. As long as he survived, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the clan in the future. Speaking of pillars, a certain figure suddenly emerged in Yin-Yi's mind. In comparison to the youth, he found himself hesitating. It seemed that the young clan leader had yet to awaken his bloodline power. In that instant, the thrill in his heart diminished significantly. Yin-Yi, who hailed from humble beginnings, had been nurtured by the clan leader, Tajima. Himself, his loyalty was beyond question. Naturally, being aligned with Tajima's faction, he would consider matters with the leader's interests in mind. This young man, with such innate talent, could potentially threaten the young clan leader's position, an outcome the leader would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe him a while longer if he proved to be astute. All would be well. In the following days, the onslaught from the three clans never ceased, with companions falling one after another, even the team leader sustaining injuries. I too could not escape unscathed. Within the dilapidated hut, I untied the bandages at my waist, applied fresh ointment, and rewrapped my wounds. Over these days, I had engaged in multiple battles, successfully eliminating 5, pursuing Genin, and accumulating a total of 219 points. Including the initial defeat of that Akimichi youth, my current total stood at 264 points. It became evident that my suspicions were confirmed. The points awarded varied significantly based on the strength of the ninjas. Bolstered by the Sharingan, I had consistently dispatched my enemies with ease until I encountered a youth worth 62 points, which resulted in a considerable injury to my abdomen. Leaning gently against the wall of the hut, I habitually browsed the list of available items, growing increasingly disheartened by what I saw. Basic Drank Jutsu required a staggering 1,000 points for redemption, while the infamous fireball technique, deemed virtually invincible in the original narrative, astonishingly, demanded a full 2,200 points. Gently caressing the wound on my abdomen, I continuously recalibrated my future plans in my mind. Upon my return to the clan, my status would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. Points were hard-earned and should not be squandered on ordinary jutsu. If redemption was to occur, it must at least yield techniques of strategic significance. Gazing out at the gentle, persistent rain, I silently shook my head. Reflecting on the formidable challenges of my initial foray, one should not be deceived by the ease with which I harvest victories. Such achievements are merely the fruits of my kin's perilous sacrifices. Nevertheless, had it not been for my exceptional temperament and resolute demeanor, any other individual would have succumbed countless times by now. At present, my sole desire is to extricate myself from this maelstrom and return safely to my clan, ideally after mastering several ninjutsu techniques before venturing out again. Suddenly, the piercing sound of slicing air erupted, compelling Uchiha Itachi, half kneeling and half seated, to spring to his feet. Earth-release techniques coalesced, shrouding our forces within their protective embrace. Caution was paramount against impending enemy assaults. A cacophony of explosions ensued, revealing that to eliminate me, 3 clans had resorted to employing weaponry of strategic caliber reminiscent of the Warring States period. The explosive tags, still in their developmental stages, are a rare luxury even the most skilled rarely encounter, underscoring the ferocity of our adversaries' intent to kill. Through the crevices of the partition, I cast a brief glance and discerned the number of pursuers, 9 individuals across 3 small squads. Excluding myself, the sole remaining member of our side was Captain Yen E, accompanied by 2 exceptionally capable subordinates. Uchiha scum, come forth and face your demise. The leader bellowed, seemingly in a frenzy, yet clandestinely weaving alliances in ominous shadow, dark and formless, stealthily crept along the eaves. Nara's secretary had arrived, manipulating the shadows. By the time anyone realized their bodies were beyond their control, a sense of panic gripped even me. What is happening? Are we doomed? Yet, I quickly regained my composure. For the ever-calm Captain Yen, he maintained an unwavering countenance throughout the ordeal. A bunch of fools, he scoffed softly, his smile laced with unabashed derision. Although the reasons eluded me, a sense of assurance began to wash over me that we would prevail. Abruptly, a resounding explosion of flames erupted outside, invigorating our group into action once more. Nara Chikyu, who would have thought we'd encounter you? I exclaimed, peering through the window to behold a substantial gathering of Uchiha members outside. 3 days later, we successfully returned to the Southern Legion's encampment. The ambush executed that day had caught our enemies off guard, but alas, we could not capture Nara Chikyu, a bittersweet disappointment. Upon our return to the Legion, Uchiha Itachi prepared 2 reports. One for the Legion commander, Uchiha Ri, regarding the mission, and the other to inform the group leader about. The news concerning Jinjai IE.IT was unavoidable. Awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 7 is exceedingly rare. Uchiha lineage has never witnessed such extraordinary talent before. As for how the clan leader would decide, that was beyond my purview. A week swiftly elapsed, during which my wounds healed, enabling me to embark on a structured training regimen. Ninjutsu secrets, including sacrificial blood rituals, could be exchanged for points. Even the abilities I possessed could be enhanced through the expenditure of points. However, this did not imply that my training was unnecessary. For instance, to elevate swordsmanship to level 2 required 100 points, yet through personal training, the point requirement would gradually diminish, indicating that personal effort is not futile. Currently, my power is insufficient, making it challenging to rapidly accumulate points and strengthen my abilities. Point 1 must exert the requisite effort. Little do they know, all of this has been observed by those with keen insight. That day, upon rising, I received a summons. The Legion Commander requests your presence. At last, the moment has arrived. I nodded and followed my kin to the encampment of the Uchiha. Along the way, my clansmen greeted me with fervor, a stark contrast to the indifference I had previously experienced. This indicates that the news of my awakening the Sharingan has spread, and there was no attempt to suppress my gaze flickered, though I maintained an outward facade of composure. Soon, I arrived at the tent alongside my kin. I offered a simple expression of gratitude, but did not rush, and instead, I patiently awaited outside. The Uchiha clan leader is a formidable figure, and no subtle movement within 100 meters escapes his notice. Naturally, he would be aware of my arrival. My waiting was a sign of respect for the Legion Commander, while simultaneously conveying to all that I, Uchiha Kinji, am a youth who understands decorum. Understanding such decorum implies that many matters will not be approached carelessly, a trait highly valued by those in positions of power. After approximately 10 minutes, I heard a voice from within the tent calling me. "Come in." I lifted the wooden curtain and entered. Before a spacious desk sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, who was diligently writing something. This man is the supreme leader of the Southern Legion, one of the esteemed elders of the clan. "Ah, you have arrived," the Uchiha said, slowly closing the letter and raising his gaze towards me, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. In recent days, I have often heard her name mentioned. I refrained from responding when in the presence of authority. The wisest approach is to speak less and listen more. To awaken your bloodline at the tender age of 7 is indeed a rare gift, he continued. I am delighted to see a talented youth emerge under my command. I nodded in agreement, expressing my willingness to serve. As the saying goes, a county official is not as important as the current administrator. I now serve the Southern Legion, and the significance of the Uchiha clan is beyond question. Ha ha! Seeing your awareness of the situation brings me joy. The Legion Commander laughed heartily. After a moment, he added, "Regrettably, you must be away for a time. Such remarkable talent deserves meticulous cultivation within the clan." At this point, the Legion Commander's expression shifted to one of subtle intrigue. Of course, hiding in the rear does not guarantee your safety. Our clan leader is not one known for his magnanimity. The Uchiha seemed to imply something as he tossed a sealed envelope towards me. He waved his hand and said, "A convoy awaits you. Remember to deliver this letter to the clan leader." Understanding his intent, Kinji bowed respectfully and then exited the command tent. Shortly after departing, I was approached by someone who relayed the clan leader's orders for my immediate return to the clan territory. I nodded and promptly followed the squad, leaving the Southern Legion behind. After about a week, we finally set foot in Uchiha territory. The outer regions were populated with numerous civilians, and only as we ventured inward did we reach the true heart of the Uchiha clan. For a family to thrive and expand, a substantial populace is essential. The leader, observing my dazed expression, smiled and remarked, "Seeing you return safely, everyone must be overjoyed." This individual is a devoted follower of Uchiha Tajima, persistently attempting to indoctrinate him with a myriad of ideologies along their journey. Regrettably, his verbal skills require further refinement, as they are still insufficient to beguile someone as perceptive as Jingjin. Were Naruto to take his place, it is conceivable that he might genuinely pledge allegiance. Reflecting on his past life and his faint impressions of Uchiha Tajima, the esteemed leader exudes an air of obstinate foolishness. Uchiha Lee, having seen through Tajima's character, was certain that the young boy would not remain within the clan indefinitely. Soon, he arrived at the clan leader's residence, where he beheld Uchiha Tajima and a spiky-haired youth Uchiha Bido. Jingjin found himself momentarily lost in thought, memories intertwined with the stark reality of encountering familiar anime characters elicited a profound emotional response. He was surprised to find that the young Wukong had been quite handsome in his youth. Regaining his composure, Jingjin bowed respectfully to leader Tajima, fully embodying his inherently reserved demeanor. Rather than reproaching him, Tajima expressed satisfaction with his conduct. An introverted nature, he believed, indicated that the boy could serve as an exceptional tool, albeit one limited in his capacity for communication. With a thought of insincerity, Tajima beckoned him to sit down, acknowledging the arduous journey he had undertaken. Observing this exchange, even Obito felt discomfort had it not been for the opportunity to witness this rising genius. He would not have approached his father. Whether it pertained to his father's methods or his interpersonal conduct, Obito harbored deep-seated disapproval. In his view, the factional divisions within the clan were primarily the responsibility of his father. Were he to ascend to power, he would unify the various factions, consolidating strength to rival the Senju clan. With a quiet sigh, Uchiha Obito stepped forward, his tone indifferent as he inquired about Jinjin's proficiency with the Sharingan. "You may call me Obito," he stated, addressing the young master. That moment, Tajima interjected feigned camaraderie, suggesting that they were brothers and thus should not stand on ceremony. "When you sent me to the front lines, you didn't call me brother," he mused, reflecting on the disdain that even his two sons held for him. The My chakra is insufficient to maintain the Sharingan for extended periods, Jinjin replied, swiftly gathering his chakra, which transformed his obsidian eyes. Witnessing this display, Uchiha Tajima fell into an unusual silence, offering insincere praise before instructing him to return home to rest. "Take a few days to recuperate. I will arrange for you to have an excellent teacher," Tajima offered. "Thank you for your kindness, clan leader." Obito, who was of a similar age to Jinjin, was tasked with looking after him as one with younger brother. Jinjin, understanding the gravity of the situation, took his leave. To his surprise, after a brief interval, Wukong pursued him. "You have no relatives within the clan, Jinjin. Tonight, I will gather some people to welcome you," he said. Noticing the young boy's inclination to decline, Obito, scratching his head in frustration, added softly that it was his father's arrangement. "Then I thank you," Jinjin replied, almost inadvertently revealing Obito's title, as their eyes met, resulting in a shared smile between the two youths. The sense of unfamiliarity gradually dissipated the prodigious youth from the new territories. He stepped onto the battlefield at the tender age of 7, meriting the respect of Uchiha Madara. The two were merely 2 years apart, essentially contemporaries. The King of Warriors had previously remarked that the other had no kin within his clan, and how little he himself had in terms of friends. Most of those around him were drawn solely by the prospect of his father's chieftaincy, predominantly mere idlers. With Madara's naturally arrogant disposition, it was inconceivable for him to regard them as allies. Only Thorn stood apart. Even though the latter's demeanor exuded humility, Madara could distinctly sense a truth. They were kindred spirits. Today had not been in vain. The King of Warriors strode away, appearing to be in good spirits. He wondered where that rascal, Quina, had scurried off to. Perhaps they could summon him for dinner later. As he watched the young clan leader depart, Thorn turned and made his way towards the door of his childhood home. At the age of 5, his parents had perished during a mission, resulting in his conscription into the Southern Legion, as a reserve in the combat ranks. A veritable death squad of the warring states. Thorn returned to his room with an impassive demeanor, organizing his belongings. Soon, twilight enveloped the land. Uchiha arrived as promised, accompanied by someone else. His younger brother, Uchiha Quina. Quina, resembling a mere child, began to exclaim, "Is that the golden ring? Brother says you are quite formidable. Yet I fail to see a top-tier combat enthusiast." He refused to acknowledge anyone surpassing his brother, and thought, "He's merely a year older, nothing extraordinary." With that sentiment, he glanced at the diminutive golden ring, pausing momentarily before dismissing him entirely. "Let's go, I'm famished." "All right," Madara nodded. The two walked side by side into the outside world, while Quina pouted, irritatedly calling out, "Hey, don't ignore me. Enough with the antics, let's eat first." The elder brother's words instantly silenced Quina. Witnessing this scene, Golden Ring could not help but reflect. The Uchiha truly was a realm of sibling devotion. Grateful he did not share such a bond, lest he worry whether they might covet his own eyes, lost in thought. He heard Uchiha Madara remark, "By the way, Kiyoshi has returned to the clan. You two brothers haven't seen each other in years, have you?" Upon hearing that name, Golden Ring was momentarily taken aback. As memories surged forth, he recalled the existence of this individual. Uchiha Kiyoshi, his cousin 4 years his senior. The smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Golden Ring's mouth. He murmured softly, "Indeed, it has been many years since we last met." Thinking of a certain thought just now, Jinjia couldn't help but slightly curl the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself, "Yes, it's been many years since we last met." Chapter 6 Guidance from the Ghost Father outside the clan grounds, in a barbecue restaurant run by ordinary people. Cheers! The slogan was shouted loudly, but the cups of a group of little ghosts, all under 12 years old, were filled with drinks. As the young head of the Uchiha clan, destined to lead the family in the future, no matter how unwilling Madara felt, he sometimes had to learn to put on a show. For example, treating others to a meal. Before Izuna died, Madara was generally an ambitious and idealistic young man. Besides being a bit of a Gary Stew, his strengths were not much less than Hashirama's. Glancing at the smiling king of dance and the desperately grabbing meat Izuna, Kaisuke shook his head, feeling a strange sensation of witnessing history. "Come on, Kaisuke." Suddenly a cup was extended from across the table. Looking up, he saw a boy who looked about 70, like him, smiling at him. This person was Kaisuke's cousin, Uchiha Keisuke. "Let's have a drink." The boy's enthusiastic demeanor made it impossible for outsiders to see the actual relationship between the two. After many years, he didn't expect that he had become a prominent figure in the clan. If Uncle could see your achievements, he would definitely be very happy. Hypocritical. Kaisuke gave a very appropriate evaluation. Did this guy really think that just because he was young, he wouldn't remember the family's true colors? When his parents died in battle, the clan had sent him to live with his uncle. What happened? They directly rejected him. Otherwise, how could Kaisuke have joined the Southern Legion at the age of 7? The current battle situation wasn't urgent enough for that. Children with a bit of background were all undergoing systematic training within the clan. Only orphans like him were used as cannon fodder. The plan to eliminate the offspring of the 3 clans initially had no intention of letting Kaisuke and the others return alive. Speaking of which, the accidental exposure of the Sharingan was not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, seeing my life, my father must be very happy. Kaisuke took a sip and finished the juice in his cup. The others didn't notice anything wrong and frequently praised the brothers as excellent ninjas within the clan. Not long ago, Uchiha Keisuke successfully promoted to CH Nin, which wasn't an extraordinary achievement, but at least proved he had quite good talent. The level of the 12 strong from later generations far exceeded the strength range of ordinary CH Nin. Characters like Kiba, who was blown away by Naruto, and Tenten, who was proficient in hidden weapons, all reached CH Nin level. At the peak of the CH Nin exams were people like Rock, Lee, and Gaara, who could easily take down ordinary level J Nin. Not counting those monsters, Uchiha Keisuke's promotion to CH Nin still had some value. Otherwise, relying solely on Kaisuke's cousin status, he wouldn't be able to sit among these people. Everyone was eating and drinking happily, except for the slightly out of place Uchiha Madara, who noticed the unusual expression on Kaisuke's face. Looking at the smiling Uchiha Keisuke, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, blaming his father Tajima for doing something foolish. This was not an attempt to bring people together. It was clearly just adding to their troubles. Patting the young man's shoulder, Uchiha Madara casually found an excuse to dismiss the banquet early. As if he understood something, Kaisuke smiled and shook his head, walking home alone. Compared to Uchiha Keisuke, he cared more about the teacher who would arrive the next day. Up until now, his mental strength was still rapidly increasing. Even though his physical development was limited, with his impressive mental strength, he could still see his total chakra amount increasing day by day. Chakra amount, Genin. Currently, Kaisuke had about the chakra amount of an ordinary Genin. It was definitely not enough, but at least it could sustain basic combat. Kakashi graduated at 5, became a CH Nin at 6, and officially promoted to J Nin at 12. It was well known that he progressed so quickly because of the swordsmanship passed down through the Hitaki clan. Kaisuke decided to replicate Kakashi's rise and temporarily focus his main energy on a skill he had already mastered, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, level 1. He aimed to rapidly enhance his strength through swordsmanship, and when the improvement slowed, he would begin developing ninjutsu and jinjutsu, coupled with the gradually evolving Sharingan. He could at least ensure a worry-free promotion to elite J-Nin level. By that time, if he had enough points, he could forcibly exchange for a Mangeki and immediately break through to the realm of clan leader. With beautiful hopes for the future in his heart, little Kentucky Suke gradually fell asleep. The next day, Kaisuke got up early and went alone to the Uchiha Taijima's residence. This time he did not meet the clan leader. The guards led him to a side hall where a family J-Nin had already been waiting. Upon seeing Kaisuke, the other party straightforwardly said, "My name is Uchiha Keisuke, and I will be your instructor for the next year." Uchiha Ghost Father. The young boy blinked, dispelling distracting thoughts, and solemnly bowed. "Keisuke-sensei." Nodding slightly, the J-Nin inquired, "What do you want to learn? Ninjutsu or Jinjutsu? I will gradually teach you about the use of your eyes, so don't rush." "I want to learn swordsmanship." Kaisuke expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Uchiha Kisuke frowned slightly in confusion, but after careful consideration, he did not dismiss it. Although the boy's body was weak, with the support of the Sharingan, swordsmanship might indeed be the most suitable training direction for him at present. A very opinionated child, Keisuke-sensei silently praised in his heart, then said lightly, "Wait for me a moment, I will be back soon." Saying this, he vanished in an instant. Without activating his Sharingan, Kaisuke couldn't even perceive the trajectory of his disappearance. The gap in strength was greater than he imagined. About 10 minutes later, Keisuke-sensei returned to the side hall, this time holding a short sword suitable for Kaisuke. The size and shape were very similar to the White Fang's short sword, just slightly longer. Holding the weapon, Kaisuke felt a sudden weight in his arm. The seemingly unremarkable blade likely weighed over 30 pounds. An ordinary 7-year-old child would almost be unable to lift it. Even he needed to channel chakra to do so. With a powerful horizontal sweep of his arm, a sharp wind suddenly sounded in his ears. Looking at the gleaming short sword, Kaisuke rarely revealed a smile. "Thank you, Ghost Father Sensei." Habitually frowning, Uchiha Keisuke felt that the boy's pronunciation had some issues. He took out the short sword he had fetched from home and casually waved it a few times, a strong killing intent suddenly permeating the side hall. "From now on, you need to come here every day at 6 o'clock. Yes." And so, Kaisuke began his relentless training day and night. There was no rush for points. Training was training, and where there was training, there naturally needed to be practical exercises. Even if there weren't many here, slowly accumulating would still be a considerable income. Before long, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7. The Evil Face of Uchiha Clan Territory, Back Mountain Training Ground. Kaisuke held a short knife, focusing intently on the tree trunk ahead. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, his chakra surged, and the leaves stirred by the force immediately fell from the sky like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. He slowly raised his arm, muscles tensing, and in an instant, the short knife burst forth with endless brilliance. When the wind died down, the leaves scattered before him had all been cut in half. After a year of hard training, Kaisuke's actual combat power had finally reached the Chunin level. Of course, without the enhancement of the Sharingan, he might not have been able to cut even a third of the leaves. It must be said that bloodline truly has a significant impact on a ninja's strength. Name: Uchiha Kaisuke. Age: 8 years. Physical strength: Genin mental strength, Chunin chakra amount, Chunin skills mastered, Uchiha style swordsmanship, level 4, body replacement technique, level 4, throwing technique, level 5, chakra control technique, level 2, hand seals, level 3, Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, 1 Tomo, summoning beast, none ninja tools, none points. 5840 in the second week after starting his training. His soul fusion was finally complete, and his mental strength temporarily stabilized at the Chunin level. As he grew older, there would be further improvements. If he could specialize in illusion techniques and refine his Yin chakra, both his speed and upper limits would significantly increase. As for physical strength, training in swordsmanship naturally required physical activity, but due to age limitations, he could not improve rapidly. Genin was already Kaisuke's current limit. The improvement in chakra amount was substantial, and both his body and mind had been enhanced. Its increase was to be expected. He may not compare to Senju Hashirama, but the Uchiha are ultimately descendants of Otsutsuki, and their chakra amounts far exceed those of ordinary noble clans. The Sharingan was still at 1 Tomo, with no particularly large enhancements. The real breakthrough came from his dedicated practice of Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Level 4 swordsmanship could already rival that of elite samurai from the Land of Iron. Coupled with the enhancement of the Sharingan, it was not difficult for Kaisuke to unleash level 5 power with his swordsmanship. Overall, his close combat strength should be slightly stronger than that of an average Chunin. As for ranged combat, due to chakra limitations, aside from continuing to hone his throwing techniques, Kaisuke straightforwardly abandoned training in ninjutsu. In the Chunin tier, he was not at the level of the 12 Guardian Ninjas' extraordinary abilities, and a single type of ninjutsu was about the limit. That is to say, techniques like the Great Fireball. It cannot be said to be useless, but rather than waste chakra, it would be better to apply it entirely in the realm of taijutsu. Through dozens of practical battles, Kaisuke found that close combat was the most effective means of fighting. Over the past year, he had gone out to complete missions almost every 3 days. His teacher would follow discreetly. Unless he encountered a life or death crisis, there was no expectation of rescue. At first, Kaisuke was somewhat unaccustomed, but after several missions, he gradually got used to acting alone. In dozens of assassination missions, he had taken down nearly 100 genin. The ninja world spread the rumor that an insatiable little demon had emerged from the Uchiha clan. He would flee when encountering strong opponents, but would cling tightly to the enemy if it was a genin. The evil face of Uchiha. This was the title Kayasuke had earned after a year of hard work. As for its origin, it was partly due to Kayasuke's killings. Every enemy genin he encountered had never escaped alive. Secondly, during his missions, he would habitually wear a mask with a ghost face. At first, he was afraid that outsiders would glimpse his inner cowardice, but later, he became accustomed to it while killing, and the mask also prevented blood from splattering onto his face. It could be said to have many clever uses. The result of fighting desperately was not only an increase in combat experience, but also nearly 6,000 points. He couldn't exchange them for anything too expensive, but at least he could elevate a certain ability by 2 levels. If he wanted, he could also use them to exchange for a basic B-rank ninjutsu. As of now, Kayasuke's strength was entirely focused on close combat. With the Sharingan activated, he could clearly perceive his enemy's movements, and his swordsmanship allowed him to prevail in battles. The only remaining question was how to approach the enemy. Thus, Kayasuke set his sights on a type of ninjutsu known as the body flicker technique. Any technique that enables high-speed, instantaneous movement is collectively referred to as the body flicker technique. The most common type involves a burst of chakra, using suddenly increased physical strength to achieve high-speed movement. Might Guy, Sasuke, and most Nin employed this type of flicker. There are also D-jutsu-type flickers, which utilized various D-jutsu as a medium to achieve instantaneous high-speed movement similar to material replacement, most of which required special secret techniques or Kekkei Genkai. Representative figures include Gaara, Haku, Deidara, and others. The most complex would be the space-time ninjutsu mastered by Minato and the second Hokage. By distorting and altering space, they could achieve direct movement from point A to point B, which is the most mysterious and powerful type of flicker. If possible, Kayasuke naturally wanted to exchange for a space-time ability, as it was an essential skill for survival and travel. Unfortunately, space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly rare, with the cheapest flying thunder god requiring a full 5 points. In comparison, the explosive-type flicker was more aligned with his needs. Even if limited by his body, he could not make a regular method, but the appearance of flicker techniques could greatly enhance Kayasuke's hunting range. After a year of analysis and experimentation, he had roughly summarized some rules regarding points. Killing genin, from newbies who only knew the body replacement technique to elites who had mastered certain ninjutsu, yielded a points range of about 20 to 100. After that, for Chunin, the points surged directly to a range of 100 to 500. In other words, even defeating a low-level Chunin would yield rewards comparable to several genin. By enhancing his strength, he could attempt to hunt Chunin, and the speed at which he gained points would surely increase. Without initial investment, how could he expect subsequent flourishing development? Accumulating points desperately was certainly good, but he was afraid he might not have the life to spend them. After all, Teacher Oni had completed his term and ceased to teach him from yesterday. Without the Nin's covert protection, one misstep, and the evil face of Uchiha could easily become a wandering ghost. For this reason, Kayasuke decided to use his points to enhance his strength. Looking at the dazzling array of explosive-type flicker techniques in the list, a thought suddenly occurred to him. If he practiced in advance, could the requirements for exchange be reduced? Even if it was only a small portion saved, it was still tangible points. Managing a household is not easy, so saving where he could was important. With that thought, Kayasuke hurried home and dug out the ninjutsu manual left by his teacher. Got it. Completely immersed in hard training, Kayasuke spent an entire afternoon mastering the most basic explosive techniques. Chapter 8 Redemption. Shuinpa Technique, Level 1. Looking at the information that appeared on the panel, Kayasuke couldn't help but grin despite his aching body. The explosive-type Shuinpa technique wasn't hard to master. It was just that most people found it difficult to endure the pain of their body tearing apart. He had to grit his teeth and push through to gradually grasp its essentials. Of course, while he had learned it, he was still far from being able to apply it in real combat. If the force was too strong, it could lead to directly colliding with someone's blade. If the force was too weak, the subsequent body stiffness could almost immediately result in a death sentence. This is why the Shuinpa technique was popular only among the elite ninjas. The key was one word: control. Control, in addition to chakra manipulation, also involved an important aspect: the technique of using Shuinpa. Kayasuke's experiment was aimed at saving points to exchange for the famous ninja's Shuinpa technique in the ninja world. Excluding the rare space-time ninjutsu and forbidden techniques like Might Guys, Who else was famous for their Shunpa technique in the ninja world? With that thought, the first name that popped into Kyusuke's mind was his prodigious clansman, Uchiha Shursui. The name Shunpa Shursui was well known during the Third Great Ninja War. Although Jinjutsu was impressive, Shursui's Shunpa technique was equally remarkable. Considering the commonality between the two, Kyusuke did not hesitate to choose to exchange for Shursui's Shunpa technique. Originally, the exchange price for Shursui's Shunpa technique was 8,000 points. However, after mastering the basic Shunpa, he saw that the price had dropped to 4,000, a full half cheaper. It seemed my assumption was correct. Mastering basic abilities indeed reduced the exchange price. This system was quite user-friendly. After selecting the confirmation button for the exchange, a vast amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. After a long while, Kyusuke felt as if he had just awakened from a dream, bringing him back to reality. Shursui's Shunpa technique, level 1. Opening the list, he noticed that the name of the Shunpa technique had quietly changed. After savoring the changes in the technique, he couldn't help but marvel that Shursui's incredible reputation was indeed not a coincidence. Even if he were thrown into the Warring States period, he could still become a renowned hero. Knock, knock, knock. Before Kyusuke could step out to test it, a sudden urgent knocking noise came from outside. Just as he was about to get up to open the door, his expression changed abruptly, and he already had a short knife in hand. Ding! He deflected the shuriken that shot toward him, and Kyusuke calmly stepped forward, his chakra surging explosively as a short knife slashed toward the wooden door like lightning. Wow! The familiar shout made Kyusuke instinctively reduce his strength. Even so, the door still cracked, revealing the panicked face of Uchiha Izuna outside. That silly kid. Kyusuke's heart leapt into his throat. He knew very well what the consequences of accidentally killing Izuna would be. At this critical moment, a short knife came in from the side, clanging as it firmly blocked his attack. Standing still for 2 or 3 seconds, Kyusuke finally let out a long breath and stepped forward to give little Izuna a whack on the head. Damn it, Uchiha Kyusuke, you're going too far, Izuna exclaimed, looking quite arrogant. In fact, usually, little Izuna wouldn't dare to provoke him too much. Even a fool would learn from being beaten up multiple times. The reason he was so arrogant today was that his biggest support had returned. Ignoring the little one's outcry, Kyusuke turned his head to look at the owner of the long knife. You finally returned, Madara. The person who blocked his attack was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had just returned from the front lines. 6 months ago, Madara had reached the level of an elite Chunin, and Tajima had no reason to stop him from going to the battlefield anymore. One could only say that he truly lived up to his title as the Dance King. In just half a year, he made the Senju clan remember the name Uchiha Madara. Now that the battle had calmed down, Madara finally had the opportunity to return to the clan. Looking at the increasingly tall young man before him, Kyusuke knew that Madara's strength had become even more terrifying. Come inside. At night, they were back at the same barbecue restaurant. Kyusuke, Izuna, and Madara sat across from each other, and they even secretly asked the owner for drinks. What miners can't drink alcohol? One was a battlefield Shura, and the other was a fierce demon. If they gathered every day to drink juice, it would probably make their enemies laugh to death. Izuna, well, he was an exception. Under Madara's stern gaze, little Izuna could only pout, clinking his juice cup against the two. TSK, kids will be kids, Kyusuke couldn't help but sarcastically comment from the side. To this, Izuna could only silently endure. In the Uchiha clan, only 3 people could handle him. His father, Uchiha Tajima, had a commanding presence, and he dared not disobey him. His older brother, Uchiha Madara, earned his sincere respect, and he didn't want to go against his brother's will. His friend and arch-rival, Uchiha Kyusuke, well, he was the only one who would actually hit him hard. The most ridiculous part was that both his brother and father agreed, believing that this would help improve his strength. It was simply absurd. In a mix of anger and frustration, Izuna gulped down another cup of juice. Boss, another jug. On the other side, the two were exchanging battlefield insights. Uchiha Madara had a prominent identity and was always in the commander's seat. His perspective on issues was worth learning from Kyusuke. As for Kyusuke, his past missions were extremely dangerous, often going deep behind enemy lines as if it were a daily routine. Madara was also eager to gain some experience from him. TCH, what's so great about it? Izuna was practically dying of jealousy on the side. Unfortunately, his father had always disagreed with him going to the battlefield. I'll only agree to let you go once you could defeat Kyusuke. Those were Uchiha Tajima's exact words. Izuna had tried many times, but could never defeat that short knife. He knew best that if his brother hadn't been there today, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. Damn it. Why is the gap in strength getting wider? Glancing at Kyusuke, who was chatting away, Izuna's heart filled with determination, and he began to secretly snatch the grilled meat from him. When the two finished their conversation and Kyusuke was ready to dig in, he found that there wasn't even a single piece of grilled meat left on the grill in front of him. Burp Izuna covered his belly with his hand, looking at him with a smug expression. Be careful not to burst. Kyusuke rolled his eyes helplessly and called the server for a few more plates of grilled meat. There was no other choice. Ninjas typically had a large appetite, and it was normal for one person to eat several plates of grilled meat, especially since all three of them were in a rapid growth phase. Watching the two wolfing down their food, Izuna's little eyes turned, and he suddenly asked, You two haven't seen each other for so long. I wonder whose strength is higher now? As soon as he finished speaking, the dining table fell into silence. Chapter 9. Kaisuke vs. Uchiha Madara. Hey, hurry up. There's a big event at the training ground. What happened? Did someone sneak attack the clan? Idiot. It's the duel between the young clan leader and Kaisuke. Both are well-known geniuses, and today they finally get to settle it. What? Wait for me. I want to watch too. At the training ground, Kaisuke felt a slight headache. Damn Izuna. He glanced at the smug little brat and knew that all this commotion was caused by him. The reason for doing this was likely because he wanted his brother to publicly defeat him. Over the past year, many had debated who among the new generation was the #1 genius in the clan. Some believed the young clan leader had impressive achievements, while others thought Kaisuke, who awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, was the strongest. He had wanted to keep a low profile and train for a while, but he never expected Izuna would pull such a stunt. Kaisuke, suddenly, he heard a shout from the side. Turning his head, he saw his snobbish cousin Uchiha Akira approaching angrily. What are you doing? The young clan leader has such a high status. How can you openly fight him? As he got closer, he whispered, If you win, how will the young clan leader get off the stage? And how will the clan head view you? Although it seemed like he was concerned for his cousin, he was actually worried that Kaisuke would anger the clan head, which would also implicate him. He initially wanted his cousin to forfeit, but to his surprise, Kaisuke shot him a glance before turning to face the slowly approaching Uchiha brothers. This time, Uchiha Akira completely blew up. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Is this how you treat your cousin? Shut up. Kaisuke coldly glanced at the chattering man and narrowed his eyes, saying, Get lost. Don't block my way. You brat, you're getting cocky. Quickly pulling out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Akira decided to teach his cousin an unforgettable lesson. Don't think just because the clan members praise you a bit that you're something special. In Uchiha Akira's eyes, the boy before him was still that pitiful one who begged to be taken in. His strength had reached the Chunin level, and he considered himself experienced enough to easily take down Kaisuke. Little did he know, his actions had long been seen through by Kaisuke. Who would dare to engage in close combat against someone with the Sharingan? He clearly didn't know how to write the character for death. With a swift motion, Kaisuke deflected his opponent's thrust, half rotating his body to come behind Uchiha Akira. At the same time, he tightly gripped his short blade, positioning it against Akira's neck. If it weren't in the clan, I would have killed you today. Saying this, he suddenly raised his knee and firmly drove it into his cousin's lower back, completely knocking him to the ground. In fact, Uchiha Akira's strength was decent enough that he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. The problem was that this person was too arrogant, engaging in close combat without the Sharingan, which was just allowing Kaisuke to mold him like clay. Kicking him away, Kaisuke looked at the approaching Madara with a faint smile and said, I didn't expect our first encounter to be like this. Do we need to clear the area? Looking around, Madara instinctively frowned and shot an annoyed glare at his younger brother. Seeing this, Izuna shrank his neck and quickly turned to flee. It's fine. Kaisuke tightened his grip on the short blade and calmly replied, What is meant to happen will happen, and besides, I've grown tired of staying in the clan. Then let us have a full-blown battle today. That is exactly what I meant. Without overly complicated rules, both sides took their positions and immediately began their first exchange. Physically, and in terms of chakra, the 10-year-old Uchiha Madara held an absolute advantage. A direct confrontation wouldn't work, and he had to be careful of the ninjutsu his opponent might unleash. To win, Kaisuke had to fully utilize the effects of his Sharingan and the body flicker technique he had just learned. His eyes flashed with a crimson glow as the Sharingan activated, instantly capturing all of his opponent's movements. With his free left hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch, he flicked his wrist, sending 3 shuriken whistling through the air. Clang! Holding his long blade, Uchiha Madara didn't stop his steps, raising one arm to establish a solid defense in front of him. The 3 shuriken, thrown at tricky angles, couldn't break through his blade net, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Good. The onlookers cheered loudly. Just based on that move, Madara showcased a blade skill that was a notch above Kaisuke's. Everyone present were battle-hardened ninjas, so it was easy for them to see the subtleties in their exchange. You're still the same, Kaisuke. Uchiha Madara suddenly tossed his long blade into the air, his hands moving like a fluttering butterfly as he quickly formed hand seals. As flames gathered in his mouth, the temperature in the surroundings rose significantly. Fire release. Great fireball technique. What the hell? Is he trying to kill me? Images of the Ninja World War, where over 20 missed ninjas teamed up against a single enemy, flashed through Kaisuke's mind. However, he quickly realized that Madara's strength wasn't yet at the Chunin level, so he couldn't possibly unleash such a terrifying fire technique. Even so, he didn't underestimate the Dance King, quickly completing his hand seals. Just as the fan-shaped sea of fire approached him, Kaisuke transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging straight towards Uchiha Madara. Body flicker technique? Uchiha Madara was taken aback. He never expected Kaisuke would pull something like this. Doesn't he fear leaving behind irreparable injuries by using the body flicker technique so recklessly? What is Kyufu thinking, allowing him to learn it now? Madara silently cursed and turned to look back. There, Kaisuke was grinning as he climbed up from the ground. Half of it was due to not controlling his strength during the fall, and half was because he had been scorched by the fire technique. The body flicker technique that Kyufu taught you? Madara frowned and asked. If he got a positive answer, he would definitely seek trouble with the other party. To his surprise, Kaisuke shook his head, touched his slightly burnt hair, and sighed. It's something I learned myself. Damn, my hair. Rooted in Uchiha family tradition. Kaisuke had a hairstyle similar to Madara's, sporting an unkempt hedgehog look. He intended to let his hair grow long, at least to distinguish himself from those two brats. Self-taught, Madara fell silent for a moment, glancing at Kaisuke's hair that was nearly shoulder length, and said lightly, you should get a haircut. Damn it, I'm planning to grow my hair long. That will affect your combat. I'm planning to develop a hair-related ninjutsu. You'll see. After exchanging a few quips, they both chose to part ways. Overall, Uchiha Madara's performance was more outstanding. Kaisuke's body flicker technique was fast, but he still couldn't control it well, something everyone present was aware of. However, given that the two were 2 years apart, it was hard to say who was more talented. In Uchiha Tajima's eyes, his son was still the future leader of the clan. Uchiha Kaisuke, it's time to think of a way. Chapter 10. Conspiracy. The killing intent approaching the clan grounds 3 days after the duel. News suddenly arrived from the front lines that the Senju clan was gathering a large force. According to the intelligence, a figure resembling Senju Hashirama appeared on the main battlefield, confirming the received information. Uchiha Tajima immediately made the decision to take the risk and personally go to the battlefield. Of course, he wouldn't choose to go alone. Sensing that the decisive battle was imminent, Tajima directly mobilized most of the remaining forces in the clan. During the Warring States period, the prosperity of each clan was far beyond that of the village era. Take the Uchiha clan, for example. They had established 4 major corps, each responsible for dealing with enemies from different directions. Just within the clan, the number of stationed ninjas exceeded 800, with each major corps having more than 1,000 ninjas. Kaisuke roughly calculated that the total number of ninjas in the entire clan was at least over 1,000. While it couldn't compare to the terrifying scale of the later major ninja villages, which could easily deploy tens of thousands of ninjas for war, it was still sufficient to wipe out a typical small nation. However, the problem was not limited to the Senju clan side. The Southern Corps reported that the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans were beginning to gather in a frenzy, ready to fight the Uchiha to the death. Corps leader Uchiha Rei sent a plea for help, asking for reinforcement from the clan, but Tajima completely ignored him. Without personnel, they had to risk their lives to drag down the enemy. It was said that on the day he received the reply, Uchiha Rei angrily tore up the letter in front of everyone, cursing Uchiha Tajima as a pig-headed fool. This information was quite secretive. Kaisuke learned of it through Izuna's casual conversation. Looking at the empty street, he couldn't help but sigh. After 3 days of effort, Kaisuke had basically mastered the use of the body flicker technique, at the cost of aches all over his body and large areas of bruising appearing in certain parts. During this time, Uchiha Madara had sternly warned him that forcing the use of the body flicker technique before reaching the required physical strength was akin to chronic suicide. The implication was to advise him to give up on his research. As a result, Kaisuke shot back with one sentence. On the battlefield, it's life or death. If I can't use it at a critical moment, I'm afraid I won't live long enough to worry about chronic suicide. Faced with the sharp tongue of young Kaisuke, The taciturn Uchiha Madara had no way to respond. In a fit of anger, he hadn't shown his face in front of Kaiosuk for 3 days. Like a child, he commented. Tajima was unwilling to pay attention to the southern battlefield. However, who was Uchiha Rei? He was once a fierce competitor for the position of clan leader. The second letter arrived, and not long after, news came that a station corps had acted independently. Upon learning of the situation, Tajima also erupted in anger, cursing in front of everyone. The problem was that Uchiha Rei had no way to deal with him. On the contrary, Tajima also couldn't do anything about that gray-haired old man. The large-scale participation of the Corps caused the clan's defensive forces to become increasingly depleted. If the enemy were to attack, it could rewrite the history of the ninja world. What had originally been a joke now made him feel increasingly uneasy. A year ago, a squad had successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear and ambushed the fleeing descendants of the 3 clans. This could be considered a very successful extermination operation. If one were to say that the enemy did not hate them, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Moreover, the decisive battle between the Uchiha and Senju should not occur at this time. Uchiha Madara was about to turn 11 years old, and the day he would meet Senju Hashirama was not far off. At that time, Madara should be on the battlefield, and it seemed the situation had not reached an irreconcilable point. This meant that large-scale slaughter between the 2 clans should not happen now. Assuming the Senju were feigning a layout, then their purpose looking at the empty street, Kaiosuk seemed to understand. The Senju did not intend to have a decisive battle. They wanted to lure Uchiha Tajima to the battlefield. The Southern Corps and the 3 clans were almost simultaneously taking action, although there was no substantial evidence. His intuition told him that there was definitely a corresponding connection between the 2. Senju's layout, the 3 clans gathering, Senju, Nara, ambush, not good. Kaiosuk's expression turned serious as he got up and headed straight for the clan's residence. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they had to make preparations. If his fears were realized, it would be too late to react then. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Uchiha Clan Grounds, southern entrance. A convoy of trucks was parked by the roadside, undergoing inspection by the guard team. Good work. The head of the convoy, an old acquaintance who had been transporting goods for decades, was not given a hard time and was allowed to pass. Wait. Suddenly, the guard captain called out to the convoy. There's an order from above to intensify the inspection. Speaking of which, the captain seemed a bit helpless. He didn't know what had gotten into the young clan leader, who insisted that enemies might infiltrate. Infiltrate the Uchiha clan grounds? No one had accomplished such a feat in thousands of years. In his view, it was probably just a child trying to show off, but unfortunately, it was always the lower-tier people like them who suffered. Just as the captain was about to say something, an intense sense of palpitations suddenly rose from his heart. Before he could react, he realized he had lost control of his body. However, they were old acquaintances. If there was a problem, wouldn't it mean they would starve? The guard captain smiled and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let them pass quickly. No, they have problems. As he watched his own body move without his control, he felt an impulse to end it all. Unfortunately, at that moment, he seemed to be a mere observer, completely unable to control his body. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the problematic convoy wobbled its way into the clan grounds. This feeling, there was no mistake. It was the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. What did they want to do? The poor guard captain personally escorted the convoy all the way west. And looking at the direction they were heading, it was clearly toward the area where the clan members were concentrated. Most of the ninjas had gone to the battlefield, and only a group of old, weak women and children remained in the residential area. Even he could understand the invaders' purpose. Damn it, move my body, the guard captain shouted desperately. But in the face of the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, his resistance seemed as childish and laughable as a child's. Soon, the convoy delved deep into the heart of the clan. Looking at the lively children on both sides of the street, his heart seemed to bleed. Almost there. Suddenly, a low murmur filled with killing intent came from behind. Not far ahead was the Uchiha generation's old kindergarten. If they wanted to completely eradicate their target, attacking from there was the best choice. Damn Uchiha, you will pay the price today. Listening to the children's laughter nearby, the invaders removed their disguises and collectively rushed into the quaint Uchiha kindergarten. What appeared before them was not their target, but a group of vivid shadow clones, as well as explosive tags covering the entire kindergarten, burning fiercely. Boom! Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest of 3,200 points retreat. Nara Kinsuk's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected that he and his companions had still been exposed. Normally, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan were unbreakable, and outsiders couldn't detect anything unusual, unless someone had inferred their intentions from the overall layout. How could that be possible? Kensuke found it hard to believe. After crashing through the surrounding wall and retreating into the courtyard, before he could look up, countless shuriken fell from the sky like rain onto the group. A boring trick. The upper ninja of the Nara clan formed hand seals, and the shadow beneath him instantly stretched and extended, forming a sealed net around the area like tentacles. Shadow manipulation technique. Black net. Kyuji, standing on the roof, directly identified the opponent, the upper ninja of the Nara clan, who had previously been responsible for the pursuit operation. Uchiha Madara silently nodded, his aura firmly locking onto the enemy. As a clan's young leader, he had the duty to protect the safety of his clan members. He absolutely couldn't let the opponent succeed today. Incidentally, he also had to thank Kyuji. If it weren't for him rushing over, Madara couldn't even imagine how things could have turned out. "It's you." Kensuke looked up, his surprise gradually replaced by resentment, clearly recognizing Kyuji's appearance. With no intention of negotiating, both sides understood each other's goals. From the very beginning, this was a fight to the death. The defensive strength of the Uchiha was unprecedentedly weak, with almost all the skilled fighters absent. Most of the ninjas present were low-ranking ninjas idling at home, with a few middle-ranking ninjas needing to recover from injuries. Fortunately, the enemy couldn't carry too much fighting power. As long as they took down the few upper ninjas in charge, this crisis could be completely resolved. "Here I go." Madara jumped down from the roof, directly targeting the seemingly most formidable upper ninja of the Akimichi clan. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With his opening move, Madara unleashed a powerful fire technique. Seeing this, the other Uchiha clan members followed their young leader into battle. "You will all die today." Kensuke remained motionless, his hand seals suddenly changing, and countless shadow lines quickly surged towards the surrounding enemies. From Kyuji's perspective, it appeared as if a bizarre shadow flower had bloomed beneath the man's feet. Shadow stitching technique. Black ghost flower. This strike instantly killed 7 Uchiha lower ninjas. He mustn't be allowed to continue his rampage. Kyuji's expression darkened, his Sharingan eyes glowing crimson. Locking onto the enemy's movements, he swiftly completed his hand seals, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards the half-kneeling Kensuke. Zulfust. Kensuke's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected a 6- or 7-year-old kid to possess such terrifying body flicker technique. Caught off guard, he couldn't change his stance in time. The speed of the shadow's movement couldn't keep up with the body flicker. At a critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kensuke. Using his own body, he blocked the deadly strike for him. System notification. Killed an Uchiha clan middle ninja. Gained 360 points. Damn. Looking at the despairing face of the Uchiha clan member before him, Kyuji could tell with just a thought that he must have fallen victim to the body replacement technique. What frustrated him even more was that he might not find a way to kill the enemy afterward. Prepared. Kensuke would not give him another chance to launch a surprise attack. A wary upper ninja could easily ignore most surprise tactics. Ninja battles emphasize counterattacks, finding weaknesses in the enemy's movements. Most ninjas adhered to this combat philosophy. Moreover, Kyuji's body wouldn't allow him to use the body flicker technique a second time. Wow. In the distance, the Yamanaka clan upper ninja suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The body replacement technique was powerful, especially in one-on-one battles, with terrifying lethality. Of course, the corresponding drawbacks were also significant. Being hit would injure one's own body as well. The Yamanaka upper ninja had jumped out to block the fatal blow without thinking in the urgent situation. He had successfully blocked the knife, but the damage returned to him as his mental energy reverted, faithfully reflecting back onto his body, let alone continuing the fight. If he didn't quickly implement rescue measures, it wouldn't be long before this upper ninja would die. At least it wasn't in vain. Kyuji gritted his teeth through the tearing pain, continuously dodging attacks from the enemy. Protect Kyuji. He cannot die here. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha were quite united with a strong sense of collective honor. Unlike the Konoha period, where the clan was full of intrigue. Seeing Kyuji showing signs of being overwhelmed, many rushed forward to block Kensuke's shadow stitching technique, disregarding the power disparity between the two sides. Delay him. Kyuji gritted his teeth, turning to rush towards the fallen figure in the distance. The recently killed Uchiha middle ninja had provided him with a full 360 points. If he switched targets to the upper ninja of the Yamanaka clan, he believed the rewards would be even more substantial. Desperately needing points to fill up, Kyuji couldn't let such a juicy target slip away. Die for me. A few shurikens shot out, and he charged forward closely behind. "You little bastard, you're seeking death." The blood-soaked Yamanaka, upper ninja, barely turned his body to avoid the fatal blow to a vital area. As for the other parts of his body, he was already on the verge of death. A wound was just a wound. He only wanted to take this extraordinarily talented little brat with him before he died. Ninja art, body replacement technique. He formed the last hand seal of his life, his vision blurring, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Come with me to hell." Just as his spirit was about to leave his body and enter the other parties, he heard a bang, and the Kyuji in front of him actually transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished into thin air. A clone? The upper ninja was shocked, not expecting that at the end of his life, he would be played for a fool by a little kid. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary body replacement technique would be difficult to confuse an experienced upper ninja, but it was his heavy injuries that made it hard to distinguish, let alone identify the opponent's form. Perhaps this is the end result of my manipulation of others' hearts. The body replacement technique failed, and the spirit would linger outside for a long time. During this time, the boy had enough opportunity to kill him multiple times. Swish! The blade cut through, raising a spray of blood. System notification: killed a Yamanaka clan upper ninja, gained 3,200 points. Great. Kyuji smiled, quite satisfied with today's harvest. With this unfortunate upper ninja added, his points had returned to over 5,000. The cost of exchanging for the Shizume Flow body flicker technique was directly replenished. Your companion is dead. Do you still intend to resist? Kyuji attempted to put pressure on the enemy. What a joke. We never thought of leaving alive. Kensuk was completely unfazed by this. Just as he was about to turn and deal with Kyuji, a sudden loud roar came from behind. The battle between Uchiha Madara had ended. Chapter 12. A desperate battle. Awakening one after another, dragging his heavily injured body, the king of dance slowly walked towards the crowd. His bloodstained collar and broken left arm were enough to illustrate the brutality of the battle he had endured. However, Uchiha Madara's expression remained arrogant and unrestrained. Holding a sword in one hand, aimed at the pale-faced Nara Kensuk. Behind him, a member of the Akimichi clan had been decapitated. The knife wound on his chest indicated that he had indeed died in a frontal battle. How is this possible? Nara Kensuk's demeanor was somewhat dazed, unable to believe that a companion could be single-handedly killed by a boy around 10 years old. Yet the imposing aura radiating from the boy forced him to accept the reality before him. Meanwhile, Kayasuke was not surprised at all. After all, that was Uchiha Madara, the contemporary reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Is it strange for someone at the peak of elite Nin strength to single-handedly battle a Nin? Rather than focusing on Madara's battle process, Kayasuke was more concerned about the change in the king's eyes. The strange light made everyone who made eye contact with him feel a sincere chill. Madara had finally activated his Sharingan, 5 years ahead of the original timeline. At that moment, Kayasuke understood that the effect of his butterfly had already begun to influence the course of the ninja world. With Madara awakening his eyes earlier, his strength would undoubtedly surpass the past. He wondered if Hashirama could still suppress him this time. While he was pondering, Uchiha Madara slowly approached him, standing at a right angle to Kayasuke. The two locked eyes and focused their energy firmly on Nara Kensuk. With the death of Inoshikacho, the remaining ninjas were no longer a concern. No matter how strong the killing intent of the three clans was, they could not send a group of Nin to their deaths in Uchiha territory. Otherwise, how would they live afterward? Deploying 3 Nin as death warriors had already reached their limit. These 3 were all related to the attack incident. If it didn't come, they would also be executed by the enraged clansmen. As for the other ninjas, no one would be foolish enough to take on a mission that guaranteed death. It's all up to you now, trash. With one hand raised and holding the sword, Uchiha Madara's aura became increasingly fierce. This guy, Kayasuke, took a deep breath, knowing that the king of dance had already touched the threshold of advancing to Nin. After this battle, the Uchiha would gain another true powerhouse. Slowly raising the short knife in his hand, Kayasuke bent slightly, resembling a black panther observing its prey. Nin are worth several thousand points, if given the chance. He had to go for the kill. If it were anyone else, they might resent his actions, but with the king of dance, there was no need to worry about that. Damn it, for the points, I'll risk it all today. He quickly formed hand seals, and the chakra within him surged wildly. His already aching body felt as if it were about to tear apart. That's right, to grab the kill. Kayasuke planned to forcibly activate the body flicker technique. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Knowing that he was doomed, Nara Kensuk completely gave up resistance. Gathering all his chakra, The shadow beneath his feet began to spread wildly in all directions. The shadow blades that rose from the shadows pierced through all enemies and allies in the surrounding area. Secret technique, explosive shadow dive. Let's go to hell together. Nara Kinsu completely abandoned defense, which meant he could not escape the attack of the shadow blades. There was no need to control the power. The spread of the technique would only accelerate. At least one of those Uchiha brats must die. Fall back. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed, and his chakra exploded beneath him as he retreated frantically. But the speed of the shadow blades was too fast, as he just leaped. Spikes resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe rose beneath him. In just 1 second, Indra's chakra could be reincarnated. Uchiha Madara, will never die here. At a critical moment, the King of Dance finally broke through his shackles and successfully stepped into the realm of Jainin. The violent energy transformed into a single slash, and the seemingly destructive shadow blades were turned to dust under his knife. Damn it! Nara Kinsu gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't take down this person. So he turned his weapon, his fierce gaze fixed on the younger Kayasuke, preparing to take him along to the Pure Land. It's over. Kayasuke's eyes were about to tear apart, and a thought echoed in his mind. I can't escape. He didn't have the strong physical strength of Uchiha Madara, and couldn't break through the desperate strike of a Jainin. As for dodging, the body flicker technique emphasized charging forward, with no room for quick turns or retreats. In other words, at this moment, he had no choice but to charge ahead. System prompt. Consumed 5,000 points. Shursue's body flicker technique upgraded to level 2. At the life and death crisis, he couldn't care about anything else and directly used points to forcibly raise his ninjutsu level. Die for me. The ground beneath him shattered, and in an instant, Kayasuke's figure disappeared from spot. In the distance, Uchiha Madara used his sword to support his body, and the fury in his eyes seemed capable of igniting everything. He silently vowed that if anything happened to Kayasuke, he would slaughter all the clans in the south, leaving not a single one alive. At that time, battles elsewhere had also ended. However, no one felt happy. The boy, claimed to be the strongest talent in Uchiha history, might have died at the hands of the enemy. Damn it! Some clansmen roared in anger, their eyes blood-red. Brother! Accompanied by a familiar shout, Izuna hurried over with a group of lower ninjas. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, Izuna felt a tingle of fear. Fortunately, his elder brother was unharmed, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking around, he sighed and said, "Thanks to that guy, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble would have arisen. By the way, where did he go? He wouldn't have been scared off, would he?" Izuna originally wanted to make a joke, but he found that everyone present had serious expressions. Wanted to say something, but stopping short. He was slightly stunned, gradually realizing something. No way, how could that guy? After patting his younger brother's shoulder, Madara spoke in a low tone. "Let us notify the clansmen first." "Impossible. How could this happen? I haven't avenged you yet. How dare you go die?" Izuna lowered his head as negative emotions surged wildly within him. Within the clan, everyone regarded him as the son of the clan leader, Madara's brother. Only Kayasuke truly treated him as Uchiha Izuna. "We promise to fight side by side in the future, you untrustworthy bastard." Izuna clenched his fists, his gaze flashing with a strange light. "Izuna." Madara painfully closed his eyes, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. The atmosphere of sorrow spread, and everyone exchanged bitter smiles, feeling no joy in victory. Until, "Hey, you bastard, have you finished cursing?" A barely audible mutter made everyone present breathe rapidly. Turning in disbelief, a figure staggered out from the shadowy forest created by the enemy. "Quick, help me up." Kayasuke chuckled weakly, two black tomo slowly spinning in his eyes. Chapter 13. The Uchiha Trio. The news of the Uchiha clan's territory being attacked spread rapidly in all directions. Upon hearing the news, Tajima ran desperately and managed to return to the clan that same night. After learning about the situation from his subordinates, he immediately rushed to the medical facility without a second thought. Inside the room, skilled ninjas gathered to discuss treatment plans for the unconscious Kayasuke. After a brief inquiry about the situation, Tajima issued a death command. "Spare no effort in saving him, and you may take any medicinal materials from the storeroom as needed. If you cannot save him or restore him to his original state, you can find a rope and hang yourselves." Taking a deep look at Kayasuke, who resembled a mummy, Tajima turned and left. He had another matter to confirm. In the adjacent room, the clan leader encountered his two sons who were discussing something. Without asking about their health, his first question was, "Have both of you awakened your eyes?" The brothers exchanged glances, then simultaneously gathered chakra and activated their newly mastered Sharingan. In the next moment, ha ha ha, the laughter of Uchiha Tajima echoed throughout the entire medical facility. Uchiha awakened his eyes at the age of 10, while Izuna was even more impressive, having just turned 7 this year. What does this mean? Izuna directly matched Kai-suk's record. He, Uchiha Tajima, had given birth to 2 children with boundless potential. It was said that Senju Hashirama boasted about his 2 sons to anyone he met, and when they encountered each other on the battlefield in the future, he would make it clear who the superior father was. The Uchiha, no, my bloodline, Tajima's bloodline, would far surpass anyone else. Watching his father laugh crazily, Madara sighed helplessly and gave his younger brother a look. Quickly stop him before he continues to embarrass himself. Izuna understood his brother's unspoken message. Clearing his throat, he cautiously interrupted, Father, it seems Kai-suk has already awakened the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Inside the medical facility, Tajima's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased. A strange ceiling Kai-suk finally woke up from his coma. The strong smell of medicinal herbs in the room made him sneeze lightly, triggering an indescribable ache throughout his body. Damn, is it really this outrageous? Little Kentucky-suk felt like crying, his breathing involuntarily slowing down. The sensation was like sitting on the toilet for 2 hours and then standing up without a care. The kind of soreness only those who have experienced it would know. Perhaps hearing his complaints, a group of medical ninjas quickly entered the room. Don't worry, your recovery is going smoothly, said an elderly man with gray hair, smiling at him. Rest easy, our little hero. In this battle, Kai-suk undoubtedly played a leading role. No one could erase his achievements. After chatting about a few precautions, the group soon left. With nothing else to do, he opened the system panel to check his previous gains. System notification. You have killed a high-ranking ninja from the Nara clan, earning 3,600 points. By defeating enemies, he received a considerable reward. The points consumed for upgrading ninjutsu had also risen back to 4,000 points. This meant he had effectively gained the level 2 Shursui-style body flicker technique for free. Of course, relying solely on speed would not allow him to evade a high-ranking ninja's deadly attack. The reason he survived was that, at the most critical moment, his Sharingan finally completed its evolution. In 1 year, he evolved from the initial awakening to the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Compared to the current Uchihas, he was undoubtedly an unparalleled genius. However, in the future, this achievement would seem rather mediocre. In the original plot, during the Land of Waves arc, Sasuke finally mastered the use of the Sharingan. After completing a mission and returning to Konohagakure, Team 7 participated in the Nin exams and in the confrontation with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. He directly evolved to the 2-Tomo state. There was only a few days in between. Then came the Sound Ninja invasion, Sasuke's defection, and the opening of the 3-Tomo Sharingan at the Valley of the End. Within 6 months, he accomplished an unprecedented triple jump. If that were to happen now, it would undoubtedly frighten a large number of clan members. Kai-suk spent a year to achieve his advancement, which seemed pitiful in comparison. Indra's chakra was indeed quite useful. Thinking of Indra, he couldn't help but associate it with another existence, Kagaya's Black Zetsu. Kai-suk was sure he had caught the other party's attention. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 7 looked very much like the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. If he were unaware of the plot, he would have developed similar suspicions. As for now, once Madara completed his awakening, it meant that the Otsutsuki genes within him gradually began to awaken. Even if Black Zetsu were foolish, he would likely realize that he was fixating on the wrong target. Avoiding the surveillance of the old silver coin, Kai-suk felt relaxed. His next step was to consider the issue of heading to the front lines. Regardless of Tajima's current thoughts, once he learned of Kai-suk's awakening to the 2-Tomo, it would definitely raise strong vigilance. If he couldn't confront him directly, he would be exiled far away. A few years later, when Uchiha Madara had accumulated an unshakable reputation, it wouldn't matter if Kai-suk could return or not. Other ambitious individuals would certainly not want to suffer such an unconventional expulsion. But in Kai-suk's eyes, he couldn't be happier to be as far away from the main battlefield as possible. The southern 3 clans were indeed powerful, with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans forming an unparalleled combination. Yet collectively, they couldn't match half of the Senju clan's strength. Even if he had to go, it would be better to wait until Kai-suk obtained the strength of a high-ranking ninja. As for the southern army, it was precisely the training ground he envisioned. Lost in thought, Kai-suk felt drowsy. He struggled against the pain and shifted his body, soon falling into a deep sleep. On the other side, much of the ninja world was discussing the Uchiha clan. As a prestigious family during the Warring States period, The Uchiha were always the focus of external attention. As the saying goes, the ones who understand you best are always your enemies. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 7, many understood what that meant. Not to mention that 3 such talented individuals had suddenly emerged. Driven by some unknown force, the name of the Uchiha trio was thoroughly established. As their fame soared, the heads of the trio also made it onto the underground trading markets list. Countless hunters rubbed their hands together, trying to hunt down those young kids. Unfulfilled talent could also be a terrifying disaster. The unseen puppeteer clearly aimed to use external forces to eliminate the Uchiha's outstanding descendants. At the same time, this also provided Tajima with an opportunity to strike. Half a month later, after Kaisuke had just begun to recover from his illness, he received an order to join the Southern Army. Position: squad leader. However, he could only command a ninja team of no more than 30 people. It wasn't a meteoric rise, but at least he truly held real power. As long as he nurtured well, he could gain a batch of loyal subordinates. The prerequisite was that someone was willing to pledge allegiance to an 8-year-old kid. Chapter 14. Returning to the Legion, killing to establish authority. Land of Fire, Southern Region. In the dense forest 20 kilometers from the southern base, shadows darted through the towering trees like lightning. One of the most notable features of the world of Naruto, aside from ninjas, is the almost perfect vegetation. Tall trees, dozens of meters high, are everywhere. Standing atop one feels no different than a small bird. It is precisely because of this that the planet has been able to develop chakra, the representation of life force, to a level that even the Otsutsuki are astonished by. Lord Kaisuke, I know. After quietly signaling a few hand gestures, the group seemed to be unperturbed but had already made preparations in secret. Whoosh! A large group of shuriken came flying in without warning. This was already the 7th attack since their departure. As a member of the Uchiha 3 Greats, Kaisuke's head was worth a lot, naturally attracting many hunters' interest. However, they underestimated the boy's strength and that of his bodyguards. Before they set out, Madara had secretly given a gift. Knowing that Kaisuke had been appointed as a commander, the king of dance feared that Kaisuke might struggle to command respect. So he chose 2 of the best bodyguards for him. The male, named Uchiha Izumi, was at the peak of elite Chunin level, proficient in fire-release ninjutsu and strong in close combat. The female, named Uchiha Mayo, had just been promoted to elite Chunin level, skilled in Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and was also good at taking care of people. One could say Madara had given him a great gift. With their assistance, even if no one was willing to join later, Kaisuke's title as commander would still be secure. In the forest, 3 pairs of Sharingan activated simultaneously, easily dodging the barrage of shuriken. With hands clasped together, Uchiha Izumi opened his mouth and unleashed a scorching flame. Fire release, great fireball technique. The powerful fire ninjutsu immediately forced the hidden enemies out into the open. Seizing the opportunity, Kaisuke fiercely drew his short knife, throwing a few shuriken that put the enemy on the defensive. By the time they reacted, the sharp blade was already upon them. Blood splattered as Kaisuke decisively killed one person. Do they think they can take my life? Glancing at the meager points he had earned, the boy couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Compared to Jounin, these lowly genin truly have cheap lives. However, even if it was little, it was still a source of points, and he could not waste any opportunity to earn. Adhering to the principle of being frugal, Kaisuke turned and rushed towards the second enemy. With a swift strike, 40 points were easily added to his tally. His swordsmanship was quite good, and the 2-tomo Sharingan allowed him to perfectly perceive the movements of a genin. In the current battles, he either instantaneously killed his enemies or found himself in a tough struggle. These worthless bounty hunters were not enough to put him in a dire situation. Soon, the unexpected skirmish ended. Kaisuke had slain 3 people and earned over 120 points. The attacks are becoming more frequent, Mayo remarked. They might be afraid we'll escape. Izumi coldly replied, a bunch of fools. Lord Kaisuke can kill elite Jounin from the Nara clan. How could they possibly be his targets? People die for money. Kaisuke shook his head and resumed his journey to the Southern Legion. Outside, people were discussing his great achievement of slaying 2 Jounin. In reality, only Kaisuke knew the truth behind it. The elite Jounin from the Mountain Clan was a casualty of a secret technique gone awry. As for the Nara clan, their last-ditch resistance nearly took him and Madara down with them. Currently, with his 2-tomo Sharingan and body flicker technique, Kaisuke had a chance to fight against elite Chunin level opponents without regard for the cost. When it came to Jounin level, even escaping would be a luxury. Outsiders might not understand, but he had to be aware of his limits. Fortunately, Kaisuke was never one to be blindly arrogant. He had already planned that once the team arrived at the Southern Legion, he would immediately begin executing missions crazily, accumulating merits, harvesting points. And once his strength was sufficiently powerful, he would think of ways to recruit subordinates. Uchiha Tajima played a dirty trick on him, so Kaisuke would use fact to show them what it meant to fail at their schemes. The next afternoon, the hastily moving team finally arrived at the base. After checking their identities, the three entered the military camp smoothly. "You'll go rest first." As the commander, Kaisuke had the right to establish his own camp area. While other ninjas shared a single tent, they could sleep however they wished. Once his subordinates left, Kaisuke tidied his clothes and headed alone to the commander's tent of the Southern Legion. However, halfway there, he was suddenly stopped by several clan members. The Legion commander is in a meeting. The man's voice was not loud, but attracted the attention of a number of people. Seeing this, Kaisuke frowned slightly, but patiently took out the identification that represented his status. As the appointed commander, he had the right to meet Uchiha Rei at any time. It was understandable that someone might not recognize him on his first day back in the military. Huh? The man frowned and scrutinized him closely. Just as he thought the matter would end there, unexpectedly, the man threw the appointment letter back at him. "I told you, Lord Rei is in a meeting. I don't care what your status is." This person's attitude was indeed arrogant. Even though Kaisuke was young, his status as commander was undeniable. Such behavior was already an insult to his superior. My appointment should have reached the Legion. Uchiha Rei was cunning and would not fail to see Tajima's malicious intent. This meant that this person was clearly targeting him. He was one of Uchiha Tajima's people. Realizing this, Kaisuke's expression gradually became calm. Amidst the sympathetic and mocking gazes around him, he slowly raised his hands and began to form hand seals. What is he doing? No way. Is he planning to make a move in the camp? Is he crazy? What to do? Should we stop him? Are you stupid? Can't you see what is going on? His actions sent the surroundings into a frenzy. The most shocked person was the man in front of Kaisuke. He was indeed one of Uchiha Tajima's people, but today's actions were entirely his own initiative. The clan leader wanted to curb Kaisuke's development, and, as his subordinate, he certainly needed to find a way to achieve that goal. In the man's view, publicly embarrassing the opponent would not only undermine Kaisuke's confidence, but also easily bring down his prestige, killing two birds with one stone. However, he never expected that this 8-year-old brat would actually make a move against him in front of everyone. Insulting a superior is a crime punishable by death. In the world of Naruto, the subordinate relationship is very clear, especially during the Warring States period, involving insults toward the superior. Killing the offender on the spot would not be a problem. In fact, Kaisuke was indeed doing just that. After completing several seals, the sure sway flow body flicker technique was instantaneously activated. A streak of light flashed, and in an instant, Kaisuke's figure appeared behind the man. "You!" The man clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, and slowly collapsed to the ground with a face full of regret. The entire place fell silent. Chapter 15 Practice for 2.5 years. Legion Base, Commander's Camp. "I'm sorry, Lord Rei." Kaisuke understands the importance of humility. Now the clan leader has begun to suppress him both openly and secretly. He must find a supporter for himself. Among the candidates, Uchiha Rei is the most suitable. Killing Tajima in public was his way of showing loyalty. If not for that, that unfortunate guy didn't he deserve death? He simply jumped into the fray without understanding the situation and got what he deserved. Haha, ignoring the fact that Kaisuke committed murder. Uchiha Rei kindly pulled him aside to sit down. It was clear that the Legion commander was very satisfied with this act of loyalty. "My little hero, you finally returned." Winking at him, Uchiha Rei said with a half-smile, "I wasn't wrong, was I?" This clan leader isn't exactly broad-minded. Upon hearing this, Kaisuke nodded and humbly replied, "Thanks to your guidance, my lord." The two discussed the situation within the clan, and after a while, the Legion commander tentatively asked, "Do you want me to assign some manpower to you?" "No need." Kaisuke shook his head and refused. A forced alliance doesn't bear sweet fruit. "I will prove everything with facts." "Good," as expected of the future pillar of our clan. Although Uchiha Rei appeared to praise him, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Still too immature, the Legion commander sighed, but after some thought, he didn't outright refuse. In fact, he was also worried that Kaisuke wouldn't be able to handle the situation. If a big mess happened, he would still be the one to clean it up. "Let us have you gain some experience for 2 years," Uchiha Rei concluded for Kaisuke's assignment. In fact, as long as he issued the order, forming a team for Kaisuke wouldn't be difficult at all. If he couldn't even see this point, it showed that the youth still needed to grow further. As for the so-called facts mentioned by the other party, he was somewhat non-committal. On the battlefield, individual strength is very limited. Even clan leaders can't face the smallest scale of Legion-level ninjutsu head-on. How about this? Given Kyusuke's special circumstances, I'll give him a free action order. You handle the mission as you see fit, but everything must prioritize your safety. I don't want to lose you, understand? Yes, sir. Such a talented youth would undoubtedly become a capable assistant in the future, even if it meant raising him for a few years without immediate returns. Uchiha Raiden T want Kyusuke to take risks on the front lines. Unfortunately, his wish was destined to be unfulfilled. Why did Kyusuke refuse additional manpower? The reason was simple. He feared that too many subordinates would steal his kills. A large team meant facing far more dangerous situations. Not only would it be difficult to accumulate points, but he would also face the awkward situation of having his kills stolen. After all, not everyone would ignore the benefits that come from achievements. Instead of worrying later, it was better to operate in a three-person team format. On one hand, this would reduce the influence of his genius reputation, and on the other hand, he could quietly lie in wait, waiting for the day he could transform into a butterfly. Once he had enough strength, many things would no longer be dictated by others. Returning to the designated camp area, Kyusuke quickly tidied up and soon headed to the task assignment point for the war mission. At this stage, the three clans that had failed in their plans were temporarily inactive. The situation was relatively stable, with conflicts remaining at a small scale. This was convenient for his actions. Presenting the Legion Commander's order, Kyusuke ignored the task acceptance rules and began browsing through a thick stack of war commissions. Task name: Infiltrate the Mountain Clan. Investigate enemy strategic deployments. Difficulty: S level. Damn, ISNT this pure suicide? No way, not going. Task name: Plunder the Akimichi Budding. Task difficulty: S level. Akimichi Cookin's daughter. ISNT this going deep into enemy territory? Ridiculous. Task name: Assassinate the supply team. Task difficulty: B level. This one seems good. Taking the task list, Kyusuke carefully reviewed the task details. According to intelligence from spies, the three clans were still continuously relocating their population. Having learned from a previous setback, their current information security measures were very effective, making it impossible to uncover specific relocation routes. With no other options, the Legion had to focus on supplies. No matter where the clansmen were sent, they would still need food to survive, so perhaps they could deduce something from the supply transportation routes. Ninja supply transport would definitely use sealing scrolls for convenient travel. This means that the team wouldn't be too large, likely consisting mainly of elite escort members. Jounin are crucial strategic forces and wouldn't be dispatched for simple escort tasks. If any accidents occurred, no amount of supplies could compensate for the loss. Therefore, the obstacles Kyusuke and the others would face were likely to be mid-level ninja guards from the three clans. This perfectly aligned with his hunting requirements. Points: 41-24. Up to this point, Kyusuke had invested enough in physical techniques. With the Sharingan body flicker technique, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, he could handle most mid-level ninjas. Next, he needed to gradually shift his focus and aim for higher-level enemies. During this period, he needed to start accumulating points to exchange for high-level ninjutsu capable of killing Jounin. The emergence of the still water flow body flicker technique had led many to bestow the title of ninjutsu genius upon him. In reality, Kyusuke didn't understand such creations at all. Even if he remembered certain hand seal sequences, without understanding the corresponding chakra flow routes, he couldn't reproduce the ninjutsu. The only path available was to exchange points. When he eventually had free time in the future, he might exchange for some ninjutsu knowledge, but for now, he would focus all his energy on combat. After putting away the task list, Kyusuke turned back to the camp and notified the two subordinates who were resting. Get ready. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Then he went to the supplies area, preparing to use his position as the commander to acquire some good items. Inside the tent, the two subordinates exchanged glances, each with different thoughts in their minds. Uchiha Izumi. Kyusuke-sama is truly the future pillar. This ambition is very worthy of my learning. Uchiha Mayu. Doesn't he need a rest? No wonder he has gained the favor of the young clan leader. Initially, the two had some reservations about Uchiha Madara's orders, believing that with their talents, they should be fighting on the main battlefield. After spending some time together, especially after witnessing the scene of killing to establish dominance in the camp, they gradually understood that the young man before them was a true genius with a caliber that rivaled the young clan leader. Following him might lead to a bright future. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the camp, the three regrouped. They evenly distributed the ninja tools and supplies they had acquired, and the team set off along the route recorded in the intelligence to intercept the supply team. Chapter 16. Time flies in the forest. The fierce fighting had lasted for more than 10 minutes. "Izumi, you control Mayu. I'll take care of them," Kayasuke said as he rushed toward the enemy with a short blade. 10 minutes earlier, the team had successfully intercepted the enemy team. Due to insufficient long-range firepower, they could only start with Uchiha Izumi's fire release, while Kayasuke led Mayu in to create close-range damage. However, this time he encountered tough opposition. The enemy team was perfectly equipped with the Inoshikacho formation, and their coordination was very high. The CHG of the Akimichi clan used a multi-size technique to disrupt the charge of the two, while the old silver coin of the Yamanaka clan took the opportunity to seize control of Uchiha Mayu's body. When Kayasuke took the risk to use the body flicker technique and forcefully eliminated the enemy in front of him, Mayu was already holding a kunai to her own neck. System prompt: kill the CHG of the Akimichi clan. Gain 280 points. Give up, or this woman will die for sure. Surrender? That would be no different from committing suicide on the spot. If captured by the three clans, Kayasuke would likely experience a fate worse than death. Mayu. Uchiha Izumi's voice was filled with despair and a hatred that sought to devour everything. It was only then that he realized there was some kind of special bond between the two subordinates. "I can surrender." As soon as the words left her mouth, Mayu immediately looked over. When she met that pair of eerie Sharingan, her heart sank, realizing something was wrong. As a special existence formed by the fusion of two souls, Kayasuke's mental foundation was very solid. Without any teaching, he had understood the most basic and powerful Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. His consciousness sank into Mayu's body, and the blood-red eyes instantly enveloped the enemy's spiritual body. With the power of the eyes exploding, the enemy was immediately kicked out of the subordinate's body, leading to the earlier scene. Drawing out the gleaming short blade, Kayasuke dashed toward the Yamanaka clan ninja like the wind. He knew that Nara, who was in charge of the overall situation, would undoubtedly come to the rescue at all costs. Sure enough, just a few steps into his charge, a shadow quickly darted from the ground. Not to mention anything else, the friendship between the three clans was indeed deeply touching, so he decided that today, no matter what, he would send them all to the Pure Land together. He simply formed hand seals, and in Nara's suddenly enlarged pupils, he transformed into an afterimage and rushed forward madly. Swish! The short blade cut through the air, blood splattering as a large head shot into the sky. System prompt: killed a Nara clan Chunin. Gained 310 points. Damn! Just as he stopped, Kayasuke immediately experienced a massive muscle spasm. Lying on the ground, he could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Izumi rushed to claim his head. Damn it! I won't let this go. After a few twitches of his mouth, Kayasuke's head tilted, and he fainted. In such a short time, using the high-difficulty body flicker technique twice in a row had completely drained his future strength to fight. Fortunately, the total of 590 points finally compensated for Kayasuke's injured body and spirit. Oh no, the master has fainted. Struggling to get up, Mayu staggered to his side and took out medical supplies from her ninja tool bag to start the rescue. Behind her, Uchiha Izumi kept his head down, seemingly still unable to break free from the despair of earlier. Plop, plop. Tears fell drop by drop as Mayu choked out. He didn't give up on me. Lord Madara was right. Kayasuke is someone worth following. There was one thing she didn't say. As a medical ninja, Mayu was very clear about the consequences of forcibly using the body flicker technique. Kayasuke was only 8 years old, and he was completely overexerting himself in battle. At that moment, her heart was filled with gratitude and guilt. At this moment, these two subordinates who had turned from Uchiha Madara truly belonged to Kayasuke. After mumbling for a while, Mayu suddenly realized that her boyfriend had been ignoring her. Curiously turning her head, she immediately noticed those blood-red eyes. Inside, 3 pitch-black Tomo were slowly spinning. It took an entire day and night for Kayasuke to awaken from his coma. The unfamiliar ceiling. Without even looking, he knew that he must be wrapped in bandages all over. Overexerting himself may seem like a foolish act to outsiders, but Kayasuke himself didn't particularly care. In the system shop, there was a potion that could perfectly heal his body. It only required 5,000 points to slowly repair all the injuries and hidden ailments he had suffered. A high-level potion could even restore him to full health in a very short time, but that price. Sigh, let's not mention it. His desperate actions could surely move the two extraordinary subordinates. He couldn't let them fully settle down. Kayasuke always felt a bit awkward about using them. With great difficulty, He turned his head, and Uchiha Mayu was sleeping soundly by the pillow. In the past, she would never have been so unrestrained in front of Kayasuke. The deep meaning behind it made him unable to help but smile slightly. Got it. So every time he pushed himself so hard, it was easy to have problems. During his recovery, Kayasuke considered this issue for the first time. By now, his safety was temporarily guaranteed. The two subordinates had completely returned to him, especially Uchiha Izumi, who had successfully unlocked the 3-Tomo Sharingan after the last incident. In terms of combat power, he was now capable of matching up with a Jonin when giving it his all. The safety factor for future missions would definitely increase significantly, but this guy might be more likely to snatch his head. No way, I have to restrict his attacks. The reason? Let's just say I need practical combat training. A week later, Kayasuke successfully discharged from the hospital. Given the efficiency of gaining points, he decided to temporarily slow down his pace and focus on strengthening his own abilities. As for his learning goals, they were not ninja techniques, but he prepared to seek knowledge about Jinjutsu from Uchiha Mayu. This was to make up for his lack of mid-range combat methods. He couldn't just forcefully use the body flicker technique when faced with unexpected incidents. After all, considering the time spent recovering from injuries, doing so would greatly affect his efficiency in gaining points. After studying the system for a while, Kayasuke finally mastered several basic Jinjutsu techniques. The team set out again, continuously hunting the ninjas of the 3 clans. Over time, he gradually regained the reputation of the evil-faced Rakshasa. To mitigate the impact of his age, even when returning to the camp, Kayasuke habitually wore that ghost-faced mask. Of course, there were dangers. He encountered encirclements from the 3 clans several times. If it weren't for Uchiha Izumi's outstanding strength, protecting him desperately to escape, the Rakshasa would have long returned to the underworld. Thus, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Kayasuke finally accumulated enough points. Chapter 17, Have you ever heard the chorus of 1,000 birds? 2 months ago, Senju's 1,000 Hands launched a surprise attack. The Uchiha suffered heavy losses and barely managed to regroup after retreating 100 miles. In this battle, over 100 clan members died, and Uchiha Madara's last cousin was stabbed in the stomach. The inner guilt made him entertain thoughts of escaping the war. Without informing his father and brother, he would go to the riverside every day to relax, trying to heal the emotional wounds inflicted by the aftermath of the battle. There, he met a friend who shared the same troubles. The two hit it off quickly, becoming close friends who could talk about anything, while also sensing each other's identities. The major conflict on the main battlefield immediately stirred up considerable turmoil everywhere. The 3 clans, originally planning to withdraw from the southern battlefield and recuperate deep within the Fire Nation, suddenly began launching frequent attacks against the Uchiha Legion, seemingly provoked by something. In just a month, there were over 20 battles, the intensity of which couldn't match the main battlefield, but the brutality of war was the same everywhere. Find them. You must find a hiding place of those bastards. The roars of Uchiha re-echoed within the command tent. The movements of the 3 clans were very cunning, always avoiding direct confrontation with them. With the Nara clan present, formulating battle plans was quite easy. It could be said that tactically, their side had always been at a disadvantage. Unable to implement a direct encirclement, it became a foregone conclusion to separate the battlefield. However, in front of the well-coordinated Inoshikicho trio, Uchiha squads of the same number couldn't gain any advantage. Over the course of a month, the battle reports showed a terrifying casualty ratio of 1 to 13. If this continued, the war potential of both sides would quickly equalize, and when that time came, the situation on the southern battlefield would become dangerous. I want captives. Captives of a high enough rank. You useless bunch, if you can't catch anyone, I'll skin you alive. A series of angry curses and smashing sounds erupted, and after a few minutes, a group of unit leaders fled the tent in embarrassment. Capturing captives? Easy to say, but do they really think the members of the 3 clans are fools? The initiative was now in the opponent's hands, even if they were furious. It wouldn't help if the enemy said they wouldn't fight. At this point, even a fool could see that the 3 clans were cooperating with the Senju. Without a decisive outcome on the main battlefield, a grand showdown would never occur. Oh, if the southern army became weak, perhaps the main forces of the 3 clans would really show up. But at that time, it wouldn't be certain who would be the target for extermination. The unit leaders, each with their own thoughts, prepared to return to the camp to assign tasks. Before leaving, each of them cast a glance full of different meanings at the figure waiting outside the tent. With a mask resembling a vengeful spirit, it instilled fear in those who looked upon it. Everyone knew this person's identity. Because of this, They couldn't hide their astonishment that came from the heart. At just 9 years old, he could already shine as the brightest star on the battlefield. The boy's performance had long conquered everyone. During this period, many clan members had chosen to apply to join, hoping to carve out a place under the boy's leadership. However, Kaisuke unsurprisingly rejected all of them. The trio squad, now with a well-coordinated division of labor, had formed a combat style that struck swiftly and decisively, never dragging things out. Recklessly adding others would not only fail to enhance their combat strength, but would also disrupt his hunting operations. He could recruit people, but Kaisuke had reached a point where he needed to build a base of power, though he would wait a little longer. He had a plan in mind. If executed excellently, it would surely gather a large number of usable talents. Right now, he needed to find a way to end the stalemate quickly. If it dragged on to a dangerous point, no one would escape the punishment from within the clan. He lifted the curtain and walked in. The tent was already in disarray, with everything that could be smashed having met a destructive fate. There, Uchiha Ri still sat in silence, fuming. At this moment, besides Kaisuke, few dared to approach him. Lord Ri, he still maintained that respect. Oh, little Kentucky, Suke has arrived. Seeing his most favored subordinate come in, the old man forcibly suppressed his emotions and forced a smile to ask, "How many did you take down this time?" Shaking his head and not answering the question, Kaisuke cut straight to the point and expressed his thoughts. "I have an idea that should be able to lure out a heavyweight enemy commander." Really? Uchiha Ri's eyes lit up. What he was most worried about now was how to scout the enemy. As long as they captured a high-ranking captive, when the army launched an attack and executed a full encirclement, they could recover all previous losses in one fell swoop. Kaisuke then detailed his thoughts. No. Uchiha Ri suddenly stood up, his eyes blood-red, glaring at his favorite subordinate as he sternly reprimanded. "Do you know what you're saying? Using me as bait to lure the enemy into an encirclement. As long as success is ensured, the three clans will undoubtedly send out significant figures. Ensure success." Uchiha Ri clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to ask, "This means you will face an overwhelmingly powerful enemy." "Yes." Kaisuke nodded, speaking calmly. "Most likely, they will send out a perfect Inoshikicho to intercept." The perfect Inoshikicho refers to personnel capable of executing all strategies. Typically, it is composed of 3 outstanding jonin. In other words, Kaisuke would be facing a jonin level Inoshikicho alone, likely accompanied by several assistants. The Legion commander understood that the little boy's subordinates possessed jonin level strength. However, such an action was too risky. A slight misstep could lead to his own demise. The Nara clan was cunning. They would surely conduct thorough reconnaissance before taking action. The Yamanaka clan were all exceptional sensory ninjas. With them around, ambushing in advance was impossible. 3 jonin, and still a fully equipped Inoshikicho in a direct confrontation. Apart from Uchiha Ri, no one in the camp would dare assume victory easily. Was it possible that the little boy already had strength comparable to a jonin? The commander expressed significant doubt. He knew that during the clan's surprise attack years ago, the little boy and Madara had teamed up to eliminate the infiltrating Inoshikicho. But could that situation be the same? Without the unexpected injury of the Yamanaka ninja, if the Inoshikicho's cooperation was not disrupted, or if there were just a few less ninjas willing to die for the clan, any of these 3 factors could immediately rewrite the outcome. The little boy had become too arrogant. He could not be foolish alongside him. Kaisuke was his future hope, and Uchiha Ri could not gamble with him. Understanding this, he slowly raised his arm and spoke in a slow yet firm tone. "Lord Ri, please allow me to demonstrate my confidence to you now." "What do you mean?" Before he could comprehend, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared. In an instant, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed throughout the entire camp. Chapter 18, Chidori. The most suitable ninjutsu for the Uchiha in the end, Uchiha Ri agreed to his action plan. Back at the tent, Kaisuke informed the two of the news, hoping they could prepare themselves mentally. Hee. Uchiha Maya smiled as she fiddled with a light pink kunai. "I've said it long ago, wherever Lord Kaisuke wants to go, even if it's the Pure Land, I will follow." "Me too." Uchiha Izumi nodded beside her. After being promoted to jonin, he had become increasingly taciturn. To be precise, it should be said that he was influenced by the bloodline within him. The second Hokage once said that the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan, and now Kaisuke increasingly agreed with this statement. Speaking of Senju Tobarama, his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. By now, Madara was already 11 years old, and if the plot had not changed, he had likely become friends with Senju Hashirama. The acquaintance of the two signified that the Warring States period was officially entering its countdown. The era of ninjas was about to arrive, provided that the two could break through the obstacles posed by the older generation of ninjas. It was still a bit early to discuss this. Shaking his head, Kayasuke refocused his attention on the current situation. A year of killings had successfully placed him on the enemy's kill list. It was obvious that many eyes were watching him, constantly looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. Since that was the case, he might as well be more proactive. If you don't move, I want team move. If I move, you will hurt. It was just like a date. If the girl doesn't give the guy a chance. He can only linger at the entrance forever. Now, Kayasuke was giving the three clans an opportunity to ambush him. As for his confidence in dealing with this, first, Uchiha Izumi had officially established himself among the Jonin ranks. He was a trump card. Uchiha Maya, through years of fighting, had developed extraordinary skills in Jinjutsu. Not long ago, their team encountered an ambush by Jonin, and at a critical moment, her Sharingan finally evolved into the three-tomo form. She had become a Jonin specializing in Jinjutsu, akin to an enhanced version of Yugao Yuzuki. 2 Jonin-level combat powers. As for Kayasuke himself, name, Uchiha Kayasuke age, 9 physical strength, mid-Jonin mental strength, peak mid-Jonin chakra amount, peak mid-Jonin mastery, Uchiha style swordsmanship, level 5, body replacement technique, level 5, throwing technique, level 6, chakra manipulation technique, level 4, hand seals, level 4, Shursui style body flicker technique, level 3, Chidori, level 2, bloodline limit, Sharingan, 2 Tomo, summoning beast, none ninja tools, slightly points, 1275 in a year. He had fought desperately and did not have much time to consolidate his strength. The results he achieved were remarkable, and the points gained were quite considerable, with various combat techniques improving to different extents. However, in terms of hard power, he still hadn't broken through the shackles of being a mid-Jonin. Nevertheless, in terms of mid-range lethality, the combined power of Izumi and Maya did not have the same terrifying deterrent effect as he did. The reason for this lay in Kayasuke having exchanged for an A-rank ninjutsu, the most suitable ninjutsu for the Uchiha to train. Chidori, a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi Hitaki during his youth. This technique gathers lightning chakra in the palm, forming a high-intensity electric current. The palm becomes as sharp as a blade, possessing immense penetrating power. When the technique is activated, it sounds as if 1,000 birds are chirping, hence the name. To enhance its penetrating power, a certain distance is needed for the attack. Moving too fast could provoke a counterattack from the enemy, so it must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan. With this Sharingan, the actual power of Chidori would not be inferior to S-rank ninjutsu. The 12,000 points it cost were quite worth it. It's important to note that the exchange for Rasengan requires a hefty price of 18,000 points and has far higher usage requirements than Chidori. With Kayasuke's current peak mid-Jonin level of strength, as long as he was given enough opportunity, taking down a Jonin would be no issue. Another important point was that the subsequent transformations of Chidori were very suitable for Kayasuke to use. Having it meant he could extend many different applications of ninjutsu. Defensive Chidori, mid-range Chidori spear, close-range Chidori blade, and so on. The subsequent lightning release, Kirin, could also be developed by Kayasuke given some time. In his spare time, he would start flipping through books, continuously enriching his understanding of techniques. Such a perfect ninjutsu would tempt anyone to exchange for it. Why were the two not worried at all? It was simply because they knew well how terrifying the current real combat power of their team had become. If the Inuzuka and Nara clans came, they would have to pay a painful price. Otherwise, Kayasuke would have to be crazy to actively formulate a bait plan. Besides changing the battlefield situation, this move could also help him establish the status of the Southern Legion in one fell swoop. If he really fell out with Uchiha Tajima, he must have enough leverage to fight back. Military deterrence, outstanding achievements, plus pre-prepared gifts. The combination of these three was enough for him to gather a large number of loyal subordinates. No matter how the situation unfolded in the future, the Uchiha clan would always have a place for Kayasuke. Even if he fell out with the Dance King in the future, he could always start anew. And with people under him, he wouldn't have to panic wherever he went. In the southern part of the Land of Fire, in a certain canyon near the border, the united stronghold of the three clans was quietly established here. In such a hidden place, without the help of the Hyuga clan, no one would be able to trace it. Sitting in the tent, Akimichi Keikin looked at the battle report on the table, sighing deeply. Uchiha Rei was distressed, feeling heartache for the high battle losses. The Uchiha clan was so powerful, even if they had a certain advantage in tactics and strategic guidelines favored their side. they still could not establish victory after so many battles. Why sigh? A light laugh came from outside the tent, and Nara Higashihiko walked in with a smile. Nara Higashihiko, the current head of the Nara clan, had reached the level of elite jonin. He was a prominent figure in the Land of Fire, and anyone would have to regard him with caution. You're not worried at all, Akimichi K-kin said with irritation. My clan members are at the forefront. If this continues, we'll be wiped out. Don't be angry. Nara Higashihiko waved his hand, a strange light flickering in his eyes. I told you. I will definitely provide a satisfactory plan soon. Saying this, he placed a piece of white paper in front of his friend. It displayed a string of garbled text, and as a rough person, Akimichi K-kin certainly couldn't decipher the carefully prepared secret language. Fortunately, Nara Higashihiko understood him well enough to personally write down the translation of the secret language beside it. After a quick glance, the Akimichi clan leader instantly stood up, bursting into hearty laughter. He finally took the bait. The intelligence recorded that the evil-faced Rasho was Uchiha Rei's most capable subordinate, an absolute treasure dam. Capturing him would definitely curb the Uchiha's counterattack. Otherwise, the Southern Legion would have to bear the infamy of abandoning heroes and future hopes. Dedicated to competing for the position of clan leader, Uchiha Rei would definitely not sit back and watch his reputation suffer. To implement the capture, Nara Higashihiko had secretly set many traps. Heaven rewards the diligent. He had finally waited for an opportunity. Chapter 19 High-End hunters often appear as prey. It is reported that the target has just left the camp, heading to execute a mission that is, in fact, a trap set by Nara Higashi. Finally, they've taken the bait. A slight smirk plays at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with arrogance. What the demon of evil faces. What the hope of the Uchiha clan. In the end, they all have to drink the water from my feet. The mission, meticulously disguised by his own hands, is so perfectly arranged that no one can detect the hidden tricks within. Who would have thought that strategic material sufficient to support a small-scale war would become bait to lure the demon into the trap? As long as the temptation is strong enough, there is no prey that won't bite. Nara Higashi exudes confidence. However, he may not have heard the saying, high-end hunters often appear as prey, even if he can't find spies from the three clans. Kyuji can guess with his toes that the Southern Legion surely has scouts. For the Yamashiro clan, controlling ninjas is an easy task. If a large-scale search were to be conducted, it would only shake the Southern Legion's fighting spirit. If no traces of spies can be found, then why not actively expose the mission being executed? Kyuji believes that the news will eventually reach the target's hands. He and Nara Higashi share a remarkable consensus on the views of temptation and prey. You want to find me? Fine. Today I will deliver myself to your door. Whether or not they can take the bait depends on each other's means. In truth, Nara Higashi is well aware that intercepting the demon of evil faces carries significant risks. If someone were to fail and be captured, the hard-won secret base would be exposed to the Uchiha site. By then, the southern region would truly have no place to stand. But the question arises, does Nara Higashi have any good solutions? Yes, Senju Hashirama has promised that in the future, he will do everything possible to protect the three clans. Hiding behind the Senju clan indeed provides a space for recuperation, but it also means they will completely lose their autonomy. Although they have formed an alliance in name, in reality, the three clans will become vassals of the Senju. Proud as Nara Higashi is, how could he willingly become someone else's dog? If we capture him, we will have room to maneuver. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he pondered for a while, but ultimately decided to maintain the original plan. Clap. He lightly clapped his hands twice, and soon 7 people entered the room. 3 Jounin and 4 elite Chunin. This is the leverage he prepared to capture the demon of evil faces. If there are too many people, it could easily alert the other side, and if the target gets scared away, it would be a loss. If there are too few people, it might not guarantee a successful capture, so a 7-person team is just right. Yamashiro Rumiko, Nara Tetsuhira, and Akimichi Kanbei. Calling out the names of the 3 in order, Nara Higashi said solemnly, "The future of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio is entrusted to you. Complete the mission, and we will have the chance to rise again." Yamashiro Rumiko, well-versed in mind-body techniques, is a beautiful woman with golden hair. Nara Tetsuhira, the team's strategist and backbone, is proficient in various shadow techniques. Akimichi Kanbei, the strongest combat force in the team, possesses combat power close to elite Jounin level. It is understood that there is a Jounin of the 3 Tomo level in the target team. Their strength is tricky, but it shouldn't pose a threat to the 3 of them. Sigh, what a hassle. The younger Naruto pays no mind to the patriarch's passionate speech. Isn't it better to ally with the Senju clan? Why create so much trouble? If something goes wrong, they might have to flee the land of fire. From his attitude, it is clear that not everyone in the clan is united. Some support fighting to the end, while others are unwilling to engage in excessive bloodshed. Nevertheless, Naruto will still execute this mission. After all, hating the Uchiha is the consensus of all members of the three clans. Being able to make the other side uncomfortable is worth doing. Leave it to us. After speaking, Naruto led his companions away. To remain hidden, he must quickly exchange with the transport team acting as bait. Before acting, the demon of evil faces will definitely conduct reconnaissance. This is a dangerous confrontation. A slight misstep could lead to total failure. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, in Sunsetting Town, Kyusuk, draped in a gray cloak, entered this well-known pastoral town like an ordinary traveling merchant, carrying a backpack. The scorching sun beat down. The ground was filled with muddy puddles from the rain, and the strong stench emanating from the livestock was pervasive. Being born into the Uchiha clan is truly wonderful. Kyusuk couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't expect the basic sanitary conditions in the towns outside to be so poor. Feeling the thick mud underfoot, he stepped into the town, preparing to find a place to solve his lunch problem. He could also gather some intelligence while he was at it. Most of the merchants passing by were dressed similarly to him, so Kyusuk wouldn't quickly expose his whereabouts. He always wore masks when going out, making it difficult for enemies to ascertain his specific appearance. After all, coded messages can only convey words, and high-precision sketches are indeed too difficult for intelligence personnel. Boss, I'll have a sushi set and a bottle of fresh milk. Kyusuk walked into a restaurant and chose a seat by the window. He is still growing, so he can't be like Uchiha Madara, thinking about stealing drinks all day. Milk is the most suitable thing for children. Drinking more of it is always beneficial. As a pastoral town, what it lacks is not milk. Soon, a large cup of fresh milk was served, and the delicious taste captivated young Kyusuk. By the window, the boy gulping down milk would not be associated with a title like the Demon of Evil Faces by anyone. As he shifted his gaze away from the boy, the restaurant staff began to observe other targets. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made had already been noticed by the boy. This person has a problem. After a moment of thought, Kyusuk extinguished his probing thoughts. Sunsetting Town is a mixed bag. All sorts of characters could appear. The staff's odd behavior might not be related to the three clans. Perhaps they are observing if there are any fat sheep to target. With a clatter, Kyusuk set down his cup and picked up a piece of sushi to eat, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the street diagonally across. There, he spotted an abandoned shop. According to intelligence reports, a transport team from one of the three clans is currently docked there. What Kyusuk needs to do is carefully observe the movements there to ensure that no large-scale enemy troops are present. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily abandon the bait plan. If I approach the shop, it will immediately raise the enemy's alert. I must be extremely cautious. At the very least, I can't let anyone see that I'm doing it on purpose. Lost in thought, he redirected his gaze to the restaurant's staff. Perhaps this guy can be of use. Chapter 20. The Thousand Birds That Tear Through the Night Dust Town is located in a remote area, making it a breeding ground for all kinds of evil. The shop's clerk is an informant cultivated by a gang of thieves, quickly identifying suitable targets for them. At first, the seemingly ordinary Kyusuk did not attract the clerk's interest. However, an unintentional action exposed the fact that he was worth a lot. If it weren't for the clerk's keen eyes, he might have missed this fat sheep that came to him. Damn, he almost got tricked. Using the excuse of going to relieve himself, the clerk took the opportunity to release a carrier pigeon. It wouldn't be long before the gang's contact would appear in the town. With him around, the merchant boy wouldn't be able to escape their clutches. Heh, you can only blame your own stupidity. The clerk's sinister laughter was drowned out by the noise in the shop. Outside, the seemingly inconspicuous roadside stall was watched by a middle-aged man, who exuded a rogue aura and cursed inwardly. He had been out for a few days and could easily see through the clerk's actions. Killing and looting was nothing new, but he was afraid that the other party's reckless actions would bring unnecessary trouble to his plans. He would observe the situation tonight, and if everything seemed fine, he would secretly take out this guy. The man's eyes narrowed as he tried to conceal the murderous intent within. He was one of the 4 nin who had followed Naruto and was responsible for watching every passerby trying to get close to the trap. No one, including Kyusuk, could escape his eyes. Naturally, he noticed the clerk's little movements as well. On the other side, after finishing his meal, Kyusuk casually found a nearby inn. He couldn't wait any longer. The fact that the clerk hadn't made a move indicated that they still needed time to prepare. with a rough idea in mind. He decided to rest in place, showcasing the fearless naivety of a young boy. During the day, he was harmless, but at night, once masked, he cared for no one. Once his subordinates returned from reconnaissance, tonight would be the best time for them to act. The hunting game had begun. The boy's sinister smile never faded. Soon night fell. Apart from the drunken men lingering in the izakaya, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. The ninjas, disguised during the day, had already gathered around the wooden shop, waiting for the enemy that could arrive at any moment. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the end of the street. Help! In an instant, the 7 lurking figures became vigilant. This was the boy from earlier. Watching the frantic figure dash towards them, one of them signaled subtly. Safe! Help! The boy noticed the drunken man at the street corner, running towards him like a savior. At that moment, the Nin felt a surge of frustration. Making such a commotion could very well attract the target's attention. He couldn't expose himself, otherwise, it would likely startle the snake in the grass. Disguised as a drunkard, he vowed to eliminate this group of bastards once this was over. Allowing the boy to cling to him, he planned to act as if he had passed out. After all, no one would be interested in a down-and-out middle-aged drunk. Just then, the drunkard suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he could react, he lost his life. System prompt. Kill the Nin from the Yamashiro clan, gaining 300 points. Flustered, Kayasuke, pretending to be the fleeing boy, continued to dash forward. With Nin lurking, the body couldn't be hidden for long. Eventually, the death of the Nin would be exposed. 1 second passed. Nara Tetsuhara, hidden in the house, had yet to sense anything amiss. 2 seconds passed. He wondered why his subordinate hadn't signaled yet. By the 3rd second, his expression turned serious. Be careful of an ambush. Almost at the moment his shout rang out, a ferocious roaring fire dragon suddenly engulfed the shop entirely. The towering flames startled the sleepy town awake. What is going on? The Nin hiding in the nearby courtyard hadn't even reacted when he found the surrounding space twisting. Jinjutsu. The Nin was horrified, desperately trying to channel chakra to break free from the illusion. However, the Jinjutsu applied by the 3-tomo Sharingan was not something that could be easily broken. A few seconds later, after Uchiha Miya left the shadows, only a corpse with unseeing eyes remained in the courtyard. On the other side, seeing that the enemy had sensed them early, Kayasuke decisively dropped his disguise. After a few simple hand seals, the thunderous sound of 1,000 birds drowned out the explosion. Damn! The shadow, spreading from the darkness, could not catch up to the swiftly charging figure. What the hell kind of ninjutsu is this? Naratetsuhira was exasperated. He couldn't understand why their originally perfect ambush plan had been completely exposed. Was the opponent's insight really that extraordinary? Or had they known something from the very beginning? A very bad premonition began to grow in his heart. Low-level ninjas have very limited information they can obtain. Capturing them is of little use. Only Nin must never fall into enemy hands. In the past, the cooperation among the 3 clans had been flawless, leaving no opportunities for the Uchiha. Yet today, he had voluntarily exposed himself to the enemy's sight. All for some damn, evil-faced Rakshasa? At that moment, Naratetsuhira suddenly realized. But unfortunately, reality did not allow him to exit the game. System prompt. Kill the Nin from the Akimichi clan, gaining 350 points. Faced with a combination of Sharingan and Chidori, a mere Nin had no way to respond. Even the Akimichi clan, known for their powerful combat ability, could not escape the fate of death. Pulling his hand out from the enemy's scalding chest, avoiding the blood spraying everywhere, Kayasuke's gaze shifted, and he disappeared from the spot. Damn it! Yamashiro Ryuko cursed inwardly, not expecting the opponent to be so alert. If she had been just a moment late, she could have taken over the boy's body and completed her plan to seize the target. Now that she had neither caught the person nor concealed her position, she sighed and crashed through the partition to escape her hiding place. The next moment, boom! The fire dragon soared into the sky, turning the area behind her into a sea of flames. Seeing this, Akimichi Kanbei decided to stop hiding and unleashed a powerful version of the partial multiplication technique. His giant arm, like a towering giant, roared as it smashed towards the enemy's hiding place. With no other choice, Uchiha Izumi had to reveal himself to fight. 3 Nin and 4 Elite Nin formed a luxurious team. However, to their surprise, as soon as they made contact, their side had already lost 2 combatants. Just as he was about to issue combat orders, a familiar cry from afar suddenly caught his attention. However, this time, it was not Kayasuke wielding Chidori, but Uchiha Izumi, whose face was filled with murderous intent. To maximize his power, He spared no effort in teaching ninjutsu. As a CH Nin, using Chidori could instantly kill opponents of the same level. So, how much stronger would it be when wielded by Uchiha Izumi? Chapter 21. A life-or-death duel. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Akimichi Kanbei decisively unleashed all his strength. Bang! With his hands pressed together, he transformed into a massive giant over 10 meters tall. Super multiplication technique. Little bug, let me see what you can do. Akimichi Kanbei grinned wickedly, then retracted his limbs, morphing into a gigantic meatball. Super Meatball Battle Car. Such an impact, few in the entire ninja world could guarantee they could withstand it. Even Uchiha Rei would have to temporarily avoid the brunt, let alone Uchiha Izumi, who had yet to reach the elite Chunin level. Blocking it was definitely impossible. However, for him, dodging the attack was not a difficult task. The lightning generated by Chidori could not only kill enemies, but also greatly stimulate cellular activity. It felt very similar to a secret technique from a certain clan in the Land of Lightning. Quickly slipping past the dimension of the meatball battle car, Uchiha Izumi transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the distant target. The J-Nin, Yamashiro Rumi. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Naruto quickly changed his hand seals, abandoning the pursuit of Kaisuke, and instead transformed his shadow into a massive shadow net, attempting to intercept the incoming crisis. Shadow gathering technique, black net. Huff letting out a sigh of relief. Kaisuke felt a layer of cold sweat spreading across his back. The pressure from a J-Nin level Nara ninja was terrifying. Evading without activating the body flicker technique was extremely exhausting. Taking a few light breaths and ignoring the CH Nin charging at him, Kaisuke swiftly formed seals and unleashed his second Chidori of the day. With his current chakra, he could only use Chidori to its limit twice. He couldn't waste his precious chakra on a CH Nin, relying on the dynamic vision provided by his Sharingan. He successfully evaded the CH Nin's blockade, turning into a blurry afterimage as he dashed into the distance. His target remained Yamashiro Rumi, who was entangled with Mayu. To be simultaneously attacked by two Chidoris, she could be considered the first in history. Naruto could block one person, but he could not simultaneously manage Kaisuke on the other side. Block him. Helpless, he could only hope for his subordinates. No way. Another Akimichi CH Nin jumped out. It seemed this group of fat pigs could not only eat, but also could fight. Otherwise, how could there be so many clan members that they couldn't kill them all? Partial multiplication technique. The ninjutsu activated, and a pair of giant hands the size of houses charged forward. Before the attack even got close, the violent wind from the giant palm blew Kaisuke's hair wildly. To dodge or not to dodge. His gaze firmly locked onto the target. He could perhaps jump to avoid it, but in that case, the lethality of Chidori would drop significantly. Without enough distance for a sprint, the added power of the attack would struggle to deliver a fatal blow to a J-Nin. This is why Chidori is A rank, while Raikiri, which can unleash power without sprinting and can silence sounds for assassination, is an S-rank ninjutsu. The two share the same origin, but have developed in different directions. Sasuke focuses on form changes, like Chidori Stream and Chidori Sharp Spear, and later began to explore nature changes, concentrating on amplifying power. Kakashi, on the other hand, emphasizes assassination, developing Raikiri to be completely silent. Even someone with decades of combat experience like Kakuzu could not evade Kakashi's assassination from behind. Without the Earth Grudge fear to extend his life, he would be instantly killed by Raikiri. Currently, Kaisuke had not yet delved into advanced ninjutsu training, meaning his Chidori required significant movement to charge up. Charging in directly could certainly take down the Akimichi CH Nin, but he would inevitably suffer from the giant palm's attack. He could not give the enemy a chance to gather. The combination of boar, deer, and butterfly would increase the difficulty of battle several times. He had to end the fight quickly. Resolute, Kaisuke began to desperately absorb chakra. Is the speed of lightning not enough? Then, he forcibly activated the water-style body flicker technique while in the Chidori state. Theoretically, it was absolutely feasible. As for the consequences, he could not care less at this moment. Feeling the tearing pain throughout his body, veins bulged on Kaisuke's forehead as he roared, "Get the hell away from me." Water-style body flicker technique, activate. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist exploded, leaving a series of blood afterimages in front of the CH Nin. Bang! His giant palm finally closed, but the problem was the target had already zipped past him. Gulp! Silently swallowing, he was very clear that if the target had been himself, in that instant of passing, the opponent could have killed him more than 10 times over. Turning his head stiffly, The Akimichi Nin's pupils suddenly widened, staring in disbelief at Yamashiro Rumi, who lay on the ground with a severed arm, having fainted from the Jinjutsu. So powerful. Even though the two sides were adversaries, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Compared to the boy who barely reached his chest, he felt like he had wasted 20 years of his life. They can't get away. The Akimichi Nin was very aware of the consequences. The reason the three clans could contend with the Uchiha was largely due to their geographical advantage. Ambushes, surprise attacks, intelligence warfare, various tactics made the Southern Legion weary. Exposing hidden locations was a minor issue. If those secret communication bases encountered problems, decades of groundwork would vanish in an instant. Even if he had to kill a woman, he could not let the enemy take her away. Bang! With a clap of his hands, he planned to gamble his life to use the super multiplication technique to face the enemy. Just as he was about to act, a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared behind him. Looking at the arm that pierced through his chest, he bitterly smiled as he fell to the ground and died. The battle of ninjas can sometimes be this brutal. Insufficient strength meant he didn't even have the qualification to fight to the death. After eliminating the third Nin, Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but catch his breath. Glancing at the captive slung over Mayu's shoulder, he moved to help the fainted Kai-Suk. Unexpectedly, Nara Tetsuhira rushed over first, grabbing Kai-Suk by the neck with one hand and roughly lifting him off the ground. At this moment, Kai-Suk was covered in blood. His left leg oddly bent inward, indicating unimaginable damage to his knee. Let alone continuing to fight. Whether he could continue his ninja career was questionable. Not bad, Nara Tetsuhira said with a dark, mocking tone. You're risking your future to complete the mission. I'm almost moved to tears. Bastard. Uchiha Mayu's brow furrowed, her lips bleeding from biting down hard, still unaware. She never imagined Kai-Suk would take such a reckless risk. For just one captive, it wasn't worth such a huge risk. In her view, 10 lives of a woman wouldn't be worth even a hair on Kai-Suk's body. Come on, shall we exchange hostages? Nara Tetsuhira suggested with a smile. Shall we exchange? Chapter 22. I'm just a bit special, all right. I'll trade with you. Jinya didn't hesitate at all. Even if the adult became disabled, she would take care of him for the rest of her life. From the day she agreed to the young clan leader, Jingjie became the most important person in her life. Failing to protect him properly was already a serious dereliction of duty as a guard. How could she just watch as the adult faced a disaster? A mission? To hell with that. Throwing the unconscious Yamano Rumi on the ground, Uchiha Jinya fixed her stern gaze on the others and spoke in a low voice. Don't play tricks, or I'll make sure you all die here. In her eyes, 3 black tomos spun wildly, scanning the last remaining Nin. This was a young girl from the Yamano clan, who had just tried to launch a sneak attack using a secret technique, but her intentions were directly seen through by Jinya. Don't act. Naratepe, stop the subordinates. The current situation was that he and Akidu Kanbei were facing 2 Uchiha Nin. If they pushed the other side too hard, they might disregard everything and capture the hostage to escape, and then they would have no way to hold them back. Instead of taking risks, it was better to exchange Rumi back first. After all, that kid was useless. Whether he stayed or left didn't matter anymore. Even Uchiha Rei, no matter how foolish, wouldn't compromise for a useless person. With this in mind, Naratepe waved his hand to show sincerity. Rest assured, I won't risk my companions' lives. Saying this, he lifted Jingjie's collar with one hand while the other reached for the fallen companion. Jinya did something similar, while Uchiha Izumi watched Akidu Kanbei with a fierce gaze. Both sides had the same demands, and the transaction itself shouldn't have any issues, as no one wanted to take that risk. However, once the hostage exchange was successful, a new round of fighting would immediately begin. With the help of that young girl from the Yamano clan, they could barely form a flawed formation. It might not necessarily stop the other side, but at least it could protect their companions. With the target person rendered useless, he no longer wanted to continue fighting. It was hopeless, as the risks and rewards were disproportionate. There is plenty of time ahead, hoping we have a chance to meet on the battlefield. Naratepe's gaze was filled with killing intent, yet his mindset was quite relaxed. Trading the lives of 3 Nin for what was said to be Uchiha's most outstanding genius was a deal that looked very profitable. Once back in the clan, rewards and accolades would be indispensable, and most importantly, it could greatly boost the morale of the clan members. Watch out! Suddenly, Akidu Kanbei's heart-wrenching shout echoed in his ears. Naratepe's heart jolted, and he looked up, thinking that the woman intended to take them down with her. However, he found that Jinya hadn't made a move, and that cold man was also standing still. It could only be a kunai pierced through his heart, and Nara Tepe fell to the ground dead without even a groan. His once cherished ideals and ambitions dissipated with the loss of life. Tepe, Akidu Kanbei's anger surged, transforming into a frenzied beast. Seeing this, Uchiha Izumi charged in directly, using sharp fire techniques to keep the opponent from advancing. Jinjia covered her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the scene before her. I'm fine. Jingjia tore off his bloodstained shirt, appearing calm on the surface. Yet inside he was panicking. Before the action, he had spent a fortune on a universal recovery capsule. Since nightfall, he had kept the capsule in his mouth. Shattering at the moment, he activated the body flicker technique. However, Jingjia hadn't anticipated that the burden on his body from the Chidori, when combined with the body flicker technique, would be so terrifying. The pressure generated in that instant caused his entire body to collapse. If he hadn't had the capsule in his mouth, not only would he not be able to continue fighting, but whether he could wake up again would also be in question. This was the last time. He reminded himself never to do this again. In fact, he had already woken up when both sides began negotiating. Using tremendous willpower, Jingjia forcibly endured the pain of his body healing. While waiting for the right moment, he observed his two subordinates' reactions. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint him. One could say he truly began to trust them from that moment. Once Nara Tepe completely disregarded him, Jingjia finally found the perfect opportunity. With just a kunai, even a Jainin would have to taste defeat on the spot. System notification. Killed Nara, Clan Jainin. Gained 3,100 points. Points, 50-25. A deadly battle directly placed his points back in line. And the rewards didn't stop there. Name, Uchiha Jingjia. Age, 9 physical strength. Peak Ch Nin mental strength. Peak Ch Nin chakra amount. Peak Ch Nin the recovery capsule not only healed his injuries, but also cured all the hidden ailments caused by his forced training over the years without him realizing it. His body had unknowingly strengthened significantly during the healing period, and now all 3 stats had reached the peak of Ch Nin. Moreover, bloodline limit. Sharingan, 3 Tomo. At the critical moment of the life and death battle, stimulated by extreme emotions, Jingjia's Sharingan finally reached the 3 Tomo state. This meant that with the bloodline limit in battle, he could possess combat power comparable to a Jainin in a regular state. With his body healed, Jingjia was now in peak condition. You give her a little treatment. Don't let her bleed to death. He pointed at the woman on the ground with a severed arm. Then he turned around, locking his gaze on the remaining people. Jingjia was still a bit worried. After all, the automatic healing of wounds was too strange. Don't worry, Jingjia replied without looking back. I'm just a bit special. And of course, please keep a secret saying this. He rushed out with a short knife. Special physique. Jingjia blinked. She felt as if the adult was trying to fool her. The last remaining Ch Nin, besides the Yamano clan's secret technique, also mastered a very strong water technique. However, facing Jingjia, whose actual combat power had reached Jainin level, she had no ability to fight back at all. With a body flicker technique, Jingjia instantly appeared behind her and with a horizontal slash directly cut through the woman's throat. System notification. Killed Yamano clan Ch Nin. Gained 430 points. Points, 54-55. The speed of earning points was getting faster. Jingjia stopped and looked at the last enemy, who was gradually losing strength. Akidu Kanbei. For the sake of retreat, having one captive was enough. The best outcome for this Jainin was to become points in his hands. As his physical strength increased, he became more adept at using the body flicker technique. With a slight movement, Jingjia appeared directly behind the giant. His short knife stained red as he cut a wound on the enemy. One had to admit, Akidu Kanbei's strength was indeed extraordinary. Faced with their siege, he never showed signs of decline. Unfortunately, there was still a third Jainin present. When Jingjia freed up her hands and used Jinjutsu to control the enemy's body, Jingjia finally got the chance to stab directly into the opponent's heart. System notification. Killed Akidu, Clan Jainin. Gained 3,800 points. Chapter 23. 30 lightning release ninjas in the southern region of the Land of Fire, at the Uchiha Legion's base, Uchiha Rei, having received the news, personally led his men to the entrance to welcome the hero's return. He really succeeded. The Legion commander was overwhelmed with emotions, his hands trembling slightly. He had fought against the 3 clans for many years, always unable to completely defeat them. Now, with the intel, they would soon gain a comprehensive advantage. With the removal of the outposts scattered everywhere, the three clans would be forced into a corner with no way to retreat, other than fighting to the death. The only option left would be to flee to the Land of Lightning. In any case, there was no chance of allying with the Senju. Once this battle was over, the southern region would completely become the domain of the Uchiha. Tajima, I wonder what you will use to compete with me then. In a daze, Uchiha Rei seemed to see himself becoming the clan leader. My lord, they are coming. A subordinate's voice pulled him back to reality. Looking around, he noticed that a large number of ninjas had gathered at the entrance, all waiting for the return of Team Kyukai. Soon, 3 figures appeared on the horizon. The leader was none other than Uchiha Kyukai, revealing his true face. Since officially becoming a Nin, he no longer needed to wear a mask. In the world of ninjas, strength was the only standard that mattered. Being young only highlighted his extraordinary talent. As mentioned before, Chidori was the ninjutsu best suited for the Uchiha, and he could teach it to his subordinates, as long as they became his followers. Ninjas moved incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, Team Kyukai was in front of the Legion commander. Throwing the unconscious Yamashiro Rumi on the ground, Kyukai calmly said, I did not disgrace my mission. I captured the prisoner. Good, good, good. Uchiha Rei repeated the word good 3 times, unable to recognize the identity of the prisoner at first. He ordered his subordinates to take the captive away for strict supervision, then patted Kyukai's shoulder, not leaving immediately. The hero's return could not end so hastily. Let him first enjoy the cheers of his clansmen. As a longtime opponent, Yamashiro Rumi's appearance was not particularly mysterious. Soon, someone recognized her. Heavens, it really is that wretched Yamashiro Rumi. With her, we could dismantle the enemy's nests one by one. Bastards, your doom is upon you. Ha! The war is finally about to end. Long live Lord Kyukai. Long live, long live. Facing the enthusiastic faces around him, Kyukai did not choose to retreat. With a clang, he drew his short sword, raised it with one hand, and let out a thrilling roar. The next moment, the cheers nearly overturned the entire camp. Inside the commander's tent, Kyukai and the Legion commander sat facing each other. No matter where you are, there are various forms of filth. Yet sometimes, the relationships between ninjas can seem very pure. Changes in strength naturally lead to changes in status. One could say this was Kyukai's first conversation on equal footing with a Legion commander. Next would be the comprehensive strike against the enemy. Uchiha Rei felt somewhat emotional. How many years has it been? I dreamed of this day. Once victory in the southern region is secured, your prestige will rival that of Uchiha Tajima. Kyukai did not hide his disdain for the clan leader. Over the past year, those loyal to Tajima had occasionally tried to trip him up. While they couldn't cause any real harm, it was still enough to be annoying. However, Kyukai remained patient. He didn't yet have the ability to overturn the table, so he would let them do as they pleased for now. When the time was right in the future, he had already secretly reserved Tajima's head. As for Madara, one could only say that their relationship was one thing, but Tajima's head was entirely another matter. As long as this person lived, he would never be able to grasp great power within the Uchiha. Now that you are also promoted to Nin, Uchiha Rei knew his subordinate's strength well, so he planned to assign him more important responsibilities. Quickly organize the troops. You don't need to worry about manpower. As a unit captain, you are allowed to form a team of 30 members. Considering the casualty rate among ninjas, the normal number would generally be lower than that. Previously, Kyukai was unwilling to let others drag him down, so he had always fought in groups of 3. Now, as he was about to engage in direct battle, even if all 3 were Nin, their effectiveness would be very limited. A single round of army-level ninjutsu from the enemy could send them fleeing in panic. A bunch of trashy mist ninjas could still resist the great fire annihilation of impure world Madara when gathered together. Sometimes, numbers could indeed offset differences in hard power. Thank you, my lord. Kyukai nodded and did not refuse Uchiha Rei's good intentions. He indeed needed to start building his own power. Having soldiers in hand would grant him enough say within the clan in the future. By then, even if Uchiha Tajima wanted to deal with him, he would have to think twice. While the two were talking, the selection of team members had already begun outside. Uchiha Izumi acted as the examiner, testing the applicant's strength, while Uchiha Miyu used Genjutsu to filter out potentially unfavorable targets. Initially, many people had complaints about this. Why should they undergo your Genjutsu interrogation if they wanted to serve under Kyukai? Wasn't this looking down on them? However, when Uchiha Izumi personally demonstrated Chidori and explained that those who passed would receive the Lord's teachings, the entire clan suddenly could not sit still. They were all seasoned ninjas. What Chidori meant was clear to anyone who wasn't an idiot. Many were still wondering what strength Team Kyukai had to defeat the perfectly equipped Ino Shikacho. Now everyone understood that Kyukai had developed such a terrifying lightning release ninjutsu. Chidori, what an apt name, someone sighed repeatedly. Due to limited slots, they were currently only recruiting qualified individuals. What were the requirements? No clear faction, not being a subordinate of Uchiha Tajima, and being proficient in lightning release ninjutsu. Once these three conditions were announced, the clansmen immediately wailed, while those who met the criteria were ecstatic, eagerly anticipating the day they could learn Chidori. After a full day and night of assessments, the two finally selected 30 qualified ninjas. No J-Nin came. All those who met the requirements were Chunin from within the clan. J-Nin were strategic assets wherever they went and had long joined different factions. It wasn't that they didn't want to come, it was just that Kyukai had kept them at bay from the start. Welcome to your arrival. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Amidst the gasps of amazement, Kyukai spoke calmly. Follow me. You must have the ambition and will to establish achievements. Remember, the enemy's core territory is our frontline outpost. With this resolve, do everything possible to become stronger. Chapter 24. The 1,000 birds chirp in unison, invincible across the board in the southern battlefield of the Fire Nation. South of the border lies the Gobi Desert. Having intercepted enough intelligence, the Uchiha clan immediately launched a massive purge. Anyone associated with the three clans, kill. Those who trade with the three clans, kill. Criminals hiding the three clans, kill. Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. The terrifying slaughter left the people of the Southern Fire Nation in a state of panic. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed in this vigorous crackdown. Throughout this time, the three clans had no intention of engaging in direct combat. No matter how the Uchiha pressured them, the enemy adhered strictly to one principle. Stall. Stall until the Uchiha are completely finished. On the front lines, it was unknown what kind of trump card the Senju had unleashed, but the Uzumaki clan, who could have remained uninvolved, resolutely chose to join the fray. As descendants of Ashura, the Uzumaki were as formidable as the Senju and Uchiha. With their astonishing physique and unique sealing techniques in the ninja world, the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, the Uchiha began to suffer defeat after defeat. Nara Higashihiko had a simple thought. Once the Uchiha could no longer hold on, they would inevitably mobilize the southern forces for support. At that time, the three clans could take the opportunity to reclaim territory and re-establish a solid defensive network. Until there was no other option. Nara Higashihiko absolutely did not want to flee to the Land of Thunder or lead his entire clan to become dogs for the Senju. Knowing the enemy's intentions, the Uchiha began an even crazier purge operation. After intense pressure, a medium-sized force of over 80 people was trapped in the Gobi Desert. Surrounding them were three commanders, including Uchiha Kayasuke, who were watching them closely. These slippery bastards must not be allowed to escape this time. One person's tone was filled with resentment. In response, Kayasuke nodded, silently expressing his agreement. He suddenly realized that he might have overestimated the three clans' potential for warfare. Being clever is not a mistake, but being too clever can lead to one's downfall. Ultimately, battles in the ninja world still depend on each side's strength and methods. Relying solely on strategy can lead one to gradually fall into a terrible situation. At this moment, it was the peak of the Warring States period, the most prosperous time for the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. If they were to gather their forces on a large scale, the southern forces would actually be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Yet, the self-proclaimed genius Nara Higashihiko chose to engage the enemy with guerrilla tactics. One side was warlike and desperate to eliminate the opponent, while the other was reluctant to fight, adhering to the principle of avoiding confrontation whenever possible, sacrificing a few only when absolutely necessary for safety. As it stood, the three clans, totaling over 80 members, were being chased like stray dogs by the three Uchiha squads. It was important to note that aside from Kayasuke's perfectly organized team, the other two commanders were not at full strength. The total number was 67, nearly 20 fewer than the enemy. This was the curse of the wise. Kayasuke shook his head and sighed, his gaze filled with killing intent. Looking at the two sighing commanders, he suddenly proposed, "Later, I will find a way to break through the enemy's formation. At that time, you can take the opportunity to swarm in and clean out the enemy's forces to the greatest extent possible." Upon hearing this, the two commanders immediately frowned. One hesitantly responded, "Kayasuke, do you think 30 people can break through their large force?" "Yes." He nodded, not elaborating further, only saying softly, "Trust me, be ready to devour the enemy." "All right, let's do it." The two commanders were not ordinary individuals. They understood the fleeting nature of battle opportunities. As for whether the action would succeed, just look at the miracles this young man had created over the years. Trusting one's comrades is one of the few admirable qualities of the Uchiha. Soon, Kayasuke's squad appeared in the Gobi Desert. The resting enemy troops immediately became alert upon seeing the situation, sensing a bad omen and ready to flee. At the front of the formation, Kayasuke fearlessly stared down the enemy, coldly shouting, "Everyone prepare." What is he going to do? The leader called over the Akimichi clan subordinates, preparing to defend against any possible large-scale ninjutsu from the enemy. However, he found that things seemed to be quite different from what he had imagined. A violent airflow surged upward, breaking through the storm clouds amassed thousands of meters high. Sand and stone splattered, chakra surged, and the overwhelming lightning struck fear into both sides. If one person activated the ninjutsu, it would seem as if 1,000 birds were chirping in unison. But when all 30 people executed the same technique, it felt like tens of thousands of birds had descended upon the Gobi Desert. Each unit dispersed and coordinated, aiming for a single strike to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Yes, after a synchronized shout, the terrifying torrent of lightning finally began to move. My God! The other two squads were completely dumbfounded at that moment. They never expected that this group could unleash such a terrifying group ninjutsu. Everyone knew about Chidori, the lightning-based ninjutsu created by the Uchiha genius. But why would he teach it so freely? No matter how one interpreted Kayasuke's actions, the scene before them was enough to astonish anyone. Lightning chakra stimulated the body, causing the cells within to become highly active, resulting in each of the 30 members possessing speed far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas. Defense? By the time the Akimichi clan's ninjas reacted, the dazzling lightning had already slammed into their own ranks. Kill. From a moment the hand seals were formed to the long-distance charge breaking through the enemy's formation, Kayasuke's squad took only 7 seconds. They killed 12 enemies and injured countless others, while their own squad remained unscathed. Form up. With Kayasuke's command, the 30th Nin instantly adjusted their formation. After a simple hand seal, the terrifying cries echoed in everyone's ears once more. Kill. With 2 subordinates at his side, he charged forward towards the already terrified enemy. Kill. The 30 ninjas behind him shouted loudly, launching into a full-force second charge. This time, Commander Nara finally reacted. The shadows in the sky formed a massive net, descending upon the charging torrent of lightning. While unable to kill the enemy, he could at least halt their rapid momentum. One must admit, his reaction was wise. But he still failed to penetrate the essence of Chidori. Why is Chidori the most suitable ninjutsu for the Uchiha? The answer was about to be revealed. Faced with the overwhelming attack, the seemingly cumbersome Kayasuke squad instantly completed a synchronized dodging maneuver. They didn't even need the commander to issue commands. Everyone, using their Sharingan, saw the situation similarly. If one person could evade, then all 30 could avoid the attack. In less than 3 seconds, there was no time for the enemy to launch a second round of attacks. The Chidori formation once again surged into the enemy's camp. After 2 rounds of assault, the enemy force of over 80 had already suffered more than half their casualties. Most importantly, their morale had been completely shattered. Chapter 25. Vice Commander Kayasuke in this battle. Fewer than 10 members of the 3 clans escaped. When the news returned to the main camp, it immediately boosted the morale of all members. Conversely, all members of the 3 clans were filled with dread, fearing they had encountered the terrifying Kayasuke Corps. Points 16,721. With the end of the fierce battle, Kayasuke was getting closer to 2 points, which meant he would soon be able to exchange for an S-level ninjutsu. He had already selected his target, the S-level must-have ninjutsu, known as the fastest space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. With it, he could both attack and defend, and very few in the ninja world could threaten his existence. Even though the early version of Flying Thunder God was merely a technique for escaping, it did not diminish Kayasuke's fondness for it. In close combat, the practicality of the water-stop flow instantaneous technique was quite strong, as it had no restrictions on spatial coordinate points. By the end of the Ninja World War, Sasuke was able to pierce the arm of the resurrected Uchiha Madara with his super-speed continuous attacks. In contrast, when the Edo Tensei Tobirama used Flying Thunder God for ambush, he couldn't even touch a single hair of his opponent. According to Kayasuke's understanding, before reaching the Super Shadow level, the terror of space-time ninjutsu far exceeded that of any category of instantaneous techniques. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, especially within the realm of the 6 paths, the importance of space-time techniques would greatly diminish. From being a lethal means, it gradually fell into the embarrassing state of merely being an auxiliary. Evidence of this was that the Edo Tensei Minato and Edo Tensei Second Hokage relied on Flying Thunder God for ambushes multiple times. Yet they couldn't even injure the hair of Six Paths Madara. On the other hand, Might Guy activating the 8 gates, Sasuke using lightning release to stimulate his body, and Naruto enhancing his Nine Tails chakra mode were able to force even Six Paths Madara to take damage. Of course, that level of battle was still far from Kaisuke's reach. What he needed now was a means to ensure his survival, and no ninjutsu could compare to the elusive nature of space-time techniques. Closing the system panel, Kaisuke gave up on cleaning the battlefield and hurriedly led his team to the next ambush point according to intelligence reports. Behind him, the 2 Jonin commanders, who were also leaders of the troops, couldn't help but sigh. They all said that the young clan leader had talent comparable to his. But I think that's not necessarily true. Heh, the clan leader, you know what I mean? Let's not speak of it, for fear it reaches outsiders' ears. Haha, what a delightful outsider. After clearing away the corpses from the Gobi Desert, the 2 teams began to count their casualties. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to act together. Not everyone could be like Kaisuke's core, possessing terrifying techniques that combined high mobility and one-hit kills. For the sake of their lives, it was best to huddle together for warmth, lest Nara's little brat schemes against them from the shadows. They left to regroup with the main forces. Bang! Nara Higashiaki smashed the desk in front of him. Can someone tell me why such outrageous battle reports have emerged? 87 people, and they were beaten to pieces in 3 rounds, while the enemy suffered 0 casualties? Are you all wearing pig brains on your heads? It's no wonder he was so angry. The battle report was simply absurd. If the Uchiha had such strength, then what's the point of fighting? Everyone should just wash their necks and wait to be slaughtered. At the entrance of the tent, a trembling messenger picked up the report, hesitated for a long time, and tentatively spoke. It may have been a momentary oversight. After all, such types of core-level ninjutsu are quite rare. We have already sent telegrams to all divisions. And with this mental preparation, I believe nothing similar will happen again. Report. Before he could finish, a colleague stumbled into the tent. Report, leader. There is news. The 7th Division has just encountered Kaisuke's corps. Upon hearing this, Nara Higashiaki stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with a crazed desire to devour. He had a premonition that the information being conveyed would not be friendly. Perhaps sensing the leader's madness, the messenger swallowed hard and hesitantly said, "The 7th Division fought bravely against the enemy, but the enemy's strength was too tricky. Every time the battle was about to start, they never gave the 7th Division a chance to encircle. After 3 days and nights of fighting, the 7th Division could only retreat from the front lines helplessly. What about the casualties?" Nara Higashiaki's tone was grim, his forehead veins throbbing, barely suppressing the anger boiling within him. The 7th Division had a total of 216 members, and now only 103 clansmen are left. Bang! Kicking open the cover in front of him, Nara Higashiaki stepped forward and grabbed the messenger by the collar, asking word by word, "Over 100 dead. So tell me, what is the enemy's casualty count?" The poor messenger could even see the blood seeping from the leader's gums. That was a sign of extreme rage. Even so, he still had to deliver the most lethal blow. The enemy. Speak, don't stutter. Closing his eyes tightly, the messenger used all his strength to reveal the truth. The enemy lost 2 men, 7 were injured, and Uchiha Kaisuke was unharmed. After waiting silently for a long time, the messenger did not receive the terrifying blow he had imagined. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he found Nara Higashiaki had rolled his eyes and was swaying backward, about to collapse. Bang! Someone. The leader has fainted. Soon, news of Nara Higashiaki fainting from anger spread far and wide. The Southern Corps reacted with extreme ridicule upon hearing the news, while Uchiha Kaisuke's name also spread everywhere. In this battle, he skillfully utilized the terrain and the terrifying mobility of his Chidori. He would always launch surprise attacks from afar, striking swiftly and retreating immediately, never giving the enemy a chance to encircle. He pursued for 30 miles, and every night, Kaisuke would launch surprise attacks. In the end, many enemies would tremble at the sound of thunder. Of course, the process could not be smooth sailing. During the last charge, casualties were ultimately unavoidable. 2 men died on the spot, and the other 7 were severely injured. They survived, but could no longer gallop on the battlefield. Fortunately, his reputation was already loud enough, and countless clansmen from the outside wanted to apply to join. Upon returning to the camp, and releasing the news that he wanted to recruit more members. His camp was almost trampled by the crowd that surged in. Seeing this, Uchiha Rei laughed heartily, personally stepping forward to calm the agitation and lavish praise on Kaisuke's performance. In light of your outstanding achievements, you are now authorized to increase the number of troop members. Everyone knew this was the commander deliberately delegating power. He intended to support Kaisuke, preparing for the future contest for the clan leader position. Faced with such remarkable military achievements, even Uchiha Tajima could not publicly target him. What if it was against the rules? Didn't Tajima's son also get to have his subordinates? Orders were dispatched, declaring Uchiha Kaisuke's extraordinary contributions, and he was now appointed as the vice commander of the Southern Corps. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into wild cheers. Long live Lord Kaisuke! Long live Lord Kaisuke! Long live Lord Kaisuke! Chapter 26. Exchange for Flying Thunder God Nighttime. Commander S. Tent. Kai is here, come sit. Uchiha Rei put down the documents in his hand, looking somewhat fatigued. Promoting Kai was a decision he made out of necessity. Once upon a time, the Southern Legion was under his absolute control, and there was no such thing as a vice commander. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, Uchiha Hayori, through his achievements, managed to carve a portion of power from him. The Legion now has 2 vice commanders, one of whom is Kai, while the other is Uchiha Hayori. One can only say that Uchiha Tajima's methods are indeed ruthless. Seizing the opportunity, he directly caused cracks to appear in the once solid Southern Legion. No, it should be said that the Legion has always had issues with unity. Uchiha Rei's ambitions are clear to everyone, even the ant responsible for cooking. Some choose to support him, while others naturally resent his wolfish ambitions. Under Uchiha Hayori's manipulation, the internal opposition within the Legion has grown increasingly alarming, now nearing a situation that is hard to suppress. If it weren't for Uchiha Rei's impressive strength, no one would dare to act recklessly, and he might even face the risk of a coup from his subordinates. Sigh. Kai appeared unperturbed on the surface, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his view, Uchiha Rei is an excellent general, even worthy of being called a wise superior, but he is not cut out for the game of power. Uchiha Tajima is thousands of miles away, easily undermining his authority from a distance, and if it comes to a confrontation, Uchiha Rei would face certain doom. The reason for allowing this to develop is, on one hand, his regard for Uchiha Rei's strength, as only he can suppress the restless forces in the southern region. On the other hand, Tajima likely doesn't want to be the subject of gossip, and more importantly, he has never regarded Uchiha Rei as a peer-level opponent. Kai understands these matters, but he cannot express this to the man before him. Doing so would be nothing short of a blatant humiliation. Sigh. Let him remain lost in his beautiful dream. Aspiring for the position of clan leader? In reality, there is not the slightest possibility. Not to mention Uchiha Tajima. The real obstacles are his 2 sons, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna. As of now, battles in the ninja world are still within a relatively reasonable scope. Once the king of dance grows, it will usher in an era of divine battles. In the face of complete Susanoo and the terrifying with Golem technique. Numbers are nothing but a joke. How could Uchiha Rei possibly compete with Madara, let alone the king of dance? In a few years, he might not even be able to defeat Uchiha Azuna. There's nothing one can do. Reality is this cruel. Kai is well aware of this, but of course, it does not hinder him from continuing to work for the other party. Uchiha Tajima has repeatedly made things difficult for him, and in the past year, he has gradually shown signs of overt targeting. What kind of character does Kai have? If he had enough strength, he would have long since taken a knife to that bastard Tajima, now that he is not a match for the clan leader. Targeting the other party's subordinates is not a bad idea. Uchiha Hayori, reflecting on that man from back then, Kai sneered coldly and began to secretly discuss strategies with the Legion commander. The Southern Legion is very important to him, and he must keep it in his grasp. Once Uchiha Rei kicks the bucket, the entire Legion would fall into his hands. Before that, he must eliminate the unstable factors. My lord, regarding the list of spies we discussed earlier. Oh, I've compiled it. What do you want to do? I have a good idea. At night, Kai sat cross-legged, his expression filled with anticipation. Points, 26316. After fierce battles, he finally saved enough for the down payment of an S-rank ninjutsu. Why use the term down payment? The reason is simple. To use Flying Thunder God freely, one must at least raise their ninjutsu level to above 5. Otherwise, it would truly become a fixed-point teleportation technique. Subsequent upgrades require a large amount of points, and to achieve a level of freedom in movement, it conservatively estimates needing a full 10 points. That's enough to exchange for a pair of Sharingan. Fortunately, Kai now has ample time, and slowly grinding can still yield improvements. The moon may not be possible, but surely there will be some progress. His demands are not high. He just wants to be able to suppress Senju Hashirama. Excitedly extending his palm, he waved through the menu in the void, quickly locating the list representing S-rank ninjutsu. Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 8. Forbidden Technique, Shiki Fuin, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 7. 5. Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 7. Forbidden Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 6. Sealing Technique, 100 Healings, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 6. Forbidden Technique, Spirit Transformation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 5. Sealing Technique, Phantom Dragon 9 Consummations, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 4. Puppet Technique, 100 Machine Manipulation, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 3. 5. Sealing Technique, Corpse Demon Sealing, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 3. Flying Thunder God Technique, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 2. 5. Lightning Release, Kirin, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 2. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 2. Lightning Cutter, S-rank ninjutsu, exchange points 2. Each of these ninjutsu made Kai's mouth water. As for the higher level SS rank techniques, such as the Truth Seeking Ball, Yomi's Path, Deiko Kuten, Indra's Arrow, he chose to ignore them. Regarding the classification of ninjutsu, Kai understood that it should depend on the lower limit of each ninjutsu and the maximum height it can reach. Some forbidden techniques possess an intuitively terrifying lethality as soon as they are learned. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique has a very low lower limit. The concrete example can be referenced to that Yachuru from the Konoha period, Narashikaku. He needed to team up with 2 others just to barely cast the fixed coordinate version of Flying Thunder God. To put it bluntly, there is almost no difference between knowing it and not knowing it, making it completely unusable in battle. On the contrary, if he were to learn the Corpse Demon Sealing, under the Shadow level, he would possess the means to exchange lives with any formidable opponent. The precondition is that he must be able to effectively grasp the other party. Speaking of which, there are quite a few ninjutsu I need to study. Swordsmanship needs further improvement, chakra control, and hand seals cannot be neglected. And now, there's also the Flying Thunder God technique. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. Who made spacetime ninjutsu a necessary means? System prompt, successfully exchanged for the Flying Thunder God technique, consuming 25,000 points. As the hard-earned points instantly depleted, Kai's expression suddenly shifted, and a wealth of knowledge inexplicably flooded his mind. Moreover, he could faintly sense some kind of strange fluctuation. Kai understood that it was very likely the existence of space. In the past, he lacked the corresponding talent, naturally unable to have clear perception. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique requires the talent of the space system. That is to say, a kind of marvelous sense. Finally succeeded. Chapter 27. Those who block my path must die. Skill Mastery. Flying Thunder God Technique, Level 1. Learning the Flying Thunder God means that he can attempt to imprint spatial coordinates. By activating spatial power, he can achieve long-distance instantaneous teleportation from point A to point B, which is the essence of the Flying Thunder God. Of course, practical application is never that simple. Otherwise, no Arakai wouldn't have made no progress for decades. Just as Kaisuke was immersed in the understanding of the technique, he suddenly turned his head to look at the tent behind him at an angle. Who is it? Activating the Water Flow Instant Body technique, he transformed into an afterimage and dashed towards the enemy's location. Secretly monitoring the deputy commander already constituted suspicion of collusion with the enemy. He could kill the opponent on the spot without anyone saying anything. The key point is that Kaisuke had previously failed to sense the other person's existence. If it weren't for activating spatial power, greatly enhancing his perception, he wouldn't have been able to detect the enemy's presence at all. Kaisuke's loud shout stirred the entire camp. In less than 3 seconds, Izumi and Mayu rushed over and saw the corpse beneath his feet, which had already fallen silent. Check his identity. Kicking the corpse aside, Kaisuke returned to the tent with a grave expression. He was very certain that the person was a member of the Uchiha clan, though he said to let his subordinates investigate. He understood that no useful information could be found. In the end, the intelligence department would conclude that this person was manipulated by the secret techniques of a clan in the mountains. To others, this seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. However, Kaisuke knew that things were definitely not that simple. Now, his strength was no longer what it used to be. The dual soul enhancement gave him a perception ability far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Within 20 meters, not even an ant could escape his senses. How could an ordinary nin remain hidden outside the tent for so long? Could it be Kurizetsu? Kaisuke lowered his gaze, trying to conceal the surging, killing intent within him. He was afraid that the enemy was still nearby, watching. If it really is Kurizetsu, it wouldn't be hard to understand. That old silver coin is always plotting against the Uchiha, hoping to find Indra's reincarnation. Given Kaisuke's fame, it would be strange if it didn't pay attention. Unfortunately, before awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, even Kurizetsu couldn't lock onto Indra's reincarnation. As it stands, Kaisuke, Madara, and Izuna are all potential candidates. Too many options make it difficult for it to act. If it truly is Kurizetsu, I must be prepared in advance. However, with the Flying Thunder God, I'm not afraid of fatal accidents. Thinking of this, Kaisuke took a deep breath, calming himself, and redirected his focus back to studying the technique. For now, it was merely his speculation, and even if Kurizetsu really appeared, doing a breakdance directly in the camp wouldn't give Kaisuke many options. To deal with that guy, one must be proficient in yin-yang release techniques. For example, improving the Sharingan to Manjiki or awakening a high-level sage body. Both represent yin and yang release respectively. When the two are combined, the power of yin and yang merges into one, and the resulting technique can be called yin-yang release. The 6 paths, Earth Explosion Stars, and the Armored Susanoo activated by Naruto and Sasuke can all be considered advanced products of yin-yang release. The most typical example is the yin-yang release Black Rod. Obito has Manjiki Hashirama cells, while Nagato has Rinnegan Uzumaki lineage, which allows them to create the Black Rod representing yin-yang release. Even Naruto, strong as he is with yang power, needed the Black Rod to pin Kurizetsu down during their confrontation. As for techniques like multiplication and shadow secret techniques, they are merely applications of yin-yang attribute chakra, fundamentally no different from fire release or lightning release. Otherwise, Senju would not have only Hashirama capable of awakening would release techniques. Returning to his bed, Kaisuke continued his understanding of ninjutsu. The practice of the Flying Thunder God has 2 main difficulties. The first is how to accurately grasp spatial coordinates. The remarkably talented 4th Hokage only grasped the key to moving coordinates just before his battle with Tobi. This is what Minato referred to as the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. The second difficulty lies in the risks of traversing space. Entering from point A and appearing at point B allows the user to ignore most physical laws. One careless move could lead them to drill into the ground or simply appear inside a mountain. He is not Son Goku, who can break through mountains and soar into the skies. If an accident occurs, it is highly likely to lead to instant death. Considering the risks involved, how to select the coordinate points becomes crucial. Fortunately, he was not relying solely on self-understanding. He had systematic knowledge impartation, equivalent to having ample theoretical experience. The rest is merely a matter of practice making perfect. A night quickly passed, and after a sleepless night, Kaisuke finally completed his first teleportation. Turning back, he looked at the coordinate point a dozen meters away and decided to forge a batch of special kunai first, compared to temporarily marking coordinates. Throwing kunai is much easier and might even yield unexpected results at a critical moment. Finding the quartermaster in the camp, Kaisuke explained his requirements and depicted the design of the kunai based on his memory. When the quartermaster saw his request, he curiously asked, "Sir, this kind of kunai seems rather inconvenient for combat." What he said was correct. The special kunai was relatively wide and likely heavier than ordinary kunai. In close combat, it would indeed affect combat agility. "Just do it," Kaisuke replied without explaining his intentions. He couldn't say that it wasn't meant for battle at all. The width was to engrave coordinates on it, and the weight would affect the kunai's flight distance and stability, making it less likely to deviate from its path. Using his identity as the commander, he issued a strict order to the logistics department to produce a batch of kunai within 3 days. If they were delayed any longer, the enemy might flee as a whole. At that time, how would he manage to undermine Uchiha Itachi? To achieve his goal of eliminating rivals, Kaisuke planned to make a deal with Nara Higashi. The location would be in the opponent's camp. With the Flying Thunder God in hand, he wasn't afraid of accidents. At this point, the defeat of the 3 clans was a foregone conclusion. Feudal struggles would only lead to the loss of all clan members. As the leader, Nara Higashi would inevitably become a scapegoat for his clansmen's grievances. If he had any self-preservation thoughts, he would agree to Kaisuke's proposal. With both sides cooperating, It would only take a little trick to ensure that Uchiha Itachi would step into the trap. Blinded by his own merits, how could he see the hidden dangers behind? Don't blame me. Blame yourself for choosing the wrong side. Kaisuke smiled as he left. While waiting, in addition to practicing the Flying Thunder God, he was also responsible for teaching the newcomers. While teaching ninjutsu, he also brainwashed them. Amidst the busy schedule, 3 days quickly passed. Chapter 28, Allies and Enemies. The importance of verbal skills in recent days. Nara Hijekazu has been having a hard time. The reason is simple. Not all clan members agree to give up the struggle. After years of fighting, the seeds of hatred have long since taken root. It's not something that can be easily set aside. Now, when he says to stop fighting, those who are sharpening their knives for revenge naturally turn their hostility toward him. Not only that, even the minority who support the ceasefire are criticizing Nara Hijekazu, pointing fingers at his mishandling of the situation, claiming he shouldn't have allowed things to escalate to such serious losses. Yesterday, someone even suggested that he atone for his sins with his life. Knowing the situation was dire, Nara Hijekazu tried his best to salvage some of his image. But even his 2 closest friends were keeping their distance from him. It was clear they wanted him to be the scapegoat. Have I worked hard my whole life just for this? Nara Hijekazu had been drinking, and even before he stepped into the tent, the strong smell of alcohol hit him. When he lifted the curtain, seeing the masked ninja inside, most of his drunkenness dissipated. Who are you? He asked. After all, he still held the title of commander. His subordinates shouldn't be this disrespectful. This is the main military camp. Enemies couldn't possibly infiltrate here. If it were an assassin from the Uchiha clan, they would have attacked the moment he lifted the curtain, rather than believing in an enemy assassin. He preferred to think the masked man was a product of internal clan strife. However, he was ultimately disappointed. Looking at the handsome face beneath the mask and the 3 spinning tomo, Nara Hijekazu quietly reached for his waist. He could accept the failure of the power struggle and face the anger of his clan members, but he absolutely wouldn't die at the hands of an enemy. Moreover, it would be at the hands of the person he hated most in his heart. Uchiha Kaisuke. Nara clan leader uttered the masked man's name. It's me, Kaisuke said slowly, placing the mask on his face with a faint smile. Speaking of which, this is our first meeting. Don't worry. We'll be seeing each other more often from now on. The man's words were filled with threat. It seemed he was about to notify his subordinates to come and take him away. But for some reason, Nara Hijekazu did not act. As an opponent, he understood the boy's cunning very well. Since he dared to appear so openly, he must have enough confidence to leave. Although he couldn't fathom the truth of the matter. Moreover, Nara Hijekazu was also very curious about the boy's purpose for coming. Seeing this, Kaisuke pointed to the wine jug in his hand and smiled faintly. I can tell that leader Hijekazu has been having a tough time. Thanks to you. The man lightly jabbed at him. The boar, deer, and butterfly clans were about to undergo a large-scale relocation, and to appease the clan's emotions, a suitable outlet needed to be found. Leader Hijekazu, who do you think is qualified to be this lucky one? It's me. Nara Hijekazu frowned, his face filled with impatience. You came here just to say this? Get to the point. Upon hearing this, Kaisuke didn't disrupt his rhythm at all. The more anxious the other party became, the better the conversation's effect. Why was he anxious? Because he was afraid. Nara Hijekazu didn't mind suffering himself, but he still had a wife and children. After the failure of the struggle, he feared his family would also be implicated. How to handle this matter had become a problem that troubled him day and night. Allying with the Senju clan was certainly good, but unfortunately, it would ultimately lead to a direct confrontation with the Uchiha. Even if your family could avoid the slaughter, they would eventually have to confront us again. This is the fate of a ninja, Nara Hijekazu said in a low tone. Mr. Hijekazu, I have a method that I believe can help you. Kaisuke's tone was enticing, like a wolf persuading Little Red Riding Hood to open the door. He presented an unavoidable problem and then quietly provided a solution, discussing the pros and cons of the situation while appearing completely considerate of him. His past work experience gave him excellent negotiation skills. Next, Kaisuke elaborated on his ideas. During this period, he still did not reveal any demands, leaving his opponent unable to guess his thoughts. Fleeing to the land of thunder? Nara Hijekazu's tone was filled with doubt. In Kaisuke's narration, it was clearly stated that the Senju clan was indeed the best place to ensure the continuation of the 3 clans. He was not lying about this, nor was he trying to guide the other party's judgment. He simply subtly reminded the man of one thing at the most critical point, regardless of the Senju's attitude. Your outcome will not change at all. If you truly care for your clan, then you should choose to generously meet your demise. But if you have any selfish intentions, then fine, I'll show you other options. Silence, a dead silence. For a full 10 minutes, Nara Hijekazu didn't say a word, and Kaisuke could only see his face changing like that of a Sichuan opera performer. After a long while, what should I do? The will to survive ultimately gained the upper hand. The clan members' resentment toward him mostly stemmed from several defeats in battle. If before leaving, he could annihilate a batch of Uchiha troops, it would surely quell the anger in the hearts of the clan members. At the very least, it would save his own life. Raising his head and staring intently at the boy, suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of Nara Hijekazu's mouth. So you came here to make a deal. He was smart, connecting many dots from Kaisuke's words. If handled well, it could even solve the problem of fleeing to the Land of Thunder. As for whether to agree, Nara Hijekazu couldn't think of a reason to refuse. Next, the two discussed the entire process in detail. Even the issue of how to deceive Uchiha Hikari was brought up for discussion. Watching the man fully engaged, Kaisuke smiled inwardly, thinking that his persuasion skills had not diminished. If he had started off by revealing his intention to harm his colleague, he would likely have been outright rejected. Even throwing out subsequent temptations would have been useless. The anger in his heart would definitely affect Nara Hijekazu's judgment. You've already harmed me to this extent, and now you want me to help you? Not a chance. That was probably his thought. Conversely, he considered the problem entirely from the other party's perspective. As for his own demands, he inserted them seamlessly into the conversation. Nara Hijekazu would think, I want to survive, and helping him out a bit isn't a big deal. The outcomes may be the same, the motivations unchanged, but the results would be entirely different. This is the importance of verbal skills. Even someone as clever as the leader of the Nara clan couldn't escape the manipulation of another civilization. Very well, it's decided. Nara Hijekazu completely grasped the initiative of the conversation. Of course, this was merely his illusion. Firmly imprinting the written plan in his mind, he trembled his hand, and the paper immediately began to burn. What do you plan to do next, Nara? Hijekazu wanted to ask other questions, but when he turned his head, Kaisuke's figure was no longer in the tent. Standing in place for a long time, he silently sighed. What meaning lay within that sigh? Perhaps only he himself knew. Chapter 29. Kaisuke's foot wash water, don't go too far. Uchiha Hiken was furious. He felt that the commander was too biased. The Southern Border War was gradually coming to an end, and what was the most important issue now? Of course, it was seizing credit. Just now, his subordinates had secretly intercepted a communication that stated the date of the three clans' mass escape. He was overjoyed upon receiving the news, but before he could verify it, his subordinates were unexpectedly ambushed by others. If he hadn't arrived in time, the intelligence could have been snatched away. Bang! He kicked down a clan member who dared to cause trouble, and Hiken wanted to give the other party a memorable lesson. Unfortunately, the other side's master arrived. Lord Hiken, what an impressive authority you have, Kaisuke said with disdain. His harsh demeanor made him deeply regret his past actions. If he hadn't exerted all his effort to save him back then, this guy would have long turned into a pile of bones. Uchiha Kaisuke, I advise you not to go too far. Hiken was too lazy to explain. Seizing credit was too common and didn't even require intentional criticism. Looking down at the boy, Uchiha Hiken calmly said, Don't forget, your life was saved by me. I advise you not to give yourself too much credit. Kaisuke retorted sharply, his tone cold. If it weren't for my appearance, when would you get the position of vice commander? You should be kneeling down and thanking me. The two leaders were at a standoff, and the clansmen behind them began to push and shove. Just as a civil strife seemed imminent, Uchiha Rai rushed over upon receiving the news. Impudent! A loud shout, and a terrifying pressure swept over them. Kaisuke instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as his muscles tensed. The patriarch-level pressure was simply too frightening. Kaisuke even felt that unless he used the flying thunder god technique to escape, he definitely wouldn't be able to last 3 minutes against the commander. With his own speed being remarkable, a normal Jainin would likely be taken down by Uchiha Rai after just a few exchanges. The patriarch level was indeed another realm. With the commander present, both sides naturally understood to back down. Uchiha Hiken had received the intelligence, and Kaisuke had avoided causing internal strife, allowing both sides to take a step back. I will get back at you sooner or later. Hiken didn't forget to threaten as he left. Having reached his current position, the next step could only be to aim for the commander's seat. So, sooner or later, he would have to turn against Uchiha Rai. Since that was the case, why pretend to be harmonious now? With the patriarch's support, he believed he would eventually be able to take down Uchiha Rai, knowing that there were several hidden old monsters within the clan. That was the strongest trump card of Uchiha Tanijima. If he truly made a move, there would be no possibility of Uchiha Rai escaping. Speaking of which, Uchiha Hiken was indeed ambitious. Having attained the position of vice commander, he hadn't forgotten to diligently train. In just 2 years, he had gradually touched the ceiling of J-Nin. With just a little more effort, he could enter a new realm, and at that time, he would become one of the few elite J-Nin level powerhouses in the clan. Once he unified the Southern Legion, Hiken would be able to dedicate more time to training. In 10 or 20 years, perhaps he would have the opportunity to become a patriarch-level existence. At that time, his eyes flickered with a gaze named ambition. It was clear that the commander's seat was not enough to satisfy him. He pushed those thoughts aside and decided to quickly go for an ambush. As the vice commander who had been entrenched for 2 years, he had over 100 subordinates who were all extraordinary and talented ninjas. Arriving early at the designated ambush location would be enough to crush a force multiple times larger than his own. Many believed that the 3 clans were now like stray dogs, having lost their fighting spirit, and on the battlefield, they were akin to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Uchiha Kai Suk's repeated feats, in Hiken's view, were simply due to the enemy being too weak. If it were him, all right. Uchiha Hiken admitted that Chidori was an excellent ninjutsu, but the Uchiha clan had a history of 1,000 years and surely had stronger alternatives. In any case, he definitely wouldn't acknowledge the boy's strength. Let you be arrogant for a while. Once we reach the main battlefield, life and death will no longer be up to you. The Senju are not a bunch of useless people you can compare with. Back in the tent, Kaisuk ordered Maya to stand guard outside, not allowing anyone to enter. No matter your means, today you will drink my foot wash water. Changing into a different set of clothes, Kaisuk took out a short blade and silently swung it, constantly adjusting his own state. The plan had progressed to this point, almost completing 70%. From a moment he stepped out of the camp, Uchiha Hiken had entered a countdown to death. Even so, he was still a bit worried, fearing that something unexpected might occur in the plan, allowing the target that should have died to escape. To ensure everything was foolproof, Kaisuk decided to go personally and also collect some points. Now that he had swordsmanship and was carrying 2 different types of body flicker techniques with further development, Chidori could meet most combat needs. Next, he aimed to target an item that could cause a qualitative change in strength, the Manjiki Sharingan. Exchange requirement, 10 points. Once he activated the Manjiki, he would leap into the realm of Patriarch level, which was what people often referred to as shadow level strength in his previous life. At that point, his fate would be in his own hands. Still, he wanted to emphasize that he didn't need terrifying strength. He just needed to maintain a steady pressure over the 2 gods. Look how simple and unpretentious Kai Suk's requirements were. After spending some time alone in the tent, feeling that he had adjusted his state, he formed a simple hand sign, and his figure vanished in an instant. In a vast camp, no one noticed his departure. When he reappeared, he was already about 2 kilometers outside the camp. Looking up at the specially made kunai deeply embedded in the trees, Kaisuk smiled slightly, feeling a sense of freedom as if he could roam the world at will. With the emergence of a batch of specially made kunai, he had instructed his subordinates to bury these small items at marked points on the map. This way, at least in the southern part of the Land of Fire, he could achieve rapid spatial passage. Unfortunately, the casting distance of the Flying Thunder God had limitations and could not be compared with other types of space-time ninjutsu. At this point, 2 kilometers was Ki Suk's limit. Space-time techniques of the ocular type were more focused on comprehensive abilities. The Flying Thunder God, on the other hand, excelled in mid-distance high-frequency flickering. As the low murmurs had not yet faded, Kaisuk's figure had already vanished without a trace. 2 days later, Uchiha Hiken successfully intercepted the enemy troops. However, the outcome was completely contrary to his expectations. As soon as the battle began, the Uchiha clan fell into a complete disadvantage. If it weren't for the desperate resistance of his subordinates, he might not have been able to break through the enemy's encirclement. Damn it, by this point, how could he not know that he had fallen for Nara's cunning plot? Don't let me escape, otherwise, I will make you pay with your life. He still fantasized about the day of revenge. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. The sudden whisper made Uchiha Hiken's hair stand on end. Before he could turn around, a sharp blade light had already enveloped him entirely. Chapter 30, Do You Know the Masked Man? How is that possible? The threat approaching from behind scared Uchiha Yanichi's soul out of his body. He was a powerful figure close to elite Jonin level. And even though his condition was not optimal, his attention could not reach even 60% of its peak. However, the silent approach was not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. Forcing power from his waist, he twisted his body around. At the moment the blade was about to strike, he ultimately managed to block the attack with a kunai. Looking at the enemy wearing a mask, Uchiha Yunichi quickly formed seals, while not forgetting to question, "Who are you?" A foolish question. A hoarse voice sounded, and Jingjia frowned slightly, secretly thinking that this guy was indeed somewhat troublesome. He had used the spatial coordinates on the ground to approach within less than 2 meters. Logically, no one could escape his sudden strike. Yet the opponent had managed to block it, and it seemed his condition wasn't that great. As the battle progressed, the gap in strength between opponents of the same rank widened. If the enemy were in good condition, even if he exposed his identity, Jingjia would likely not be able to take him down. At most, it would be a stalemate with Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Yunichi would also be unable to deal with him. However, this guy just experienced a brutal battle, nearly losing his life on the battlefield. With his stamina and chakra below the warning line, there might be a chance to win in a one-on-one fight. Forming a simple seal, Jingjia instantly appeared at the enemy's diagonal rear. What? Uchiha Yunichi's eyes widened, forcibly interrupting the release of his ninjutsu. Using the water-stopping flow body flicker technique, Jingjia appeared beside the enemy, not giving him a chance to use ninjutsu. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In the blink of an eye, he slashed down 7 times in succession, the blade's edge sharp, successfully leaving a blood mark on the enemy's left shoulder. Of course, Jingjia himself was not unscathed. He took a heavy kick to the abdomen, feeling as if he had been hit by a sedan. He rolled more than 10 meters away, stopping only when he crashed into a large tree. Coughing and spitting out blood, Jingjia slowly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Long ago, he had realized that the world of Naruto was a place where people eat people. No, any world is like that. It's just more blatant here. After personally dealing with the captives of the 3 clans, he had secretly made a resolution. Anyone who dares to obstruct him must die. Shaking the blood off his blade, Jingjia crouched down, like a jungle leopard observing its prey. "You are from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Yunichi's eyes widened, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Appearance can be concealed, body can be disguised, but the traces of swordsmanship ultimately betrayed him. Although he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. With so many subordinates, there would always be someone specializing in sword techniques. So that's how it is. Good. The bloodied man exuded a hint of madness. Zin Suchumauin, with both hands quickly forming seals. In an instant, a fireball resembling a bouncy flower seed appeared, engulfing the area ahead for 30 meters. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. These flames were controlled by the user's chakra, making it difficult for most people to avoid them entirely. The enemy's combat experience was incredibly rich. In just 2 rounds, he had figured out the operational rules of the Flying Thunder God. Especially upon seeing the symbols engraved on the ground, he instantly understood the principle of the technique. Teleporting around the symbols continuously? What a terrifying ninjutsu. Uchiha Yunichi sneered, wanting to see who was trying to deal with him. The battle of ninjas is a battle of information. Even the powerful Rinnegan, once its abilities are leaked, inevitably faces targeting, let alone the heavily restricted Flying Thunder God at present. The Phoenix Fire Yunichi unleashed had already engulfed all the coordinate points. Aside from taking it head-on, the assassin had no way to counter it. Boom! The fireballs fell like a torrential rain, and Jingjia truly had nowhere to hide. Choosing to take it head-on would likely lead to a terrifying, fatal blow. But who said that the coordinate points were only around him? With a simple body flicker, he appeared by the river 2 kilometers away. He washed his hands in the stream, rubbed his still aching abdomen, and then Jingjia formed seals to return to the battlefield. Upon seeing this situation, Uchiha Yunichi's brows nearly knitted together. It seemed the casting distance was quite extensive. The previous scene made him realize that the opponent wanted to leave, and there was no way he could keep him here. However, the assassin's swift return also made him aware of another fact. He actually didn't need to worry. It was the opponent who should be anxious. If he couldn't win, then he should just leave. Such a powerful ninjutsu must consume a lot of chakra. In other words, the opponent couldn't use it frequently. To eliminate him, they would have to take the risk of getting close. At that point, he would have the opportunity to counterattack. Soon, Jingjia sensed the enemy's intent. A bunch of old hands, really hard to deal with. He had to admit that these seasoned jonin were not simple characters at all. The past few successful kills had, to some extent, involved external factors, including a large element of luck. Now, in a direct confrontation, Jingjia realized just how troublesome the older generation of jonin could be. The enemy clearly intended to leave, even almost directly telling him that if he wanted to keep him, he should charge in and fight. For a moment, Jingjia wanted to use Chidori to make a strong kill, but he quickly abandoned that idea. Chidori's long-distance burst attack was foolproof against outsiders, but in front of fellow clansmen who also possessed Sharingan, its effectiveness would drop significantly. Not to mention, he was also concerned about hiding his identity. The existence of Flying Thunder God would eventually be exposed. If Chidori sounded today, it would be tantamount to bringing his assassination of a colleague into the open. Bastard, if you want to die, I'll make it happen for you. Knowing there was no other way, Jingjia's eyes darkened, and he had come to a realization. Without any unnecessary words, his chakra erupted to the fullest, and he seemed to become a phantom, floating to the enemy's side. Unfortunately, in front of the three-tomo Sharingan, he still didn't reach the level of being unresponsive. Crouching to avoid the diagonally falling blade, Yunichi turned his body, pushing the kunai against the assassin's block, and forcefully stabbed it into the opponent's abdomen. Aside from combat experience, the difference in strength between the two sides was also revealed. Yunichi could easily parry the blade, while Jingjia, despite having sensed the opponent's intent, ultimately fell short in terms of power. Pulling out the bloodied kunai, the man turned and kicked it hard away. Before he even landed, the surging flames were already closing in. As expected, the heavily injured Jingjia still forced himself to use Flying Thunder God. Bang! He fell to the ground in a sorry state, finally avoiding the fate of being engulfed by the great fireball. Enduring the intense pain, he looked up at the enemy, their eyes meeting, both filled with amusement. The battle was over. Jingjia and Yunichi both flashed through this thought simultaneously. Chapter 31, I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. What was he laughing at? Uchiha Hikoichi found it very strange. No matter how you looked at it, he should be in a dominant position now. Has he been scared silly? He frowned in confusion, planning to step forward to end this person's life. He was afraid that if he dragged it out too long, it might attract the pursuit of the three clans. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly heard a familiar laugh. Ha ha. The voice was full of mockery. How could a ninja's keen senses miss the unmasked voice of Kaisuk? Is it you? He was both surprised and angry. Perhaps Hikoichi never expected that the clan member who came to ambush him tonight would be another vice captain, Uchiha Kaisuk. In addition to disbelief, a hint of grievance even arose in his heart. Yes, he had targeted him countless times, both openly and covertly. But that was normal. It was all about power struggles, wasn't it? He had been constantly suppressing him. Yet to be fair, Hikoichi never truly wished for the other party to die. Otherwise, with his power, there were too many opportunities in the past to secretly harm Kaisuk. He never expected that his indulgence would suddenly lead to such a result. Smart as he was, he had already guessed the deal between Kaisuk and Nara. That incredible space-time ninjutsu was enough to ensure that the young man could enter and exit the enemy's camp without obstruction. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. That was his evaluation. Holding his wounded abdomen, Kaisuk managed to sit up, spat out blood, and smiled to greet the other party. Hey, didn't expect such a coincidence. Coincidence my ass. Hikoichi was unwilling to waste words with him. Since the other party had malicious intent to kill him, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. A genius of the Uchiha clan, rarely seen in 100 years, was about to fall at his hands today. Upon reflection, he felt a twisted pleasure rising in his heart. Remember, be careful in your next life. With that, he prepared to strike. Ha! To his surprise, Kaisuk let out a cold laugh. Captain Hikoichi, is this your last words? As soon as the last words were said, the voice directly appeared in his ear. Puchi. The kunai was deeply stabbed into the enemy's abdomen, almost identical to his own wound. Does it hurt? Dodging the enemy's counterattack, Kaisuk asked with a sneer. How could this be? Hikoichi's eyes widened, and he had no time to think. The next second, the same scene occurred again. Blood splattered. The vice captain of the Southern Army fell into a pool of blood like a stray dog. Can't understand, can you? Facing the enemy's eager gaze, Kaisuk smiled and pointed to a certain spot on his abdomen. Using his last bit of strength to lower his head, Uchiha Hikoichi's eyes flashed with realization. He finally understood why he had failed. System prompt. Killed Uchiha Clan Jonin. Gained 3,850 points. Points, 5166. The rewards for a Jonin are indeed generous. Kaisuk silently sighed, casually using a fire technique to engulf the enemy's corpse. His previous adventure was not aimed at killing the enemy, but to carve a spatial coordinate on the enemy's body. If the carving was successful, as long as the opponent was not in high-speed motion, he could launch an attack at any time and anywhere. It was equivalent to handing the enemy a death notice. Below the level of clan leader, it was almost impossible to react effectively in an instant. The only pity was that the carved coordinates couldn't be used as a conventional method. Avoiding clothing and directly contacting the enemy's body, if he had that much time, it would be better to just stab the other party with a kunai. unless it was like today, forcibly exchanging lives while severely injured. It would be difficult to get such a good opportunity. If the information leaked, the chances of carving coordinates would become even slimmer. Many would rather take a knife than let him succeed. After he destroyed the scene and dealt with Uchiha Hikoichi's corpse, he used the Flying Thunder God to leave the place. About 10 minutes. Hurry, there are signs of fighting ahead. Pursuers are arriving. Akiyama Mitsuki was responsible for this chase. To be honest, he hadn't felt this good in a long time. It was indeed a pity to let the enemy leader escape. But annihilating the Uchiha forces was enough to restore their plummeting reputation. Report to the clan leader. The clan member responsible for scouting the scene quickly brought him a piece of news. What did you say? Akiyama Mitsuki pushed aside his subordinates and took a few steps to the charred corpse. After careful identification, he was delighted to find that the nameless charred body lying here was indeed Uchiha Hikoichi himself. Unwilling to consider the details, he just wanted to take the body back to claim credit. With this achievement, he could secure his position as the clan leader of the Akiyama clan. As for Uchiha's revenge, he didn't want to think about it all. Anyway, they were already prepared to escape. Who cares about hatred now? Soon, the news spread far and wide. Both sides, enemy and ally, were aware of this matter. Uchiha camp. Bang! He smashed the teacup hard. The captain struggled to suppress his laughter while trying to maintain a poor act. Nara Higashi. He is simply too despicable. He pinched his thigh hard, finally managing to suppress his smile. After calming down, Uchiha Rai angrily issued orders. We must take revenge. The blood of the Uchiha must not flow in vain. He ordered the severely injured Kai Suk to stay behind at the camp while he personally led the team to resolve the southern turmoil once and for all. After today, the South would become a dictatorship under Uchiha Rai. Just thinking about it was exciting. Ha ha! When no one was around, this elder finally couldn't contain his excitement. Hearing laughter coming from the tent, several squad leaders exchanged glances, seemingly ignoring the boss's laughter like deaf mutes. As for Kai Suk, he didn't attend this farce at all. It was better for everyone to understand the situation. He needed to recuperate and wouldn't join them in this act. With Uchiha Rai in power, he had firmly established his position, second only to the clan leader. No one dared to say anything, even if he went to dance on Uchiha Hikoichi's grave. Uchiha Rai coveted the position of clan leader and needed to maintain his image at all times. But he didn't need that. He could do as he pleased. Soon, half a month passed in a hurry. The three great noble families that once dominated the southern border of the Land of Fire withdrew from the conflict and migrated their entire clans to the Land of Thunder, finding a place to recuperate. They had completely exited the competition for supremacy. At that time, the Senju clan began a frenzied retaliation, clearly very dissatisfied with Uchiha's actions. Under the siege of the Senju and the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha were steadily defeated on the front lines. They were even pushed to the brink of extinction. Until there was no way to retreat, clan leader Tajima finally put aside his pride, hoping that Uchiha Rai's southern army could support the main battlefield. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the captain did not take the opportunity to blackmail. With a wave of his hand, he directly dispatched 200 available combatants, led by Vice Captain Kai Suk, to the heart of the Land of Fire for a decisive battle with the Senju, including his own direct troops. A total of 253 ninjas were under Kai Suk's command. The Senju clan, it's time to meet you. Chapter 32. The Return of the War King and the Discovery of a Good Buddy. With the large-scale operations of the Legion, all kinds of creatures and spirits had to make way. More than 200 family ninjas, dispatched by Uchiha Rai as a support unit, were also a farewell gift for Kaisuk. Along the way, Mayo was busy using illusions to discern the loyalty of the ninjas. Those willing to accept the test and pass it could officially join Kaisuk's ranks and become members of his core troops. It was fine if some didn't want to accept. Everyone had their own aspirations, and he couldn't demand everyone to be completely honest. As long as they followed orders, they could still be considered part of the Southern Legion's combat lineup. A few rebellious individuals with ulterior motives had already been noted by Uchiha Izumi, who would find an opportunity to let them die on the battlefield. To unify the troops, this Southern Expedition Army took a long time, stretching a journey that should have taken 2 or 3 days into a full 7 days. The commanding officer who was responsible for receiving them cursed him countless times in his heart. In the end, he still had to politely greet him. Commander Kaisuk, welcome to your arrival. Kaisuk glanced at him with a proud nod, clearly having no intention of stopping. The large army rushed past, and if it weren't for the vigilance of the reception team, they might have been swept away by the crowd. Damn it. Once the crowd dispersed, a clan member angrily remarked, "These guys from the Southern Legion are too arrogant." Huh, The ignored commander muttered in a strange tone. You can be arrogant if you win a battle. In fact, he was equally dissatisfied. Anyone would feel unhappy in such a situation. Unfortunately, he lacked the power to confront Kaisuke directly. Should he rush forward now to argue with him? News of the boy's killings to establish his reputation had long reached the front lines, and he didn't want to become the next topic of discussion. Just follow behind. Soon, the Southern Legion entered the military fortress built by the Uchiha. The existence of ninja techniques had led to the extraordinary development of infrastructure in the Hokage world. In the camp, various lookout towers stood tall. Every 100 meters, there would be a watchtower stationed with Uchiha ninjas. As soon as the barrier department detected anything unusual, they would immediately issue orders to ensure that clan members could arrive at the scene within 10 seconds. Because of this, Kaisuke understood that the intensity of the frontline battle was far beyond that of the South. Perhaps knowing about the reception team's plight, clan leader Tajima sent personnel for the second time. This time, Kaisuke could no longer maintain his aloofness. Long time no see, teacher Keisuke. This person was Uchiha Keisuke, who had taught him. The clan leader sent me to welcome you. As he spoke, Uchiha Keisuke couldn't help but express some emotion. In just over a year, the boy who had struggled to maintain his Sharingan was now a crucial figure in the clan. His gaze swept over the short blade at the boy's waist, and he was suddenly relieved that he hadn't declined this teaching opportunity. It was easy to add embellishments, but now everyone had to respectfully call Kaisuke commander. However, when others were still insignificant, only he had offered the precious coal fire. This rare friendship, if used carefully, was enough for Uchiha Keisuke to enjoy for a lifetime. You all stay put and wait. After a simple instruction, Kaisuke headed to the core area with his teacher. On the way, Uchiha Keisuke briefly introduced the battlefield situation. 3 months ago, the clan leader battled Senju Hashirama, resulting in mutual destruction. Senju Hashirama is that strong? A peak-strength clan leader is incredibly powerful. Hearing this, Kaisuke fell silent, realizing once again the brutality of the Warring States period. He had indeed learned a lot, but he was still far from being able to act recklessly. If he really treated Senju like Nara or Akimichi, his days of annihilation would probably not be far off. Actually, the main battlefield is fine. Our clan has been deeply entrenched here for many years. Senju can't break through anytime soon. The real concern is the other side. He understood his teacher's meaning. The main force resisting Senju had already exhausted all their strength. The Uzumaki clan was now watching closely, and the Uchiha were indeed in a tight spot. The role of the Southern Legion was to hurry to support the Uzumaki battlefield. I'm not hiding it from you. Uchiha Keisuke said something that astonished him. Recently, Uzumaki Asuna personally led a team in a battle, and our clan suffered a great defeat. Even the person in charge was killed on the spot. To command a large army, at the very least, one must be an elite Chunin Level commander. The fact that Uzumaki Asuna could kill him on the spot meant that he at least possessed clan leader level strength. Over the years, the outside world has underestimated this Uzumaki clan leader. Keisuke was quite emotional. Just as the teacher said, this leader of the land of whirlpools possessed terrifying power that made anyone tremble. Who is currently in charge over there? Kaisuke was very concerned about this. Damn Tajima. He can't expect me to face the Uzumaki clan alone, right? If that's the case, it would be better to rebel on the spot. It's the clan's second elder. The teacher's words made Kaisuke's brow twitch slightly. In the Warring States period, large aristocratic families had many branches and side families. To protect their own interests, almost every family would establish an elder council. The Uchiha were no exception. Uchiha Rei was a powerful elder responsible for dealing with threats in the southern region. So this second elder was a similar figure. What strength does this second elder have? He should also be a clan leader-level powerhouse. That's a bit better. With a big shot in charge, Kaisuke finally felt slightly relieved. He didn't want all the hard-earned resources he had accumulated to be destroyed at once. Kaisuke, a familiar voice interrupted the conversation between teacher and student. Looking up, under the blazing sun, a young man with spiky hair dressed in red armor stood on the wall, smiling and watching him. The sunlight was dazzling, and Kaisuke could not clearly see the other person's face. However, the overwhelming aura that rushed at him immediately made him recognize the identity of the young man. Obito. With chakra exploding beneath his feet, Kaisuke charged forward like lightning. Holding the short blade in hand, sparks flickered along the blade. Come on. Obito drew his long knife, his face filled with excitement at seeing a friend. However, the way the two interacted was somewhat different. A terrifying airflow gathered as Uchiha Obito swung his knife horizontally, crashing down like a mountain. The violent momentum made Kaisuke's heart jump suddenly. Uchiha style, exploding tread. Good heavens, is this guy trying to kill me? Chapter 33. It would be better if your father were gone after a long time. Kaisuke finally saw Uchiha Tajima again. He still looked gloomy all day, as if he found everyone unpleasant and was not likable at all. It is said that the Uchiha clan produces handsome men and beautiful women, but the looks of this clan leader are truly hard to describe. Kaisuke couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained the most basic respect. Great, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Tajima patted the young man's shoulder, looking quite pleased with himself. One might think that Kaisuke's rise had something to do with him. Such shamelessness made Uchiha Obito, who was opposite him, slightly turn his head away, thinking to himself that his father shouldn't embarrass himself like this. After casually chatting for a while, the clan leader suddenly asked with interest, "How did the fight between you brothers go?" Upon hearing this, Kaisuke and Obito exchanged glances, both surprised. In Kaisuke's view, Obito truly lived up to being the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, as his strength soared like a rocket, especially in terms of physical strength. The 11-year-old Dance King had already entered a period of rapid growth. During their first real confrontation, Kaisuke almost couldn't hold on to his weapon. His physical strength had reached that of a Jonin, chakra also at the Jonin level, and mental strength was hard to assess. But he couldn't recall anyone who could trap Uchiha Obito in a Jinjutsu. Combined with whatever level his Sharingan had evolved to, Obito currently possessed strength close to the peak of a Jonin. His progress was no less than Kaisuke's. On the other side, Obito was equally amazed. This young man was more than 2 years younger than him, and if they were of the same age, he might lose after just a few exchanges. With sharp swordsmanship and terrifying speed, he couldn't afford to be distracted even for a moment during their spar. He had heard that Kaisuke had created a very powerful lightning technique, especially suitable for the Uchiha clan. Obito was very eager to see it for himself. He also had the ability to use lightning techniques, but preferred to study fire techniques. It was a tie. Obito answered his father's question. "I see." Tajima's smile remained unchanged, seemingly genuinely pleased. Unfortunately, Kaisuke was not buying it at all. This old man was thick-skinned and cunning, smiling while stabbing a knife. That was the kind of person he was. He didn't know how he ended up with a son like the Dance King. Looking around casually, Kaisuke suddenly asked curiously, "Where's Izuna? Why isn't that kid here to welcome me?" Upon hearing this, the brotherly Obito burst out laughing. "Oh, he learned about your repeated military achievements and went crazy wanting to join the battlefield. After my father refused, Izuna began to shut himself in for intense training. I can hardly see him now." "Ha ha." Kaisuke laughed heartily, his tone filled with schadenfreude. "I should go see him sometime and give him some motivation to keep getting stronger." What motivation? Of course, it was to beat him up properly. The naturally competitive Izuna would definitely train even harder. It was good to know he was putting in the effort, lest someone cut him down in the future. What a disgrace. Thinking of Senju Tobarama, a figure suddenly jumped into Kaisuke's mind. Watching the increasingly steady-breathing Dance King, he knew that the other party should have started a secret connection with Hashirama. How far had they developed? He was really curious. Tapping his chin with his hand, Kaisuke slapped his thigh and decided to tail them in this other world. It would be a pity not to experience the scene of the two gods meeting in person. Soon, all the major players in the main battlefield arrived one after another. With over 200 ninjas at his command, Kaisuke had already become a hotshot figure within the clan. Except for the elders, no one dared to act tough in front of him. Perhaps Tajima wanted to show off his strength and warn him not to entertain any messy ideas. To this, Kaisuke expressed that he didn't care at all. With Chidori in hand, he had the capital to recruit anyone, as long as his strength continued to improve. No one could stop his rise. In the future, the Uchiha clan was destined to be his and Obito's world. Others would either choose to submit or leave the battlefield and return to the clan to enjoy retirement. Uchiha Tajima was strong enough and had high skills, but unfortunately, his vision was too narrow, making it impossible for him to achieve great things. At the banquet, Kaisuke drank freely without any reservations, even starting a drinking contest with Obito. Age? Just a joke. No one there truly dared to consider him a mere boy. Those who thought so had already become the souls under that short blade. At night, Kaisuke and Obito strolled under the night sky, chatting intermittently about battlefield experiences. When will the war end? The Dance King suddenly became a bit sentimental. Glancing at him, Kaisuke replied nonchalantly, "When the enemies are all dead, the war will naturally end." Yeah. Obito looked up at him, unusually hesitant. His appearance of wanting to say something, but stopping surprised Kaisuke greatly. Just say whatever is on your mind. Why have you become so wishy-washy now? Oh, Uchiha Obito nodded foolishly, finally voicing something he hadn't even told his brother. Kaisuke, do you think it's possible for us to resolve our grievances with the Senju? Huh? Have you been brainwashed by Hashirama? Kaisuke remained silent for a long time before giving him a definitive answer. Resolving grievances isn't actually difficult. We've fought for 1,000 years. If we're not tired, the other side must be. Casting a strange look at him, Uchiha Obito probably never expected Kaisuke would give such an answer. Ignoring the Dance King's shock, Kaisuke continued to express his thoughts. Let me ask you, how many people still bring up the grudges of the previous generation? Very few, right? Do you know why? Young Obito hesitated to answer, because everyone is old. In fact, he wanted to say because they are all dead, but he felt that would be disrespectful to the clan's martyrs. In a daze, he seemed to understand Kaisuke's thoughts. No matter how deeply rooted the hatred was, it would gradually fade with time, unknowingly. Few people mentioned the grievances of the older generation. To resolve hatred, and even to build the ideal village together, there was no need to worry too much. It was enough to forcefully unite the two clans. Dare to cause trouble? One word: kill. A few years would be enough to resolve the accumulated conflicts. The reason was simple. Those who couldn't forget their hatred were all dead. The new generation of ninjas lived in the village from birth, making it hard for them to have the same empathy. Stopping, feeling a bit unsatisfied, Kaisuke's views actually came from the original storyline's development. Many people could fight for survival while in hell, but once they experienced heaven, it became very difficult for them to return to hell. This was also why, in the end, Uchiha Obito fell into the situation of being betrayed by everyone. Chapter 34, First Meeting with Senju Hashirama. A few words almost left Uchiha Madara stunned. It's estimated that the King of Dance is currently very shaken. If it weren't for the timing, he would have definitely run to share this with his friends immediately. I didn't misjudge you after all. Young Madara excitedly patted his shoulder. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he dropped the line, "Wait for me," and returned to his camp. As the son of the clan leader and the future controller of the Uchiha clan, Madara has a force at his command that is always ready to obey. He and Kaisuke will set out together in a week to resist the increasingly fierce attacks from the Uzumaki clan. It seems that Tajima is also close to noticing his son's abnormality. No, to be precise, he is probably already alert. But it's not yet time to take action. Lost in thought, a sudden rush of air broke the silence from afar. Looking up, Kaisuke's eyes flashed with brilliance as he raised his arm and effortlessly caught the object that was coming at him. It was a long sword still in its sheath. Drawing the blade revealed a chilling gleam under the moonlight. With a slight pulse of chakra, a layer of faint blue fluorescence immediately spread across it. A unique manifestation of chakra. Normally, metallic weapons like shuriken can also conduct chakra. However, the transmission rate is very low when outputting 10 parts of chakra. Less than 2 parts actually take effect. Therefore, it is rare to see someone do this. The cost effectiveness is simply too low. If a special metal with a high transmission rate could be found, it would greatly enhance the power of chakra attachment. For example, this weapon in hand has an astonishing transmission rate of 60%. As long as one delves into the path of property change a little, it can be perfectly manifested. Perhaps it can't raise Kaisuke's upper limit of strength, but it can significantly enhance his basic combat power. In simple terms, he will find it much easier to deal with ninjas of the same level in the future. Against those weaker than him, he can easily end battles as if chopping vegetables. This greatly raises his lower limit of strength, helping him conserve energy in combat. He can't just keep using body flicker technique plus Chidori in every encounter. No amount of chakra would be enough for that. Thanks. He accepted the weapon without hesitation, treating it as a gift from Madara. Even education requires payment. In the distance, Uchiha Madara, clad in armor, walked over step by step. Hearing the insincere thanks, he smiled lightly and said, "No need to thank me. It was my father's command to retrieve the weapon from the clan's treasury." The Uchiha treasury. Kaisuke's expression shifted. That place is a treasure trove filled with countless collectibles. Madara couldn't he have gone there just to fetch a weapon for himself? Eyeing him suspiciously from head to toe, it wasn't he until the King of Dance felt somewhat stiff that he slowly withdrew his gaze. Uchiha Madara let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had been seen through. Of course, he couldn't return empty-handed after a trip to the family treasury. In fact, Kaisuke's arrival had already changed many things. In the original plot, Madara's strength overshadowed his peers, even though he had never been slack. His drive to become stronger had always been somewhat lacking. Now, Stimulated by Kai-suk, he felt a tension he had never experienced before. Strength must be honed. The bloodline must be diligently developed, and even weapons cannot be neglected. After visiting the treasury, he quickly chose a gift for Kai-suk, and then began rummaging through for divine weapons and blades. Ultimately, the legendary ninja tool, the Uchiha fan, was born about 6 or 7 years ahead of schedule. Subconsciously touching the storage scroll at his waist, Uchiha Madara cleared his throat and casually found an excuse to leave. Somewhat puzzled, Kai-suk decided to abandon his inquiry and thought about finding the long-lost Izuna to catch up. That night, it was said that the training ground of the Second Son was filled with intense sounds. The clan members sighed, saying that Uchiha Izuna was truly a hard-working young man, still practicing diligently so late. Little did they know, Izuna had directly turned into a punching bag, becoming Kai-suk's test subject. After Kai-suk left, satisfied, the bruised young man could only lick his wounds alone. Bastard, one day I will surpass you. And the same goes for big brother. I, Izuna, am the one with the strongest talent. If Kai-suk heard this boast, he would definitely regret being too heavy-handed. How'd his brain get hit so hard? The next day, with nothing to do, Kai-suk planned to challenge Madara to his second round. Izuna was too weak to have a pleasant fight. It was still much more satisfying to battle the king of dance. However, when he knocked on the door, the butler informed him that the young clan leader had gone into the mountains to train early in the morning. There is something fishy about this. Kai-suk squinted his eyes and followed the clue outside. In the forest by a small stream, young Madara was bored, skipping stones, his mind filled with Kai-suk's words. It was indeed a good way to resolve conflicts, but unfortunately, his father would never agree. However, it doesn't matter. As long as Kai-suk and I are here, we can truly achieve peace in the future. Lost in thought, Madara suddenly felt the urge to urinate, unbuckled his pants, and began to relieve himself by the river. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind him. The release stream abruptly stopped, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't continue. Hashirama, ignoring his friend's furious shout, the honest young man with the pot-lid hairstyle looked at him with a surprised expression. Madara, it seems you weren't lying. You really can't force yourself to stop. I told you, I'm the kind of person who can't urinate with someone around. You bastard. You have to see it with your own eyes to believe it. Right after a long, noisy exchange, the two finally returned to normal, and Madara took the opportunity to share Kai-suk's idea. Using time to resolve hatred, Hashirama's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit. In the past, he had been pursuing blindly, uncertain whether there was even a possibility of achieving peace. He never expected that Madara's clan member would have such insight. Nervously rubbing his hands, Hashirama really wanted to meet that person in person, even though he knew it would be very risky. He and Madara were not fools. Many issues were unspoken between them. If outsiders intervened, Hashirama feared it would ruin the hard-earned friendship. While he was secretly troubled, the pot-lid-headed youth suddenly tightened his expression and turned to look at the woods at an angle behind him. 2 seconds later, Uchiha Madara also sensed something, his expression growing cautious. From the shadowy area of the forest, Uchiha Kai-suk stepped out, dressed in black combat gear. Seeing this, Madara slightly relaxed. As long as it wasn't his father's people, it would be fine. However, he quickly became tense again, as Kai-suk's footsteps never stopped. Placing his hand on the hilt at his waist, his Sharingan activated, and he fixed his gaze on the drastically changing expression of Senju Hashirama. In the next second, the blade was already approaching the other's front. Chapter 35, The First Clash of the Three Gods. Kai-suk, stop it. Uchiha Madara never imagined that the situation would escalate to this point. He thought the two would get along well, but Kai-suk attacked mercilessly upon meeting. Indeed, the peace of mutual understanding was merely a foolish wish held by the two of us. Caught in the middle, Madara found it hard to make a choice. While the two over there were engaged in a fierce battle, facing Kai-suk's lightning-fast strike, Hashirama's right arm suddenly radiated a large amount of blue light, a manifestation formed by the excessive concentration of chakra. Damn, does it have to be this exaggerated? It was only when he faced off that Kai-suk realized why Uchiha Madara had been suppressed by this guy throughout his life. That terrifying chakra was hardly different from a human-tailed beast. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, facing the Ten-Tails Jinch Riki Uchiha Bito, Hashirama gravely remarked, "This guy's chakra is above mine." Just listen to that. What a maddening statement. It shows just how terrifying the chakra of the god of shinobi truly is. Without any armor, he resolutely used his concentrated chakra to defend against Kai-suk's full-strength strike. Possessing the weight of earth and the cutting edge of wind, he was indeed a terrifying figure. After exchanging blows, Kaisuke planned to test his ninjutsu skills against him. However, the bowl-cut head didn't give him a chance at all, raising a foot and kicking with such ferocity that the air screamed in protest. Aside from the chakra amount, the innate superhuman strength was the second greatest asset of Senju Hashirama. One could say that Tsunade's lifelong research on In's ceiling and super strength was merely a passive skill of Hashirama. When facing Uchiha Madara, Kaisuke sensed the limitations imposed by his body. With Hashirama, the gap suddenly magnified several times. Bang! After taking a kick, Kaisuke was sent flying to the top of a tree over 10 meters high. Kaisuke, Uchiha Madara raised his hand in confusion, as if wanting to dissuade him. The next second, a piercing scream suddenly captured all his attention. This was the widely rumored lightning release ninjutsu. Madara temporarily forgot about his dilemma, as the instinct of a strong person made him look forward to the upcoming competition between the two. The Sharingan firmly locked on a Hashirama. Initially, Kaisuke just wanted to test the worth of the god of shinobi. Now he had changed his mind. The bowl-cut head irritated him just by looking at it. Not knowing who the hell gave him that haircut. Just for that, let this bastard eat a Chidori first. With a determined thought. The chirping of birds suddenly intensified several times, and a wildly dancing current caused the tree branches to begin violently collapsing. What a terrifying lightning release ninjutsu. In contrast, Senju Hashirama was more in awe of this technique. He heard his friend shout and realized that the earlier statement had indeed come from the mouth of the boy before him. Moreover, although the opponent's moves were sharp, he felt no killing intent at all. This indicated that the boy was not fighting with the intention to kill him. I understand now. Hashirama's eyes lit up as he figured out Kaisuke's thoughts. He must be testing me. No matter what we do in the future, we must grasp the power to change everything. Truly a wise man capable of discerning the answers. Every action he took was filled with profound meaning beyond my reach. Both palms suddenly came together, and the next second, deep purple chakra surged out from his body. Hashirama began to unleash his full power. The chakra far surpassed that of AJ Nin, causing the ground around them to rumble continuously. Come on, let me show you my resolve. Bowl-cut head, get down on the ground. Stones and gravel shattered, the earth overturned, and the two figures quickly closed the distance between them. You two stop it right now. Just as they were about to collide, a folding fan suddenly intervened, blocking the two impending chakra explosions. Uchiha's rebound. To avoid causing harm, Madara deliberately reduced the force of the rebound. Damn, this old fox. Kaisuke, having pulled himself out from the rock crevices, slumped to the ground, taking a while to catch his breath. On the other side, Hashirama quietly crawled out of the river, his face looking quite unpleasant. Not long ago, he had witnessed Madara urinating in the river, and now he had drunk a bellyful of water. If he could be happy, it would be a miracle. As for Madara, unable to come up with a good solution, he decided to just beat the two fools until they listened. Sneak attacking from behind. Madara, you've fallen. Less nonsense. If you got guts, both of you come at me. All right, Kaisuke, let's team up and take him down. Half an hour later, the future three gods of the ninja world were all lying by the riverbank, bruised and battered. To punish the old fox, Kaisuke teamed up with Hashirama and pressed Madara down for a good thrashing. However, as they fought, internal strife broke out between the two, eventually evolving into an indiscriminate brawl among the three. Shameless Uchiha. You Senju aren't any better. With the Sharingan exposed, continuing to conceal their identities was meaningless. However, both sides were pleased to find that their friendship had not changed due to their differing positions. We're still too weak. Kaisuke touched the bruise on his face and spoke in a low voice. This world is far more dangerous than we imagined. In his mind, the distant Otsutsuki clan quietly surfaced. Aside from Kagaya sealed on the moon, the threats within the ninja world were no less. The evil god cult that had been active for many years, the sage of six paths hidden in the Pure Land, the mysterious Mercy who was somewhere chanting Buddha, and Kuratsuchi who was always ready to plot against Uchiha. None of them were easy opponents. If Kaisuke had to deal with them alone, he wouldn't just be exhausted. He'd be driven crazy. For the sake of the future, he had to protect these two fools by his side. Don't foolishly let others scheme against you. If you have that thought, you might as well consider how to step into the realm of the six paths. Yes, our power is still insufficient. Hearing him say that, Hashirama was even more certain of his thoughts. Lying on the ground, he began to describe the beautiful vision in his heart. As a result, the more he spoke, the more he was met with Kaisuke's retorts. What do you mean by going our separate ways? Establishing a village can't do without the financial support of the daimyo. How foolish. Without the daimyo's guarantee, would ordinary people trust a group of powerful ninjas? The idea of forced intermarriage. Did you come up with that with your ass? There is no permanent peace. You'll understand this sooner or later. Listening to the two argue, Madara smiled contentedly, realizing that his role as the old fox was not in vain. The road ahead was difficult, and he knew that resolving hatred would encounter countless obstacles. Glancing at Kaisuke, whose cheeks were swollen, and Hashirama, who couldn't see out of one eye, Madara felt very pleased. It was a satisfaction he had never experienced before. Chapter 36. The Rising Uchiha Tajima. Wow, what a beautiful view. At the future Hokage Rock, three young people are envisioning the future. It's decided. Senju Hashirama excitedly spreads his arms. I want to build a place here. A refuge where there is no discrimination. Where children don't have to go to the battlefield to fight, and where all clans can live in harmony. Beside him, Uchiha Madara is also filled with emotion. Looking forward to that future as well. Kaisuke, would you be willing to help us? The two looked at the new member who had just joined. Me? Kaisuke walked to the edge of the cliff, his eyes seemingly reflecting the future of Konohagakure. The Hokage building, Ichiraku Ramen, the food street, the ninja academy. His complex gaze left the two beside him, completely unable to comprehend. I'm also looking forward to the construction of the village. Ha, great. Hashirama was exhilarated. It had been so many years, and his dream had never been spoken of. Even his closest brother couldn't understand his thoughts. Indeed, people can understand each other. Even the Senju and Uchiha. Madara, Kaisuke, Wait a moment. Hashirama was abruptly interrupted, his excitement a bit distorted. Kaisuke spoke calmly. Don't get too happy too early. We are insignificant to the entire shinobi world. Yes, I understand. The future awaits. You are too naive, Hashirama. Once again, Kaisuke interrupted him without hesitation, turning his head with a sharp gaze. People's thoughts change over time, as do yours and mine. When you truly understand the cruelty of war and the helplessness between people, you might not retain today as feelings. He stopped the young man who wanted to retort, his tone somewhat somber. Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, you'll only make me look down on your dreams. Hearing this, Hashirama took a deep breath and said firmly, I will overcome the pain and keep moving towards my dream. Looking at that sincere face, Kaisuke wanted to ask what would happen if I personally took down Tobirama. But before he could speak, Madara subtly stopped him. After thinking for a moment, Kaisuke chose not to press further. Perhaps he had just recalled the tragic fate of the Uchiha in the future. The founders of Konohagakure, a prominent clan during the Warring States period, ultimately fell to the point of being coerced by smaller clans like Sarutobi and Shimura. This seems like a huge joke now. No one can clearly predict what the future holds. Kaisuke's words were laden with meaning. Regardless of the process, the three of them finally exchanged their ideas. After bidding farewell, once the excited Senju Hashirama left, Madara suddenly asked, Kaisuke, how did you appear? Shaking his head with a smile. Kaisuke didn't answer his question, instead muttering incomprehensibly. I've noticed that when it comes to Hashirama, you become very unstable. How could that be? P.S. Just an ordinary friend. Don't think too much. Madara directly denied it in 3 consecutive statements. Be careful. Not want to say too much. Kaisuke left him with a warning. I can sense your movements. Do you really think no one in the clan knows what you're doing? Being with him. You will never gain your family's blessing. Yeah, I know. Wait, what do you mean by being with him? Madara glared at him fiercely. As a result, Kaisuke quickly slipped away. In terms of speed, even a few Dance Kings couldn't compare to him. With a reminder from his friend, Madara didn't go to meet Hashirama in the following days. Unfortunately, paper can't contain fire forever. One night, Uchiha Tajima directly confronted his son at home. Madara, who have you been meeting recently? Tajima's tone was dark, looking extremely angry. Initially, Madara planned to make up a casual excuse to brush it off. But somehow, he decided to test his father's thoughts a little. 3 minutes later, Madara paid for his foolishness. The Uchiha and Senju have a truce, and they're actually building a beautiful home together. The clan leader stared at his son as if he were an idiot. You've been influenced by the enemy. Tajima asked in a tone filled with disappointment. I can't believe you're this naive. Have you said these words to outsiders? Kaisuke knew this too. You idiot. The clan leader almost felt an impulse to faint. Uchiha Kaisuke is your biggest rival in the future. Aren't you just giving him leverage over you? Hearing this, Madara became somewhat impatient. He was tired of his father's threatening rhetoric. He had heard similar words too many times over the years. Father, Kaisuke is not the person you imagine. Madara, I never thought you would be this naive. Tajima couldn't take his son's words at all. In fact, he was just a stubborn old fool. Such a person only had obedience in their mind. There is no such thing as mutual understanding. Snap! Tajima lightly snapped his fingers, and more than 10 shadows appeared around them. These were the family's secret ninjas specifically trained by the Uchiha. Their purpose was simple, to handle matters that the clan leader couldn't deal with himself or people. Uchiha Kaisuke is guilty of colluding with the enemy. Tonight, he will be captured. Anyone who dares to resist will face immediate execution. Uchiha Tajima glared at his son and asked ominously, "What do you think of this?" Madara clenched his fists, knowing his father was likely trying to intimidate him. The problem was he didn't dare to gamble. Losing meant everything would be irretrievable. What do you really want? Madara finally compromised. This time, he felt incredibly exhausted. It was so difficult to persuade his father, let alone those clansmen filled with hatred. Sure enough, Kaisuke was right. To make everyone abandon their hatred, extremely high-pressure means were necessary. Hoping that everyone could understand each other, that was just a childish fantasy. Seeing his son compromise, the clan leader waved his hand, and the secret ninjas instantly disappeared without a trace. You know who the person you met by the riverbank is, right? Before Madara could answer, Tajima revealed the truth. His name is Senju Hashirama. Oh, you probably know this, but do you know he's the son of Senju Butsuma? Senju Butsuma, the current clan leader of the Senju clan, was undoubtedly one of the top super strongmen of the Warring States period. One of Madara's cousins died at his hands. The enmity between the two sides runs deep, both wishing the other would suddenly drop dead. Hashirama, Madara's eyes widened slightly. He never expected that his friend was actually the young leader of the Senju clan. Could this be fate? Now you know. Tajima patted his son's shoulder, his tone softening. There's still room for redemption as long as you. Chapter 37. The day of farewell of the three gods. Early the next morning, Kaisuke received a summons from the clan leader. When he arrived, he saw the expressionless Izuna and the furious Izuna, and he had some guesses in his heart. Sigh. It was ultimately discovered. It wasn't surprising at all. If they couldn't even find this out, Uchiha Tajima would probably have stepped down long ago. Kaisuke. Izuna immediately began to question, "Big brother, how could you also join in the chaos?" Upon hearing this, Kaisuke tapped his ear with his pinky finger. Too lazy to answer a little brat's inquiries. "Hey, you guy, enough." The clan leader stopped his younger son's actions. He understood that Kaisuke was now fearless and wouldn't take this small matter seriously. Accusing him of colluding with the enemy? That's ridiculous. He had only been at the front lines for a few days. How could he possibly have clandestine connections with the Senju? The clansmen weren't fools. They wouldn't believe such a story. Even if they produced evidence of a meeting between the two sides, one could easily dismiss it by saying they were just following Izuna, and then it would really be troublesome. Tajima was very clear about these matters. Last night, he was just scaring his son. He knew his child best. Izuna was good at everything except that he was often easily flustered by concern. In the past, it was Izuna, and now, unexpectedly, Kaisuke had also become one of them. However, upon reflection, it might not be a bad thing. If his son had the ability to subdue the opponent, he might not have to continue targeting them. Without mentioning that he was also involved, Kaisuke directly inquired, "I found a member of the Senju clan, a boy about the same age as Izuna. Do you want to come along?" A boring test. Facing everyone's gaze, Kaisuke casually nodded in response. "Of course, if we can capture him. We can definitely force the Senju to retreat." Look at him at that moment. Tajima wished Kaisuke was his son. If he had known the boy had such talent, he should have adopted him back then. That way, all problems would have been solved. Well said. Tajima clapped his hands in appreciation and praised. As expected of a leader of a faction, Kaisuke, your considerations are indeed reasonable. Let's do it. Capturing him will serve as leverage in negotiations with the Senju. With that, the group immediately set off towards the river where they had met last time, near the Hokage Rock of Konoha, to protect his son's reputation. Tajima did not bring any of his subordinates, thinking it would be foolproof, but soon he regretted it. By the river, Izuna and Hashirama gazed at each other from a distance, exchanging glances. "Izuna, do you remember our first meeting?" Feeling a stir in his heart, Izuna smiled and picked up a stone from the ground, slowly carving it with his chakra-infused fingers. "Of course I remember. You lost to me at skipping stones." "Please. It was you who lost." Another moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, both threw their stones, catching the ones that flew back from the opposite bank. "Run. There's an ambush." In the back jungle, Kaisuke felt a bit emotional. What a touching scene. He turned and glared fiercely at him. Tajima and his sons jumped out of the bushes, only to find two figures appearing on the other side as well. On one side were the Uchiha family, Tajima, Izuna, and Kaisuke. On the other side were the Senju family, Hashirama and Tobarama. As the only outsider, Kaisuke felt somewhat excluded. When he leisurely stepped out, the two current clan leaders had already begun to greet each other's families from afar. Ignoring the two clan leaders' verbal exchanges, Kaisuke looked at the gray-haired figure. Senju Tobarama, the most outstanding theoretical expert in the world of Hokage, had created countless famous ninjutsu. At the same time, he was also someone Kaisuke disliked. In his opinion, even without Kagaya's old silver coin stirring things up behind the scenes, Tobarama would eventually take action against the Uchiha. This person was the real hardliner. Even after establishing the village, he had never let go of his hatred for the Uchiha. Of course, he was very smart and understood how to use threats to negotiate. He ordered the Senju clan to break into smaller groups, fully integrating into Konoha, successfully avoiding the possibility of future targeting. It was a very bold idea, preserving the already dwindling clansmen while directing the spearhead towards the unyielding Uchiha. One could say that Obito and Danzo were merely executors. He was the true mastermind behind the Uchiha's destruction. On the opposite bank, Tobarama furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that the guy harbored deep malice towards him. People often say that when you vaguely sense someone seems to dislike you, there's no doubt that the other party is thoroughly annoyed with you in their heart. However, Tobarama didn't understand. This was clearly their first meeting. So where did this baseless hatred come from? Perhaps this is the Uchiha way. Soon, the two clan leaders simultaneously decided to end the verbal conflict. Senju Hashirama, feeling a sense of retreat, was at a numerical disadvantage. He didn't mind, but he was worried about his two children possibly getting hurt. Meanwhile, Tajima decisively chose to take action. Izuna, Kaisuke, capture those two brats. Fire release, great fireball. Several fire dragons roared in, their terrifying power boiling the entire river. Attack. Faced with his father's pressure, Izuna gritted his teeth, drew his short knife, and charged forward. On the opposite side, Hashirama couldn't help but shout, Izuna, don't abandon our agreement. What a fool. Kaisuke twitched the corner of his mouth and shot out a specially made kunai. The target was Senju Tobarama. Kaisuke. Hashirama still had the mind to shout. He knew the opponent's strength well. To be honest, Tobarama might not be the opponent right now. However, he didn't expect Tobarama's defeat to come so suddenly. Dodging the strangely shaped kunai, Tobarama sneered and formed hand seals. A massive flow of water suddenly gathered around him. Water release, water barrier. In his hands, the defensive water barrier could also be used for offense. Being on the opposite bank of the river gave him a natural geographical advantage. Bang! Before he could make a move, a heavy blow from behind nearly knocked him unconscious. The water barrier shattered, and Kaisuke held Tobarama's neck with one hand. His posture filled with frenzy. Tobarama. The first Hokage's heart jumped. His chakra surged dramatically, and with great strength, he kicked Uchiha, Izuna flying. Let him go, Kaisuke. Hashirama used the body flicker technique to appear in front of him and threw a punch. In fact, Kaisuke could have taken Senju Tobarama away from the battlefield. After a period of diligent training, he had already begun to achieve the ability to teleport others with Flying Thunder God. However, after a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the tempting idea. To deal with potential threats, the existence of Senju Hashirama was necessary. Chapter 38. Uzumaki Mito's discontent in the end. The Senju father and sons left. Tajima couldn't defeat the battlefield in front of them, and Hashirama's explosive strength was exceptionally astonishing. Even the clan leader couldn't find any faults with the two, even though he knew in his heart that Kaisuke and Madara definitely hadn't fought with all their might. Let's go back. It was clear that Uchiha Tajima was very unwilling. This also reflected the kind of threat the entire Uchiha clan faced now. Perhaps not wanting his son to rekindle old flames. As soon as they returned to the camp, the clan leader immediately ordered the two to set off at once. Don't be reckless. Before leaving, Tajima patiently advised the two, Uzumaki Mito's strength is very formidable. You are not opponents at this time. Remember, you must ensure your own safety. Yes, the southern army led by Kaisuke was in the front, while the main force cultivated by Uchiha Madara was at the rear. The ninja team, coming to meet them, set off grandly towards the western battlefield. Madara found the always distracted king of dance and decided to enlighten him. What's wrong? Still not recovered from your disappointment? Don't think I don't know. You have the ability to capture that Senju brat. Madara retorted stubbornly. He didn't want to fight his friend, and how could Kaisuke not hold back as well? He was still too naive to try and provoke him with words. Next to him, Kaisuke was slightly taken aback. Everything was going well, so why did he suddenly become Tsundere? Did he trigger some kind of switch? After a few seconds of silence, Madara hesitated for a moment and decided to speak the truth. Perhaps Kaisuke was the only one he could confide in. Do you think there is still a chance for that dream to come true? The King of Dance looked very confused. What he wanted was not a village, but an environment that provided safety for his younger brother and clan members. As long as Azuno was safe, and the children didn't have to step onto the battlefield at such a young age, then his wish would be fulfilled. A very humble thought, one that shouldn't appear in Uchiha Madara. However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara was not the centenarian surviving in the cave. He was excessively young and was actually an ambitious youth who wasn't good at expressing his feelings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become friends with Hashirama. Unfortunately, in an age where people eat people, his wish was as difficult as uniting the countries. The war never stops. Even if one day the Uchiha and Senju unite, there would still be threats from the other four nations. War between nations only becomes more brutal as time goes on. By the time they find a way to resolve the conflicts between countries, Kaguya would not let it rest. It would inevitably continue to incite disputes among people. At that point, the Land of Fire would inevitably be involved. Even if they teamed up to completely defeat Kaguya, there would still be other threats lurking. Sooner or later, the Otsutsuki from the universe would come. It wouldn't take many. Just 10 Kaguya-level enemies would be enough to destroy the entire planet. Peace. How could it be that easy? Kaisa couldn't clearly express these thoughts to the King of Dance, but he could share his views on the village issue. Don't worry. The village will be established sooner or later. In the surprised eyes of Madara, Kaisuke said nonchalantly, the specific time depends on when you and Hashirama can seize power. Once you fully grasp the Uchiha and sit firmly on the clan leader's throne, then you can marry Hashirama if you want. Upon hearing this, Madara frowned in confusion. You're talking nonsense again, but you make sense. I hope that fool can also think this through. You mean Hashirama? Kaisuke hinted. He is much smarter than you think. Madara, the real fool is you. In a land of fire on the western battlefield, the pre-battle base of the Uzumaki clan. Father. Inside the tent, the red-haired Uzumaki Mito was reading documents. He was in his prime, not yet the gray-haired elder of the future. Under normal circumstances, the Uzumaki clan's lifespan far exceeds that of normal people, and even when nearing death, they typically wouldn't show obvious signs of graying hair. Clearly, Uzumaki Mito's death should have other implications, likely related to several sealing techniques he was studying. For example, the tailed beast sealing technique. For example, the sealing technique to connect with the Shinigami. Of course, those were private studies he conducted, and outsiders were almost completely unaware. For Uzumaki Mito, the most troublesome thing at the moment was how to deal with the fierce young girl in front of him. Seeing her father a bit distracted, the girl slammed her hands on the table, almost toppling it over. The girl had an exquisite appearance. Her long red hair styled into 2 buns, and she wore a crown-like accessory on her head. As her hair fluttered, the diamond mark on her forehead was visible. She was none other than the princess of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Mito. Father, she shouted fiercely, presenting an intelligence report almost directly to her father's face. The reinforcements sent by the Uchiha have arrived. Oh, Uzumaki Mito nodded indifferently, looking completely unfazed. He was the creator of the land of whirlpool strength, the greatest sealing master of the present. No, perhaps the greatest in hundreds of years. What do 2 babies still in diapers need to be particularly concerned about? If he had that leisure, he might as well continue to perfect the diamond lock sealing technique. Seeing her father's indifferent demeanor, Mito quickly turned and left, feeling that her father was somewhat overly proud and arrogant. The Uchiha were a formidable opponent. No matter how you looked at it, they deserved utmost respect. Choosing to intervene in the war, the Uzumaki clan had to do their utmost. Only by forming the deepest alliance with the Senju could they ensure the safety of the land of whirlpools for generations. First, they must completely eliminate the Uchiha. This was the prerequisite for both parties to form a defensive alliance. Mito viewed her father's current slackness as a betrayal. One must know that Senju Hashirama is not a kind-hearted person. If offended, the situation for the land of whirlpools could become dire. No, I must do something. Used to taking the initiative, Mito decided to go to the front lines and meet those 2 commanders who were about the same age as her. Speaking of which, the Uchiha really had no one left. Anyone could become a core-level commander. It was clear that the little girl didn't believe at all that those 2 could have any real ability. Rumors? They were just used to fool the foolish. Without inventing a few geniuses, how could Uchiha Tajima smoothly complete the transfer of power? In the end, it was all just a common tactic for family inheritance. Let me, Uzumaki Mito, expose their true colors. The little girl shook her buns and set off with her personal guard. Chapter 39. I'm sorry, I'm not a casual person. Uchiha Hiroki, one of the few existing influential elders in the family, is currently the highest commander on the Western battlefield. He is relatively close to Tajima and is one of the rare, good-natured people in the clan. Even Uchiha Madara, the young clan leader, must respectfully address him as Elder Hiroki when they meet. Come in and have a seat. The commander looks quite approachable. No wonder Uchiha Tajima feels at ease in trusting his son to him. He must be Kyusuke, right? Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Uchiha Hiroki does not hold back his praise. When I was your age, I didn't have the courage to step onto the front lines. After a bit of modesty, Kyusuke inquired, Sir, what is the current situation? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hiroki sighed. You arrived just in time. If you had come 10 or 15 days later, the front lines would likely have fallen. So serious? Kyusuke exchanged a glance with Madara, their expressions becoming somewhat grave. Through the commander's account, they truly felt the difficulty of the Western Front. The Uzumaki clan has mobilized in large numbers, with over 1,000 ninjas, all skilled in sealing techniques. They are at a disadvantage in individual strength and are overwhelmingly outnumbered. The ability to resist until now relies entirely on the defensive network built by the Uchiha over the years. It is reminiscent of the situation on the southern battlefield. But unfortunately, this time the Uchiha are no longer the dominant side. I want to see the front lines. Kyusuke expressed his thoughts. As for the coordination with the troops, he would leave that to Uchiha Madara to discuss. With the commander's approval, Kyusuke immediately chose to set off alone. With Flying Thunder God at his disposal, there are few who can keep him detained. He marked spatial coordinates in various locations, and where it was inconvenient to leave a mark, he would leave a kunai in a concealed spot. Soon, he crossed the entire defensive line and arrived at the front line area alone. Boom! The violent roar of ninjutsu instantly brought him back to past memories. What a familiar sensation. Kyusuke took a deep breath, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the Uzumaki clan was just a group of moving points. No matter how strong they are, with unparalleled mobility, he could easily reap their heads. Touching the blade at his waist, Kyusuke murmured, Since I'm here, I might as well collect a little interest in advance. He quickly formed hand seals, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Uzumaki frontline camp. With her hair in 2 buns, Mito hurried to the front lines. Is there anything unusual? She asked the person in charge. Unlike Uchiha Madara, as a princess, Mito holds considerable authority within the clan. Even the frontline commander must bow and pay respects when he sees her, not daring to be negligent. Reporting to the princess, there are no unusual occurrences. The commander appeared cautious. Just as his words fell, the distinct roar of explosive tags erupted from outside. Is this your so-called lack of unusual activity? Mito glared at him and dashed straight to the scene of the incident. On the other side, Kyusuke sighed deeply as he looked at the surrounding enemies. He had underestimated the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. He thought the infiltration would be silent, but unexpectedly, before he had even attached several explosive tags, he accidentally triggered the defensive barrier. Now, the infiltration plan had completely failed, and he had even lost more than 10 unignited explosive tags. What a total loss. Maliciously surveying the area, he wondered if he should collect a bit of interest before leaving. By demonstrating to the enemy that he could freely enter and exit their stronghold, he could force them to realize that the Senju might not be able to protect their safety. Silently drawing his long knife, Kyusuke felt a long-lost surge of bloodlust. During the Warring States period, various clans emphasized the use of physical techniques, and the Uzumaki clan was no exception. With the support of the Sharingan, he would not fear engaging in physical confrontations with any foreign clans. Today, I'll turn your world upside down. Just as he was about to act, a familiar figure suddenly jumped out in front of him. You little thief, who are you? Looking at the girl in front of him, Kyusuke slightly furrowed his brows. Someone who could feel familiar to him must be a character that appeared in the original story. Scanning her bun hairstyle, he hesitantly asked, Are you Uzumaki Mito? That's right. Mito placed her hands on her hips, looking somewhat like Uzumaki Kushina. You have quite the guts to come here alone. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by our clan's experts? Experts? Kyusuke scoffed, mocking without reservation, just the Senju's lackeys. You dare to call yourselves experts? What did you say? Blocking the clan members who wanted to take action, Mito stepped forward, her gaze filled with the pride of a princess. Today I will show you who the one with a narrow view really is. As soon as her words fell, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead instantly dissipated. In sealing technique release. The in sealing technique is a sealing technique used to store chakra. Uzumaki Mito uses it to accumulate power, allowing her to turn the tide at critical moments. Passed down through the generations, Tsunade further perfected it, developing the formidable S-rank Forbidden Technique, Creation Rebirth. The uncontrollable massive chakra, in a fleeting moment, gave him the illusion of facing Senju Hashirama. Stepping forward, the sand and stones flew, and the proud Princess Mito instantly transformed into a fierce Tyrannosaurus. I can't match her strength. The three Tomo quickly spun, and Kyusuke seized the opportunity to sidestep the opponent's surprise attack. This scene completely revealed his identity. Three Tomo Sharingan? I know who you are now. Uchiha Kyusuke. Forcing herself to halt her advance, Mito turned around, her eyes filled with suspicion. She thought he was just an ordinary death warrior, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the infamous Demon Rasha. Is he crazy? Mito was puzzled. Charging into the enemy camp sounds impressive, but in reality, is an incredibly foolish act. Intelligence indicated that Uchiha Kyusuke led the Southern Army to the front lines to participate in the war in the Land of Waves. Mito knew they would meet sooner or later, but she never expected it would be in such a strange scenario. So it's Commander Kyusuke. I've heard so much about you, Mito said with a faint smile. I've long wanted to make your acquaintance. It seems we have a chance for a candlelit night talk. Night talk? Kyusuke raised an eyebrow, uttering a phrase that nearly made the girl explode. I'm sorry. I'm not that casual of person. Chapter 40. Princess, welcome to Uchiha. What do you mean, I'm not an ordinary person? Mito frowned in confusion, feeling that something was off. She was young and didn't understand Kyuji's flirty remarks, but that didn't mean her clan members were oblivious to their meaning. How bold, daring to speak such arrogance to the princess. You won't be leaving here alive today. Princess, let's take him down together. Blocking the excited clan members, Mito was determined to take him down alone today. If she succeeded, the morale of her clan would soar, benefiting their upcoming battle against the Uchiha. The fearsome Uchiha demon had long wanted to meet you. Boom! With a simple activation, the ground beneath her feet exploded. The terrifying chakra fluctuations made Kyuji frown slightly, thinking that the Ein sealing technique was indeed a good ninjutsu. Unfortunately, if it couldn't hit the enemy, it was all for naught. In comparison to chakra, her control was still far from sufficient. Dodging flexibly, Kyuji didn't forget to use words to disrupt her state. The strength of the bun-headed girl was indeed impressive. But the problem was that she was too focused on increasing her power, neglecting the importance of control. Oh, it should be said that she didn't want to, but simply couldn't control such a level of power. Relying on brute force to defeat him, one had to say that the girl's thoughts were too naive. Her continuous attacks were easily dodged by the opponent, and Mito realized that she might not actually be able to touch him. Instinctively, she began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash a powerful ninjutsu to force him into a direct confrontation. However, before she could act, her expression darkened, and she stopped. There was no way Mito could take out her clan members around her. Who would have thought that in that moment of distraction, Kyuji instantly turned into an afterimage, his blade resting directly against the girl's neck. You lost. Glancing at the furious Mito, Kyuji fell silent, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to abduct her. If used well, it might force the Uzumaki to cease hostilities, and even if that didn't work, at least it could make that old man a bit wary. If both sides truly clashed head-on, he knew that the Uchiha would most likely not be the opponent. This was a fact that Commander Hiroki had admitted himself. He had already faced defeat multiple times in battles against Uzumaki Ashina. If it weren't for the other side's concerns about not wanting to offend the Uchiha too deeply, the entire front line would have collapsed long ago. Now that Kyuji had arrived, he naturally couldn't hand over the initiative to them, whether to fight or how to fight. It should all be up to him. With that thought, he reached out his finger and gently tapped Mito's nape. Sleep now, my beautiful princess. Before fainting, Mito was still filled with confusion, seemingly not expecting that he would actually dare to act against her. Did she think that being a hostage would allow her to escape? Too naive. In front of her father, any means would become meaningless. Catching the collapsing bun-headed girl, Kyuji ignored the shouting Uzumaki clan members beside him and instead looked towards the largest tent in the camp. There, a terrifying presence had already locked onto him. Kyuji knew that Uzumaki Ashina's true self must be within. Still unwilling to show up, putting on quite a show. Through the distant distance between them, Kyuji could almost feel the disdain of the Uzumaki clan leader. It was the unique composure of the older generation. Even the older generation, including Uchiha Bandai, seemed to look down on the younger generation that had just grown up. To this, Kyuji was non-committal, while Tajima could be excused. Uzumaki Ashina would definitely have to pay for his arrogance. In the original storyline, the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools seemed to confirm his thoughts. Choosing to ally with the Senju while being indecisive in battle. Did he really think that Senju Hashirama couldn't see through that? Now, with the situation chaotic, everything could be discussed, but in the future, when the world was stable, it was time to settle old scores with the Land of Whirlpools. It was likely that even if Uzumaki Ashina were to die, he would never expect that the Uchiha would form an alliance with the Senju in the future. Instead, he would become an outsider. Various forces were eyeing them, and the old silver coin and Kurizetsu were always scheming against them. The Land of Whirlpools not being destroyed was the biggest oddity. A foolish clan. Kyuji sneered as he began to form hand seals. Suddenly, a figure rushed out wildly, seemingly sensing the fluctuations of time and space. The feeling it gave Kyuji was as if the entire world was pressing down on him. This person was none other than Uzumaki Ashina, a terrifying presence at the peak clan leader level. Truly terrifying strength, Kyuji silently sighed, not forgetting to wave at the other party. In the next moment, he and Mito's figures simultaneously disappeared from their original spots. Uzumaki Ashina, who had missed, finally lost the smile that had been on his face. He admitted that he had been too careless. The enemy daring to infiltrate the Uzumaki stronghold must have had a way to escape safely. It was laughable how he had underestimated them. By the time he sensed the fluctuations of time and space, it was already too late to save his daughter. So the question arose. If the Uchiha were to take Mito hostage and force the Uzumaki clan to surrender, what choice should he make? The life of his daughter versus the victory of battle became a dilemma that lingered in his heart. Uchiha camp. When Mito woke up, she found that she had already been marked with sealing techniques. She could move, but her chakra was unable to gather it all. The fan patterns visible all around clearly indicated one thing. She was in the Uchiha camp. I've been captured. The girl stood up in disbelief, unable to understand how the other side had managed to take her from her camp. After thinking it over, the only guess she had was that that bastard had taken her hostage, causing her clan members, including her father, to hesitate. It felt very unreasonable upon reflection. After struggling for a while and realizing she couldn't break the sealing techniques on her, she finally settled down. If she had known this would happen, she would have worked harder to learn sealing techniques from her father. Mito felt a bit regretful. While pondering, the sound of footsteps outside caught her attention. The bun-headed girl tightly closed her eyes, planning to pretend to be asleep temporarily to see if she could find an opportunity to subdue the intruders with taijutsu. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt two people walk in from outside. Then, a familiar voice rang in her ear. True Knight, I'll leave her to you for now. No one can take her away but me, including our dear Elder Hiroki. The annoying voice made her recall the humiliating scene of being captured. Did that bastard think she was his private property, not allowing anyone to take her away? Beside her, a somewhat cold female voice spoke up. Yes, but I have a question. Are you saying that Kyuji-sama wants to keep her? Should I give her some training? All right, stop talking. Kyuji interrupted her with a headache. He was now missing the once silent True Knight. Waving his hand to dismiss his subordinate, he turned to look at the bun-headed girl pretending to sleep and slowly extended his sinful hands. Chapter 41. The child's grandfather has arrived. What does he want? Pretending to be unconscious, Mito suddenly recalled the plots from her cherished little storybooks. What about the crime of being a captive? The 1001 Nights of the enemy camp. The stories I must tell the enemy. These were all enlightening materials sought by the maid, and Mito immediately fell in love with them upon contact. Stop. The girl's sense of shame finally made her open her eyes. As a result, she found that the boy was merely helping her remove the shackles on her body. Although chakra might not be able to condense, there was no problem with autonomous action. Dispelling the illusions in her mind, Mito calmed down and finally regained her former composure. How did you bring me out? She asked the question she was most concerned about. Upon hearing this, Kayasuk did not hide anything. It was likely that he couldn't hide it anymore. Have you heard of space-time ninjutsu? Isn't that something only found in legends? The girl with the bun was stunned and finally understood why she was here. If it were indeed the mysterious and unfathomable space-time, everything seemed to make sense. Even though her father was powerful, he couldn't stop the effects of space-time ninjutsu. After a long silence, Mito asked her second question, what exactly do you want? Very simple. Kayasuk shook his finger. As long as the Uzumaki clan is willing to withdraw their troops, I can personally come to apologize. Don't even think about it. The girl reproached bluntly. The Uchiha clan has committed numerous crimes, and my clan will join the Senju clan to put an end to your evil. Evil? Kayasuk shook his head with a smile, not angered by her words. He could see that the girl was a typical victim of deception. As for the Uchiha's crimes, he felt there was nothing to defend. The soil for survival is so limited. If I don't hit you, one day the other side will come to hit me. In the original plot, since the establishment of Konoha, it has never actively launched invasions against the outside world. And what was the result? In the 3 Shinobi World Wars, Konoha almost became the target of beatings. So, are the sand, lightning, water, and earth countries, as well as the smaller ninja villages like Rain and Grass, all evil? The Land of Fire is rich and abundant, with the best climate, and its residents obviously do not want to face war. But what about other countries? They can't even meet the basic conditions for survival. What if we don't fight? Should we just wait to die? The truth is that peace is always relative. Kayasuke understood, but unfortunately, others did not share his unique experience and could not view historical issues from an observer's perspective. Not intending to correct the girl's thoughts, he paused, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then there's no choice. For the future of our 2 clans, I must implement some unconventional measures. I, Uzumaki Mito, am not easily frightened. That's good. Kayasuke clenched his fist excitedly and elaborated. Please stay here for a few months, during which I will eat and sleep with the princess. When our child is born, I will personally send you home. See, child, Mito was dumbfounded, struggling to keep up with the boy's erratic thoughts. Yes, Kayasuke smiled and explained. Once we have a child, the Uchiha and Uzumaki will become one family. For the sake of the grandson, Uzumaki Akino will no longer make things difficult for us. Uchiha Kayasuke. Uzumaki Mito was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. What do you mean by having a child? I would rather stay single for the rest of my life than choose to marry you. Fuming, she sat up, feeling an impulse to pounce and beat the boy. Sir, there's a voice from outside the tent. The sound of Miyako came. After a brief description, Kayasuke nodded and instructed the girl with a bun. Keep an eye on her. Don't let outsiders contact her. Yes. Turning to look at the girl who turned her head away, he smiled and said, the child's grandfather has come to visit. I must personally go to greet him. At first, Mito didn't react. When she realized who the child's grandfather referred to, that bastard had already disappeared without a trace. Bastard, just wait for me. By using the pre-established spatial coordinates, Kayasuke quickly arrived at the front line. Lifting the curtain of the tent, he ignored the strange looks and calmly walked to his seat. Ahem, Kayasuke is here. The Legion commander Hiroki coughed lightly, frequently signaling Uchiha Madara with his eyes. Helplessly, Madara could only sigh and speak. I heard that you captured the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Kayasuke nodded. Rambling. I plan to marry her and completely dismantle the Uzumaki country from within through our offspring. Uchiha Hiroki, Uchiha Madara. The other generals, rubbing his slightly aching head, Uchiha Hiroki finally understood why the clan leader was somewhat helpless against the boy. This kind of person who does not follow the usual rules is often the most troublesome, because his next move is completely unpredictable. Who would have known in advance that he would dare to enter the enemy camp and bring back the princess of a whole country? As for having children, everyone regarded it as nonsense. He is just a kid. Even if he wants to, he probably doesn't have the ability to produce offspring. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara was more interested in the mysterious ninjutsu mentioned in the intelligence. Can you really perform space-time ninjutsu? Madara asked quietly. Kayasuke nodded modestly, also not forgetting to boast. Who am I? The strongest genius of the Uchiha clan in 1,000 years. What's so strange about being able to use space-time ninjutsu? Self-created? Of course, I call it the Flying Thunder God technique. How about the name? Not bad, right? It's just average. The two were whispering to each other, while Uchiha Hiroki began to make pre-battle arrangements. That Uzumaki Akino was forced to go to the battlefield was something many people did not anticipate. Now, they had to face the threat of a peak clan leader-level powerhouse. The older generation of ninjas was all apprehensive and unwilling to confront the other side directly, while the two rising stars present were eager to try their hands. What are we afraid of? We'll meet the enemy with our troops and block the water with soil. Kayasuke waved his hand, looking very confident. That's right. We'll only know if we can do it after we fight. Madara nodded in agreement. He knew that in everyone's hearts, thoughts like newborn calves are not afraid of tigers must have emerged. It doesn't matter. Time will prove who the real strong ones are. Whether it's Uzumaki Akino or Senju Hashirama, they will ultimately become my Uchiha Madara's defeated foes. This was the confidence of a strong person. As for Kayasuke, he didn't have such a domineering thought. With Mito in hand, he wasn't afraid of Uzumaki Akino completely turning against him. He dared to bet that that indecisive man had probably not yet decided how to face the Uchiha. Chapter 42, The Dual Gods Unite. Letting you know what arrogance is when 1,000 people pass, They block the clouds and cover the sky. When 10,000 people pass, there is no end in sight. The biggest feeling for Kyusuk right now is that red is spreading everywhere. In the southern battlefield, the three clans have never engaged in large-scale frontal confrontations. The largest battle he personally experienced was merely a small-scale canyon chase with a few hundred people. As expected of a clan that established a nation, their numbers are indeed vast. Kyusuk couldn't help but sigh. Just a bunch of fools. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his gaze filled with a commanding aura. The two stood side by side at the front of the formation, facing the surging enemy tide without fear, their banter and ease truly eliciting envy from those around them. If it were the Legion Commander Hiroki, he would find it impossible to dispel the pressure in his heart. Who is Uzumaki Ashina? An existence that can converse equally with the Sage of the Thousand Hands. His strength has reached the pinnacle of clan leader level. Further than that, it has already reached a legendary realm, of which no one currently knows the specifics. In other words, Uzumaki Ashina represents the strongest of the warring states. Elder Hiroki is also a powerful clan leader, but he understands that there exists an insurmountable gap in strength between them. This is also the main reason why he sought help. If the quality isn't enough, at least the quantity must be equal. Otherwise, what's the point of fighting? Suddenly, a gap opened in the surging red tide, and Uzumaki Ashina strolled in, his aura firmly locking onto the two most conspicuous figures in the enemy ranks. Kyusuk, dressed in black combat gear with a long knife slung at his waist, and Madara, clad in red armor and carrying the Uchiha fan on his back. He originally thought Mito was the most outstanding heir, but unexpectedly, Uchiha could cultivate two young talents at the same time. What luck! Uzumaki Ashina narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura crashing down on the two like a mountain. They couldn't withstand it. In the upcoming war, the two would not be able to continue to appear. The terrifying pressure of the battlefield would gradually erode their hearts, causing the once proud children of heaven to completely fall into the mundane. However, Uzumaki Ashina ultimately miscalculated. His actions, apart from prompting the two Uchiha to activate their Sharingan, seemed to have no effect whatsoever. To outsiders, it instead felt like a case of the strong bullying the weak. The founding father of the land of whirlpools, with his daughter kidnapped, could only exert pressure on two young boys. It would be utterly embarrassing if this got out. Seeing the two without any fluctuations, Uchiha Hiroki stepped forward and laughed loudly. Uzumaki Ashina, you really are living in the past. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan leader chuckled self-deprecatingly, then gathered his chakra and said solemnly, "Release Mito, or I will flatten your Uchiha today." After saying that, he raised one hand, and the ninja formation behind him instantly prepared. As soon as the clan leader gave the order, terrifying Legion-level ninjutsu would crash into the enemy ranks. Even the strongest of the Ten Tails in its incomplete form wouldn't be able to break free in a short amount of time. The strength of Legion-level ninjutsu can be seen from this. You bastard Uzumaki, do you really think you can compare with us? The Legion commander raised his arm and shouted loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. Let the enemy see who is truly the strongest clan in the land of fire. Release. As soon as the words fell, 30 ninjas in the formation simultaneously formed hand seals, and the process of chakra fusion was incredibly smooth. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu 30. A massive fireball, like a meteor falling from the sky, instantly crossed 100 meters and was about to engulf the entire enemy formation. At that critical moment, the Uzumaki faction's Legion-level ninjutsu successfully condensed. Water release. Water barrier Jutsu 30. The sea of flames and the waves intertwined, exploding into vast clouds of water vapor that enveloped the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Uchiha Hiroki immediately ordered, "Charge forward." The Uchiha with Sharingan would have a clear advantage in the thick mist. If not now, when? Kill with me. Kyusuk was the first to charge out. Behind him, over 80 ninjas who had learned Chidori consciously created a suitable distance to dodge, just as they formed their battle formation. A large number of shuriken and kunai flew towards them from the front, occasionally mixed with one or two powerful ninjutsu, attempting to deliver an initial long-range strike. Scatter. Kyusuk waved his hand, and the formation immediately spread out in a large area, successfully avoiding the attack with ease. At this moment, the two sides were very close, and his powerful dynamic vision allowed him to faintly see figures rushing through the thick mist behind. Form hand seals. As he spoke, a pleasant bird call instantly rang out. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, a chorus of thunderous roars completely drowned out all other noises on the battlefield. This was his trump card. Behind him, Madara looked somewhat amazed. Such a magnificent scene was indeed rare. Faced with an assault of this scale, any opponent would be at a loss. In contemplation, the torrent of lightning crashed into the enemy ranks, charging straight in and slicing through diagonally, directly piercing through the enemy. Again, Kyusu commanded, preparing to replicate the previous action. If he could pull off a few more rounds, it was likely he would completely shatter the enemy's morale. At that time, the scales of victory would tilt significantly. Without their numerical advantage, the Uzumaki wouldn't seem so terrifying anymore. His thoughts were good, but unfortunately, someone was unwilling to comply. Uchiha brat, don't be too arrogant. A red-haired man, unfamiliar to him, charged forward. The opponent didn't even give him a chance to form a formation. Before he arrived, a terrifying gale covered the front. Reluctantly, Kyusuke could only break away from the formation to meet him alone. Mayo, you all retreat from the battlefield and prepare for a second group charge. My lord, don't worry, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. After saying that, Kyusuke immediately began to charge back. He quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, he transformed into a stream of light, rushing into the enemy ranks. Arrogance? Facing the Uzumaki man, Kyusuke drew his long knife, flames surging over it in an instant. Today, I will let you see what arrogance truly is. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Having acquired an excellent conductive weapon, he was finally able to unleash the perfected Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Paired with the effect of the body flicker technique, he was simply a reincarnation of Uchiha sure sway. The blazing flames scorched the enemy's chest, spilling a spray of blood. Within 3 seconds, Kyusuke unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes towards the enemy. However, such a powerful attack still did not immediately take down the foe. It's said that the Uzumaki clan has a robust physique. Today, he has thoroughly experienced it. Bastard! You can't escape now. This Uzumaki Jonin spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with a ruthless determination to take down the enemy with him. You little brat. So arrogant, daring to charge into my formation to fight. Now that he had missed his chance to kill, the only outcome left was death. Using his severe injuries as a price, he believed trading for the life of an Uchiha genius was well worth it. 2 kunai, 3 long knives, giving the enemy no chance to evade. Chapter 43. Dance, Mad Waltz of Uchiha Obito in Large-Scale Wars. The most feared situation is being trapped in the enemy camp. A moment of carelessness can easily lead to being surrounded by multiple enemies. At this moment, unless Kyuji possesses absolute defensive-level ninjutsu, it is difficult for him to withstand the surrounding attacks. Facing a lethal strike, Kyuji raised his hand and quickly formed several seals. In the next second, he completely disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a specially made kunai that fell to the ground. Disappeared, the man suddenly remembered the earlier rumors. Someone said that Uchiha Obito, the infamous demon, was suspected of mastering mysterious space-time ninjutsu. He had specifically noted this, but at the critical moment, he had forgotten about it. It wouldn't be right to say he was foolish. It was just that space-time ninjutsu was so rare that most people lacked the ability to deal with it. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Just as he was thinking this, the man suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. Kyuji's figure reappeared, holding a long sword crackling with electricity. Chidori blade. With a thrust, the long sword pierced through the man's chest without obstruction, the paralyzing effect of the lightning rendering him unable to resist. System notification. Killed a senior member of the Uzumaki clan. Gained 1630 points. Not even 2,000 points. It seems a strength isn't that impressive. Kyuji shook his head, looking a bit disdainful. Starting from the rank of Jonin, the point thresholds became increasingly terrifying, and this unknown Jonin was clearly just a low-level one who had recently broken through. Together, they might not even compare to those well-known Jonins. Looking at the significantly depleted chakra within him, Kyuji felt a surge of frustration. He sensed he had suffered a big loss this time. Using the Flying Thunder God technique required reserving a considerable amount of chakra in advance. For a shadow-level powerhouse, this was no problem. But Kyuji had not yet reached the Jonin level in terms of chakra capacity. A moment's inattention could lead him into a dangerous situation. In a helpless situation, he could only form seals again and teleport to a resting point 2 kilometers away. This war would not end so easily. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was also fighting fiercely. Unlike Kyuji, his regular combat power had already reached the Jonin level, and he was not afraid of clashing with any enemy. For example, right now, In front of Madara stood a veteran Jonin from the Uzumaki clan. In terms of points, he was at least around 3,500. His strength was undoubtedly formidable, and his chakra was abundant. He could unleash terrifyingly destructive ninjutsu with just a wave of his hand. Faced with such a threat, Madara did not retreat at all. With a fan in hand, he had the confidence to face any ninjutsu-type enemy without worry. A terrifying torrent surged towards him, and seeing this, Madara swung his fan directly, absorbing the imposing water dragon entirely. A foolish choice. The young Madara wore a contemptuous sneer as he waved his hand, sending the water dragon rushing back towards the enemy ranks. Uchiha rebound. Dense chakra gathered, and with a scythe-like slash, he instantly eliminated several approaching enemies. Very good. Just like that, burn everything and continue to dance. A hint of madness spread across Madara's eyes. He was enjoying the process of slaughtering. With a powerful thrust, he drove his fan into the ground, forming seals with both hands, gradually concentrating formidable flames. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. This mere B-rank fire technique, when used by him, produced an effect close to S-rank terror. Ninjas from the Warring States period focused more on close combat. Using fire techniques was merely to disrupt the enemy's formation. The true way for Madara to enjoy battle was still that life-and-death waltz with blades close to his body. He did not know what was happening on Kyuji's side. However, Madara understood the strength of the main commander better than anyone else. To avoid a massive rout of his side, the best method was to create a breach in the enemy formation. With his Sharingan focused, in the next second, Madara charged into the enemy ranks, swinging his fan and scythe, stirring up a storm of blood and chaos. Uchiha scum, you won't leave alive today. The ninjutsu-type Jonin closed in on him again. As a result, he plunged headfirst into the smoke that the young Madara exhaled. Fire release. Dust concealment technique. He exhaled a cloud of high-temperature dust forward, which spread out upon hitting the ground. Not only could it obscure vision, but it could also inflict high-temperature damage on enemies, spontaneously causing explosions after a period. Boom! Stumbling out of the blast radius, the Uzumaki Jonin, realizing the danger, immediately called for several subordinates. As expected, the arrogant Uchiha youth had indeed charged in alone. His brazen demeanor clearly showed he did not regard them at all. How dare you? With a furious roar, they all launched their attacks at the enemy. 3 minutes later, covered in blood, Uchiha Madara removed his tattered armor and led his arriving subordinates to continue charging at the enemy formation. Behind him, all had fallen into pools of blood, and that Uzumaki Jonin had been beheaded by him. The scene gruesome beyond belief. That was a beautiful dance. Before leaving, the young Madara left a word of praise for the enemies. Unfortunately, they could not hear it, nor would they take pride in it. To the left, the Chidori torrent looked down upon all who saw it. To the right, the Dance King surged forward, turning all obstacles into souls beneath his blade, inflicting terrifying damage. The Uchiha duo unleashed their power together, completely penetrating the enemy camp, forcing the Uzumaki to retreat again and again. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Uzumaki Erasure could no longer sit still. Pushing aside the subordinates attempting to block him, he personally led his men to the battlefield, encountering no one who could match him along the way. Until the appearance of Uchiha Hiroki, this elder exerted all his strength to block the charge of the enemy general. The two clan leader-level powerhouses began a fierce battle, shaking the heavens and the earth, with no one daring to approach within a 3-kilometer radius. Except for those two madmen from the Uchiha. If we can quickly eliminate the coalition leader, we will win this war. Using the Flying Thunder God, Kyuji silently approached the battlefield. By eliminating him, our clan can achieve victory. Madara wasted no time and headed directly to the central battlefield alone. On the Uzumaki side, some noticed Uchiha Madara's actions and also speculated that Kyuji, who possessed the Flying Thunder God, might go to provide support. Unfortunately, due to the clan leader's orders, no one was allowed to approach there. Uzumaki Arashi's intention was simple, to use his life as bait to attract a significant enemy figure. At that time, he could complete the exchange of hostages, perfectly bringing back his beloved daughter. As for whether he would fail, Uchiha Hiroki was not worthy of making him fail. Even Uchiha Tajima's presence might only afford a 30% chance of success. With significant breakthroughs in sealing techniques, his strength was no longer comparable to the past. Even among those at the pinnacle of the ninja world, few would now be regarded by him. It was not a matter of arrogance. It was the confidence granted to Uzumaki Erasure by his strength. Chapter 44 difficult? Then don't do it. Sealing technique. Fire sealing technique. A casually drawn barrier seal effortlessly extinguished the fire style that the Uchiha relied on for survival. Elder Hiroki was left helpless, cursing the perversion of the sealing technique in his heart. He drew out his long knife, gathering terrifying wind attribute chakra. If this strike hit, it would definitely slice through like cutting tofu. You never learn. Vortex Arumi made no special moves. He simply raised his index finger and pointed heavily at the void in front of him. In an instant, the entire world seemed to ripple. The fierce and domineering slash could not break through the sticky barrier. The closer it got, the weaker the power contained in the blade became. What the hell is this move? Can't we just have a straightforward confrontation? Uchiha Hiroki was nearly infuriated. Then, he was violently knocked back by a suddenly emerging diamond barrier. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Elder Uchiha lowered his head, glancing at his abdomen that had almost been pierced, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He realized that the enemy's strength seemed to have grown even stronger. The diamond barrier was a powerful secret technique that could even suppress the Nine Tails, a masterpiece of Vortex Arumi. If he were to fully unleash it, Uchiha Hiroki's body would be pierced on the spot, leaving him either dead or crippled. However, he had not yet made up his mind, unwilling to completely ruin the Uchiha clan. As many had commented, Vortex Arumi was a rather indecisive clan leader, lacking the determination to sacrifice everything for the strongest ambition. If it weren't for his daughter being captured, this battle might not have started for a while. Silently getting up from the ground, Elder Hiroki's expression was grave as he continually pondered how to counter the situation. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering light in the distance. A specially made kunai shot through the air, targeting the enemy's rear from his blind spot. Impossible. Hiroki shook his head, knowing such an attack would yield no results. Ding! Without Vortex Arumi even needing to turn around, a golden iron chain automatically knocked the kunai down. At that moment, Kaisuke's figure appeared out of thin air, and his Chidori blade swiftly slashed towards the enemy a few meters away. The distance is too far. He sighed inwardly, knowing the attack would likely be in vain. The Flying Thunder God had not advanced to the second stage, so he could not complete the teleportation by moving coordinates. This meant that where he appeared depended on where the enemy knocked down the kunai. A few meters may seem short, but it was enough for an enemy like Vortex Arumi to react. Spacetime ninjutsu? Truly exceptional. The chain swept across, and Kaisuke was instantly knocked back. The so-called Chunin Level combat power had no effect when facing Vortex Arumi. Using the chain to pick up the special kunai on the ground, Vortex Arumi attempted to form a few seals, seemingly searching for a method to seal spacetime. Such a good opportunity. Kaisuke certainly did not want to miss. Lightning released chakra attached to the blade. He directly moved beside the enemy, trying to use speed to launch a deadly attack. Then he experienced the helplessness of Minato and Tobirama during the Fourth Great Ninja War when facing Six Paths Madara. That kind of frustration, knowing he was almost within lethal range, but unable to break through the defensive barrier. After several attempts, he was invariably knocked back. Even when Elder Hiroki joined forces with him, they still could not break through the dense chain defense. Are you kidding me? Kaisuke sighed helplessly, realizing that today was not going to be successful. In the distance, Uchiha Madara arrived late, but the outcome would have been the same with or without him. In just 2 rounds, the Dance King understood the enemy's tricky nature. Difficult, Madara murmured. Then don't do it. Kaisuke gave the two a look and walked alone to Vortex Arumi, saying, Clan Leader Vortex, it seems today's battle is destined to yield no results. Hand over Mito, and you may leave at your discretion. Vortex Arumi directly threw out the bottom line of the transaction. Clearly, he lacked experience in negotiating. Shaking his head with a smile, Kaisuke replied lightly, The Vortex Princess is quite fond of Uchiha's hospitality. She probably won't be able to return in a short time. Seeing that the other party intended to make a move, Kaisuke smiled and took out an object. It was something from Vortex Arumi's camp, appearing in the boy's hand, indicating that the other party had recently visited the Vortex camp. After a long silence, Vortex Arumi's expression finally darkened. Are you threatening me? As he spoke, a massive chakra gradually surfaced on his body, and at this moment, he finally revealed all his power. Unfortunately, the more he did so, the more it illustrated the other party's impotence. Kaisuke's ability to infiltrate the camp and retrieve items meant he had the capacity to assassinate any target he wanted to kill. A blatant threat forced Vortex Arumi not to dare make any rash moves. On one side was his daughter, and on the other was his clansman. His indecisiveness made him unsure of what to do. Moreover, the boy's spacetime ninjutsu could easily transport the other two away, even if he decided to make a move. He wouldn't be able to keep all three. What will it take for you to release her? Vortex Arumi's tone softened. The Vortex clan will withdraw. Elder Hiroki proposed an exceedingly excessive demand. The result was predictable. The other party directly declared refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. Madara's suggestion was the same. In the end, it was Kayasuke who put forth a relatively reasonable proposal. 1 year. 1 year from now, regardless of the outcome, I guarantee Princess Mito will return safely. Why should I believe you? Unfortunately, you probably have no choice. Why wait a year? This question intrigued the other two as well. In response, Kayasuke gave a very unexpected answer. We need a year to come up with a way to defeat you. A year. Vortex Arumi sighed. Realizing he didn't have many choices, he was unwilling to completely side with the Senju, but being able to delay for a year seemed like a good option. Very well, I agree. Vortex Arumi's gaze swept over the three, filled with sharpness. If anything happens to Mito, my clan will spare no effort to annihilate the Uchiha. After saying that, Vortex Arumi turned around and left decisively. The three exchanged glances, all feeling relieved. The pressure from Vortex Arumi was too strong. Madara even suspected that the other's strength might surpass his father's. Securing a year's time was certainly good, but how were they to find a way to defeat him? By leveraging external forces. Kayasuke provided a clear answer. If the Senju can ally with the Vortex clan, then the Uchiha can certainly seek allies as well. As for some so-called reputation, it is utterly unimportant in the face of tangible benefits. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Understanding this, nothing is impossible. Chapter 45. Washing up with Mizuho. The events unfolded roughly like this. Kayasuke sat leisurely on the side, even peeling a chestnut to eat. I need to wait here for a year. Mizuho was dumbfounded. Why would her father agree to such a request? Delaying for a year would surely provoke strong discontent from the Senju clan. At that time, the Uzumaki clan would be caught in the middle. As he quietly observed the beautiful Uzumaki princess, Kayasuke pondered for a moment and suddenly curiously asked, "You still have your own territory? Why do you have to come to the Land of Fire to stir up trouble?" Initially, Mizuho didn't want to respond to his question, but when she saw the boy loosening his clothes, she hurriedly explained, "The Uzumaki clan has a special physique, and many people on the black market choose to bid for our capture. If it weren't for desperation, we wouldn't have chosen to establish a nation on some isolated overseas island." Upon hearing this, Kayasuke began to understand the Uzumaki clan's predicament. As a branch descendant of Ashura, their physique was indeed top tier. They could fight, endure, and be used for various experiments. The Senju clan was similar, but they were the foremost noble clan of the Warring States period, not something that could be easily plundered. While Uzumaki Ashina was indeed strong, the sealing techniques were easy to learn but difficult to master, and the strength of their clan members generally did not reach the expected standard. Not choosing to affiliate with a strong power would inevitably lead to calamity for the Uzumaki clan. When the guardian deity falls, it would mark the beginning of the countdown to the extinction of the Uzumaki. Mizuho understood these issues very well, which was why she resolutely leaned towards the Senju, hoping to find a suitable refuge for her clan members in the future. After listening to her elaboration, Kayasuke nodded, finally clearing up some questions in his mind. Why not choose to affiliate with the Uchiha? He asked knowingly. You? Mizuho scoffed and slightly tilted her head to suggest he go take a look outside. Go wander around the camp. See if the Uchiha have tried to accommodate anyone other than captives. The fact was indeed, as she said, the Uchiha clan was incredibly arrogant, priding themselves as descendants of the sage, and looked down on any clan other than the Senju. Accommodate other tribes? Those people weren't even qualified to be their servants. Even during the Konoha period, the Uchiha remained aloof from the entire village, clearly acting as a nation within a nation. Regardless of how the Hokage faction was, any ruler would not tolerate such an existence. It was already quite difficult to wait for 3 or 4 decades before taking action. Reflecting on his family situation, Kayasuke couldn't help but sigh softly, unable to come up with a good solution for the time being. The Uchiha were inherently like this. What could he do? As he untied the restraints on the girl, under Mizuho's wary gaze, Kayasuke smiled as he took her hand and tore the sleeve of her shirt. What are you doing? Didn't I say? A year later, we'll bring the child to see your father. You bastard you, calm down. Calm down. I can't calm down right now. 2 hours later, Kayasuke and Mizuho set off on their journey together. To counter the allied forces of the Senju, the Uchiha must unite with other clan powers. Kayasuke didn't care how others thought. With him around, the Uchiha couldn't walk the old path again. In short, it was up to human effort. Liberating the Uchiha had to start with uniting with other clans. To counter the Uzumaki clan, allies must be the noble families of the Land of Fire. Such existences were few, and most had a not-so-good impression of the Uchiha. It would be good enough if they didn't kick them while they were down. Wanting to lend a hand at a critical moment would require him to offer benefits compelling enough to sway them, benefits that would make them overlook member casualties. Glancing at the sullen Mizuho, Kayasuke found it somewhat amusing. This girl really thought he was plotting something, and even threatened him with such a naive method as biting her tongue to death. In fact, Kayasuke only wanted to ensure she wouldn't run away, and was merely marking the space coordinates of the Flying Thunder God on her arm. A thin little girl? He felt uncomfortable even using her as a pillow. On this trip, he initially didn't want to bring a burdensome companion, but then he thought it might not be a good idea to leave her behind with the Uchiha. When he was around, no one would dare to act recklessly. Once he was away, there was no telling if someone would have bad intentions. For example, using Mizuho's life to force the Uzumaki clan to retreat. If it really came to that, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Reluctantly, he had to take the princess along. With the Flying Thunder God technique, she wouldn't be able to cause much trouble with her strength. The Yin sealing technique was indeed powerful, but the time it took to accumulate chakra was too long. A single attempt might fail, and the next time who knew how long he'd have to wait? Rather than thinking all day about how to make trouble, it would be better for her to honestly spend a year with him, and then he would naturally let her return home to reunite with her family. Somehow, it sounded like something was off. Meanwhile, Mizuho kept rubbing her sleeve and occasionally rubbing her arm, tried to erase the symbol representing the Flying Thunder God from her skin. Stop rubbing it. It'll be embarrassing if it gets smudged. Kayasuke looked at the girl with ill intentions. Humph. The Uzumaki princess let out a cold snort, but her actions gradually slowed down. Perhaps she realized that the mark couldn't be removed manually, or perhaps the comment about it getting smudged was too impactful. In any case, for the next few hours, the two of them had no communication whatsoever, until they passed by a remote little town. I want to wash up. Mizuho made her first request. She thought the man would refuse, allowing her to bargain with him. Unexpectedly, Kayasuke nodded and said, "It's indeed time to find a place to rest. The conditions on the front lines are still too poor." The red-haired girl blinked, a feeling suddenly rising in her heart. It seemed this guy wasn't so difficult to get along with after all. Unfortunately, this thought was quickly torn apart by her own hands. Uchiha Kayasuke, what are you doing? In the hot spring, Mizuho completely exploded. She had intended to soak in a hot spring to relieve the hardships she had endured for the past few days, but before long, she saw that bastard Uchiha had also run in. What's the noise? Kayasuke tapped his ear and said impatiently, "This is a mixed bathing hot spring. Whose fault is it if you didn't look clearly when you came in? But, stop butting in. Don't disturb my rest." Saying that, Kayasuke closed his eyes and even started to snore lightly. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mizuho quickly calmed down, raising her hand with an impulse to act. If she acted now, would it? But before she could finish her beautiful dream, she saw Kayasuke's mouth curve slightly as he mumbled indistinctly, "Naughty little kids need a spanking." A spanking. On the opposite side, Mizuho's face instantly fell, and she covered her head with a towel, sulking in silence. Chapter 46, a sharp knife in, a sharp knife out, stab you in the gallbladder. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Jingjia ordered a lavish breakfast spread. As he put it, he was still growing and could make do with anything, but food had to be perfect. It was extravagant. Mito naturally mocked him, as was her habit, but soon she faced the consequences. What's the matter? Jingjia looked at her in confusion. "I ordered this myself. If you want to eat, go buy your own." "Fine, you're ruthless." Mito, with her bun hairstyle, sat sulkily to the side, pulling out some dry rations and biting into them without a word. It seemed she treated the flatbread as some sort of bastard Uchiha. "Eat sparingly. That's your food for the next few days." Jingjia, with grease on his mouth, couldn't help but stab at her again. "Mind your own business. All right, just don't come begging me later." Watching the girl's back, Jingjia smirked wickedly, thinking that the proud little girl needed some good training. No, it was more like she needed to be tempered. Otherwise, she could easily suffer a big loss in the future. He took out a sealing scroll from his pocket, found the section with the character for food, and began to pack the food prepared by the boss. It was a luxurious move. The value of a sealing scroll far exceeded that of the meal by more than 100 times, and normal people wouldn't do this. However, Jingjia wasn't a self-tortured monk. He wouldn't suffer needlessly if he could enjoy himself. As the leader of a legion, he could carry a large number of blank scrolls with him. After all, it was the family's money. If he didn't take it, who would? Unbeknownst to him, his actions caught the eye of some opportunists. Two young rascals, packing meals with sealing scrolls. almost had the words "I'm a fat sheep" carved on their foreheads. If they didn't go up and snatch a piece, the watchers would feel they weren't doing their job properly. Soon, Jingjia and Mito were surrounded by a gang of bandits. "Kid, be smart and come with me, or I'll stab you in the gallbladder." Hearing this, Jingjia took a sharp breath. The bandits had such high standards now. Threatening someone with a gallbladder stab? Was he going to die from his own gallbladder? Clearly, Mito didn't share his self-entertaining spirit. Already filled with anger, encountering a bunch of blind bandits just meant they were asking for trouble. Chakra exploded suddenly, and the originally quiet girl instantly transformed into a fierce beast, charging into the crowd and causing chaos. Jingjia couldn't help but shout from the side, "Hey, that is too violent, too bloody. They just wanted to stab our gallbladders. Why did you stab their kidneys too? You'll definitely never get married in the future." The remaining few bandits were already feeling like crying. "Big brother, please stop. At this rate, we probably can't keep our remaining kidney either." Grabbing a middle-aged bandit in front of her, Mito coldly interrogated, "Tell me, how many accomplices do you have? What evil deeds have you committed? Please, spare me." The middle-aged bandit wore a mournful face, but it was hard to conceal the murderous intent in his eyes, just as Mito was about to resort to severe torture. The seemingly ordinary bandit suddenly unleashed chakra comparable to an elite Chunin. In less than a second, he countered, and now it was Mito who became the fish on the chopping board. "You." The princess's eyes widened in disbelief, not expecting to be so easily deceived. Moreover, this person was so powerful. How did he end up robbing passersby? "You foolish girl." Pressing a kunai against the girl's neck, the middle-aged man sneered darkly. "Just behave yourself. Now that you've seen my strength, there's only one way out for you today. People must pay for their stupidity. Listen." Jingjia looked at the girl, feeling exasperated. "There's nothing wrong with what he is teaching you. You must take it to heart. Understood? I remember your grandpa." Both the Chunin bandit and Mito, now a hostage, were a bit dazed. "What time is it? And you still have a mind to joke around with me?" Just as he was about to further threaten her, the man suddenly realized the boy in front of him had vanished. It wasn't a high-speed movement. He had just disappeared from his spot. "Are you looking for me?" The teasing voice in his ear made the man's soul shudder. He instinctively turned his head. Then, he saw a pair of eerie blood-red eyes. Clang! The kunai fell to the ground, and the man stood there like a zombie, letting the hostage slip away from his control. "Jinjutsu?" Mito frowned, not expecting this guy to be skilled in illusion techniques. At such a young age, wasn't that a bit excessive? Ignoring Mito's doubts, Jingjia looked at the bandit and asked casually, "Who are you?" She wasn't the kind of naive girl. The appearance of a middle-aged ninja must have some deeper significance behind it. Regardless, they had already caught up with him, so asking in detail wouldn't hurt. "My name is Sarutobi Jiraiya, a Chunin of the Sarutobi clan. I was ordered to intercept merchants along the way to raise funds for the family's war efforts." The Sarutobi clan, a prominent family in the Land of Fire, had their offspring become disciples of Senju Tobarama after the founding of Konoha. He would later become the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, such a prestigious family from the Warring States period was engaging in such dirty business behind the scenes. Not to mention Mito, even Jingjia felt ashamed. "What do you want to do?" Mito stared at him, seemingly expecting something in the shadows. In response, Jingjia, without hesitation, flicked the kunai and directly took the man down. "You're just a passing ninja, and you want to play the hero?" Glancing at the mirror, 200 points. Jingjia scoffed and turned to continue on his way. "Let us go, unless you want to continue being the enemy of the Uzumaki clan." This statement struck her right at the core. The Sarutobi clan was powerful, and their combat methods involving summoning beasts were mysterious and unpredictable. It was said that the family had vague connections to the three great sanctuaries. Provoking them, the Uzumaki clan would have a hard time escaping the consequences. I really didn't think this through. The two fell into silence, and soon they approached the eastern territory of the Land of Fire. Little did they know, someone had quietly followed them from behind. Even Jingjia, as strong as he was, didn't notice any anomalies, unsure if it was due to the strength of the pursuer or some special concealment technique. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Mito finally asked the critical question. "Looking for help, you know that, right?" Jingjia blinked, feigning ignorance. Helpless, Mito could only continue to ignore him. She wanted to see what kind of help this guy could find. There were indeed forces that could rival the Uzumaki clan, but the key was, why should they be persuaded to take action? Chapter 47 Descendants of Otsutsuki Yuki. Without a doubt, the strongest clans in the Land of Fire are the Uchiha and Senju. This is common knowledge even among children. So, who is the leading family among the second tier? Some might say it's the Sarutobi clan with their powerful summoning beasts, while others might point to those medium-sized clans that possess remarkable secret techniques. However, one name will undoubtedly rank among the strongest in the second tier, the Hyuga clan, a noble family residing in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. The Hyuga clan is a descendant group of Otsutsuki Yuki and is one of the founding families that joined Konohagakure during its early establishment. The clan members inherit the Byakugan and possess unique abilities such as Gentle Fist, which are unparalleled in the ninja world, to protect the purity of their bloodline. The Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. The main house has passed down the abilities from Otsutsuki for generations, while the branch house is responsible for spreading the bloodline and ensuring its circulation within the clan, serving as a tool for the main house to propagate when necessary. If one seeks a powerful individual to rival Uzumaki Ashina, visiting the Hyuga family is undoubtedly the right choice. As for the relationship between them, there is an old saying, there are no eternal enemies in the face of interests. Mito believes he is trying to pull a fast one, but in reality, Kaisuke has already prepared a generous gift that the Hyuga family cannot refuse. As a guest visiting, Kaisuke naturally does not hide his presence. Not long after stepping into the Hyuga territory, he was approached by the branch house's guard ninja. Halt! The guard assumed a gentle fist stance, showing no leniency due to Kaisuke's age. His physique and appearance might deceive, but the overwhelming chakra within Kaisuke was like a bright light bulb in the dark of night, impossible to overlook. I am Uchiha Kaisuke, seeking an audience with Lord Tennin. Hyuga Tennin, the top super strong ninja of the Warring States period. This is one reason why later generations say that the Hyuga clan stands shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha and Senju clans. At his peak, Hyuga Tennin could even suppress the use of conventional power from the two gods, meaning he could do so without utilizing Susanoo or the Wood Golem technique. Just this alone is enough to reveal the terrifying strength of this individual. Facing such a figure, Kaisuke did not attempt any clever tricks. Honesty is the first step toward establishing communication. I'm Uchiha Kaisuke. The guard's expression changed, clearly having heard of his name. Combining this with the information they had, the guard quickly determined that the boy was indeed the real Kaisuke. As of now, the Hyuga clan has stayed away from conflicts, never clearly expressing a stance. They neither agree to fight nor refuse any visits. In the original storyline, the Hyuga clan, as a strong clan of Konoha, managed to survive numerous crises until their son-in-law Naruto became Hokage. This unique wisdom should not be underestimated. The guard's reaction revealed some issues. It turned out that the commander Kaisuke had arrived in person. The guards of the Hyuga branch house politely bowed and led the way, saying, "Please follow me." The clan leader Tennin would surely be pleased to meet you. When Kaisuke announced his name, someone secretly conveyed accurate information through hand signals. With the Byakugan present, long-distance information exchange was not an issue at all. By the time he arrived in the core area, a team of ninjas was already waiting. At the forefront stood a beautiful young girl in a white outfit, though her cold demeanor detracted from her overall beauty. "Hello, I am Hyuga Yayoi. The clan leader Tennin is waiting for you in the main hall." "Lead the way," Kaisuke replied, retracting his gaze, faintly sensing some scrutiny. Activating his Sharingan, he looked towards the grand mansion, but unfortunately, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. The long distance inside of the Byakugan was indeed an annoying ability. Shutting off his Sharingan, he pretended nothing had happened and followed behind. If they wanted to watch, so be it. He wasn't a timid girl afraid of being seen. Beside him, Mito said expressionlessly, "Are you sure you want me to follow? What are you afraid of?" Kaisuke replied with a smile, "If it comes to crucial matters, I'll make sure you don't hear a thing." "Heh, you really are shamelessly bold." "Thank you. The Uchiha clan has always been this way. It's better than some families that play both sides." "You." At this moment, the girl suddenly turned around, her gaze landing on the bun-headed Mito. "It seems this person is not your attendant." "She?" Kaisuke waved his hand dismissively. "Her name is Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Land of Waves." Hyuga Yayoi stared at him for a long time, her pure white pupils shining with a strange color. If Yayoi remembers correctly, the Uchiha clan is currently at war with the Land of Waves, right? "Yes, that's correct." Kaisuke nodded, adding, "This princess is my captive." "I see." Yayoi looked back at Mito and nodded. "I apologize, Princess Mito." "It's fine, just pretend I'm not here," Mito said, holding her forehead, wanting to disappear immediately. However, she was also very interested in Kaisuke's plan and wanted to hear how this damn guy would persuade the Hyuga clan. Ideally, the negotiations would fail, and the Hyuga would directly eliminate him. The girl muttered things she didn't even believe herself. If they were truly this impulsive and irritable, the Hyuga clan wouldn't have stayed out of things for so many years. Soon, under Yayoi-'s guidance, the two arrived at a reception room filled with a sense of Japanese style. Here, they encountered a refined, middle-aged man, the top super-strong ninja of the Warring States period, Hyuga Tennin. Lord Tennin, Kaisuke, and Mito both expressed their respects. "Welcome," Tennin said, closing his book and smiling at the two. "May I ask what brings you to the Hyuga clan?" "Well," Kaisuke pointed at the girl beside him, "I have forced Uzumaki Ashina to abandon the idea of initiating war by taking hostages," but he then detailed the process of capturing Mito and how he threatened the Uzumaki clan. He spoke with enthusiasm, unaware that Tennin's smile had slightly faded. The clan leader realized he seemed to have taken on a big trouble. The boy's tone was casual, yet the more so, the more Tennin could sense the determination in his words. He should have let Yayoi stop him. However, with the mysterious space-time ninjutsu, others might not be able to stop him. After Kaisuke finished speaking, both parties fell silent for a moment before the Hyuga clan leader slowly spoke. "So, you wish for the Hyuga clan to intervene in your war with the Uzumaki?" "Yes," Kaisuke nodded, suddenly glancing at the two beside him. "May I speak with you privately?" Chapter 48, Do you know about the Reincarnation Eye? "Oh, are you afraid I would find out?" Mito tried to catch him off guard. However, Kaisuke nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, transactions require secrecy. Letting too many people know can lead to unnecessary trouble. That's fine." Originally, Hyuga Tenrin wanted to refuse outright. He did not think there was any need to intervene in the conflict between the two clans. Not long ago, the Senju also sent messengers with many tempting conditions, and he had sent them away without hesitation. Now that it was the Uchiha, nothing would change. Choosing to listen was merely a way for him to express his regard for a legion leader. Soon, the two listeners left together, leaving only Kaisuke and the Hyuga clan leader in the reception room. To his surprise, he still shook his head and frankly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but can you guarantee that our conversation won't reach the ears of a third party?" Taking a deep breath, Hyuga Tenrin could clearly feel his patience wearing thin. However, considering the boy's identity, he endured his impatience and activated the necessary isolation barrier in the meeting room. "Rest assured, even the Byakugan cannot peek in here now." "That's good." Kaisuke nodded and immediately spoke a sentence that almost made the Hyuga clan leader jump. "Do you know of the existence of the Reincarnation Eye?" Instinctively activating his Byakugan, the prominent veins on his forehead completely diminished the elegance of the man. He now resembled the leader of a clan that once shook the Warring States. "Where did you hear that name?" Hyuga Tenrin inquired. In fact, he could not maintain his calm. As the clan leader, he had the authority to perceive everything within the family's records. In some incomplete texts, he had heard of the existence of something similar to the Reincarnation Eye, said to be the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan. There were also references to the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the Shinobi sect, the Moon, and other obscure terms related to dark risks. Once, Tenrin believed he could not uncover the truth from hundreds of years ago, but he never expected to receive this information from the mouth of an outsider child today. "Please, take a seat, Hyuga Tenrin." The roles seemed to have reversed, as Kaisuke's every move was filled with the calmness of a master. Realizing he was losing composure, Hyuga Tenrin exerted great effort to force himself to sit down. He had to admit that the other party was indeed well prepared. Originally indifferent, he was now completely intrigued. It remained to be seen how the boy would entice him. It is said that the Sage of Six Paths saved the world, founded the Shinobi sect, and opened up 1,000 years of ninja prosperity. Hearing this, Hyuga Tenrin's expression did not change. He had heard many such mythical stories and could recite different versions offhand. These clan leaders had certainly heard of it, but you probably do not know that the Sage of Six Paths actually had a brother. A brother? He unconsciously leaned forward, his attention highly focused. Indeed, his brother was named Otsutsuki Sumaru. Crack! The poor armrest was crushed into pieces by Hyuga Tenrin upon hearing the name of the ancestor Sumaru. He had probably believed about 70% of what was said. It is worth noting that even he only knew the name Sumaru. He could not connect anything to Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths. He had a belly full of questions he wanted to ask, but soon stopped speculating because the boy's explanation continued. For certain reasons, the noble ancestors decided to leave the shinobi world and go to an unknown place to watch over the looming threat. As a result, their bloodline was divided into two, with the bloodline that remained in the shinobi world being the Hyuga clan. Across from him, Hyuga Tenrin felt as if he were listening to a myth in a tavern. Is this kid making up a story to fool me? To gain the other party's trust, Kyusuk thought for a moment and continued to reveal a piece of information. Your two clans inherited different powers from Otsutsuki Sumaru. You inherited the eye, while another clan inherited the body. To awaken the Reincarnation Eye, the eye and body must combine. That way, one can gain power beyond the kaleidoscope. The existence of the kaleidoscope is not a secret among the high-ranking figures in the shinobi world. There was a time when the Uchiha had a large number of users of the kaleidoscope, dominating the entire Land of Fire. But unfortunately, they ultimately fell to an internal conflict. To suppress the kaleidoscope users, the forbidden technique Izanami was created. This point was not recorded in the clan, and he learned it through the memories of Edo Tensei Itachi. Mentioning the kaleidoscope was meant to illustrate the power of the reincarnation, while also informing the other party that he was not an ignorant child. After a long silence, Hyuga Tenrin suddenly regained his calm and said lightly, "Your story is vivid, but unfortunately, it is not enough to convince me." It seemed that the other party had never believed his words. Unfortunately, this little trick had no effect on Kyusuk at all. Is that so? Since clan leader Tenrin is unwilling to believe, then let us lift the barrier. After all, it's all just talk. Why bother caring if others hear it? This statement was a direct challenge. You say you don't believe? Then let us just lay everything bare and announce the secrets of your Hyuga clan to the world. Another period of silent contemplation passed before Hyuga Tenrin spoke again. You must present some evidence to convince me. Faced with the temptation of the Reincarnation Eye, even knowing the odds were slim, he had to do his utmost to strive for it. Evidence, huh? Kyusuk shook his head in distress, suddenly leaning forward with an evil smirk. If clan leader Tenrin agrees to ally with my clan, I can personally take you to meet the other party. That clan is indeed still alive. After a brief struggle, Hyuga Tenrin decisively said, "Very well, as long as you prove the feasibility of the plan. My Hyuga clan will be your most solid ally." He did not say Uchiha, but directly refer to him as you. One must admit that these old hands truly understood the art of negotiation. Hearing this, Kyusuk smiled slightly and slowly extended his right hand towards him. "Deal. I hope our cooperation will be pleasant." In the northern part of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Mayo led her guard team and had been staying in this area for quite some time. According to the area map provided by her lord, she had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, finally discovering a cave with a starry space-time barrier, the path to the moon. She ordered her team to carefully conceal the cave and record detailed coordinates before the team quickly left the place. Now that the location was found, what to do next was no longer her concern. Soon, Kyusuk, who was visiting the Hyuga clan, received a message from Mayo. Using the flying thunder god Kanai set up along the way, it took him about half an hour to successfully reach the cave. Next, it was time to study the space-time barrier. Whenever it could be perfectly replicated, he would be able to lead the Hyuga clan to fulfill their dream of landing on the moon. Chapter 49, Kyusuk's First Time. For the next half-month, Kyusuk lived leisurely within the Hyuga clan, wandering around while secretly studying the space-time barrier left by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This was a long-distance teleportation array. He couldn't destroy and rebuild it, but he could make slight modifications to the existing structure. For example, he could add restrictions so that only with his permission could the passage to the moon be opened. This way, he could use it to coerce Hyuga Tenjin. If he wanted the Reincarnation Eye, he shouldn't forget their collaboration. With the foundation of Flying Thunder God, Kyusuk completed the modifications in no time. To put it simply, he was like setting up a router. The main function of the teleportation still relied on the space barrier left by Otsutsuki. He ordered his subordinates to hide the cave, not wanting anyone to know about the passage's existence. At least until he had the ability to traverse star systems, it was best not to expose the moon base. Once Hyuga Tenjin successfully acquired Otsutsuki's body, he would completely seal off the passage. If anything went wrong with the future clan, he could quietly relocate his kin, turning the moon into a Uchiha base. By then, no one would be able to threaten the safety of the Uchiha. As for now, he needed to prove the existence of Otsutsuki to the Hyuga clan. Arriving in the clan leader's study, Kyusuk briefly explained the opening of the passage. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tenjin's expression immediately brightened, feeling a thrill of excitement as if facing history. "Oh right," Kyusuk reminded him with a faint smile. "The group on the moon is highly unlikely to be friendly." "I understand." Hyuga Tenjin nodded, aware that their actions were essentially an invasion. They were also coveting the bodies of the moon's inhabitants. It would be strange for the other party to have a good attitude. Looking at the thoughtful young man, the clan leader had a belly full of questions he wanted answered. But without needing to speak, he knew the young man would likely not tell the truth. Historical questions could easily be brushed off with ancient texts. As for the space barrier, could he say it was accidentally triggered during training? As someone who didn't understand space-time, did he have the right to question it? Knowing he would get no answers, he was too lazy to pursue the matter further. It seemed that the young man's claims were likely true. If there were any deceit or malice, the Hyuga clan would immediately march north, and the Uchiha would face certain doom from 3 fronts. Both sides had their reservations, which was the most correct way to unlock long-term cooperation. Once the young man left, Hyuga Tenjin immediately summoned his trusted subordinates to prepare a team composed of elite jonin. Combining the Otsutsuki bloodline, it sounded simple, but the actual process of awakening the eyes would not be so easy. Exploration was one aspect. Hyuga Tenjin needed to find substantial information. Living on the moon meant that the group there had not undergone significant changes, and they must possess extremely valuable knowledge. For the legendary Reincarnation Eye, Hyuga Tenjin was determined to tread a path he shouldn't be touching. Whether this would be a blessing or a curse, no one could know at this moment. Soon, the trusted elite jonin gathered, led by Hyuga, who possessed elite jonin strength. Counting Kyusuke and Tenjin, a total of 7 members congregated in the clan's forbidden area. This will do, Hyuga Tenjin explained. No one can approach this place without my command. It is perfect for setting up your space-time barrier. Okay, Kyusuke nodded, his hands beginning to form seals as a black net of intricate symbols slowly spread beneath him. After observing for a while, Hyuga Tenjin ultimately shook his head in frustration, knowing he lacked the potential to learn space-time ninjutsu. Perhaps he should let Hinata give a try. Hyuga Hinata, the most outstanding genius of the current generation. With the Uchiha and Senju clans having their exceptional figures, the Hyuga clan naturally didn't want to lag behind. She had strong comprehension abilities and could restore powerful techniques that had long been lost in the clan based on the records of ancient texts. Space-time might be mysterious, but the clan leader was confident in his disciple. If everyone understood this ninjutsu, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? Every time he wanted to go to the moon, he would have to rely on Uchiha Kyusuke. Over time, they might not be able to repay all the favors they owed. The saying, great kindness turns into enmity, couldn't be more accurate. After about 2 minutes, Kyusuke finally completed the engraving of the router. With this flying thunder god barrier, the group would be able to teleport into the designated passage. Using Otsutsuki's setup from 1,000 years ago to reach the planet about 400,000 kilometers away. Are you ready? Kyusuke asked the others. In fact, he was a bit anxious himself. There were still about 70 to 80 years until Naruto's moon landing plot, and who knew what the situation on the moon was like? According to Otsutsuki Kinshiki's memories, it was highly likely that they were in a time of civil war, simply put, a civil conflict within the Otsutsuki clan. As Earthlings, recklessly intervening could lead to unknown consequences. However, for the sake of the war situation, Kyusuke had no choice but to take the risk. Of course, what those guys would do was of no importance to him. Would the moon Otsutsuki launch an extermination war against the ninja world? That would be much more interesting. Every day, it was just the Senju and Uchiha fighting back and forth. He found it boring, even if others didn't. There were already enough crises on Earth. Did they really need to add the people on the moon? After forming a few seals slowly, the space-time barrier suddenly lit up. As a gentle breeze passed, the figures of the Hyuga clan could no longer be seen in the forbidden area. On the lunar surface, the desolation was visible to the naked eye. Standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, Kyusuke couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He never expected to have a day when he could set foot on the moon. After a brief journey through the teleportation array, the group successfully arrived at the palace of the Otsutsuki clan. Unlike in later times, the Otsutsuki clan was still alive now, and, as the entrance to Earth, there would definitely be guards controlling it tightly. As soon as they appeared, their presence was immediately detected. Seeing this, Hyuga Kenji immediately took action and easily eliminated several guards. Hyuga Kenji, the direct subordinate of the clan leader Tenjin, had reached the elite Jonin level and was likely to ascend to the peak in the future. Sigh. With a silent sigh, Kyusuke withdrew his gaze. Not far away, Hyuga Tenjin's eyes lit up. He finally believed Kyusuke's words completely. He took out a sealing scroll and sealed all 3 corpses belonging to Otsutsuki. After doing all this, the strongest Tenjin immediately activated his Byakugan, preparing to carefully examine the situation in the Otsutsuki palace. He found that the enemy's strength seemed quite poor. They had powerful chakra, but lacked the means to control it effectively. What did this indicate? It indicated that the Lunar clan had not seriously developed ninjutsu. Their combat methods were still stuck at the level of hundreds of years ago. Found it. Chapter 50. The appearance of Otsutsuki Sumaru was very angry. The kind of anger that was overwhelming. In the past 2 years, the rebel army had been gaining strength, with many clan members expressing the need to punish Earth. To uphold the wishes of his ancestors, Sumaru, as the clan leader, was determined to fight to the end. Earth was not beyond saving. As the overseers, the Otsutsuki clan needed to show enough patience towards the ninja world. He believed that peace would eventually come. However, before he could come up with a plan, his subordinates suddenly brought news that suspected Earth invaders were rampaging inside the palace. In just 10 minutes, several clan members had already fallen victim, and the intruders were now fleeing towards the archive room. The archive room? Sumaru's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He knew that it was a dead end, and once they entered, they wouldn't be able to get out. After a moment's thought, he decisively ordered, "Seal off the information. We must not let the rebel army get any intel." If those guys found out, they would surely spread the word, persuading the hesitant clan members to join the campaign against Earth. Clan leader. One of his subordinates hesitated, but gritted his teeth and said, "The intruders are very strong. Our people are simply no match for them. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't even have made it to the moon." Sumaru gritted his teeth and decided to use one of the clan's most crucial trump cards, the puppet army created by the ancestors. With them, they could minimize casualties. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they could wear them down. The only concern was that no one in the clan currently possessed the technology to create puppets. Although there were many of them, using one meant one less, and there was no way to replenish their numbers. He hoped to capture those bastards quickly. As for why Otsutsuki Sumaru did not go personally, the reason was simple: his strength was too weak. The clan had relied on past glories to reach his generation. Otherwise, if he had been even slightly more capable, the rebel army would have been completely eradicated long ago. Having received the clan leader's order, his subordinate was about to leave when suddenly another person rushed in a panic. Not good. Young Master Tyrone. Otsutsuki Tyrone, the only heir of the clan leader, was also the future ruler of the clan. The young man's strength and charisma were significantly better than his father's, and upon hearing about the Earth invaders, he had led his trusted allies to intercept them without a second thought. The outcome was predictable. He stood no chance against the Hyuga clan. Before he even had a chance to introduce himself, he was struck on the chest by a finger, ultimately dying from the uncontrollable chakra explosion within him. Crash! Otsutsuki Sumaru shattered his most beloved cup, overturned the table in front of him, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury. The greedy earthlings would one day destroy everything. This was the rebel army's declaration, and he had originally scoffed at it, but now he inexplicably understood the meaning behind those words. Pushing open the door to the conference room, Otsutsuki Sumaru staggered toward the forbidden area behind the palace. It was rumored that the ancestor Otsutsuki Sumaru was buried in the forbidden area, where the ultimate weapon prepared by the ancestor for future generations was kept. Only the most legitimate descendants of the clan could know this highest secret. Even if the rebellious branch could win, they would not be able to obtain the blessings left by the ancestor. Earthlings, none of you will leave alive. Perhaps I was wrong, and the ancestors were wrong. Earth truly was a place beyond saving. There, it must be completely cleansed. Outside the archive room, Kaisuke felt a sharp pain in his teeth. "You killed young Master Tyrant. Our clan will never let you go. Damn Earthlings, you all deserve to go to hell. I swear, one day I will drive you out completely." Even if his words could not affect them, the several moon people across from him were still trying their best to attack. From the other party's curses, Kaisuke roughly figured out one thing. They had accidentally killed the clan's only heir. Oh boy, this was a huge mess. He felt a bit of pain in his stomach. To be honest, Kaisuke did not want to create too much of a commotion. At least he wanted to ensure that they could complete their transaction. But there was nothing he could do. The upper ninjas of the Hyuga clan were too ferocious and basically killed anyone they saw. The enemy was still several kilometers away, and they had already discussed plans for an ambush. As a result, they had taken down the clan's young master on the spot, and his death was truly tragic. This guy too, didn't he know his own limits? What was he doing joining in on the chaos? He deserved to die. After cursing this and that, Kaisuke did not rush to join the fight, but waited for Hinata Tenin inside the room to search for the information on the Rebirth Eye. He knew the archive room was a dead end, and facing the relentless attacks from the enemy, they would eventually be unable to hold out. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, leaving a Flying Thunder God coordinate at the barrier. Once they got the goods, he could use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Fight on. Fight on. Just don't throw the moon at us in the future. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed in the moon. If they really started throwing the moon, it was hard to say what would happen to Earth, but Kagaya would definitely break free from her seal. By then, the entire ninja world would truly be doomed. However, Upon careful consideration, similar incidents probably wouldn't occur. The Sage of Six Paths, hidden by the Pure Land River, the currently unknown fate of the sage's brother. And Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was hiding who knows where. No one would want to see Kaguya break free. If that day really came, perhaps the sage would be so pleased that he would grant him max leveling power, and then he could also play around with the Reincarnation Sharingan. Boom! Ahead, a large number of puppet troops were attacking. Compared to the skills of Sasori of the Red Sand, the Otsutsuki's puppet technique was clearly superior. No matter the material quality, they could easily be made into human puppets, and the user could implement remote wireless control, which was very convenient. However, their combat power seemed somewhat uneven. Aside from shooting energy balls, they had no other means of attack. Ordinary ninjas might find the energy balls impressive, but for the taijutsu masters of the Hyuga clan, their opponents were just that. With a turn of the heavens, no one loved. Whatever energy balls, they would all be shot down. Despite the large number of puppet troops, they failed to create a passage. The direct forces of Hinata Tenin were indeed extraordinary. Boom! In the midst of his thoughts, a violent explosion caught Kaisuke's attention. What is that? The elite upper ninja, Hinata Kenji, exclaimed in a slightly panicked tone. Under his Byakugan's gaze, a massive, seemingly burning chakra mass was rapidly approaching this place. One of the upper ninjas charged forward, only to be quickly killed by the opponent. Damn! We can't let this affect the clan leader. Hinata Kenji signaled to gather the remaining 3 upper ninjas back. The time for the decisive battle had arrived. Chapter 51: The Power of the Reincarnation Eye. In order to protect his descendants, Otsutsuki Sumaru left behind 2 trump cards. One was the terrifying puppet-making technique. The other was a pair of imperfectly evolved reincarnation eyes. The former relied on quantity to fend off invasions from outside clans. If the shinobi world faced a crisis, it could also use puppets to quell rebellions. The latter focused on individual power, allowing them to confront terrifying enemies similar to Kaguya. Over the years, the second trump card had never been used, simply because very few knew of its existence. Otsutsuki Sugi was originally a moderate who respected ancestral teachings and was reluctant to provoke war. Unexpectedly, invaders had killed his only son. This was intolerable. Driven by hatred in his heart, he resolutely activated the Otsutsuki clan's last trump card, a pair of incompletely evolved reincarnation eyes. You will all die. The chakra swelling within him gave Sugi a feeling of impending explosion. To avoid being overwhelmed by chakra, he could only try to release the energy within him. He opened his mouth to roar, and a terrifying green chakra sphere formed in front of him. The surrounding walls began to crack, due to the fearsome vibrations. This damn bastard, Hyuga Kenji, who witnessed the entire process with his Byakugan, knew that this would be an incredibly powerful strike. While silently gathering chakra, he sighed, realizing that the Reincarnation Eye was indeed a formidable ability. Little did he know that pair of eyes was merely in the initial stage of development. Unable to enter the Reincarnation Eye chakra mode, unable to condense the truth-seeking balls, and lacking the terrifying technique capable of splitting the moon in 2. Apart from enhancing chakra, Otsutsuki Sugi could only use the most basic attraction and repulsion. Even so, he was powerful enough to be considered excessive for an ordinary elite J-nin. Buzz! The massive chakra sphere roared towards him, destroying buildings in its path. Even Kaisuke felt the unusual vibrations. What the hell is that? Kaisuke took a deep breath. For a moment, he thought a tailed beast had unleashed a tailed beast bomb at him. But then he realized there couldn't be any trace of tailed beasts on the moon. Even the 10 tails was now just a shell, incapable of mobilizing any chakra. The green energy? No way. Do they already have the reincarnation eyes in hand? He finally grasped the key to the problem. Then, Kaisuke prepared to flee at any moment. You should know that activating the Reincarnation Eye chakra mode would elevate the user to the level of Sage of Six Paths. At this point in time, they could easily dominate the entire shinobi world. Without much effort, just the truth-seeking balls could take out a large number of clan leader-level ninjas. Step back a bit. Hyuga Kenji took a stance for Gentle Fist, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams Mountain Collapse. Users of the Gentle Fist can freely control the chakra points in their bodies. In other words, they possess an extraordinary mastery of chakra. 8 trigrams Mountain Collapse is a technique that highly concentrates chakra, producing power far greater than what is inherently contained. While his overall chakra may not match that of the enemy, using a point-to-plane approach allowed him to blow up the incoming green sphere in midair. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the entire palace shook continuously. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Sugi broke through the thick fog and appeared before the two of them. The excessively swollen power gave him a false sense of control over everything. None of you will leave here alive today. Sugi's words were filled with resentment. Opposite him, Hyuga Kenji stood ready, sensing that the enemy possessed strength comparable to a clan leader, undoubtedly a rare and formidable opponent. In contrast, Kaisuke's eyes were filled with confusion. The enemy's power was strong? On the contrary, this person's strength did not match that of a Reincarnation Eye holder at all. Apart from those shining pupils, the opponent had not activated their unique chakra mode, did not summon the truth-seeking balls, and even lacked the ability to float. The powerful bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan had simply become a mere chakra amplifier in his case. It was ridiculous. Perhaps. The Reincarnation Eye also had a class upgrade similar to the Kaleidoscope. Clearly, this guy in front of him was not qualified, or rather, his eyes were not perfect. From a most direct perspective, the opponent indeed possessed clan leader-level destructive power, but in other aspects, it was lacking. Simply put, it was like a child with a handgun. The lethality was sufficient, but he lacked the skills to wield it effectively. It was enough to suppress Hyuga Kenji. Just randomly firing energy spheres had enough power to make him sweat. However, if he were to face an opponent of the same level. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the direction of the information, and in less than a few seconds, Hyuga Tennin appeared next to Kaisuke. He was even holding the corpse of the young clan leader. Bastard, put down my son's corpse. Otsutsuki Sugi was furious, and his attacks grew increasingly fierce. Take this corpse away, Tennin said calmly. I checked the relevant materials. To activate the Reincarnation Eye, one must use the most direct bloodline of the Otsutsuki. In other words, using the corpse of the main family. Kaisuke seemed to understand his meaning. He ordered Hyuga Kenji to retreat, and before leaving, Tennin decided to test the opponent's caliber. Having read many materials, how could he not discern the enemy's state? That posture was clearly not the power that the Reincarnation Eye should have. With one foot in front of the other, his arms moved rhythmically. His stance was almost identical to Hyuga Kenji's. Both were initiating the 8 trigrams mountain collapse, but the power they wielded was worlds apart, concentrating terrifying chakra into a point. He waved his hand and struck the most critical point. In an instant, invisible waves spread out, and the terrifying vacuum shockwave instantly shattered the green energy sphere, simultaneously destroying the palace 1,000 meters away. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams mountain collapse, one of the highest level secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. Its power was comparable to an ordinary tailed beast bomb, belonging to the category of S-class martial arts. Staring blankly into the distance, Otsutsuki Sugi finally woke up from his beautiful dream. He knew that even with the blessing of ancestral power, he could not unleash such a terrifying attack. Unless the Reincarnation Eye could evolve to a higher level. At the moment the palace exploded, the enemy disappeared from sight, and he could not trace their whereabouts at all. My child. Hatred gradually spread, causing his body and mind to suffer torment. After venting his frustrations for a while, Otsutsuki Sugi made up his mind. He would take revenge on the damned Hyuga clan. First, he needed to cultivate the Reincarnation Eye to an advanced state. Lost in thought, Otsutsuki Sugi's gaze fell upon the corpses brought over by his clansmen. They were the deceased members of the Hyuga clan. Just wait. One day I will come and find you. Chapter 52, the container of Otsutsuki cells in the ninja world, in the forbidden area behind the Hyuga clan's mountain. I feel. With a dizzy head, Hyuga Kenji had an urge to vomit. Your space-time technique needs some improvement. Long-distance teleportation feels like being on a ship, with a very swaying sensation that can cause nausea and vomiting in some people. Poor Hyuga Kenji. It's likely that he could never learn the simplest space-time ninjutsu, even in 10 lifetimes. Thank you for your hard work. Hyuga Tenjin took over the conversation and expressed sincere gratitude to Kaisuke. The boy without the Uchiha lineage could never have imagined that the key to awakening the Reincarnation Eye would lie on the moon. Now that they have the body of the Otsutsuki clan, it only requires some time for experimentation. And the Hyuga clan will gain a powerful expert beyond the clan leader level. His own strength had already stabilized, and the future development space was limited. The precious bloodline should not be wasted on himself. Moreover, Hyuga Tenjin had agreed to the alliance request with the Uchiha, leaving him no time to slowly cultivate the eyes. However, his son was different. He was still young and had a strong potential for growth. As long as the transplantation was successful, he would surely acquire that legendary ultimate power. Thinking of this, he could no longer suppress his excitement. Wait for me a few days. I will make arrangements here, and you can set off immediately. Please feel free, Clan Leader Tenjin. Kaisuke left understandingly. He He knew that Hyuga Tenjin would immediately begin to research. But unfortunately, the genes of the Otsutsuki clan were not so easily plundered. In the original plot, for a single Hashirama cell, Orochimaru, Danzo, and several other scientists in the ninja world spent decades researching. What was the result? The only successful product was Yamato, who specialized in afforestation. The cells suppressed in the Edo Tensei of Madara and the first Hokage were quite perfect, but the prerequisite was that they needed the bodies of the Edo Tensei. Want to perfectly transplant them into a human body? It wasn't until after the Fourth Great Ninja War, on Naruto's severed hand, that it was perfectly successful. Moreover, it was still unknown whether there were factors like the power of Yang and Ashura Chakra at play. Now, it was the Warring States period, at a time when electric lights were just being popularized. Wanting to perfectly transplant the cells of the Otsutsuki clan? The difficulty could be imagined. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon was not comparable to the true sage of Six Paths brothers. Their bloodline had been diluted to the point where only the main family members exhibited some obvious Otsutsuki characteristics. The other clan members were not much different from normal humans on Earth. According to Kayasuke's understanding, the difficulty of transplantation should be somewhat easier than that of Hashirama's cells. With the technology currently mastered by the Hyuga, it should be successful in a year or so. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the knowledge exchange options in the system. As long as Kayasuke wanted, he could become the strongest researcher in the world in a very short time. He could clone genes, transplant cells, and could even replicate Steel Naruto. Unfortunately, there was currently no suitable research environment. Keeping the dream of a scientist in his heart, Kayasuke turned back to his room, ready to see how the Uzumaki young lady was doing. Thud, 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 just as he reached the door. He heard a sound from inside the room, like an old cow drinking water. Ahem. Clearing his throat lightly, in the next second, Kayasuke kicked open the door. Good morning. Mito. Puff. Startled, Mito sprayed the milk she had yet to swallow all over the place. The milk bottle clattered to the ground, and her bun head fell to the floor as she began to cough violently. You, cough, cough. You bastard, one day, cough. I will personally kill you. Poor child. Kayasuke shrugged, ignoring the other party's utterly unconvincing threat. By the time she could control the Nine Tails, he would have already been flying high in his complete Susanoo. If she wanted to kill him, there was probably only one way. Not knowing what he thought of, Kayasuke let out a terrifying laugh that made Mito's hair stand on end. This bastard definitely wasn't up to any good. Mito, who was coughing to the point of nearly losing her lungs, could no longer contain her anger and lunged at him with bared teeth and claws. I'll fight you. On the other side, Hyuga Tenjin was eagerly starting his research. As his direct disciple, Hyuga Yayoi was also given the opportunity to participate. This was the harvest from her master's outing. Taking a deep breath, she began the preliminary blood transplantation. There were plenty of prisoners within the clan, and they had as many experimental materials as they needed. Losing one was no pity. The blood of the Otsutsuki was different from any common blood type in the ninja world and could be said to cause a 100 adverse reaction. However, no one anticipated that the rejection would be this intense. In just 20 seconds, the experimental subject, who possessed the strength of a Chunin, was sent to hell amidst a sea of blood mist. Next, Tenjin frowned, a bad premonition gradually rising in his heart. As it turned out, this premonition was indeed accurate. In the next 10 experiments, no one was able to last half a minute. As soon as the Otsutsuki cells entered the body, they immediately triggered an all-encompassing collapse reaction. If this continued, it wouldn't just be the experimental subjects. There wouldn't be enough blood from the corpses to conduct experiments. Damn it, it really isn't so easy to acquire the power of our ancestors. For an entire night, Hyuga Tenjin was entangled with the problem of the experiments. Eventually, he was forced to come up with a method that wasn't really a solution. The caged bird curse mark, a prominent symbol unique to the branch family of the Hyuga clan. This curse mark was very powerful and was the crystallization of the strongest techniques of the Hyuga family over the millennia. Even the powerful sage bloodline of the Byakugan could be suppressed through the caged bird, which is why the Hyuga clan has always found it difficult to produce unparalleled strong figures. With this curse mark, a microscopic limiting effect could be achieved. So would it work on the cells entering the body? In the following days, Tenjin began to experiment with his hypothesis. The results were encouraging. The cage bird curse mark could indeed take effect, preventing the Otsutsuki cells from spreading throughout the body. However, another issue arose. To achieve the goal of retention, it was necessary to frequently inject chakra and for the person controlling the curse technique to frequently consolidate and seal it. Otherwise, in the end, it would still be a futile effort. In this age of technological scarcity, There was no method for long-term preservation of corpses. To preserve the Otsutsuki cells and chakra, a living person had to serve as the container, and this person had to be especially loyal, possessing the spirit of dedicating everything to the main family. After much thought, Hyuga Tenjin ultimately reached out to his most cherished disciple. Yayoi, I have an important task to entrust to you. Confused, Hyuga Yayoi thought her master was just acting as usual, unaware of the pain this special task would bring her. In the forbidden area behind the mountain at night, the screams of Hyuga Yayoi echoed endlessly. Chapter 53. My rules are the rules. When Kyusuke saw Hinata Yayoi again, the girl was already wrapped in bandages and had become somewhat taciturn. Perhaps sensing his doubts, Hinata Tenin explained, Yayoi will be going with us. She needs more opportunities for training. However, Kyusuke felt that this guy was hiding something. Looking at the girl's outfit, he silently mocked. Now, even Danzo has become an object of interest. At this moment, Hinata Yayoi was almost a replica of Danzo, especially with her right eye covered by bandages. Wait, her right eye? Kyusuke's eyelid twitched but quickly returned to normal, while concealing his inner thoughts. Hinata Tenin and the others did not notice his oddity. But only the nearby Uzumaki Maruko felt something was off. Why does this guy always secretly observe people? Connecting this to the previous incident where everyone disappeared, Mito suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. No wonder he could persuade Hinata Tenin to come out of retirement. To stop his father, he actually chose to ally through marriage with the Hinata clan. Mito pouted unconsciously, not understanding why she was so angry. It must be anger towards that jerk. Maruko tried to justify herself, confirming the existence of the Reincarnation Eye and even helping Hinata achieve the moon landing plan. Kyusuke had undoubtedly exceeded their mutual agreement. Now, it was the Hinata clan's turn to fulfill their responsibilities. Considering the current situation, Hinata Tenin did not bring too many troops. Dealing with Uzumaki Ashina alone was sufficient. The other problems would be handled by the Uchiha clan. Of course, one must always be cautious, so Hinata Tenin brought along 10 strong subordinates. In case of an unexpected situation, 10 men would be enough to help him escape from the enemy's entanglement. Although he believed that the Uchiha would never act irrationally. At this critical moment, the Senju and Uzumaki were the real enemies. If they continued to provoke the Hinata, the Uchiha might really face a clan extermination war. Understanding this, he felt safe bringing Hinata Yayoi to the battlefield. After all, at this moment, the girl represented more than just the clan leader's disciple to the entire family. She was the hope for the family's dominance in the ninja world and also the vessel for his son to become a top powerhouse. Any mistake was absolutely not allowed. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Yayoi asked Kyusuke, the commander, to take care of her. Hinata Tenin interjected coldly. He noticed that the princess of the Uzumaki clan often emitted malice towards his disciple and had to point out. To this, Kyusuke naturally assured, don't worry. Clan leader Tenin, I will do my utmost to ensure her safety. In fact, aside from the threat from the Senju, he was also somewhat worried about retaliation from the moon. Fortunately, his performance was unremarkable, so those aliens wouldn't find their way to the Uchiha. If retaliation were to be carried out, it would definitely be Hinata Tenin at the forefront. At that time, if a war broke out between the moon and the earth, he might even have the opportunity to spy on some secret existence. For example, the Sage of Six Paths hiding in the Pure Land, currently unknown where he is fasting and praying, or even Kyusuke suspected that the ancestor from the moon might not be completely dead. Sigh. All troublesome characters, Kyusuke lamented. As a result, his performance once again led Mito to misunderstand. What the heck? They asked you to protect the disciple, not to take you as a son-in-law. Look at your useless appearance. Maruko finally couldn't help but complain. What? Kyusuke was dumbfounded. What kind of thinking does this girl have? How did she get to the son-in-law issue? Oh, right, Little Bean Sprout might have miscalculated his leverage, thinking she gained Hinata Tenin's support through marriage. Thinking about it, it is indeed a good method, but unfortunately, she underestimated herself too much. Don't think too much. Be careful not to feed you tonight. Kyusuke threatened sternly. Usually, the two would communicate this way, scaring each other, but he wouldn't actually let the Uzumaki princess go hungry. Originally a careless remark, unexpectedly, this time Uzumaki Mito actually took it seriously. Glancing at the silent bandaged girl and the impatient Kyusuke, Maruko turned her head with great difficulty, tears streaming down her face. She didn't even know where this sourness in her heart came from. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. No matter how small her voice was, it couldn't hide from the Keen clan leader-level powerhouse. As Hinata Tenin raced ahead, he suddenly smiled and said, The suggestion from the Uzumaki princess is great. Yayoi is about the same age as you and should indeed get closer. His considerations were simple. If his disciple became a couple with Kyusuke, the latter would never allow his lover to suffer the torment of the Otsutsuki cells. At that time, the Hinata clan would have a fixed passage to go to the moon's world. Similar to Kyusuke's thoughts, Hinata Tenin also had his eyes on that land. Although many areas seemed desolate, there were still plenty of habitable regions. Compared to the current territory of Hinata, it was almost boundless. Using the moon as a base to observe the turmoil and strife of the ninja world was the most suitable path for the development of the Hinata clan. Kyusuke had once been tempted, let alone the limited-sighted Hinata Tenin. With this in mind, he wished he could have the two marry on the spot, but unfortunately, this was doomed to be his one-sided wish. However, it didn't matter. Yayoi was inherently beautiful and had astonishing strength and talent. After spending more time together, he wasn't afraid that the little guy wouldn't fall in love. If it truly became a good thing, Hinata Tenin could even lift the caged bird curse mark on his disciple. Forget about rules. The greatest value of that thing is to be broken. For instance, in the later generations, the union of Naruto and Hinata, as the second child, Uzumaki Himawari should have been marked with the caged bird curse mark. But what was the outcome? Who in the entire Hinata clan dared to mention this issue? Are they seeking death? To ensure family tradition, Hinata Hayashi even directly allowed Hinata to follow the Uzumaki surname. Originally, whether male or female, the other party should have joined the Hinata clan. As a result, all principles were nearly obliterated when it came to Naruto, who held the titles of 7th Hokage, the strongest in the ninja world, and the prophesied child. This shows that the rules of the Hinata clan are not unbreakable. Facing Tenin's blatant hint, Kyusuke could only respond with a silly smile. In fact, both sides knew this was merely a joke. The combination of Uchiha and Hinata, its importance certainly lay beyond just a marriage. It also symbolized the stance of the two great clans. Understanding this, everyone simply exchanged laughter and did not take it to heart. Only Hinata Yayoi, who had remained silent all along, suddenly turned her head towards Kyusuke, who was facing away from her. The complexity in her gaze fleetingly vanished, and no one noticed her unusualness. Chapter 54. Band's Resolve, the Flame of Garuda on the front-line battlefield, Uchiha Camp. Has that kid Kyusuke not returned yet? Uchiha Hiroki sighed. The two sides had secretly signed a one-year agreement, with the Uzumaki clan promising not to breach Uchiha's defenses within that year. However, the other side was not foolish. They could not possibly underestimate the enemy's tricks. If they truly went all out and ended up losing, Senju Butsuma would definitely come looking for him afterward. At that point, having offended both the Senju and the Uchiha clans, would there still be a need for the country of whirlpools to exist? Not to mention, the country of water always harbored hidden hostility. If it weren't for the turmoil, Uzumaki Ashina should have been most wary of the forces from the country of water lurking behind him. Reluctant to offend the Senju clan, Uzumaki Ashina frequently launched terrifying attacks. If I don't breach your defenses, then let's just fight it out on the battlefield. Soon, Uchiha Hiroki and others discovered that the casualty rate of their legion had inexplicably increased significantly. At this rate, they would likely be directly beaten to shambles by the enemy before the one-year deadline was up. The reinforcements promised by Kyusuke had yet to arrive, and reluctantly, they could only request support from Uchiha Tajima. A bunch of fools, unable to deal with the mere Uzumaki Ashina. It was said that when Tajima received the distress letter, he was so furious he almost spat blood. He not only publicly reprimanded the Legion for their inaction, but also took the opportunity to criticize. As a military leader, he actually abandoned his post during wartime. If he couldn't bring in reinforcements, he might as well go back to the camp and guard the gates. If it were anyone else, Tajima would have had enough reason to eliminate them 10 times over. However, Kyusuke had made significant contributions, and he didn't want to see such talent fall too easily, which is why he made the remark about guarding the gates. It could weaken the other's prestige while still ensuring the boy's safety. He was indeed putting a lot of thought into it. For now, Tajima did not wish for Kyusuke to die, but he was also wary of the boy's increasingly rising prestige. In his heart, Kyusuke should become a sharp blade that could strike wherever directed. Only then could he safely hand him over to his son. Otherwise, it would be a disaster sooner or later. Let alone the relationship between Ban and Kyusuke. Not long ago, he was as close as a brother to Uchiha Ri, both having blocked blades for each other and withstood the enemy's ninjutsu. And what was the result now? They were both dreaming of each other's demise. In Tajima's view, there would come a day when his son would stand on the opposite side of Kyusuke. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire Uchiha clan. He had not taken any special actions for now because there was still room for the situation to ease. Once Kyosuke showed any factors beyond control, then he shouldn't blame the clan leader for being ruthless. Uchiha Ban was unaware of these matters. He knew his father's narrow-mindedness and sometimes tried to guide him correctly. Unfortunately, the results were not ideal. Shortly after the distress letter was sent, Uchiha Izuna led the reinforcements to the battlefield. Big brother. As the saying goes, when brothers are united, their strength can cut through metal. Being able to fight side by side on the battlefield was indeed an uplifting matter. However, this could not change the overall bleak situation of the battlefield. The newly arrived reinforcements only slightly delayed the pace of collapse. If this continued, at most in 6 months, Hiroki's legion would face a total rout. Clang! Drawing out his sharp scythe, Uchiha Ban led his brother Izuna, constantly assaulting the Uzumaki clan's defenses. Although not long had passed, the aura of the Dance King seemed increasingly steady, indicating that his strength had indeed advanced significantly. Uchiha Ban had now entered a special period of rapid strength improvement. After a separation of 3 days, anyone who saw him would have to regard him with new eyes. Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. Facing the crowd of enemies charging forward, Ban's expression was stern as he spewed forth a scorching fire dragon capable of instantly vaporizing a person. With a swing of his scythe, the remaining few Chunin fell under his blade. Behind him, Izuna also began to showcase his formidable strength. Any enemy attempting to approach his brother could hardly escape his pinpoint strikes. The two brothers coordinated, often easily tearing a gap in the enemy ranks. However, there were simply too many ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. Their overall numbers far exceeded the Uchiha. After a brief assault, the brothers had to quickly withdraw. If they delayed, they could be captured by the enemy. In the previous attempts, their actions had gone very smoothly, usually achieving a charge at the cost of only minor injuries. But this time, Ban had to take responsibility for his carelessness. Uchiha brat, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Before his words fell, the unique black symbols of the sealing technique spread wildly. Those who had not managed to retreat were directly trapped by the enemy here. Oh no! Uchiha Bonesh Brayu Fuyovet. Realizing he had miscalculated, looking back at his somewhat panicked brother, he repeatedly told himself that he must not let Izuna come to harm. As a clan specialized in fire release, Uchiha could not possibly have failed to develop S-rank fire release ninjutsu over the centuries. However, this technique was usually difficult to use, making it hard to gain a decisive advantage in battles between masters. Rather than waste chakra, it was better to use lower-level fire release to create opportunities. For this reason, many fire ninjutsu masters often utilized B-rank ninjutsu. Today, if he wanted to break through the enemy's barrier, he would need to pursue the strongest destructive power through pinpoint explosions. Even if it put a heavy burden on his body, Ban decided to take the risk and try. In the blink of an eye, after completing more than 20 hand seals, the surging flames gathered in his mouth through the transformation of Chakra's nature. Before the forbidden technique was unleashed, the surrounding temperature suddenly increased significantly, causing Izuna, who was closest, to involuntarily take a few steps back. Don't underestimate me, Uchiha Ban. The Dance King roared as he unleashed the S-rank forbidden technique. Flames of Garuda, the golden fiery divine bird, upon appearing, made everyone instinctively close their eyes. Not to mention bearing it head-on. Just gazing at it felt like their eyes would be scorched. Wielding wings made of flames, the divine bird charged towards the barrier, completely shattering the seemingly impregnable seal. But that was not the end. Just as the caster prepared to escape, it had already caught up to him, detonating the terrifying fiery energy within. Boom! Utilizing the fire release forbidden technique passed down through the Uchiha lineage, Ban successfully shattered the Uzumaki clan's conspiracy. Embrace death frankly, beasts. Uchiha Ban, who stood unsteadily, still held an arrogant demeanor as before. The terrifying power of the strike successfully eliminated the ambush team prepared by the Uzumaki clan, but it also attracted the attention of enemies lurking in the distance. Izuna, you go first. I'll hold them off. Waving his fan, Ban, whose mouth was severely burned, was ready to continue fighting. Big brother. Just then, a strangely shaped kunai suddenly lodged into the ground ahead. Seeing this, the serious faces of the brothers finally revealed a hint of a smile. This bastard finally returned. Chapter 55. How to Create the Tao Orb. Ninja Technique. 8 trigrams Void Palm. The terrifying soft fist secret technique instantly cleared a wide path. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared before the two brothers. Oh, you two are still alive, Kyuji greeted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Izuna naturally began to banter as he was used to it. After all, with his big brother around, he wasn't afraid of this rogue daring to lay a hand on him. As for Uchiha Madara, his gaze was entirely focused on Hyuga Tennin. His instincts told him that the person before him possessed incredibly terrifying strength. "You are quite impressive." Hyuga Tennin looked directly at the two boys, his eyes filled with admiration. Long ago, he had heard that 3 outstanding talents had emerged from the Uchiha clan. Kyuji amazed him so much that he even thought that unless he successfully cultivated the Rinnegan, it would be impossible for any of his peers to surpass him. As soon as he arrived on the battlefield, he witnessed the astonishing sight of Garuda exploding. If he remembered correctly, the young clan leader of the Uchiha was only 11 years old. Truly remarkable. Retracting his gaze, he casually glanced at the disciples following him. With his pair of eyes, the Hyuga clan could also welcome their own unparalleled genius. That day shouldn't be far off. You take them down a heel. Hyuga Tennin turned around, his Byakugan glowing brightly, quickly locking onto the target of this mission. He had long heard that Uzumaki Erasure was the foremost expert in sealing techniques of the current era, exceptionally powerful, and had the potential to claim the title of the strongest in the ninja world. How could someone as powerful and proud as Hyuga Tennin not pay a visit? Since I'm on the battlefield, I should go greet the Uzumaki clan. After saying this, he directly led his clansmen away. With the inside of the Byakugan, it was impossible for Uzumaki Erasure not to notice. Let us head back first. Kyuji grabbed the hands of his two brothers and used the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon entering the battlefield of the two clans, he announced the arrival of the Hyuga clan for assistance, ensuring that no friendly fire would occur. The temperamental Tennin was eager to challenge the enemy's leader, and Kyuji, being just a small fry, didn't want to join the fray. A battle at the clan leader level posed a risk of death just from the residual energy waves. Moreover, he was genuinely afraid that Uzumaki Erasure might develop some bizarre sealing technique, which could potentially nullify his Flying Thunder God technique, making things quite amusing. The Flying Thunder God is not omnipotent. Powerful sealing techniques can even isolate the Kamui, so I must be extra cautious. Points, 8596. He glanced at the points column. Recently, he had been busy traveling and hadn't put much effort into acquiring points. While he hadn't accumulated many, it was enough to exchange for a desired ninjutsu. The Shadow Clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is a B-rank ninjutsu. It creates physical clones using chakra, which can act and fight just like the user and possess an independent consciousness. They have considerable resistance to damage, and when dispelled, the memories and experiences of the clones return to the original body. During the Valley of the End battle, Naruto used shadow clones that could withstand Sasuke's Chidori without breaking form. Aside from the wood clone, it was nearly impossible to find a more powerful clone technique in the ninja world. Additionally, shadow clones are great for gathering intelligence and training. With shadow clones, there is no need for the original body to take risks for infiltration or assassination. The most remarkable aspect is that the clones can use most of the original's ninjutsu, including abilities granted by bloodline limits. Combined with the Flying Thunder God, Kyuji's safety would undoubtedly be enhanced. As for training, Naruto used his status as a Jinchuriki to compress the chakra nature training that would normally take 2 years into just a few days, leveraging the Shadow Clone's ability to transmit physical memories. In the future, if Kyuji plans to advance to the 6 Paths level, Shadow Clones could save him a lot of time, and he should be able to research the Tao Orb without much trouble. There are several methods to create the Tao Orb, but the only method Kyuji could adopt is to deeply develop his chakra, enabling himself to possess all the properties of Yin power. An ordinary person might take several lifetimes to achieve this. Developing a single chakra nature to a profound level could grant one the strength comparable to elite Jonin or even Kage-level ninjas. Fully developing everything? Even those brilliantly gifted geniuses would require at least 100 or 80 years to accomplish this. However, as long as he mastered Naruto's training method, Kyuji could continually compress the time proportionally. If an ordinary person needs 80 years to fully develop a particular chakra type, then he could summon 80 shadow clones to train hard, completing the equivalent of 80 years of arduous training in just 1 year, including Yin and Yang chakra. He would only need 7 years to succeed completely. By then, with the Tao Orb in hand, he would be nearly immune to harm from anyone below the Kage level. To achieve this requirement, he must possess recovery abilities comparable to tailed beasts. There are 2 methods. First, directly sealing a tailed beast and becoming a Jinchuriki. Second, exchanging for a sage body to become a being with self-healing buffs. Neither of those paths is easy. System prompt. Consume 7,500 points. Successfully exchanged for B-rank Ninjutsu Shadow clone technique. Unknowingly, QG had mastered another powerful ninjutsu. From the perspective of technique configuration, he was gradually moving towards perfection. All that was left was diligent learning and practice to develop each ninjutsu to a profound level. And in the future, he would at least possess combat power approaching the Super Kage level. Looking at the remaining points of just over 1,000, QG resolved not to recklessly use points unless there was a special situation. He aimed to save them up and eventually exchange for the Manjikyu Sharingan, as that would be the fastest way for him to become a Kage-level powerhouse. 100,000 points didn't seem too far off. On the other side, Hyuga Tenin found the strongest member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Erasure. Both were men standing at the pinnacle of the warring states, and naturally, their encounter was marked by earth-shattering clashes. In their first encounter, both sides fought until the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and no one dared to tread within a several-kilometer radius. Uzumaki Arashi's sealing techniques were unparalleled, and even someone as strong as Tenin could not break through his defenses. Conversely, the power of the soft fist also astonished the opponent. The diamond lock was incredibly domineering. Even tailed beasts struggled to escape its restraints. Yet it was utterly ineffective against Hyuga Tenin. This Hyuga clan leader showcased to the outside world what it meant to use softness to overcome hardness for the first time. A month later, the two engaged in their second encounter, and once again, neither could gain the upper hand. The third, the fourth. Soon, the entire ninja world became aware of the clash between these two peak clan leaders. Countless people focused on this battle, eager to see which side would ultimately emerge victorious. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Chapter 56. 1,000 birds flow into the world in the camp courtyard. Kaisuke was diligently eating his meal. In front of him, two subordinates were engaged in a sparring match, using real combat to make up for their shortcomings. Over the past year, despite his legion's formidable combat power, it was inevitable that they would face significant casualties. Currently, the total number of troops was 168, with dozens having perished in battle. Considering the difficulties in training his subordinates, Kaisuke decided 6 months ago to conduct elite training during their free time. He aimed to utilize the resources at his disposal to maximize his subordinate strength. One must be strong to forge ahead. Enhancing one's strength is the capital for survival. After 6 months of arduous training, all of his more than 100 subordinates showed significant improvements in their overall abilities. The 1,000 Birds group continuously enhanced the nature of their lightning release, increasing their mobility by stimulating cellular activation. The Shunshin group consisted of those who could not learn the 1,000 Birds technique. They mastered Kaisuke's Shunshin technique and swordsmanship, matching the speed of the former and compensating for lethality through their sword skills. In short, Kaisuke's legion emphasized quick strikes and decisiveness in battle. If one lacked speed and could not keep up with the main force, then death was to be expected. Sizzle. 2 bolts of electricity collided, kicking up violent clouds of dust, making it impossible for Kaisuke to eat. What are these guys doing? He put down his plate, casually picked his teeth, and decided to grab a half bucket of fresh milk later. Time to calculate. He was about to enter a rapid growth phase in his body. The problem that had troubled him for years was finally nearing a solution. After a year of hard training, Kaisuke's overall strength had increased. However, his physical strength remained stuck at the Chunin level, hindered by his age, which limited his physical development. Sigh, being a kid is truly unfortunate, Kaisuke often lamented. There was no way around it. The neighboring Uchiha Madara had completely entered a phase of rapid growth and power. His chakra surged, and his taijutsu capabilities far surpassed Kaisuke's. Both were related to physical strength, and this had become Kaisuke's biggest shortcoming. The rapid growth of the Dance King made him see a glimpse of the future Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless of the external help, it took Sasuke only 2 years to go from a kid to battling Orochimaru and Deidara. A normal person might take 20 years to achieve such a leap in strength. To this, he could only say Indra is incredible. Madara's situation was similar. After all, the Dance King was more than 2 years older than him. If it weren't for his secret techniques, Kaisuke would have been left behind long ago. It was likely that Hashirama was in a similar situation. The guy had probably awakened the wood release. Reflecting on the bowl-cut guy by the river, Kaisuke felt a pang of bitterness. One day in the future, he would face overwhelming wood release, and, as it stood, there seemed to be no particularly effective countermeasures. Oh, god of ninjas. He smiled slightly, silently pulling out a kunai in preparation. The next moment, a figure suddenly dashed out, gathering a wild amount of chakra in her hands. With an aura that seemed to pierce through the air. The newcomer was Uzumaki Mito. Dai Uchiha Kaisuk, she shouted madly. However, the surrounding people seemed accustomed to it, halting their actions to prepare for a spectacle as she attempted to assassinate the Legion commander once more. Seated, Kaisuk flicked his wrist and threw the kunai. To his surprise, the little girl crushed it barehanded, an astonishing level of brutality that left everyone speechless. Her strength was becoming increasingly frightening. Boom! The powerful strike missed its target. Seeing this, Mito immediately formed hand seals, attempting to use a sealing technique to suppress Kaisuk's speed. In the instant he revealed himself, black markings spread around him, seemingly leaving no place to escape. A year ago, he might have only been able to use a flying thunder god to escape, but the current situation was different. Too naive, Mito. Kaisuk smirked as electricity suddenly enveloped him, accompanied by a distinctive buzzing sound. The seals coming from any direction shattered under the impact of the electricity. Thousand birds flow. What? Mito was stunned, seemingly not expecting the brat to have such a trick up his sleeve. Not only her, but the observing Legion ninjas also gasped, surprised that the Thousand Birds technique could have such a transformation. Having shown a glimpse of his abilities, Kaisuk pointed the way for his subordinate's future training. Want to come again? He provocatively beckoned the girl with his finger. The arrival of Hinata Tenjin completely balanced the strength between the two sides. After that, Kaisuk no longer restricted Mito's freedom. If she wanted to leave, she could have returned to her family long ago. Yet for some reason, she stubbornly stayed. In Mito's own words, as the princess of the Uzumaki clan, she had to uncover Uchiha's hidden schemes. A strong and powerful reason. One that even she seemed to believe wholeheartedly. With the hostage unwilling to leave, Kaisuk naturally couldn't chase her away. If she wasn't going to leave, having her around as a sparring partner was also beneficial. Slowly raising his finger, a terrifying electric blade shot out, and before she could react, Mito lost a lock of hair. Thousand Birds sharp spear. Is there more? Mito was furious. She hadn't expected this guy to have trained such a powerful technique behind her back. As for her, aside from accumulating chakra, it seemed she could only keep researching sealing techniques. There was no way she could win against him. Thinking this, Mito simply spread her hands, pouted, and walked aside, deciding not to fight anymore. Hey, not going to continue? Don't think you can take advantage of me. The bowl-cut girl turned around in anger, gently rolling up her sleeves. On her smooth, pale arm were engraved several characters. The unique flying thunder god coordinates belonging to Kaisuk. I have it on me. I can never beat you. She attempted to find an excuse for her defeat. Seeing this, Kaisuk walked over slowly, grabbing her arm, startling the little girl. What are you doing? Can't restrain your beastly instincts anymore. Damn, Beansprout, shut up. Kaisuk rolled his eyes and said, I'm here to help you remove this mark. Saying that, he gently touched the girl's arm, preparing to erase the flying thunder god coordinates. However, for some reason, Mito retracted her arm, rejecting his kind offer. Who knows if you're lying to me? Maybe you're planning to put some curse on me. She came up with a flimsy excuse. Kaisuk was nearly choked by her words and silently rolled his eyes, using flying thunder god to disappear with her from the camp. In a secluded cave, the anguished screams of a girl echoed. Hinata Yayoi was pounding on the rocks, her eyes filled with deep hatred. Chapter 57. Cell Cultivation. The technical talent Hinata Yayoi tore off the bandage at the corner of her eye, revealing the right side of her face, which was as pale as a corpse. Over the course of a year, Hinata Yayoi had endured inhuman torture. The Otsutsuki cells had a powerful corrosive assimilation effect. If it weren't for her Hyuga bloodline, which was fundamentally rooted in the same origin as the Otsutsuki of the moon, anyone else would have died 100 times over by now. Even so, Hinata Yayoi continued to suffer, constantly needing to use chakra to suppress the spread of the cells. The pain felt like countless termites gnawing at her flesh day and night. As the saying goes, one does not sink into suffering without eventually exploding in pain. Unable to bear it any longer, Hinata Yayoi began to seek solutions herself. To be a caged bird, surrendering her life and death to the clan? No problem. She could accept her fate. To order herself to marry that useless son? Fine. Hinata Yayoi had no way to refuse, as her life was not her own, let alone a mere marriage. But why did the clan leader have to torment her so? The girl not only needed to resolve her pain, but also wanted to take revenge on those who had harmed her. Free from the constraints of her family, she made one of the most important decisions of her life. She sought out Uchiha Kaisuk, pleading with him to find a way to lift the abnormality in her body. In fact, until now, Hinata Yayoi did not understand the existence of Otsutsuki. She only knew that a certain terrifying cell substance was sealed within her. If she wanted help, perhaps only the Uchiha boy could assist her. To submit her loyalty, she stealthily attacked a fellow clan Nin during the chaos of war, using the head of this opponent to express her determination to affiliate. If Kayasuke informed Hinata Tenrin, her only outcome would be immediate execution by the cursed seal. With this leverage in hand, it was possible for him to sincerely help her alleviate her suffering. The feeling of something like a centipede constantly writhing beneath her skin caused Hinata Yayoi to emit haunting screams. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. By the time Kayasuke and the others arrived, she was close to a state of shock. Hurry, save her. Approaching the girl, the two began to perform healing techniques together. Under his coercion and inducements, Mito began to research the application of medical ninjutsu. With the concepts provided by Kayasuke, she successfully developed the healing technique within a few months. Not just her, the occasionally idle Kayasuke would also read related medical texts. He found it not difficult to use chakra to suppress the cell's agitation, given his current capabilities. Working together, Hinata Yayoi's condition soon stabilized. Move aside, pushing away the hindrances. Mito took a deep breath and placed her hands on the girl's cheeks. Ninjutsu, 4-symbol seal. A spiraling pattern completely covered the right side of the girl's face. After seeing Hinata Yayoi's breathing gradually stabilize, Kayasuke asked in confusion, "Why are you using the 4-symbol seal?" Pointing at the cursed seal on the girl's forehead, Mito explained calmly, "The cage bird can no longer suppress the power within her. We must impose further seals." "So you're treating the Otsutsuki cells as if they were tailed beasts to seal?" Thinking it over, it wasn't a bad idea. Hinata Yayoi was exceptionally talented, one of the top geniuses of the Hyuga clan. With such an individual willing to serve, Kayasuke would certainly not refuse. Who would give up a subordinate who might awaken the Rinnegan? As for the method to alleviate her pain, aside from the healing technique, the only thing Kayasuke could think of was to completely lift the caged bird's restrictions. Only the purest, untainted Byakugan could integrate the Otsutsuki chakra and thus give birth to her own Rinnegan. To save her, they first needed to lift the seal. Considering the difficulty of the operation, Kayasuke invited the sealing technique expert Uzumaki Mito. Otherwise, he would have to spend a considerable amount of points to exchange for the complete caged bird technique. Let me do whatever it takes. Just don't make me spend money. This was Kayasuke's current thought. Unfortunately, the technological achievements of the Hyuga clan over the centuries were not something a girl like Mito could easily unravel. Even if Uzumaki Ashina came, it would take decades of research to uncover the secrets. If it were that easy to crack, the Hyuga clan would have been exterminated long ago. The branch family, oppressed for generations, would surely turn their blades on their former masters once the caged bird was lifted. The reason such events had not occurred was simple. Until now, no outsider had been able to discover a method to break the seal. After more than half a year of attempts, Kayasuke was close to giving up. Aside from exchanging for the caged bird curse seal, he had no other way to save her. Thus, the next question became much simpler. As long as Hinata Yayoi proved her worth, exceeding the value of a few points, Kayasuke could completely exchange the caged bird curse seal for her. Loyalty was too abstract. Absolute loyalty did not exist in this world. He did not possess the brainwashing ability of Orochimaru, and moreover, the girl was exceptionally strong-minded. Even Orochimaru himself would have difficulty swaying her. There was no need to consider combat power. Given her identity as a disciple of Hinata Tenrin, she would surely reach the level of clan leader in the future. However, this alone was not enough. To assess her talent, Kayasuke spent 3,000 points to exchange for knowledge on cell cultivation, which recorded everything from basic observation to advanced breeding techniques. The complexity was not inferior to modern medicine in his previous life. Kayasuke did not lack combat talents. What he truly needed were technical assistants. For example, sealing techniques and experts in biological sciences. Over 2 years, he did not expect her to master all the materials. But as long as she could complete the most basic cell cultivation work, he promised to help her lift the caged bird curse seal. To his surprise, within just over half a year, Hinata Yayoi used a secret technique to notify him. Thus, the above events unfolded. Staggering to her feet, the girl led the two into the interior of a cave, which was her exclusive secret laboratory. Putting on the white lab coat, essential for researchers, Hinata Yayoi picked up a stack of materials and calmly said, "I succeeded." In the glass vessel before the three, a mass resembling a meatball was constantly writhing. It came from the body of Otsutsuki, but was not the original flesh. It was the result of Hinata Yayoi's cell cultivation, more than a year ahead of schedule. She had successfully completed the test assigned by Kaisuke. Of course, that set of materials was crucial. Without it, even giving her 100 years would not allow her to complete the research alone. However, it could not overshadow the girl's talent. If it were Kaisuke, just a glance at the materials would leave him dizzy. Overall, Hinata Yayoi's performance was outstanding, and she had the potential to become a top scientist in the future. Such talent must be kept in Kaisuke's hands. Chapter 58. Big news in the ninja world. The princess of the Uzumaki clan is pregnant. I hope you understand that this is a necessary means. Kaisuke does not hesitate to trust, and similarly, he is accustomed to guessing others' intentions with the greatest malice. Helping Hinata Yayoi? No problem. Spending a little bit of points? That is fine too, as long as she has value. However, he will not completely trust her. A mere token of loyalty is far from enough. For genuine cooperation, he must be able to control the girl's life and death. In 3 days, Kaisuke thoroughly digested the method of the caged bird curse seal and soon helped Hinata Yayoi lift that curse. At the same time, he completed 2 tasks. First, he asked Uzumaki Mido to seal the Otsutsuki cells and took the opportunity to disguise them as the caged bird seal using the 8-trigram seal. Second, he would place a new curse on the girl, one that would not affect her Byakugan, but would allow him to take her life at any time. Hinata Yayoi was smart. She knew that only by doing so could the boy truly trust her. This was the price of freedom, the girl said. He planted the curse seal on her wrist and added the Flying Thunder God mark to the technique. After doing all this, Kaisuke took out the second piece of information from his pocket. If you fully understand cell transplantation technology, perhaps you can completely remove what's on your face. Of course, I personally do not recommend you do so. With only the 2 of them present, Kaisuke did not hide the existence of the Reincarnation Eye. After hearing his explanation, the girl realized that the cells causing her immense pain actually came from her ancestors thousands of years ago. When she heard that the Reincarnation Eye could grant her the power to slaughter clan leaders, Hinata Yayoi made her decision in just 3 seconds. She wanted to retain the source of this pain, only to become stronger. In response, Kaisuke praised her greatly and, based on his memories, warned her of many important points. The caged bird seal I placed on you is very deceptive. Unless you activate the curse seal, Hinata Tenjin will definitely not notice anything unusual. Individual bravery is important, but before surpassing a certain limit, never underestimate the power of the group. Abandon the hatred in your heart and let the Hinata clan become your tool. That is the most successful revenge as a branch family. That's right. Kaisuke not only wanted a talented researcher, but he also wanted to team up with a girl to overthrow the entire Byakugan clan. On the day of success, he would simultaneously hold the power of both the Hinata and Uchiha clans. Compared to the harvest, a mere few points seemed insignificant. Controlling the Hinata clan? The girl took the research materials, her eyes gradually revealing a glimmer of ambition. Seeing this, Kaisuke smiled faintly and said, I hope you understand that what I need is not an obedient puppet, but a comrade who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The dangers we will face in the future may far exceed your imagination. To be honest, I do not have the confidence to face them alone. Hurry and become stronger. The day you step into the realm of clan leader, I will personally lift the curse seal for you. The method of giving a slap and then a sweet date is simple yet always effective, and coupled with his grand promises, Hinata Yayoi no longer had the heart to consider other issues. She was moved. To Kaisuke, he had only spent a few points, but in the girl's eyes, the boy was her savior from suffering, helping her lift the curse and granting her precious knowledge. A simple expression of gratitude might not even be enough to describe the turmoil in her heart. Meeting the boy's gaze, Hinata Yayoi said firmly, Please rest assured. Yayoi will not disappoint your expectations. Very good. I'll look forward to your performance. After concluding the most important meeting so far, 2 matters lay before Kaisuke. First, completely resolve the threat from the Uzumaki clan. Second, Mido is finally leaving. At the camp entrance, Mido, with her bun hairstyle, glared at the boy with bared teeth. What's wrong? Kaisuke asked in confusion. We're about to let you go. Why do you look like you want to eat someone? He shouldn't have said anything, but as soon as he did, Mido exploded with rage. You bastard. It's you who spread the news that I was preparing to return to the clan to give birth. At this, Kaisuke almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. After coughing for a long time, he barely waved his hand and said, Of course it's not me. We're already friends. How could I spread such news? Really? Mido expressed great doubt, this time returning to give birth. Oh no, returning to help my father handle work. The next time we meet will be on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Mido's anger instantly vanished. replaced by a wave of frustration. She wanted to vent loudly, but she was the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and her identity often prevented her from acting on impulse. Staring at the boy's face for a long time, suddenly, she grabbed Kaisuk's arm and bit down on his wrist. "Damn, are you crazy?" "Humph." After biting him, Mito placed her hands on her hips, looking determined. "This is a warning for you. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you cry." Her mouth twitched slightly, silently uttering a few words. Then she resolutely turned around and quickly disappeared from Kaisuk's sight. "Don't forget me," with the escort of her subordinates. Mito safely returned to the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Upon the princess's return, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan immediately fell into a frenzy, not knowing that they had won a war. As her father, Uzumaki Ashina, was also very happy, but he still maintained a stern face and called his daughter into the tent alone. Once he understood the situation and learned that she was not returning to give birth, Uzumaki Ashina finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn Uchiha, how can my daughter marry into your clan?" Somehow Mito's heart suddenly tightened, and after lowering her head in silence for a long time, she suddenly said softly, "Father, teach me the diamond locking technique. This sealing technique is extremely difficult." She had previously resisted it to some extent, but now, at least Mito understood one thing. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one turn the impossible into possible. This was a lesson Kaisuke had taught her. "Ha ha ha. Good. This is the princess of the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Ashina was very pleased. After a year of hardship, his daughter had finally grown up. With the heart to become stronger, under his guidance, his daughter would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. When that time comes, he must find a chance to redeem his previous shame, preferably by capturing that Uchiha kid. After a year of fighting, Uzumaki Ashina had had enough of the elusive boy. If you ask him what ninjutsu he hated the most, the Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. Forget it. Let us not think about that for now. Today, let the soldiers celebrate properly. Uzumaki Ashina smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 59. Face me, you brat Elder Hiroki. Are you looking for me? As Kaisuke lifted the curtain, he discovered that a group of big shots had gathered inside the tent. Even Tennin was present, which was unusual since he seldom attended Uchiha meetings. This scene indicated that these guys were preparing for a major operation. Ignoring the kneeling Mayoi at the back, Kaisuke casually sat down and asked with a light laugh, "I'm here, so just say what you need." Seeing this, Elder Hiroki took out a decrypted letter and had the others pass it around for everyone to read. When it came to Kaisuke, the Dance King across from him could no longer hold back and asked, "An ambush on the supply convoy in the Land of Water?" "That's right." Elder Hiroki nodded and said, "The enemy is conducting long-range operations, and subsequent supplies can easily become problematic. According to reliable information, several supply carts disguised as merchant convoys are heading toward the battlefield. I need you all to intercept and eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Kaisuke and Madara exchanged glances, still unable to grasp the elder's intentions. Attacking the supply carts could be done by sending a few teams of subordinates. There was no need for such a grand mobilization. This suggested he must have other considerations. Sure enough, the commander of the Hiroki army quickly revealed the true intention. After destroying the convoy, "I want you to push deep into the Land of Water and create chaos. I will launch a full-scale attack at the same time. The Uzumaki clan will either retreat or await their doom." It was clear that Elder Hiroki was not planning to continue skirmishing with the enemy. Deep behind enemy lines, Kaisuke shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the daunting task. With Flying Thunder God, there was little difference to him whether he was in enemy territory or not. It wasn't just Elder Hiroki. He too had grown weary of fighting the Uzumaki clan. To be precise, years of warfare had left Kaisuke's body and mind exhausted. If it weren't for the point system, he wouldn't want to be drenched in blood every day. He enjoyed fighting, but it couldn't go on endlessly. Are we not allowed to live? Kaisuke sighed inwardly. The Flying Thunder God had yet to evolve to the second stage, which was closely tied to his current military career. If he had enough time to hone his skills, he should have already mastered the ability to teleport to moving coordinates. I really want to take a break, Kaisuke thought. On the other hand, Madara's expression changed as if he had realized the brilliance of this plan. The mobility of space ninjutsu would ensure the enemy couldn't easily locate their side. If they couldn't find them, then the Land of Water would only continue to be passively beaten, and over time, the Uzumaki clan would definitely be unable to sit still. At that point, the might of the Uzumaki could be easily resolved. "It's a good plan," Madara nodded and said seriously, "the number of people in the squad shouldn't be too large. Just having me and Kaisuke is enough." 2 people? Elder Hiroki glanced at Azuna with some hesitation and asked, Isn't that a bit too few? I'll go too. As soon as Izuna spoke, he was shot down by his older brother's glare. You stay here. Elder Hiroki needs your help. Saying this, he secretly gave his brother a look. The troops they brought were loyal to their father, Tajima. If the two brothers left together, no one in the camp could command them, so Izuna had to stay. However, it was true that two people were indeed too few. If they encountered a large-scale encirclement, they would only be forced to retreat. Shinya and Izuna needed to command the troops. Kaisuke couldn't take them along, and he believed the situation on Madara's side was probably similar. Without the strength approaching elite Jonin, going would only hinder them. For a moment, no one could find a suitable candidate, until Hinata Tenin finally spoke up. For candidates, let Mayoi accompany you. With her Byakugan, I believe the mission can be completed more smoothly. There was one thing he didn't say. Mayoi's strength shouldn't be much weaker than the two in front of her. Hinata Mayoi was 13 years old this year, slightly older than Madara, and her original talent was rare in the world. Since the transplantation of Otsutsuki cells, the cellular activity in her body had greatly increased. In other words, the amount of chakra she could extract had grown. While it couldn't compare to the absurd levels of sealing techniques like those of Mito and Hashirama, it far exceeded the standard amount for a typical Jonin. If one were to analyze it carefully, her total chakra might even surpass that of the current Uchiha Madara. Of course, Kaisuke was well aware of the price behind it. No power could be obtained out of thin air. All gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the dark. Accepting power meant enduring the pain of cellular backlash, and to accept his assistance, Hinata Mayoi had to rebel against her entire clan. Otherwise, no one would give anything for free, and there would be no such thing as unreciprocated contributions. The difference lay only in whether the parties involved could perceive it. Okay. Elder Hiroki stroked his beard and smiled, solemnly looking at the three of them. I entrust this war to you. I'm off. The army is in your hands. After receiving the package prepared by Shinya, he gave a brief instruction before heading to the agreed rendezvous point. Soon, he encountered the lightly equipped Uchiha Madara. Glancing at the package on Madara's back, he shook his head helplessly, knowing there was no way to persuade him to go through any hardships. This guy must be well-fed and well-watered wherever he goes, refusing to be even a bit negligent when it comes to food. What a pity, Madara said with some regret as he patted Kaisuke's shoulder. If only you could have married the princess of the Uzumaki clan, the land of water would have become our ally. Huh, marry the bean sprout? Wait until she has the strength to stand alongside Tsunade before considering it. Wait a minute, you don't mean? Turning his face with a grim expression, Kaisuke glared at him and asked, Do you have anything to explain about the rumors circulating a while ago? He said, How could the news about Mito being pregnant spread out of nowhere? The original culprit was right beside him. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Can you stop turning away? Look me in the eyes, you brat. I don't even know what you're talking about. Huh. Your ability to lie is as poor as your body flicker technique. The two stood at the entrance of the camp, bickering until Hinata Mayoi arrived, finally putting a stop to their noise. Let's go. Madara unhesitatingly took command, and the three-person team quickly advanced toward the east of the Land of Fire. To disrupt the morale of the Uzumaki clan, they needed to instill fear in them. Therefore, the three decided that after eliminating the disguised supply convoy, they would push deep into the enemy's main camp. With the capital in crisis and their families in danger, they believed the Uzumaki clan would not be able to sit still. To avoid the fate of extinction, the Uzumaki army had to return as soon as possible. For Kaisuke himself, the Land of Water still held many treasures worth digging up, such as various sealing technique scrolls and perhaps the strange mask that could connect to the Shinigami. Chapter 60. Infiltration of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Hashirama Awakens would release Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The clan leader of the Tenren did not lie. Hyuga Mayumi's strength is indeed formidable. It can be said that she played a crucial role in the surprise attack on the supply convoy. The Byakugan is indeed useful. Proud as he is, even Madara has to admit her excellence. With the restrictions of the caged bird removed, the Byakugan will gradually regain its original form. Of course, that damage is irreversible. No matter what, her eyes will never reach an untainted state. Kaisuke speculates that on her own, she may not be able to awaken the Rinnegan unless she can obtain a pair of Byakugan that have not been corrupted by the cursed seal. This would inevitably mean taking action against the Hyuga main family. With her current strength still insufficient, Hyuga Mayumi decides to wait a little longer. Attacking the main family is no small matter. One misstep could lead her to a point of no return. Moreover, eyes cannot simply be transplanted and used right away. She must first master the relevant techniques. Boom! The Great Fire Destruction cleared the area as the three continued to their next target location. According to intelligence, there are a total of 7 teams advancing along different routes. Finding them all is quite difficult, as both distance and searching require a lot of time. Fortunately, the team has a perfect countermeasure. They have extensively deployed Flying Thunder God Kanai in the relevant area, using the Byakugan to observe passing merchant caravans. As soon as suspicious targets are identified, the team can arrive in an instant, upholding the principle of better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Any convoy that is listed as a suspect will be destroyed regardless of the facts. Some may resist. That's perfect. It solidifies the hostile stance of both sides, making it easier to kill without any psychological burden. In about 3 days, the team has destroyed more than 20 merchant convoys, possibly including some transport teams whose intelligence has not been revealed. In short, the task of cutting off supplies has been completed, and now the real main event begins. The surprise attack on the capital of the land of Whirlpool. The land of Whirlpool is not very large, roughly 1/3 the size of the land of water. As for the land of fire, it can accommodate the total area of 6 land of waters. The land of wind and the land of earth are even more exaggerated, but most of both are uninhabited, dangerous areas. The land of fire has the most habitable soil. Setting off from the border by boat, the trio drifted on the sea for a week before successfully stepping onto the land of Whirlpool. Looking at the bustling coastline, Kayasu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Konoha has a good relationship with the land of Whirlpool. These folks are simply a natural barrier against the land of water. The sea is turbulent, and without fixed shipping routes, it's easy to encounter danger. To reach the land of fire, mist ninjas must pass through the shipping routes of the land of Whirlpool, allowing Konoha to be alerted in advance. This is politics. The land of Whirlpool has 13 cities of varying sizes. Though the place is small, it has nurtured a large number of figures capable of influencing the ninja world. Starting from the clan leader Uzumaki Ashina, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido, and the second Uzumaki Kushina. There's also Fuso, who fled from the land of rain, Nagato's mother, Nagato, who likes to carry rice, and even Conan from the Snake Team is a member of the Uzumaki clan. As for Uzumaki Naruto and his son, they are destined to be 2 main protagonists who will change the ninja world's landscape, with their importance being self-evident. To be precise, members of the Uzumaki clan are born with sage body, possessing chakra levels far beyond ordinary people, making them the most suitable candidates to become Jinchuriki or experimental materials for certain forbidden techniques. It's just that the degree of awakening of the sage body varies, leading to significant differences among individuals. Overall, it is similar to the Uchiha situation. Uzumaki clan members are mostly long-lived, with elderly people in their 80s and 90s being common, which is why the Whirlpool Hidden Village is also known as the Village of Longevity. The Whirlpool Hidden Village, the highest authority in the land of Whirlpool, is a rare example of a military-political stronghold in the world of Hokage. To cause great turmoil, the team must go to this village, but before taking action, Kayasuke wants to find something of value first. He took out 2 specially made kunai and handed them to them. Smiling as he said, "I'm going to scavenge a bit. Uzumaki Ashina surely has a lot of good stuff. I have the same intention." Hyuga Mayumi nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. She has completely transformed into a research enthusiast, immersed in the process of discovering the truth. The Uzumaki clan is a natural experimental body. She can't help but be excited. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara is relatively indifferent. He can take whatever he wants from the Uchiha treasury, and he can just take the ancestral fan whenever he pleases. Uzumaki treasures? Sorry, the Dance King claims not to be interested. You all do as you like. I'll go search for more important facilities. Madara believes that the mission should come first. Those 2 can mess around. He can let them be. This is the difference between maturity and immaturity. Madara inexplicably became a bit proud. Rushing along, the group successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Whirlpool Hidden Village before nightfall. Let us wait until it gets dark. Kayasuke looked ahead, knowing that the small village must be shrouded in some kind of barrier. If they forced their way in, they would quickly alert the reserve guards. Even throwing kunai from the air would easily raise the enemy's alertness. What should we do? Kayasuke turned his head to look around and quickly spotted a convoy being checked in line at the entrance. They're SA way. As long as they take advantage of the guards being insufficient and place a flying Thunder God kunai on the card, they can sneak past the surveillance undetected. I'm such a clever little guy. Kayasuke shook his head and felt that he was the smartest person in the team, finding a hidden place to rest. The team restored their strength while waiting for nightfall. While eating soft bread, Kayasuke suddenly sighed lightly, his gaze turning to Uchiha Madara, who was lost in thought. "Have you received the news? What did you say?" Madara looked at him in confusion, only to see Kayasuke mimicking a pot lid with his hair. Struggling to suppress the twitching corners of his mouth, with outsiders present, Madara was reluctant to make any actions that would damage his image. Kayasuke's facial performance. How could he not know who he was imitating? Every time he dreams at midnight, that figure has appeared in his mind, and he can't forget it even if he wanted to. Hashirama, before setting off, news arrived from the front line that a young man from the Senju clan had appeared who could use strange ninjutsu. After multiple verifications, it was ultimately confirmed that the Senju youth was using a mysterious power called Wood Release. This ninjutsu is extremely terrifying, possessing a weight that surpasses Earth Release, a casting range comparable to Water Release, and its power surpasses Fire Release. Faced with such a potential youth, Uchiha Tajima would certainly not let it go unchecked. An assassination team composed of 3 Jonin stealthily infiltrated the enemy's position, preparing to carry out the assassination of Senju Hashirama. It was precisely this battle that helped the god of ninjas achieve his initial fame. Successfully mastering the Wood Release Shadow clone, Hashirama single-handedly killed 3 Uchiha Jonin. In an instant, the entire ninja world was buzzing with tales of his strength. Chapter 61. The death god of the Naruto world Hashirama is strong, and Madara has long realized this. However, he did not expect that while he was still worrying about the Uzumaki clan, the other side was already making a name for themselves on the front lines. In the heart of the Land of Fire, a core stage for the Uchiha and Senju clans, the battlefield stretched for thousands of miles, filled with bloody slaughter, where even clan leaders became common combat options. Compared to the brutal fighting over there, their battles with the Land of Whirlpools seemed like childish play. Recalling their past agreement, Madara couldn't help but murmur softly, "Hashirama, is that distant dream driving you forward?" He looked up at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, and his gaze gradually changed. For both personal and public reasons, he could no longer afford to dawdle here. He needed to resolve the Uzumaki clan as quickly as possible so he could head to the main battlefield, which was truly a place for honing with blades and blood. Beside him, Kyusuke shook his head with a wry smile. Every time Hashirama was mentioned, Madara would fall completely silent. He had initially wanted to discuss the composition of Wood Release and talk to Madara about ways to counter it. But now, it seemed Madara was completely immersed in sweet memories, entirely forgetting the presence of the 2 others beside him. After an unknown amount of time, Madara finally broke free from his reverie, stood up, and said solemnly, "It's about time." Hearing this, the 3 of them simultaneously performed the transformation technique and placed their hands on Kyusuke's shoulder. Let us go before the sound had completely faded away. The 3 had already vanished from the spot. In the southern corner of the Whirlpool Hidden Village, looking at the completely different scenery around them, Madara and Yayoi exchanged glances, both feeling a bit emotional. This was not their first time riding on Kyusuke's express train, but the sight of appearing several kilometers away in the blink of an eye was something they just couldn't fully adapt to. "Let's split up. Take your kunai. If anything happens, I will come find you," Kyusuke said, raising 2 fingers on each hand and crossing them in front of him. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang bang. 6 vividly realistic shadow clones appeared, causing the other 2 ocular jutsu users to blink in surprise. What the hell? How can we not distinguish his real body? The strength of the shadow clone technique lies in its ability to deceive. It's not that they couldn't tell, but it required incredibly strong ocular power, which the 2 of them currently lacked. This was also related to Kyusuke's exceptional mastery of the technique. Shadow Clone Technique, Level 4. As one of the most frequently used ninjutsu, he had pushed his shadow clones to the 4th level. According to his estimates, after reaching level 6, there would be a chance to comprehend the multi-shadow clone technique on his own. With this thought, Kyusuke's gaze instinctively swept towards his attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Kyusuke. Age, 10 years. Body strength. Peak Chunin mental strength. Jonin chakra amount. Jonin master abilities. Uchiha style Kenjutsu, level 6. Body flicker technique, level 6. Throwing technique, level 7. Chakra control technique, level 5. Hand seals, level 6. Shursue's body flicker technique, level 5. Chidori, level 6. Flying thunder god technique, level 3. Shadow clone technique, level 4. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, 3 Tomo, summoning beast. None ninja tools, slight points. 4268 except for the shadow clone technique. All other abilities have shown considerable growth. However, once an ability reaches level 6, the upgrade speed immediately slows down significantly. The throwing technique is simple. Every use enhances experience. But besides that, he had no other ability that could break through the level 6 limit. The Flying Thunder God was even more absurd, despite a year of diligent practice. It only reached level 3. There was still a considerable distance to cover before capturing moving coordinates. How many years did Minato Namikaze spend to complete his research? From his conversation with Obito, there was at least a significant gap of time in between, perhaps even more. Thinking of this, Kyusuke felt a bit more balanced inside. His mental strength and chakra were currently at an average level of Jonin. Not particularly outstanding, but still far superior to the Chunin tier. As for body strength, he had gained some enhancement, but unfortunately, his age of 10 still limited his physical martial arts development. With no other options, Kyusuke could only dive into researching Chidori, starting with its form changes and gradually transitioning to the nature changes of lightning release. This was something the system couldn't assist him with. He had to rely on painstaking effort to achieve it. Therefore, the existence of the shadow clone training method became very necessary. Having successfully amazed his companions with the shadow clones, Kyusuke, satisfied, issued different commands to each clone. Some needed to search for traces of the shrine. Others were to set up Flying Thunder God Kanai to prevent the inevitable pursuit by enemies. Some would look for the residents of the Uzumaki clan to prepare to empty their sealing technique scrolls. Kyusuke's main body could just wander around casually. The shadow clones were diligent workers, a true model under the 996 work culture. If he could gain the shadow clone ability in real life, he could work 6 or 7 jobs by himself, taking advantage of capitalism. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. After wandering around for a while, Kyusuke finally received some intel from his shadow clones. Using the coordinates left by the dissipating clones, he directly used the Flying Thunder God to arrive at the legendary Uzumaki Shrine. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, his thoughts gradually drifted, as if he could see a future where Orochimaru brought Sasuke here. So, which one is the so-called Death God mask? Kyusuke curiously approached. Based on the images in his memory, he quickly found the ghostly mask that resembled the Death God. Driven by curiosity, he inexplicably put the mask on his face. In the next second, an indescribable terror descended, as a strange chakra seemed to come from beyond the heavens, enveloping Kyusuke entirely. Damn it! As the chakra within him surged, he desperately tried to remove the mask. This damned Death God was too sinister. Kyusuke felt as if his body was about to be possessed. The extremely cold energy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was similar to chakra, but something felt distinctly different. In the depths of his mind, a terrifying shadow emerged behind Kyusuke, instantly amplifying the chilling power several times over. He was on the verge of collapse. Get the hell away from me. At the critical moment, Kyusuke activated his Sharingan. The suddenly swelling mental energy helped him break free from the invisible restraints in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Kyusuke yanked off the mask and threw it harshly to the ground. Phew, this is just ridiculous. After a long time, he finally calmed his racing heart. Picking up the mask from the ground, Kyusuke frowned tightly, a question rising in his heart. What exactly are these so-called gods, including the Death God and the evil god worshipped by the cult? Chapter 62, a map recording the divine weapon, keep the mask safe. Kyusuke had a premonition that one day he would definitely need it. So next, looking at the ancient shrine before him, he quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a sea of fire that engulfed it entirely. Fire release, great fireball technique. There was no need to leave such a strange place behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyusuke had already arrived 2 kilometers away at residence. This was the home of the Uzumaki clan leader, and his shadow clone not only found the location, but also discovered some interesting items. Picking up a scroll that the clone had found, he opened it to reveal the recorded methods of sealing techniques. Perhaps Uzumaki Arena never imagined that someone would be so audacious as to dare to sneak into her residence to steal. The painstakingly illustrated sealing technique details had unexpectedly benefited Kyusuke, the enemy. In fact, it might not just be the sealing technique scroll. Kyusuke bent down to pick up a map, and compared to the S-rank sealing technique scroll, the contents recorded on the map piqued his curiosity even more. The ninja world has a wide variety of weapons, and their prices can fluctuate drastically depending on the conductivity of chakra. Among them, divine-grade weapons can transmit chakra perfectly and are exceptionally sharp, with a sturdiness that is astonishingly indestructible. The map collected by Uzumaki Arena recorded the location of a certain Kusanagi sword. From the very beginning of his training, Kyusuke had never given up on honing his swordsmanship. In the future, when faced with powerful enemies against whom ninjutsu is ineffective, his excellent swordsmanship foundation would provide him with a considerable boost in strength. Therefore, He was very interested in finding this Kusanagi sword. Looking up at the hazy moonlight and the gradually bustling village around him, Kayasuke smiled slightly. Knowing it was time to take action, slowly raising his palm, Kayasuke originally intended to burn down Uzumaki Arena's house, but suddenly, the image of the pouting girl with a bun appeared in his mind. After thinking it over, he decided to abandon this plan. He couldn't let her be homeless. Gently leaping away from the residence, Kayasuke, suspended in mid-air, waved his hand as if rain were falling, unleashing Phoenix Fire technique. The surrounding houses quickly ignited in flames under the effect of the fire release. Who is it? A ninja quickly approached, clearly having detected the suspicious arsonist. I'll take your life, Kayasuke said coldly, as he thrust his Chidori straight at the intruder, instantly piercing through their heart. System notification. Killed a lower ninja of the Uzumaki clan, earning 50 points. A futile struggle. Kayasuke shook his head coldly, his whole demeanor filled with murderous intent, as his sword pointed directly at the incoming ninja squad. An enemy J-Nin had appeared. Lightning flickered around him, and in an instant, Kayasuke turned into an afterimage and charged forward. With his chakra control becoming more refined, he gradually learned to combine two body flicker techniques, stimulating his cells with lightning release while using the unique body flicker technique of Shursui. His speed was astonishing. Uchiha style, Chidori, Sunban. His self-created sword technique launched, and the lightning blossomed like flowers among the enemy ranks. Drops of crimson fell, and except for the J-Nin who narrowly escaped, the other ninjas were instantly killed under Kayasuke's sword. With 1/3 of his chakra consumed, he needed to reserve some for Flying Thunder God. Knowing he couldn't continue to waste it, he decided to use swordsmanship to challenge this J-Nin. Of course, necessary auxiliary methods could not be lacking. A scarlet glow suddenly appeared, and 3 black tomo firmly locked onto the enemy. Sharingan activate. Skillfully flipping and jumping, Kayasuke dodged the incoming vicious wind blades, slashing at the enemy with his sword while calculating all possible evasive actions the opponent might take. You bastard, don't think I'll let you leave alive. The Uzumaki J-Nin did not dodge, easily using a kunai to block Kayasuke's full-powered strike. The difference in physical strength between the two was evident at that moment. Close combat is still not enough. Kayasuke sighed inwardly, applying a bit of force with his palm, and blue torrents instantly spread across the entire blade. Chidori blade. The kunai shattered, and the long sword carved a chunk of flesh from the enemy's left shoulder. Though it wasn't fatal, it would certainly affect the opponent's agility. If it were an ordinary Ch-Nin, they would have likely lost their head from a single strike. What strong lightning release mastery. This person is truly formidable. The Uzumaki J-Nin's expression grew serious, enduring the excruciating pain to unleash a powerful water release technique. While the attack power was not particularly strong, Kayasuke found it challenging to break through the water releases barrier for the time being. To make matters worse, a second squad of J-Nin, led by another, came charging in. Ultimately, he was in enemy territory. Slowly sheathing his sword, Kayasuke stared at the J-Nin who had narrowly escaped with his life and said lightly, I'll let you live another day. Before the enemy could respond, he directly activated Flying Thunder God to go to Uchiha Madara's location. At that moment, the Dance King was surrounded by enemies, his armor stained with blood, panting heavily as he waved his fan. Upon seeing Kayasuke arrive, Uchiha said irritably, you could have waited a bit longer. It would have been much easier for you to help me collect the corpses then. Don't act like a child. Grabbing him the next moment, both of them arrived beside Hinata Yayoi. Compared to the two Uchiha's disheveled states, she, with her Byakugan, could easily evade attacks from all directions. In terms of mission completion, combined, Kayasuke and Madara did not contribute as much as she did on her own. Let's leave here first. After tonight's battle, the trio roughly understood the strength of the Uzumaki hidden village. Without Flying Thunder God, no one in the squad could break through the encirclement. That bastard Uzumaki Arena. I didn't expect her to retain such power. Uchiha Madara leaned against the wall, gradually recovering his overexerted strength. That's normal. Kayasuke, lying beside him, voiced his thoughts. Uzumaki Arena is not a fool. How could she risk everything to serve the Senju? Her stronghold must have considerable power remaining. What should we do next? Hinata Yayoi interjected. After tonight's commotion, the enemy will definitely be on high alert. Sneaking in won't be a problem, but it's likely we won't be able to act as freely as we did today. Let's continue to toy with them. Kayasuke smiled and said, if a direct confrontation won't work, then let's engage in assassination, targeting only those above Ch-Nin. You plan to cut off Uzumaki Arena's lineage. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. not showing any signs of rejection. Though he was arrogant, he wasn't that stubborn. Assassination was a ninja's inherent behavior, and for Madara, nothing was more important than the established strategic goal at the moment. As long as Uzumaki Arena did not return to her stronghold, the three of them would continue to stir things up and see in the end who would be worse off. Focus on recovering your strength. We'll go again at dawn. Chapter 63. No one can make me feel this bad except your mother frontline, Uchiha Camp. What nonsense. Uzumaki Arena slammed the table, his eyes bloodshot, making one wonder if he had Uchiha blood. Beside him, Mito did not even lift her eyelids. She was very clear about what the intelligence reports contained. The surprise attack on the rear, forcing the Uzumaki to retreat, was indeed a good idea from the Uchiha. Their execution was also quite excellent. In fact, Mito never approved of getting close to the Senju. In her view, getting involved in the conflicts of the Land of Fire was unwise. Now that they needed you, it was all camaraderie, but once a change occurred in the future, the Land of Whirlpools could very well end up in a situation where they were neither here nor there. The Uchiha had stood strong in the Land of Fire for 1,000 years. It was not something that could be easily eradicated. The war was not over yet, and the Uzumaki clan had already tasted the bitterness of revenge. With that brat's space-time ninjutsu, the clansmen left behind had no way to deal with him. Father, retreat, Mito suggested. Sigh. Uzumaki Arena sighed deeply. At this moment, only the father and daughter were present, and he finally spoke his mind honestly. As a father, how could I not want to retreat? But we cannot retreat. If our first war ends in failure, the ninja world will think us weak and easy to bully, and we will surely face endless troubles in the future. Uzumaki Arena had one more thing he did not say. He believed that the Senju clan's credibility was assured and that they would surely become a solid ally of the Land of Whirlpools in the future. The current sacrifices were all for the descendants of the Uzumaki clan. We cannot retreat. Uzumaki Arena decided to grit his teeth and persist. Soon, he would research a method to defeat the enemy. The turmoil in the rear was largely due to that brat's space-time ninjutsu. If it could be stopped, the crisis could be resolved immediately. Give me a little more time. Uzumaki Arena's tone was almost pleading. Seeing this, Mito felt inexplicably pained, and she could not bring herself to say any words of comfort. Sigh. In the end, 1,000 words could only turn into a deep sigh. In the blink of an eye, the turmoil in the hidden Whirlpool village had lasted a full week. The enemy's erratic attacks made the station troops suffer greatly. Left with no choice, the troops could only try to expand their search range, hoping to reach any location in a short time. Although everyone knew that this move was just a temporary fix, the damage caused by the enemy still remained, only slightly reduced. For example, at this moment, in broad daylight, 3 people openly launched an attack on the village's largest hospital. Ninjutsu, Chidori's sharp spear. There was no way. None of the 3 were skilled in earth release, so they could only rely on their own strength to forcefully demolish. For a week, the Uzumaki clan had not shown any intention of retreating. According to frontline reports, Uzumaki Arena's attacks had become increasingly frantic, and even the Senju clan was beginning to have trouble coping. In Kaisuk's words, they hadn't even hurt the enemy yet. From the moment they received the frontline report, the team reflected on their pain and decided to launch a round of indiscriminate attacks. The first target was the hidden Whirlpool Village Hospital. Fire release, forbidden technique, Garuda's flame. In contrast to Kaisuk's small-scale antics, Uchiha Madara was much more ruthless. He unleashed the strongest S-rank fire release, destroying a hospital building. What a murderous intent. Kaisuk instantly appeared on the rooftop, ready to face the enemy's encirclement. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure jump out of the window, clearly affected by the attack. It was him. The person who escaped the building was the Uzumaki Jonin who had fought Kaisuk a week ago. It was truly a narrow path for enemies. The two unexpectedly reunited under such circumstances. Drawing a specially made kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Kaisuk felt he had to greet the opponent. The kunai shot out, aimed directly at the enemy Jonin's body. Sensing danger approaching, the man below reacted quickly. He sidestepped to avoid the kunai and then formed hand seals. A fierce wind rushing toward the incoming fireball. A bunch of bastards. How dare you come here to act wild? I'll make sure you can't leave today. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. Is that so? Kaisuk's voice suddenly appeared behind him. The sound of Chidori rang out, and before the enemy could react, Kaisuk delivered a hand chop that pierced the man's heart. I told you, you can't escape. Having successfully harvested the man's points, Kaisuk stretched lazily. The enemy is here. The complex reconnaissance expert Hinata Yayoi appeared, her hands stained with bright red blood. she was mainly responsible for reconnaissance, ensuring the team would not fall into enemy ambushes and surprise attacks. Meanwhile, she was looking for the next attack location. Starting today, the team would launch a frenzied, all-out attack. The target area was the entire hidden Whirlpool village. Soon, the three used Flying Thunder God to reach another coordinate point. A few fire releases were unleashed, igniting everything in sight with raging flames, and without any pause, they continued to the next location. With Yayoi's Byakugan assistance, Kaisuke would not be teleported to a pre-ambushed coordinate point. If the number of ninjas was too few, they would simply launch a strong kill, completing the objective and leaving immediately without any hesitation. In one day, 2 attacks were launched, and the damage inflicted had already surpassed that of the past week. A few days later, when Uzumaki Arena received the casualty report from the rear, he nearly spat out old blood on the face of the communication member. Uchiha Kaisuke. It was clear that he focused his main hatred on Kaisuke. Without Flying Thunder God, how could 3 brats act so recklessly, even brazenly targeting ordinary villagers? The Uchiha were nothing but a group of beasts in human skin. They smashed everything in sight, and after it ended, Uzumaki Arena weakly slumped to the ground. Since Mito's mother passed away, he had never experienced such exhaustion. By the time the bun-headed princess hurriedly arrived, Uzumaki Arena had already tidied his clothes and regained the demeanor that a leader should have. Mito announced a ceasefire, ignoring his overjoyed daughter. He had already begun to think about how to explain this to Senju Hashirama, the 2 great clans of the Land of Fire. The Uchiha viewed the Land of Whirlpools as enemy invaders, so they could only cling tightly to the Senju's thigh. Otherwise, if the Land of Water invaded in the future without external forces' help, the Land of Whirlpools would completely fall into ruins. This is the tragedy of small countries. Soon, the news of the Uzumaki clan's retreat spread to many forces. The Uchiha naturally celebrated as a clan. Without the Uzumaki's constraint, they could gather their strength to deal with the detestable Senju. The enemy's operations behind enemy lines were a great success, and the returning team received the highest accolades. However, Elder Hiroki noticed that Kaisuke had vanished. "Oh, him," Uchiha Madara explained. "I heard he went to look for some artifact." Chapter 64. The Dragon Cave appears. The dangerous snake beauty with cool, jade-like fingers, a flush profile, enchanting eyes, and a raised chin. Her voice is melodic, her bones tingling, her tongue busy, drool sliding down to stain her silk pouch. The small path in the forest echoes with an invigorating, strange tune. The townsfolk driving their ox carts listen with great delight, adding a touch of whimsical fun to their monotonous journey home. On the cart shed, Kaisuke chews on a piece of dry grass, lamenting how Uchiha has hindered his identity as a singer. One day, when he tires of the ninja life, he could easily step into the music industry and show those bumpkins what real rap is. He wants to be the first idol in the ninja world. Personal interests: singing, dancing, rapping, killing. It seems like killing doesn't quite fit the idol persona. Gazing at the azure sky, Kaisuke lets out a long sigh, feeling an unprecedented relaxation of body and mind. Having crossed into the world of Naruto, where every day is filled with killing, he has almost forgotten what a normal life should look like. At a crucial moment when the Uzumaki clan's army is migrating and the Uchiha gather strength to confront the Senju, Kaisuke finds himself wandering alone to the northernmost part of the Land of Fire. The journey to find the Kusanagi sword is much more arduous than he imagined. The map only provides a rough position. To find the hidden entrance, he must patiently explore bit by bit. Fortunately, with shadow clones at hand, the work doesn't fall entirely on Kaisuke himself. Speaking of which, shadow clones are indeed the best helpers for slacking off. Similar to Naruto, who mastered the art of seduction. They can even, cough cough. Kaisuke turns over, spitting out the dry grass in his mouth, planning to take a nap first. The man pulling the cart is a resident of a nearby town. He went out hunting and encountered a giant bear over 3 meters tall. If Kaisuke hadn't happened to pass by, the man would have been ejected from his body by the bear. After a conversation, the man learned about Kaisuke's purpose for coming and truthfully shared what he knew. There is indeed a cave like that, a forbidden place that the townsfolk dread. In the vicinity of the cave, there are almost no living creatures to be seen. It is said that any living animals have met a gruesome fate at the hands of some monster. The town once issued a commission. Even ninjas, who seem godlike to ordinary people, would also disappear without a trace. From then on, it became a complete forbidden area, and no one dared to set foot there lightly. The man also advised him not to take risks, but alas, Kaisuke would not be intimidated by such ridiculous legends. Rather, He is now even more interested. As the storage place for the divine Kusanagi sword, the mysterious cave should have some peculiarities. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. As for danger, sorry. With Flying Thunder God at his disposal, there aren't many in the ninja world that can make him feel threatened. Soon, the memories from the shadow clones returned. They successfully discovered the exact location of the cave. Thanking the man, as soon as the words left his mouth, Kayasuke had already disappeared from the top of the cart shed. Only the man remained, staring at the empty cart roof, trembling. Before long, another supernatural legend would surely circulate around the town. A male ghost who sings seductive melodies. Outside the cave, as Kayasuke appeared, all his muscles instantly tensed. Interesting. He felt a vague sense of threat. Gripping the weapon at his waist, he stepped into the cave, as if walking into the mouth of some mysterious giant beast. Following his instinct, Kayasuke moved forward, only to find that the cave seemed much larger than he had imagined. With such a vast terrain, the cave might be hiding some large summoning beast. The contemplative youth was unaware that a shadow had been following him from above. Strangely, this shadow could float in the air. While he was deep in thought, the shadow silently approached him like a falling leaf. Hee, what a delicate little guy. The snake deity Tianxin opened her mouth full of fangs, intending to swallow the person below in one bite. Just as she was about to succeed, a piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the cave. Kayasuke flipped and leaped up, drawing his Chidori blade, and with a sharp lightning flash, he aimed it at the snake woman above him. Whoosh! Faced with the incoming killing intent, Tianxin calmly raised her arm and actually managed to block Kayasuke's Chidori blade with her flesh and blood. It is known that the Chidori blade is an unguardable strike, sharper than wind release of the same level. Even weapons of the level of the Mist 7 swords are unable to withstand its slash head-on. He didn't expect that this humanoid snake woman would have such astonishing skin hardness. Wait a minute, a snake woman? Kayasuke realized something in a daze. This can't be the Dragon Cave, can it? The Dragon Cave is a renowned sacred place alongside the Wetbone Forest and Maiboka Mountain. The three great sacred places are governed by these three different clans: snakes, frogs, and slugs. Among them, the ancestor of the Dragon Cave is a white-scaled giant serpent that has survived since the era of Kagaya, revered as the White Snake Sage. Everything that happens here will be heard by the White Snake Sage, a being of incredibly terrifying strength. Not reaching the 6 paths level, at the very least, it is a super shadow level existence. Dealing with the current Kayasuke would be like child's play. As for the one in front of him, she should be one of the higher-ups in the Dragon Cave, her status far surpassing that of the 2 sages from Maiboka Mountain. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the chakra within the snake woman's body surged to the brink of overflowing. The most troublesome part is that she can also wield Sage Chakra. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use her scales to block his Chidori blade. While he was pondering, the snake woman deflected his blade and suddenly stretched her neck forward without moving her body. She looked very angry, clearly not enjoying the taste of having taken that sword. With the aid of Sage Chakra, the snake woman's attack directly tore through Kayasuke's body. Yet aside from the dazzling lightning, his body did not shed a single drop of blood. Shadow, clone evolution, lightning clone. Tianxin let out a scream. Instead of tasting human flesh, she bit into lightning. Having been somewhat displeased, she fell into a state of complete rage. Suddenly, Kayasuke appeared out of nowhere, unleashing his full-power Chidori straight into her chest. Sage Art, inorganic reincarnation. Without any fluctuation of chakra, the surrounding stone walls seemed to come alive, rapidly turning him into a beehive. Bang! Fortunately, this was still a shadow clone, the bloodline of the ninja clan. Tianxin coldly stated, her body starting to change little by little. So what if she understands space-time ninjutsu? In the Dragon Cave, she absolutely can't escape. At the entrance of the cave, Kayasuke's expression darkened slightly, not because his 2 shadow clones had been consecutively destroyed, but because he suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the spatial coordinates of the outside world. What does this mean? It means he has already detached from the original space. Who knows where the real Dragon Cave is located? In any case, it definitely isn't in the same space as the ninja world. Chapter 65. White Snake Sage. Indra, are you kidding me? Upon realizing he couldn't escape, Kayasuke instantly became much more obedient. Sage Art's chakra is very powerful. Mastering it can immediately lead to peak achievements. Unfortunately, that thing is akin to nuclear energy. Without shadow-level chakra and physical strength, touching it can only lead to death. As an artificial human, Mizuki had mastered a weakened version of Sage Mode through Orochimaru's curse mark, but his body collapsed shortly after activating it. Orochimaru, who possessed core technology, exhausted all his means to barely restore Mizuki's body to its original state. The last person who made him feel this desperate was probably the terminally ill Kimimaro. Unless he relied on a curse mark variant from Snake Uncle, Kaiosuk couldn't absorb natural energy in a short time. The Snake Princess who had attacked him earlier should be named Tenshin Shinheim, one of the three major leaders of the Lonely Cave. It's hard to estimate her true power, but she shouldn't be weak. Not to mention, just dealing with her technique. The non-organic reincarnation would exhaust Kaiosuk. If possible, it would be best for everyone to coexist peacefully. Worst case, he could give up the Kusanagi sword, right? Controlling his shadow clone to move straight along the cave. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his heart. Interesting little brat, come before me. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. Kaiosuk hadn't moved a step, but when the mist cleared, he found himself in a massive cavern. The ambushing shadow clones dissipated, and the flying thunder god Kanai, left along the way, also disappeared. At this moment, he had no solution other than to face the threat directly. Taking a deep breath, his gaze swept over several young women in the cave, finally resting on the huge white phosphorus snake sitting on a high platform. Damn human kid. Someone was glaring at him. Tenshin Shinheim was a beautiful woman with green hair and a crown. Who would have thought that beneath her human skin was actually a snake body? Having seen her in snake form, Kaiosuk now felt it looked awkward. In contrast, the snake princess beside her seemed much more normal. Quiet down. The one speaking was a girl with deep blue long hair, looking like a flower, yet exuding a deadly aura. In terms of strength, she should be even stronger than her companion beside her. Michikuzaheim. This is the name given to her by the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, the intruder has been brought here. After speaking, the blue-haired snake princess stepped aside, not even glancing at Kaiosuk. Human. The White Snake Sage spoke. What is your purpose for coming to my lonely cave? Kaiosuk turned his head again, unexpectedly finding the cloud-blocking white phosphorus snake had vanished. On the platform, an old woman was coldly staring at him while leaning on a cane. The white-robed old woman was smiling, but gave him a sense of fear as if he were being watched by a predator. Adhering to the principle of being honest and low-key, Kaiosuk honestly stated, I came according to the map's instructions, not intending to intrude on Lonely Cave. Please forgive me. Map? Indeed. Kaiosuk pulled out the ridiculous treasure map from his pocket. Feeling the energy gathering around him, he gently opened his palm, and the treasure map floated to the old woman's hand. Seeing this, Kaiosuk felt that compared to the toads of Mayaboka Mountain, these snake princesses were more adept at utilizing external natural energy. Kusanagi sword. The old woman pondered for a while, uncertainly murmuring, do we have such a thing in our cave? At this moment, the last of the three snake princesses, Takujiheim, spoke up, reporting to the White Snake Sage, one of the Kusanagi swords indeed fell into our hands 800 years ago. Oh, I remember now. The old woman recalled a distant memory with some emotion. I remember at that time there was a kid who wanted to come and snatch it, right? Yes. He was later driven back by you personally. An ungrateful little brat wanting to run wild in my dojo, if it weren't for his father. At this point, the old woman suddenly fell silent for quite a while, then looked at Kaiosuk and said, that kid back then couldn't take it, and now you, as his descendant, want to help your ancestor fulfill his wish. Ancestor? Kaiosuk hesitantly asked. The kid you mentioned is. I remember, it seems he was called Indra. Good heavens. Kaiosuk was shocked, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His current mood was probably similar to that of the pig deer butterfly when attacking Kagaya. This guy had just mentioned he had fought with the first Hokage, which sounded incredibly impressive. Regardless of the truth, at least it sounded very intimidating. When ungrateful Indra, this old woman truly made you look good. With all sorts of thoughts swirling in his mind, Kaiosuk still respectfully replied on the surface. That's not true. I just happened to get the map from the land of whirlpools. This blame must be shifted. The Whirlpool clan is quite fitting. Hearing this, the old woman coughed and disdainfully replied, Whirlpool? Oh, a branch of the ninja clan, one of Ashura's descendants. A troublesome kid, not likable at all. Great. Now another unlikable Ashura has appeared. You are the boss, as long as you're happy. After laughing to herself for a while, the old woman lightly waved her hand, and suddenly a long, ancient sword appeared in her hand, still in its sheath. Its design was somewhat similar to Sasuke's, but it carried a stronger sense of age. Besides transmitting chakra, it should have some special function to attract Ashura's interest. Do you want it? The White Snake Sage said with a sly smile. It's not impossible. But you should know that anyone who comes to my lonely cave must pass a test. If you succeed, everything is negotiable, but if you fail, You could choose one of my 3 daughters and see whose belly you want to enter. Kayasuke blinked and cautiously asked, "May I ask what the test is?" "Shinheim. That place is still there, right?" "It is." Kenshin Shinheim stepped forward and handed Kayasuke a detailed map of the ninja world. 3 years ago, a group of people kidnapped the children in the cave. Due to an agreement, we cannot leave without permission. Find the children, and this Kusanagi sword will be yours. After briefly explaining the task, Kenshin Shinheim immediately stepped back, clearly not wanting any contact with him. At the same time, she also threw out a contract scroll. "Write your name, and then you can gain the child's trust." Oh, Kayasuke obediently completed the contract. He currently had no right to refuse. "Once I succeed, we will perform reverse summoning to bring you back." After speaking, Kayasuke's vision flashed, and he found himself outside the lonely cave. Inside the cavern, the White Snake Sage was lost in thought. She was using her abilities to peek into the boy's future. Chapter 66, Peering into the Future. Kayasuke of the Six Paths? The controllers of the 3 great sacred lands all possess extremely unique powers. The Toad Sage can foresee the future, seeing certain fragments that are destined to occur. The White Snake Sage has a similar ability, focusing more on specific targets. Whenever a human enters the Dragon Cave, she activates her ability as a way to identify them. Before Kayasuke left, the White Snake Sage had already activated her power, causing time to jump directly to several decades later. It was a vast land, with a blood moon hanging overhead, casting eerie light that illuminated a figure holding a sage's staff. 8 orbs of enlightenment quietly floated behind him as the man stood in mid-air, gazing up at the starry river. The White Snake Sage was taken aback, never expecting that little brat could reach this point. As a being from the era of the Six Paths, she had witnessed the battle between the Otsutsuki brothers. The destructive power they wielded was truly inhuman. Indra and Ashura were incredibly strong, surely standing at the pinnacle of humanity, but they were still far from their father. Uchiha Kayasuke, in essence, was a descendant of Indra, not even worthy of being called a host of the reincarnated chakra. So how could he awaken a form akin to a sage? The White Snake Sage was very curious. Thus she decided to observe closely, peering into the river of time to glimpse the future. There were not many places she could control, and she couldn't grasp the target's past and future in an instant. At the very least, she could make some rough inferences based on the limited scenes. The Blood Moon. It didn't seem like a scene from the ninja world. His eyes also seemed to contain some peculiar change. However, what shocked the White Snake Sage the most was that beneath the man, the desolate land was covered with countless corpses. The future Kayasuke stood atop a mountain of corpses, gazing at the starry sky. It was almost time. A hoarse voice echoed, and the entire land began to tremble violently. With a clap of his hands, the future Kayasuke shouted, "God, planetary devastation." Thousands of years ago, to seal their mother Kagaya, the Six Paths brothers had worked together to create the moon. However, in the future river of time, Kayasuke had actually created 9 massive celestial bodies similar in size to the moon, all by himself. The earth was torn apart, the heavens wailed, as if the entire world was trembling in his grasp. "Have you seen enough?" The sudden question left the peeping White Snake Sage slightly stunned. Were there still enemies around? Looking at the completely shattered ground, she couldn't find any other figures. Just as she was in shock, she was horrified to discover that the man had turned his head to look at her. You, I ask you, have you seen enough? How could you possibly perceive my existence?" She was utterly shocked. Peering into someone's past and future through the river of time was like watching a movie. There was no way for the two to interact. If she wished, she could even freeze time. Yet, the current situation was that the character in the movie suddenly looked at the screen and asked if you had seen enough. How ridiculous was that? Seeing that the hidden observer did not respond, the future Kayasuke impatiently raised his palm, and the sage's staff transformed into a blade, slicing down across the endless river of time. For the first time in many years, she felt the fear of death. A scream jolted the White Snake Sage awake, and she awkwardly propped herself up, seemingly still trapped in the illusion of her ability. At the last moment, she successfully dispelled her power, and that inexplicable sword strike could naturally cause no harm. Reflecting on her own vigilance, the White Snake Sage turned to look at her 3 daughters, only to find them staring at her in terror. Lowering her serpent head, she noticed a massive wound running across her entire body. She felt no pain. The structure of her serpent body was inherently different from that of a human, especially since she was a white snake that had cultivated for thousands of years. However, being injured through the river of time was something she had never heard of. In practical terms, it was simply impossible. Unless The other party also mastered time-based powers. Otherwise, she couldn't explain why she had suddenly been exposed. How could a human possibly? Ah, that pair of eyes. The power granted to him by Indra's bloodline. Damn Indra, I shouldn't have let you go so easily back then. After feeling a moment of inexplicable anger, the White Snake Sage quickly calmed down, pondering how to deal with the Uchiha boy in the future. Despite having been struck by a sword, her mood actually brightened. This guy's future achievements were so high. If she established a good relationship with him now, he would surely become the protector of the Dragon Cave in the future. The ninja world was very unsafe, and she knew this better than anyone. That Otsutsuki who had narrowly escaped with his life back then, and Kagaya, who was immortal and still waiting for resurrection after thousands of years of silence. The same went for my Bokuzen. Others might not know, but the White Snake Sage certainly did. That stinky toad was scheming behind the back of the Otsutsuki brothers, and the disgusting slug in the wet bone forest. The White Snake Sage was well aware of what was hidden inside it. The battle 1,000 years ago was merely a prologue. The real threat had yet to descend, and the Six Paths brothers were plotting for it. Why not completely annihilate the tailed beasts? The reason was simple. If they couldn't deal with external threats in the future, the brothers would regroup the 10 tails. And it was even possible they might actively release their mother Kagaya to confront the enemy. The White Snake Sage understood all this, and she also knew that one day, the flames of war would inevitably spread to the Dragon Cave. If she didn't prepare early, she would truly become the meat on the chopping block. Fortunately, he had already signed the scroll, making him a contracted partner of the Dragon Cave. Upon careful consideration, she felt that just a contract might not be enough. Her vertical pupils swept over her 3 daughters, and suddenly a thought emerged in her mind. Human sexuality is inclined toward mating, and the strong often have multiple different partners. She was contemplating whether to offer her daughters. If one wouldn't do, then 3 together would probably be enough to handle that boy. It would be best if they could bear offspring. That way, the Dragon Cave would have no worries. It must be said that the scenes in the time illusion had given the White Snake Sage too much shock. To win over the Uchiha boy, she wouldn't hesitate to give away not just the Kusanagi sword, but even her daughters who had served her for 1,000 years. She couldn't help but wonder what thoughts Kaisuke would have if he knew all of this. At this moment, he was using the tools given by the White Snake Sage to search for the child who had been taken from the Dragon Cave. By dropping the child's blood onto the scroll, it would perform reverse summoning to bring both back to the Dragon Cave. It didn't seem that difficult after all. Chapter 67. A little eternal home on a wooden sailboat. Kaisuke leisurely enjoyed grilled fish. Next to him, 2 shadow clones were clearly divided in their tasks. One was responsible for fishing, while the other handled the grilling. It was easy to see why Kaisuke's shadow clone technique had improved so quickly in just a year. Watch out for fish bones getting stuck in your throat, you bastard. The fishing Kaisuke couldn't help but complain. As a clone, he couldn't enjoy the grilled fish, and by the time he returned to his original body, the fish would have already been devoured. Anyone in his position would likely feel the same frustration. Don't be so fierce, Kaisuke laughed lightly, spitting out a fish bone. People will think I'm crazy for arguing with my own clone. Ha, the grilling Kaisuke sneered. Don't joke with me. If you have the ability, let's switch places. You grill the fish, and I'll eat the meat. What's the difference? It's like watching AV and doing it yourself. The final memories are similar, but the experiences are completely different. Stop talking nonsense and just get to work. Be careful, or I might make you work overtime alone later. Hearing this, the grilling Kaisuke instantly exploded. You brat, do you really think I can't handle you? With that, he moved to the fire and pretended to sit down. The pain felt by the clone would transmit back to the original body, and he was ready to go all out today, planning to throw a piece of charcoal at him. Wait. The original Kaisuke panicked. He couldn't guarantee that the clone wouldn't go too hard on him. Even if he dismissed the clone immediately, the memories would transfer to the new clone, and the situation would remain unchanged. In desperation, the original had a compromise, and the 3 of them took turns sitting down to eat grilled fish. Being threatened by his own clone was quite the humiliation for the original, who held the fishing rod helplessly. Spitting out a fish bone, Clone 2 continued to sneer, with that energy to complain. Why not think about how to complete the task? What's wrong? Are you an idiot? Clone 2 crossed his legs and explained impatiently. Haven't we already gathered intel? The kid was taken by a group of hunters who provide goods for the wealthy to use in gladiatorial fights. And then? Are you too lazy to think now? Clone 2 sighed and continued. Remember the Sasuke's true inheritance? The light chapter? The ending had super high-quality graphics. Oh, Chitos, I remember. So cute. I'm telling you, original body. Don't you understand? The place we're going is that underground arena. Kayasuke 3, who still hadn't had any grilled fish, suddenly interjected, "Oh, does that mean I can see Chitos?" "Shut up. You're even dumber," Clone 2 scolded. "What era is this? The Warring States, not Chitos." Oh, what a pity. Taking advantage of the bickering between the two clones, the original Kayasuke successfully caught a grilled fish. With a clone around, why bother thinking for himself? After all, he would know what Clone 2 figured out later. Speaking of which, Clone 2 was indeed exceptional, with a strong initiative in getting things done. Rubbing his chin slowly, Kayasuke suddenly made a surprising decision. He wanted to try keeping Clone 2 around. Not to have Clone 2 exist forever, but to specifically separate him out, ensuring that every time he used the Shadow Clone technique, he could summon him again. The memories and abilities of both would remain the same, but thinking-related issues could be delegated to the other. As the original, he would just need to verify the results in the end. What a brilliant idea. This would not only save effort, but also train the proficiency of the Shadow Clones, laying a solid foundation for advancing to multiple Shadow Clones in the future. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Clone 2 glared at the original, feeling for the first time how detestable he appeared. Handsome, but also quite annoying. "I'll give you an eternal little home." The original Kayasuke prepared for his attempt, and then dismissed the somewhat introverted Clone 3. "Clone 3, what the hell is going on?" Bang! With the smoke dissipating and rising, Clone 3 soon reappeared in front of the two. "Huh." Clone 2 widened his eyes, circling around him in confusion, marveling at the original's ingenious idea. "Wait a minute." Clone 2 suddenly realized something and turned around, gritting his teeth as he glared at the original Kayasuke, shouting, "You bastard. You're trying to set me up for disaster." "Correct, but there is no prize. Can you stop using those old jokes from 1,000 years ago?" Am I turn to eat grilled fish now?" Clone 3 weakly spoke up from his side. "Shut up." After sending Clone 3 off to eat fish, the original and Clone 2 sat across from each other, starting to discuss their upcoming plans. "From now on, we'll use this method to discuss issues. You and I are one entity, but once separated, even a small discrepancy could cause differences in thinking, making it suitable to view problems from different angles." Clone 2's clever and capable demeanor resembled that of a domineering CEO from a past life, accompanied by a close male secretary. Impressive, Kayasuke the original clapped his hands. Impressive Clone 3, with a piece of fish in his mouth, joined in as well. Ignoring the two's commotion, Clone 2 thought for a moment before saying, "The situation there is complicated. There's likely a terrifying chain of interests behind it. Considering the current situation, I don't recommend forcefully robbing them. The Flying Thunder God technique is still too conspicuous." Clone 2's meaning was clear. He was afraid that if they weren't careful, it would easily attract extra trouble from the Uchiha clan. The clan had already been somewhat strained dealing with the Senju clan and couldn't afford to handle threats lurking in the shadows as well. Moreover, we might even take the opportunity to make a profit. Clone 2 hadn't forgotten the rules of the arena. The victor gains complete control over the loser. At that time, he might even be able to get his hands on a couple of rare bloodline limit holders. As for money, even the Akatsuki organization, which intended to destroy the world, couldn't avoid it. Kayasuke naturally needed financial support. If they truly planned to relocate to the moon in the future, the construction costs and material purchases would be astronomical. How could they manage without money? As for directly resorting to robbery, oh no, Uchiha Kayasuke is here to steal lumber. Everyone run. No one would need to condemn him. Just thinking about it made Kayasuke feel utterly ashamed. Thus, the first brainstorming session of the three clones came to an end. Soon, the small wooden boat reached the shore. Under the watchful eyes of the boatman, who regarded him as a lunatic, Kayasuke slowly walked towards the island. This island, on the surface, appeared to be a pure tourist destination, but in reality, it was one of the largest underground trading markets in the ninja world. The ninja combat performances were merely one aspect. Human trafficking and smuggling of contraband were the main events. Chapter 68, Have You Ever Been Kicked at the Speed of Light? Illusion Sharingan. With the illusion paving the way, Jingjia entered the arena without any obstacles. Come on, take him down for me. Put in some effort. I placed a heavy bet on you. Go on, kill the opponent. The noisy environment made Jingjia feel slightly uncomfortable. The outside was a battlefield, with many people struggling between life and death. He never expected that there were still people here using killing for entertainment. After a moment of silence, Jingjia, when he learned that the person in front of him was none other than the infamous Uchiha Rasen, the organizer immediately became excited. Sir, I've heard that Uchiha has a miraculous lightning-style ninjutsu. The cautious organizer tried to verify the identity of the visitor. Ziz, The sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed as Jingjia drew his weapon, turning to face the guards rushing in to check the situation. The body flicker technique activated, the lightning blade slicing through one guard's neck. By the time he turned to attack the second, blood gushed from the deceased's wound. That's enough, sir. The organizer wanted to call off the fight. Unfortunately, Jingjia, blinded by rage, was beyond listening to anyone's advice. Years of battlefield experience had greatly influenced him. Whether he admitted it or not, he had long since become accustomed to the plunder of life. Killing? It was just a routine job, much like how people need to eat and sleep every day. The Sharingan watched the enemy's every move as he continuously swung the Chidori blade, trying to restrict his opponent's dodging space. The room was small, and both sides were close together, leaving no opportunity to use ninjutsu. Life and death could be decided in an instant. This feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade fascinated him. Stop it! The organizer's face turned completely dark. Jingjia was still pressing forward. The opponent's taijutsu was quite impressive, even giving him a sense of admiration. However, that was not enough to quell his growing killing intent. Realizing he couldn't quickly take him down, Jingjia gritted his teeth, and a surge of electricity erupted from his body. Chidori flow. Caught off guard, the enemy was immediately hit. The lightning chakra coursed through his body, causing his movements to stiffen. Seizing the opportunity, Jingjia unleashed his chakra and charged forward, the blade piercing the man's heart. Bastard, didn't you hear me say stop? The organizer was furious. The two guards were exceptionally skilled, yet one died from carelessness, and the other was brutally killed by the enemy without being able to use ninjutsu. The organizer, suffering heavy losses, felt his anger burning fiercely. So what if he was the infamous Uchiha Rasen? Here, he was the one who called the shots. Ryota. The man seemed to be calling for someone. Jo, boss, are you in trouble? A mocking voice rang out, and then Jingjia sensed something approaching him at high speed. The speed was so fast that even his 3-tomo Sharingan couldn't accurately track it. Bang! Just barely managing to block, Jingjia was kicked far away, crashing against the wall before stabilizing himself. What incredible speed! The opponent utilized some kind of explosive ability, surpassing even his body flicker technique. Today really opened my eyes. Stop it. The organizer frowned and asked, "You must not be here to uphold justice, right?" "Of course not." "Now, calm down." Jingjia shook his head and replied, "I need to obtain a qualification to fight. Normally, entering a fight requires a complicated process, including verifying identity and assets. If one loses a match and can't provide the funds, the organizer has to cover the deficit. However, just based on the name of the infamous Rasen, Jingjia was already exempt from a series of tedious steps. Welcome to join us." Seeing that he was here to compete, the organizer instantly switched to a smiling face. He also waved his hand, signaling the exceptionally fast man to leave. TCH, so boring. The man shook his head, gave him a provocative look, and then left the office. The organizer smiled and explained, "Ryota is just like that, please don't take it to heart." "Who is he?" Jingjia tried to probe into the other party's abilities. That level of speed was almost like teleportation. Simple body flicker technique might not even explain it. Him? After thinking for a moment, the organizer decided to tell the truth, which could also serve to intimidate this unruly Uchiha leader. Ryota Shiba is a ninja with a rare bloodline. By the way, there are many powerful bloodline users here. Please don't underestimate the energy of the underground world. So, it is a bloodline limit. As he pondered, a special term suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could this Ryota Shiba be a user of Swift Release? He asked. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such sharp insight." The organizer confirmed. "Yes, Ryota masters the power of Swift Release." Swift Release, an ability that allows the user to unleash explosive speed. It is said that during the ninja era, there was an outstanding user of Swift Release who transformed into light and crossed the entire land of fire in the blink of an eye. Some say this person had the ability to approach the speed of light infinitely. Whether it is true or not has long been unverifiable. Unexpectedly, encountering a user of Swift Release in the underground arena, Jingjia felt that this trip was indeed worthwhile. "Sir," the organizer asked with a smile, "what is the hand card you need to fight?" The hand card refers to the gladiator ninja participating in the match. The losing side will lose their hand card along with the bet. Of course, Jingjia didn't have one, but he could act as his own hand card. That name sounds really awkward. He couldn't help but silently complain. Soon, he completed the procedures to enter the fight. As for the deposit, it was no issue for Jingjia, who had just completed a robbery in the land of whirlpools. Thanks to the generous contributions of the Uzumaki clan, His arrival would surely influence the entire arena's profit. Considering the mutual benefit, Jingjie didn't hide his purpose for coming. A newly captured snake-summoning beast. The organizer thought carefully and replied, "Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as I have news." The tracking scales given by the White Snake Sage can only lock onto a general location. This island is so complicated that it doesn't provide the conditions to search one by one. Rather than searching blindly, it's better to ask the local organizer for help. It's all about mutual benefits and harmonious win-win. It turned out that Jingjie's choice was correct. Just after he had lunch at a barbecue restaurant in the city, the organizer's message arrived. The kidnapper was found and arranged a fight for the afternoon. As long as Jingjie could win, he could naturally take the summoning beast away without any issues. Chapter 69. Are you a child? After wandering around for quite a while, Kaisuke returned to the arena, feeling quite satisfied. His battle was about to begin, and besides retrieving the child from the dragon cave, he could also engage with other ninjas. Who knows, he might even abduct a few talented bloodline ninjas. Even if he didn't need them himself, sending them to Yayoi as experimental materials would be a good choice. This is called making the most of resources. A person's strength is ultimately limited, but when you lie on the experimental table, perhaps you could create thousands or even millions of copies of yourself. Kaisuke's ideas were beautiful, but currently, Yayoi's abilities were still insufficient. Cell cloning was already a highly advanced technique, and even if he copied it one-to-one according to the data, it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished in the short term. She still didn't have much clue about cell transplantation. Scientific research indeed requires assistance. Yayoi's abilities were quite good. It shouldn't be a problem to cultivate a few trusted subordinates within the clan. With the temptation of freeing the caged birds, he believed no branch family members could refuse her invitation. Returning his gaze to the arena, Kaisuke stood on the stage, listening as the host introduced him in an impassioned tone. He was a most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, the Rakshasa who struck fear into all enemies. He drove the three major secret technique families into a desperate retreat, the creator of the bloody slaughter night in the land of whirlpools. His talent was unparalleled, and his space-time ninjutsu was unfathomable. Friends, let us welcome this legendary Uchiha Rakshasa with the warmest applause. With a simple body flicker, Kaisuke, wearing a mask, appeared in the arena. Immediately, the cheers from the audience surged once again. Uchiha! 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 In fact, Kaisuke really wanted to interact with the audience, looking for opportunities to get a ticket from the top tycoons present. Considering his not-so-good reputation outside, he could only regretfully let these people go. It's still more important to watch the child. The host had already started introducing another wealthy patron, along with a rare summoning beast card of the other party. A talking summoning beast was indeed rare. Kaisuke nodded, and it was no wonder that someone dared to go to the dragon cave to snatch a child. If the benefits were enough, these speculators would dare to steal Kagaya's underwear, assuming they could set foot on the moon. Boom! A muffled sound from the opposite passage attracted everyone's attention, including Kaisuke's. At this moment, his expression became slightly strange. It seemed that this child was bigger than he had imagined. A few seconds later, when a gigantic snakehead broke through the protective barrier and appeared amidst the gasps of countless spectators, Fongbo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. This size was not comparable to Gamabunta, but the overall length could at least be compared to a large trailer from his previous life. If it stood upright, it could probably reach 6 or 7 meters in height. Damn it, Tenshin Shinki, do you call this a child? On the other side, the large python with purple skin suddenly caught a familiar scent. Blinking its big eyes, it felt puzzled as to why the human before it had the scent of Sister Shinki. Could it be that Sister sent someone to rescue me? I must say, the large python was indeed very smart and quickly guessed the truth of the situation. He didn't even know how he was lured away in the first place. Are you a child? Kaisuke suddenly asked in a muffled voice. The huge snake head bobbed up and down. It decided to cooperate with the human as much as possible. How old? 8 years old. An 8-year-old child who is over 10 meters tall, very good and reasonable. After a brief moment of silence, Kaisuke decided to stick to the rules and win the match with hard strength first. Come on, let's finish the match, he instructed the little purple snake, signaling it not to act as if it could be picked at will. Otherwise, others would question whether they were throwing the match. In order to make a hefty profit, Kaisuke waved his hand and directly invested 10,000 ryo, almost all of his earnings from the past few years of looting. It seemed like a lot, but in the midst of the wealthy crowd, it truly didn't stand out. Of course, if he could win, the prize money would be astronomical. Regardless of the principal amount, it would keep multiplying upwards. He personally guessed that the organizers would likely send strong fighters to intervene, and if he defeated them, not only could he earn money, but he could also conveniently gather the cards. Although they were called cards, it would be more appropriate to call them slaves. These individuals had curse marks implanted within them, leaving them no opportunity for rebellion. Otherwise, who would risk their lives to please these wealthy men? Roar. The little purple snake let out a furious roar and charged straight towards Kayasuke. It felt like a large trailer barreling straight towards you at high speed. A normal person would probably be paralyzed with fear in an instant, but for him, the speed was still a bit slow. After all, summoning beasts were most effective on the battlefield, not in high-stakes personal duels. The legendary reputation of the three ninjas, which made foreign ninjas tremble in fear, likely stemmed largely from their battlefield performance, and the role of summoning beasts was undoubtedly irreplaceable. Unfortunately, in front of the Uchiha, everything was futile. His eyes slightly narrowed. Three black tomo instantly emerged, and almost simultaneously, the little purple snake's vertical pupils transformed into the same pattern as those in his eyes. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Boom! The massive body crashed to the ground, and Kayasuke remained unperturbed, maintaining a calm demeanor that once again sparked enthusiastic screams. Uchiha, after all, was almost synonymous with Jinjutsu. Even though the scene was indeed astonishing, upon closer thought, it seemed reasonable to everyone, except for that wealthy patron who had gone through great lengths to obtain the little purple snake. Bastard, bastard, shoving the woman in his arms aside. The fat man pulled up his pants and angrily ran to the stage. Don't think you can leave alive. I'll make you pay in the next match. Go. Bring that beast out for me and tell it that if it kills the opponent, I will grant it freedom. The fat wealthy man was furious and decided to use his trump card. In contrast, Kayasuke paid no attention to his opponent's performance. He was still chatting with the little purple snake. Don't be anxious. Once I'm done here, I'll take you home. Thank you, Lord Kayasuke. It's nothing. By the way, what's your name? My name is Manda. Huh? Looking at the giant snake with its big eyes wide open, looking very obedient and compliant. He really couldn't connect it with the later version that would often want to eat people. How did Orochimaru raise it? Oh no, wait, the problem should stem from here. If he rescued the little Manda in advance, it would likely not develop its original brutal personality. Speaking of which, this could be considered a good deed. Watch Amanda leave. Kayasuke, feeling quite satisfied, suddenly sensed an extremely strong sense of threat. Chapter 70. User of the 8 Gates, if the little 10,000 snake gave him the feeling of a large trailer, then the person who appeared next was like a gigantic meteorite with a diameter of several kilometers. There was nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. No matter how much one resisted, they would eventually be turned to dust under the impact. In the dark corridor, a strong man dressed in a blue tight outfit walked out, his muscles rippling. Compared to the secretive actions of ninjas, he felt more like a group of samurai. He stood in front of Kayasuke, examining him with indifferent eyes, and slowly spoke. If I kill you, the boss promised to return my freedom. The name of the one who will take your life is Sanfengxing. Remember it well. What confidence? Kayasuke's lips curled into a smile. Too lazy to even respond to him. Even Senju Hashirama wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. Who do you think you are? But the next second, the gladiator named Sanfengxing proved the source of his confidence. A green energy surrounded his body, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was so powerful that his chakra was visibly manifesting outside his body. No, wait. Kayasuke instinctively activated a Sharingan and realized that the green energy enveloping the man was not chakra, but rather, how should he put it? Like the steam emitted from a person's body after intense exercise. Yes, the green energy was the steam emitted by the man. Combined with his hair standing upright like a seance and the dense green steam, a name suddenly popped into Kayasuke's mind. 8 Gates. The man was using the forbidden technique. The 8 Gates. This forbidden technique has existed since ancient times. Even Madara Uchiha mentioned when facing Might Guy that he had heard of someone who could fight using Crimson Steam. It was just that Madara himself had never seen it. The fact that it had spread to Konoha indicated that there had always been people in the ninja world practicing the 8 Gates. And Kayasuke never expected to encounter it today. Watching the man's pained expression, he estimated that the number of gates he could open should not be high. As long as it didn't exceed a certain threshold, defeating him shouldn't be difficult. Kid, don't think you can keep going easy, the man said. I am very strong. 8 Gates, opening the door. The green steam surged several times, and the man's exposed skin turned red from blood congestion, resembling a boiled crab. In an instant, the man appeared in front of him, his fist striking out, and the gust of wind felt like a knife slicing against Kayasuke's skin. The speed of this person was so fast that the airflow from his movement completely overturned the ground along the way. A terrifying taijutsu master. It's over. San Fengxing knew that the opponent had no chance to dodge anymore. But the blow he aimed for actually pierced through Kaisuke's body. A shadow clone? The man's pupils shook. He never expected his opponent's reaction speed to be so astonishing. Staring into those scarlet eyes, San Fengxing took a deep breath, finally witnessing the power belonging to the Uchiha. As for the issue of Sharingan, Jinjutsu, his chakra was now like a boiling volcano, constantly colliding and impacting, making it impossible for any force to trap him in a Jinjutsu. And indeed, at the moment their eyes met, Kaisuke attempted to control him with Jinjutsu. However, his mastery of Jinjutsu was still far from sufficient to control such a strong opponent. If Jinjutsu wouldn't work and Taijutsu couldn't confront him head-on, then let's compete in speed. The previous Shadow Clone was a high-level application of the Shursuei-style body flicker technique. Recently, Kaisuke successfully upgraded it to level 6, finally mastering it perfectly. This body flicker technique can split into tangible shadow clones, and the principle is somewhat similar to Goku's afterimage technique in Dragon Ball. The pinpoint high-frequency flicker movement is the strongest application of Kaisuke's body flicker technique. Faced with such a powerful and incredibly fast opponent, using shadow clones would merely waste chakra. To truly win, he would have to either defeat him head-on or hold out until the opponent exhausted himself. The 8 gates unlock the chakra pathways within the body, temporarily granting immense strength. Depending on the original base, the amplified strength can vary widely. When Might Dai opened the Death Gate, he only managed to defeat 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. When his son opened the Death Gate, even the invincible Madara Uchiha was nearly defeated on the spot. The difference between the two was stark. From personal observation, the man named San Fengxing's basic strength far exceeded that of Might Dai. He might not reach the level of Guy, but he was still a terrifying taijutsu master. If he could defeat him, the 8 gates would be his for the taking. Thinking of this, Kaisuke's heart began to heat up. Chakra condensed and then violently exploded, creating over 20 afterimages of the body flicker technique in an instant. The afterimages not only confuse, but can also deliver pure taijutsu attacks against the enemy. While he couldn't engage in a challenging battle, they were great for bullying weaker opponents and stalling for time. Just like the battle at this moment, San Fengxing, who had opened the door of death, rampaged through the area like an ancient beast, creating waves of thunderous sounds wherever he went. Yet, he couldn't even touch the hem of Kaisuke's clothes. Without the enhancement of a Sharingan, San Fengxing couldn't discern where Kaisuke's true body was. In this case, no matter how strong his taijutsu was, he could only test one clone after another. One couldn't react, nor could 2. By the time he charged towards the 3rd afterimage, Kaisuke could easily capture the trajectory of the enemy's movements. He then split more afterimages in other locations, continuing to confuse the enemy's line of sight. It was a very shameless way of fighting. Fortunately, both of them were fast enough that onlookers couldn't figure out what was happening, allowing Uchiha Rasha's infamous reputation to be preserved. "Hey, bastard, are you even a man? If you have the guts, then stop running." San Fengxing yelled angrily at him. "Sorry, I'm only 10 years old this year, just a little boy who hasn't seen much of the world. I must disappoint you," Kaisuke replied with a sly smile, fully utilizing the spirit of psychological warfare. Not only would he physically wear down his opponent, but he also aimed to strike at their spirit. With even a slight mistake, the advantages between them could instantly shift. Don't forget, besides the ordinary afterimage body flicker, I also master the Flying Thunder God technique. After a while of running around, his unique kunai had already spread throughout the area, just waiting for the moment when the enemy would exhaust themselves. The chase lasted for about 3 minutes, and finally, San Fengxing could no longer hold on. The moment his chakra weakened, Kaisuke instantly appeared in front of him, pressing his weapon firmly against the man's heart. "You've lost." "Yes, I lost." San Fengxing lowered his head, the abundant green steam gradually dissipating. In the end, the victor and the vanquished were clear. Losing meant he had to submit. Had his opponent not shown mercy, he would have been pierced through the heart by now. The mercy of not killing him was a great favor. From a certain perspective, Fangbo was indeed his benefactor. Following such a strong person might not be a bad thing, San Fengxing thought. Chapter 71. The visit of Monk Xixian winning against the opponent means that the 3 followers will become his cards, also known as battle slaves. However, Jingjia did not want him to do anything, and this person did not have the value to be sent to the experimental platform. Leaving behind the cultivation method of the 8 gates of Duenjia, I can give you the maximum freedom. The maximum freedom means not restricting the other party's actions normally. Except for particularly critical moments, You can do whatever you want as long as you don't cause trouble for the Uchiha. Such conditions are no different from a divine blessing for a slave who has been imprisoned in a cell all day, with even their movements restricted. The three followers, fearing that Jingjia would change his mind, quickly nodded in agreement, preparing to go back and memorize the 8 gates of Duenjia cultivation method, while also summarizing their own experiences. At this moment, he was completely different from the earlier appearance when he swore to kill Jingjia. Jingjia himself did not particularly care about this. People are just seeking a way to survive. Even ants cling to life, let alone the 3 followers who are living beings. Of course, if Jingjia were to play the user of the 8 gates of Duenjia, this battle would definitely not stop at just opening the gates. With the roles of enemy and ally reversed, he would definitely make himself understand what cruelty is. After 2 consecutive superclass battles, the atmosphere on site had reached a critical point. The organizers initially intended to hinder Jingjia's battle, but then thought better of it, realizing it was better to keep such a character around. After all, what is a small loss of wealth compared to the reputation left by the opponent? As long as they can come a few more times, the person in charge is confident of earning back 10-fold or 100-fold profits. Considering this, the person in charge simply gave up sending strong fighters to intercept. The arena has a history of over 100 years, hiding countless dark secrets behind the scenes. The 3 followers are formidable, but still far from the strongest. If they truly wanted to target him, the person in charge could immediately send out stronger fighters. Some can surpass Jingjia in speed, while others can exceed him in ninjutsu mastery. There are even terrifying ocular jutsu users whose Jinjutsu bloodlines can make even the 3-tomo Sharingan bow down. With such characters taking turns to fight, no matter how strong he is, he would ultimately face defeat. Forget it, let the big shots play freely. The person in charge smiled and left. Without human intervention, Jingjia won the next 3 matches very easily. Incredible, he really defeated top gladiators consecutively. Now let us cheer for the new king. Oh! Ignoring the enthusiastic shouts of the people, Jingjia tossed his head, leaving the audience with the most profound silhouette. Time to collect the money. He never worried that the other party would default. If they dared to do so, he would lead his army to flatten the island once the battle was over. Take that damn person in charge and make him pay. He went to soothe the somewhat uneasy little Wan Shi, promising to take it home shortly. Then, Jingjia, guided by the attendant, headed to the person in charge's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the person in charge's warm smile. There was no sign that just a short while ago, the other party had intended to completely overturn him in the arena. You are here, the person in charge said enthusiastically, pulling him along. The deserved remuneration is ready, guaranteed to be intact. If Mr. Jingjia has time, you can often come here, as many spectators are looking forward to your return as king. I believe that the Senju will surely be defeated soon, and the glory of the Land of Fire will belong exclusively to the Uchiha. It was clear that the person in charge was trying to curry favor with him, likely fearing that Jingjia would not return. It can be said that as long as he nodded, the person in charge would definitely offer him very good gifts. However, Jingjia had no interest in his feelings at the moment. Perhaps noticing the youth's gaze, the person in charge smiled apologetically and pointed to the ageless handsome monk beside him, saying, Master Tsishien happened to pass by here and, upon hearing of your arrival, specifically asked me to introduce him. The monk wore a white kimono, his hair gathered at the top of his head, with a long braid hanging down his back. His gaze was indifferent, and there were Roman numerals tattooed below his left eye, giving him an air of mystery. He forcibly controlled his heartbeat using chakra, not revealing the slightest hint of nervousness. Jingjia turned his head and looked at this Master Tsishian as if he were a stranger. I see. May I ask what business you have with me, Master? Master Tsishian's gaze remained indifferent, his voice cold and ruthless. I am here to save you. Save me? Jingjia feigned calmness, perfectly displaying a hint of disdain. In reality, every nerve in his mind was screaming at him to run, to flee at all costs. However, he suppressed this instinct with extraordinary composure. Yes. The monk nodded and candidly stated, Your brilliance is too overwhelming. Danger is gradually approaching you. Without my help, you have a high probability of not escaping this calamity. At this point in the conversation, Jingjia had mostly regained his composure. He knew that the monk's physical condition was poor and was unlikely to make a move against someone as insignificant as him. Since there was no reason for battle, they might as well discuss what this so-called threat was. Unfortunately, no matter how he inquired, the monk always remained tight-lipped. Clearly, he also had his own concerns. I have warned many people the same thing before, implying that those who did not heed the warning had perished. In fact, if Jingjia did not know the monk's identity, he would likely think of him as a madman. Master Tsishian was originally a practicing monk from the Land of Fire, living in the ancient era thousands of years ago. In ancient times, two members of the Otsutsuki came to Earth, intending to plant the divine tree here and absorb the life force of the entire planet. As a result, the Otsutsuki, who was a servant, was unwilling to become nourishment for the divine tree and launched an attack against the superior, leaving them severely injured and on the brink of death. Just then, the monk Tsishian happened to pass by, and the injured Otsutsuki shrank in size, controlling him through a parasitic method. With the power of the Otsutsuki, Tsishian was able to survive for thousands of years. Of course, the internal controller was no longer that traveling monk. Later, the monk began a long process of healing, but unfortunately, the injuries within were too severe, and he could only patiently wait for a suitable host for reincarnation to appear. This waiting lasted for 1,000 years. As for the servant who successfully turned the tables, she planted the divine tree on Earth, but did not absorb humans. Instead, she fell in love with a certain man at that time. Unfortunately, in the end, she was sealed by her two sons, suffering a fate even more tragic than the monk. This servant who plotted against the monk was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki, the mother of the sage of 6 paths. The terrifying existence hidden within the monk is what Jingjia has always been worried about. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Chapter 72. The Kusanagi sword in hand staring at the monk in front of him, Kayasuke was silent for a long time before suddenly asking, "Let's not talk about threats for now. What do you want me to do?" He actually wanted to say, "Do you want me to help you clean your ears?" After shrinking, a part of him, using the eye technique Shomei Baikuna, had parasitized in the monk's ear. A dignified Tsutsuki, whose status was even more noble than Kaguya's, now could only spend his days accompanying earwax. Just thinking about it was truly heartbreaking. After his initial worries, Kayasuke had come to understand that this guy was fundamentally weak despite his outward strength. When he erupted, he could indeed possess power that surpassed the entire shinobi world for a short time. Unfortunately, that only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. There was no time to enjoy it before it ended. Without a suitable body to reincarnate into, the Tsutsuki was facing true death. Therefore, unless it came down to a life-and-death situation, the monk Jigen had no choice but to flee in embarrassment if Kayasuke publicly exposed his identity. Once he figured this out, there was really nothing to be afraid of. In response to his inquiry, Jigen spoke indifferently. "Become my ally, and I will grant you eternal life." Eternal life? Kayasuke pretended to be confused and scoffed. "Is that by eating vegetarian meals and chanting sutras with you, master?" "Of course not." The monk shook his head, clearly very patient. After thousands of years of journeying, he had seen too many people and things, and his former sharpness had long since been deeply restrained. A few idle words were hardly worth his anger. "I'll take my leave first. You can chat slowly." The responsible person stood up and left. He understood that his transaction with Jigen was limited to money, and knowing too much might not be a good thing. Eternal? That's just a pie in the sky. He even promises every slave a chance at freedom. In fact, no living person has been able to leave under him so far. After the responsible person left, Jigen began explaining the existence of chakra fruits. He didn't reveal specific methods. He merely promised that the future fruits could be shared with Kayasuke. The prerequisite was that Kayasuke must become his ally. "Don't rush. You could take your time to consider." The monk Jigen stood up, looking in the direction the responsible person had left, saying that if he changed his mind, he could come find him. "Remember, it's best to make a decision quickly. Threats are already closing in on you." "Damn, am I scared of that?" Kayasuke retracted his gaze, only to find that the monk's figure had already vanished from the room. Playing tricks. Mimicking the monk style, Kayasuke also used space-time ninjutsu to leave the room. In the lounge, the 3 assistants were busy transcribing the training methods for the 8 gates of Duenjia and summarized some key points based on their experiences. "My lord, it's yours." He understood that one's identity could change with one's position. "All right." Kayasuke nodded and took out a letter he had written earlier, handing it to him. "Help me send this letter, and from now on, try to operate within the Hyuga clan's territory." The letter was addressed to Yayoi, describing the existence of a man, serving as a form of insurance for her safety. The freedom the 3 assistants wanted, Kayasuke agreed to grant him. But if he thought he could be completely free, he was sorely mistaken. At the very least, he still needed to play his role adequately, like running errands or killing for Hyuga Yayoi. After dismissing the body technique expert, Kayasuke soon found the long-awaited little man-snake. Using the contract scroll to absorb the man-snake's blood, Kayasuke knew he would soon return to the Dragon Cave through reverse summoning. Turning back to glance at the little-known island, he couldn't help but sigh. The 8 Gates secret technique, the swift escape bloodline. Who knows what kind of powers are hidden here? Especially with Jigen's appearance, Kaisuke understood that danger was always present. Touching the paper in his pocket, he pondered starting the training for the 8 Gates of Duenjia as soon as possible. Before achieving the 6 Paths level, this technique would significantly enhance his strength. However, the difficulty of training was too high. It often required decades of hard training, which was indeed a challenge for ordinary people. Before having the ability to implement the Shadow Clone training method, he might not be able to cultivate the 8 Gates of Duenjia to a high level. But just opening the first few gates would provide enough chakra enhancement for Kaisuke to use. This trip was not in vain. With a smile, Kaisuke's figure vanished from the island. Dragon Cave. Sister Kamehime, I'm back. Little man snake lay on the ground, its eyes squinting happily, allowing Tianshin Kamehime to scold it continuously. As for Kaisuke, he also obtained the Kusanagi sword preserved in the Dragon Cave. Zizi, the dazzling lightning illuminated the dim cave as if it were daytime. With a 100 conductivity, it was indeed a divine artifact worthy of its name in the original work. Kaisuke was very satisfied with it. To achieve the same effect, he would originally need to expend 3 to 4 times the chakra output. Now, he only needed to activate a little lightning chakra to successfully unleash the powerful Chidori blade. And, dissipating the chakra, Kaisuke gently swung the blade at a nearby boulder. The next second, the stone was instantly cut in half, and he felt no resistance throughout the process. The sharpness was unparalleled. Ordinary kunai could not withstand its slash. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, Kaisuke's physical technique strength soared significantly. In the upcoming battle against the Senju clan, he would also be able to handle it more easily. Just go if you have nothing to do. Seeing him damaging public property, Tianshin Kamehime was furious. Pulling up your pants and turning hostile, that's what she's like. Silently rolling her eyes, Kaisuke asked dully, now that I can be considered a contractor, who can I summon in the future? Saying this, he turned to look at the cute little creature, hoping it wouldn't be that. Beside him, little man snake blinked innocently, sensing the meaning in the human's gaze. This made it feel quite hurt. Don't worry. Tianshin Kamehime waved her hand impatiently and said, the white snake sage specifically instructed that a powerful summoning beast will respond to your call. Hey, that's good. Patting the man snake's head, Kaisuke soon left the dragon cave alone. Seeing the human leave, Tianshin Kamehime bit her teeth and muttered to herself, damn it, I won't go seducing him. Whoever wants to go can go. Sister Kamehime, why do you want to seduce Lord Kaisuke? Shut up, kid. Oh, after finishing the trip to the Dragon Cave, Kaisuke quickly headed towards the main battlefield, preparing to face the decisive battle against the Senju. Currently, the Uchiha had no way out. If they didn't drive the Senju away, the core territory of their clan would be behind them. To protect their families, every Uchiha clan member fought with all their might, including the young clan leader Uchiha Madara. Hurry up, mama. Madara officially clashed with Hashirama. Chapter 73. The longest road walked is the strategy of Hashirama on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have become the 2 most dazzling new stars. With strength below that of a Jonin, intervening would essentially mean death. Even for Jonin, one wrong move could easily lead to death at the hands of the 2. Over time, both sides simply ignored them, letting the 2 talented clan leaders fight it out themselves. Fire Release. Great Fire Annihilation. The current Uchiha Madara exuded an increasingly powerful aura of a strong warrior. A fan-shaped sea of flames left many Uchiha, who prided themselves on their mastery of fire release. Feeling utterly ashamed, the young clan leader was truly a prodigy. It was said that the Southern Army's Kaisuke was also quite impressive. Who knows? I still believe Lord Madara is somewhat stronger. The sea of flames surged forward, incinerating anything that attempted to obstruct it. Seeing this, Hashirama couldn't help but sigh, knowing his friend was once again getting stuck in his own stubbornness. Why take it so seriously? Isn't it better to just put on a show? With a clap of his hands, a large number of wooden walls sprang up from the ground. No matter how fierce the flames were, they couldn't break through their combined blockade. Would release multiple tree world walls. Hashirama was now proficient in using wood release techniques. However, due to his strength limitations, he couldn't execute high-powered techniques yet. For instance, he couldn't summon wood dragons, wood golems, or even control the birth of the tree world. Nevertheless, Hashirama's power had still increased significantly, making it difficult for ordinary ninjutsu to harm him. Damn would release, Madara muttered under his breath. Since he couldn't gain an advantage from a distance, he decided to take care of Hashirama in close combat. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, Hashirama couldn't possibly be his opponent. Chakra exploded beneath his feet, and the simple yet remarkably effective body flicker technique allowed Madara to instantly cross the wooden walls and appear directly above his friend. Die, Hashirama! The scythe swung horizontally, slashing down fiercely. Hashirama bent down to dodge, but neglected the fan that had long been prepared in his left hand. Bang! The watermelon head was knocked away by the fan, and before it could hit the ground, Madara followed closely behind. You lost. Madara's tone was cold, filled with an imposing confidence. Hearing this, Hashirama disregarded the scythe, approaching him and forcefully turned his body, pointing one hand at his good friend. Would release, silent killing binding technique. Branches wildly extended from his arm, instantly binding Madara, who couldn't escape the wooden restraints no matter how hard he struggled. Ha ha! Hashirama grinned foolishly for a few moments. However, before the laughter faded, Madara shook his head and vanished with a bang. Surprised? The scythe pierced through Hashirama's back, exiting through his chest and directly knocking away the armor on his front. This was the shadow clone technique that Kaisuke had been researching. Without the high visual acuity of the Sharingan, it was impossible to discern. If there's anyone to blame, it's himself for not being an Uchiha. Madara's voice was indifferent, but if one listened closely, they could detect a tremor within. He was hesitating. Should he really kill Hashirama? He had clearly made up his mind. Yet at the critical moment, he still intentionally avoided a fatal blow. Although the injury seemed severe, none of his vital organs were affected by the scythe. For the incredibly resilient Hashirama, a month of rest would allow him to recover completely. Madara, you're such a wishy-washy waste. The Dance King tried to provoke himself with words. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't truly bring himself to harm this guy. Madara, Hashirama trembled as he raised his hand, speaking haltingly. I can't hold on much longer. Do you still remember that dream? Do you still remember our friendship? What is wrong? Madara couldn't help but widen his eyes, fearing he had accidentally injured his friend's vital points. You don't panic. I'll go find a medical ninja right now. Hold on. Madara was flustered. Don't go. Hashirama grabbed him, his eyes filled with a dreamy light before death. I've long since reached my limit. Wood release has consumed too much of my life energy. As a dear friend, I would be very happy if you could accompany me on this journey. Hashirama, quickly tell me, Madara, do you still remember our dream? Holding his friend's hand, Madara wanted to say that not only did he remember, he knew Kaisuke had always been thinking about it too. However, the words didn't come out. In his puzzled gaze, Hashirama suddenly turned into a pile of broken wood. Damn it. Hashirama's real body emerged from behind the wooden wall, striking his palm down forcefully, a look of obvious regret on his face. He was so close to knowing Madara's true feelings. If only the words could be spoken, their relationship wouldn't continue in its current state. It must be said that Hashirama had truly gone to great lengths to realize his dream. Ha! Scratching his head awkwardly, Hashirama quietly explained, this is my latest research. Would release, would clone technique. Don't you think even the Sharingan can't see through it? He didn't meant to say it, but once he did, he couldn't help but recall the earlier scene. The anger surged like a raging fire. Uchiha Madara, damn it, today, I must kill you. The humiliated Dance King charged forward like a madman, engaging Hashirama in battle once again. Fire release, dragon flame, song technique. For fire dragons roared as they charged toward the opponent. Tree world wall, fire release, great fire annihilation. The meteor-like fireballs had power and scale even greater than the great fireball technique. Hashirama, I have my tree world wall. Damn it, Hashirama. Don't you have any other ninjutsu to use? Uchiha Madara realized that whenever he faced this guy, his usual calm demeanor would easily vanish. A slight provocation made him easily lose control, and he often forgot that he couldn't use ninjutsu to clash head-on. Taking a few deep breaths, regaining his calm, Madara used the body flicker technique to approach Hashirama for the second time. Next would be a life-and-death struggle. Hashirama, with the sharpness of his ancestral scythe, Madara could indeed suppress his opponent in close combat. In the previous battles, he had relied on this technique to gain the upper hand. However, the Uchiha had a long-standing divine weapon, and the Senju could not be without any reserves. Taking advantage of Madara being forced back by the wood release, Hashirama threw out a scroll from his waist, formed hand seals, and directly summoned the weapon sealed inside. A pair of extremely sharp dual blades. Madara wielded the scythe in his right hand and the fan in his left, and Hashirama naturally had to use dual blades to counter. Now that's what I call fair. Matter. Hashirama. Both sides unleashed their chakra with full force, colliding like a meteor striking the earth. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the ninjas hundreds of meters away feel a chill down their spines. At that moment, a figure holding a short knife quietly approached. The target was Uchiha Madara, who was temporarily in a state of exhaustion after the clash. Chapter 74. Kai enters the scene, brutally beating Senju Tobirama long before. Tobirama had been worried about the existence of Uchiha Madara. It was that person who had seduced his elder brother with words. The Uchihas were a group of untrustworthy villains. How could they possibly become friends? He selectively ignored the fact that it was actually Hashirama who was shamelessly clinging to him. In Tobirama's view, as long as Uchiha Madara was dead, his brother would definitely return to normal. Establishing a village? Sure, if they exterminated the Uchihas. The Senju could unify the Land of Fire. By then, forget about just a village. They could directly kill the feudal lord and claim kingship. Unfortunately, the encirclement plan he had proposed multiple times was dismissed by his brother and father. The former was unwilling to act against a friend, while the latter, Senju Butsuma, focused all his strength on dealing with Tajima. Encirclement? In the absence of Hashirama's willingness to participate, how much would it cost to take down Uchiha Madara? Moreover, the Uchiha were not fools. If it were a one-on-one fight, that was one thing, but if they played dirty, they would definitely provide immediate support. All things considered, the time for encirclement would only be around 20 seconds. Even if Tobirama personally acted, it would be impossible to kill the current Uchiha Madara in 20 seconds. Thus, the plan was shelved. After all, neither Madara nor Hashirama had yet been truly acknowledged by real powerhouses. This was the main battlefield where the Uchiha and Senju clashed. A family battle of the highest caliber in the Warring States period. Clan leader-level powerhouses were not uncommon, and elite Nin level experts emerged one after another. The duel between Madara and Hashirama was thrilling, but it had yet to reach the level of impacting the entire battlefield. Of course, Tobirama personally disagreed with this statement. He understood his brother's strength better than anyone. Within 10 years, his brother would completely stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, in a position that no one could shake. By then, the opposing Uchiha would definitely be a calamity. Understanding this, Tobirama, risking being scolded by his brother, aimed to personally take down Uchiha Madara today. Using Earth Release to stealthily approach, Tobirama suddenly appeared at a close distance, launching his most powerful killing move. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Emerging from the ground, Tobirama opened his mouth and unleashed a high-pressure, thin water column. The water flowed like a sharp blade, easily capable of slicing through boulders and trees, exhibiting immense destructive power. Senju Tobirama excelled at surprise attacks. If he could kill silently, he would never engage in a frontal confrontation. This was evident from his childhood. Tobirama, upon noticing this situation, Hashirama tried to call out to stop his brother's action. He wasn't afraid that Madara would die from the sneak attack. On the contrary, his sensory abilities told him that a familiar figure was rapidly approaching the battlefield. Tobirama's stealthy maneuver could very well provoke the opponent. If that happened, it would be difficult to handle. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. The familiar voice made Uchiha Madara's arm, which was about to rise, slowly drop. You finally came back, Kai. The newcomer was Uchiha Kai, who had hurried back. With his index and middle fingers together, he activated a lightning release beam, directly countering with a 1,000-bird sharp spear. The two compressed ninjutsu collided in the air, subsequently neutralizing each other, resulting in a draw. Emerging from the ground, Tobirama cautiously observed Kai and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that? Isn't it normal for ninjas to engage in surprise attacks? What do you mean by a dog can't change its habit?" Tobirama felt his personality was insulted. "What do you mean?" Kai sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent, clearly harboring strong malice towards Senju Tobirama. Plundering foreign ninja experiments with impure world reincarnation. Using Flying Thunder God to kill Izuna. Repeatedly obstructing alliances, leading to hostility towards Uchiha. Indirectly provoking Madara to leave Konoha. One incident after another. His crimes were simply too numerous to list. It could be said that 70 of the future conflicts in Konoha were caused by him. Looking at Hashirama, who appeared anxious, a question suddenly arose in Kai's mind. If the person who died back then was not Izuna, but his brother Senju Tobirama, would this guy still genuinely accept the Uchiha? Today, I'll come to verify it. Without answering the other party's question, Kai drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, his figure flashing to the side of the gray-haired boy. Kai, show mercy. Hashirama couldn't help but rush over, only to be kicked away by Madara in a moment of distraction. Bastard, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Without saying a word, Madara charged forward, giving the bowl-cut kid no chance to be rescued. He had just tried to sneak attack him. It was already good that he didn't T-join Kai Kai to encircle him. Get out of the way. Don't even think about it. Returning his gaze to Kai Kai, in order to test the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword, he did not use the 1,000 birds to kill. Seeing this, Tobirama naturally took out Kunai to block, while simultaneously changing hand seals with his free hand, surprisingly performing a rare single-handed seal. Water release, water clone. One had to admit that Senju Tobirama's talent for ninjutsu was indeed extraordinary. However, today he encountered his nemesis. Ignoring the water clone beside him, Kai Kai exerted a little force, and Tobirama's kunai immediately broke. The blade cut a deep wound across his chest. As for the water clone attacking from the side, it had almost no effect against the 1,000-bird stream. The only effect it had was to buy the main body a sliver of hope. What a sharp weapon. Tobirama's heart tightened, deciding to try to distance himself from the opponent as much as possible. Water release, water barrier. After forming 2 simple seals, a wall of water isolated them from each other. Simplifying the hand seals, he showcased his special talent. Keep a distance of 10 meters. Be careful of his body flicker technique. Fida. The sound of crackling lightning erupted, and before Senju Tobirama could retreat, the 1,000-bird sharp spear pierced through the water barrier and struck his shoulder. The paralysis effect granted by the lightning release rendered Senju Tobirama unable to even rise. Little brat, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother. Kai Kai approached him and mercilessly kicked Tobirama in the face. Before he could stop rolling, a shuriken whistled through the air, completely pinning his left hand, which was attempting to perform seals, to the ground. Tobirama let out a pain scream. Oh, you're really loud. With a heavy stomp on his face, Kai Kai chuckled, saying if you want to live, then beg for mercy. Say it. The Senju clan are all sons of bitches. If you say it, I'll let you go. As expected, Senju Tobirama could not possibly comply. He may have various dark secrets, but he was still a tough nut to crack. Of course, Kai Kai loved this kind of thing. If he didn't put up a fight, how could he continue to exert violence? The 1,000-bird sharp spear pierced through the other shoulder, adding the paralysis effect. Ignoring Hashirama's shouts, Kai Kai began to repeatedly punch and kick Tobirama. In no time, the boy's eyes were swollen shut. Hashirama was completely furious. Chapter 75. The first confrontation with Hashirama II would release clones emerged, temporarily blocking Uchiha Madara, who wanted to advance. Hashirama, anxious to save his brother, rushed straight towards Kyukai without hesitation. Oh, can't remember your dreams at this moment? Kyukai's face was filled with mockery. He kicked aside the unconscious Tobirama, drew the Kusanagi sword, and activated the Chidori blade with full force, delivering the strongest strike as if the thunder god had descended. Uchiha style, sword leap thunderclap. What immense power! Hashirama's pupils contracted, realizing that the weapon in Kyukai's hand was extraordinary. Fortunately, the Senju clan's dual swords were also divine weapons of the Land of Iron, with chakra conductivity close to full value. He would not fear a contest with Kyukai. When they first met by the river, they had a brief skirmish, but unfortunately, it was forcefully interrupted by the king of dance nearby. Come on, let's continue that unfinished battle. Monster strength, double spiked explosion. After a roar, the chakra attached to the dual swords suddenly surged to over 2 meters long. The lightning blade met the dual blades, and with the sound of chakra roaring, the ground shattered like foam. Sand and stones flew, and the 2 figures were sent flying backward. Kyukai staggered back 3 steps, while Kyukai himself retreated a full 7.5 steps. Hashirama was a year older than Madara, and he was over 3 years older than Kyukai. And with his sage body gradually advancing to a higher level, his monstrous strength reached an astonishing degree. Even with the advantage of weapons, Kyukai was still slightly at a disadvantage in this contest. Indeed, a hard fight wouldn't work. With a quick move, Kyukai planned to use speed to win. Over a dozen shadow clones of himself spread around, mixed with the shadow clones he had set up. Reality mixed with illusion. Without the aid of ocular jutsu, Hashirama could not distinguish which was which. Fortunately, he didn't need to chase Kyukai all over the place. With a clap of his hands, he quickly completed the hand seals in less than 0.1 seconds. To non-ocular jutsu ninjas, it seemed as if he had released ninjutsu without hand seals, just by clapping his hands. As Hashirama exerted his strength, numerous small saplings suddenly sprouted from the ground around him and began to grow rapidly. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Since he couldn't use the divine tree birth now, Hashirama must have backup secret techniques to replace it. Although the effect couldn't compare, it was a good choice for clearing the area. In just 2 breaths, The small saplings instantly transformed into large trees, blocking Kyukai's surprise attack and spreading outwards. With the fixed escape route destroyed, the afterimages could no longer be utilized. Reluctantly, Kyukai had to activate the Chidori Sharp Spear and act as a temporary lumberjack. The tree-binding Eternal Burial produced trees that were at most 3 to 4 meters tall, a far cry from the massive trees of the Divine Tree Birth that could reach dozens of meters. Holding his weapon, Kyukai quickly cleared the threat of the encircling trees. Looking at Hashirama standing in the grove, he let out a deep sigh, feeling only one thing. This is really exhausting. He had noticed it before. But facing Senju Hashirama made Kyukai gradually realize the trouble of would-release ninjutsu. Its intensity wasn't outrageous. Many ninjutsu could destroy trees. The biggest problem lay not in quality, but in the overwhelming quantity. With the stamina and chakra provided by the sage body, even if he couldn't defeat Hashirama, he could exhaust him to death. This was Hashirama's truest combat posture, truly shameless. At that moment, Kyukai suddenly realized that he seemed to lack a powerful ninjutsu that could decisively end the battle. Unable to clear the area on a large scale meant it would be difficult for him to easily approach Hashirama. The Flying Thunder God could work, but that would only be possible once he advanced to the second stage. From the current progress, it was still a long way off. He needed to find a way to develop a powerful ninjutsu. Casually releasing a fireball, seeing that Hashirama still had an impenetrable defense, Kyukai shook his head. Losing interest in continuing the fight. He couldn't touch the opponent, and Hashirama couldn't catch him. What was the point of fighting? Would just come down to who got exhausted first. Instead of wasting time, he preferred to take down a few enemy ninjas to accumulate points quickly. I'm not fighting anymore. With that, Kyukai left the battlefield. He had just returned from outside, and hadn't reported to the clan leader yet, so he shouldn't have appeared on the battlefield. However, at this moment, there weren't many in the Uchiha clan qualified to command him. So when Kyukai was in the mood, he just strolled through the battlefield. As a result, he happened to see Tobarama attempting a sneak attack. Speaking of which, I can say I helped educate Senju Tobarama. Shouldn't he thank me? Seeing him leave the battlefield, Madara fell silent for a moment, saying nothing as he followed Kyukai back to the camp. As for Hashirama, who had lost his opponent, he dispersed the surrounding trees, his face filled with disappointment. Once, he believed Madara was his closest friend, and Kyukai was the one who understood his dreams the most. He had thought he could persuade his stubborn friend through Kyukai. But unexpectedly, upon their reunion, the other party would harbor such great malice. Was being honest with each other truly an unattainable dream? Hashirama was confused. On the other side, Kyukai briefly described his gains on the way back. The Dragon Cave? Uchiha Madara stroked his chin, looking quite intrigued. The 3 great holy lands had been recorded in clan documents. He initially thought they were fabricated, but unexpectedly, Kyukai had encountered them in person. It seems like nothing strange happens to you. Madara suddenly expressed a sentiment. What about Izuna? Not wanting to delve deeper into this issue, Kyukai naturally shifted the topic. Oh, him. Mentioning his brother, Uchiha Madara instantly smiled. He is currently training alongside our father, and doesn't he yet have the ability to lead a battle alone. Moreover, our father and I are also worried about him taking risks. What could Kyukai say to that? Having someone to back him up felt good. Unlike himself, who had to step onto the battlefield in the south at only 7 years old, without the advantage of time travel, he would have likely perished long ago. As they chatted, the two quickly returned to the camp. They saw Izuna waiting to greet them, and Uchiha Tajima sitting in the tent with a fake smile. Welcome back. Tajima pulled Kyukai's arm, enthusiastically like a brothel madam in charge of attracting customers outside the entertainment district. Ignoring the expressions of his 2 sons, Tajima began to praise Kyukai profusely, saying things like Izuna needed to study hard and that Senju Hashirama wasn't he worthy to carry his shoes, etc. He praised Kyukai to the heavens, as if the one who had once suppressed him was not himself, simply hypocritical. Clan leader. Kyukai interrupted Tajima's self-indulgence and asked in a deep voice, if there is something to say, please speak plainly. Seeing him so straightforward, Tajima also skipped the small talk and directly pulled out a battle damage report. It clearly displayed the impressive performance of Kyukai's legion. Achievements. First. Number of enemies killed. First. Efficiency value. First. Casualty rate. The lowest in the entire legion. Chapter 76. Even my own father must die. Several pieces of data led the entire Uchiha clan, proving that all the hard work in nurturing was not in vain. Putting down the battle report in his hand, Kayasuke seemed to realize something. Tajima had his eyes on his signature technique. It seemed that Senju had really put a lot of pressure on him to come to me for help. Unfortunately, I might disappoint the clan leader. Seeing Kayasuke remain silent, Uchiha Tajima could only smile and take the initiative to speak. Well, the elders of the clan have discussed and believe that Chidori is suitable for widespread dissemination. We would like to hear your opinion. You want me to contribute my ninjutsu? Kayasuke shook the cup of water in his hand, neither accepting nor rejecting, but calmly retorted. If the elders have discussed this, then does Lord Ray agree? As soon as he said this, the smile on Tajima's face faded considerably. Elder Ray is on the front lines and did not participate in this elders' meeting. How ungrateful. Uchiha Tajima secretly resented. He had wanted to take this opportunity to pull Kayasuke over, but unexpectedly, the other party was quite stubborn. Then he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless as the clan leader. Is that so? Kayasuke put down the cup and responded with a faint smile. I'm sorry, clan leader, but please forgive me for refusing the elder's proposal. Why? You have already taught ninjutsu to many people. Now it's just more clan members learning it. Uchiha Tajima frowned and asked, do you not want to enhance the overall strength of our clan? Oh, the old man can still play the moral card. Meeting the clan leader's gaze with a cold smile, Kayasuke calmly retorted, speaking of enhancing the strength of the clan members, as the Legion commander, I certainly have an obligation. I've heard that the clan leader's 3 signature fire release techniques are unrivaled in the ninja world. If you are willing to provide them for free, I will immediately offer the method of practicing Chidori. Isn't this about making contributions? Then, as the clan leader, you should set an example. My fire release level is too high, and I'm afraid that practicing it forcibly will cause unnecessary damage. Uchiha Tajima found a very clumsy excuse. How clumsy was it? Just look at Azuna's restless expression beside him to know. What a shame. Is that so? Kayasuke retorted sharply. The risk factor of Chidori is too high, and I worry that forcing its use will exacerbate the casualties among the clan members. Really no room for negotiation? Uchiha Tajima's face was already quite unpleasant. He knew that the other party's wings had hardened, but he didn't expect to be openly confronted. This kid truly had ulterior motives. His initial instinct to be wary was correct. Now it seems that Uchiha Hiko's death was likely also orchestrated by him. With that space-time ninjutsu, he could indeed carry out an assassination without anyone knowing. As I said, you give it to me, I'll take it. Kayasuke's gaze was icy, showing no concern for the clan leader's attitude. Today's conversation had completely turned hostile. The old man was shameless, and Kayasuke was too lazy to indulge him. Wanting to covet his ninjutsu, he really didn't know how thick-skinned he was to make such a demand so brazenly. You must know that the ninja world is not like the era of information explosion in my previous life, where there was no concept of free knowledge sharing. Forcing him to hand over his ninjutsu was essentially no different from demanding a bank card password face-to-face in my previous life. If I don't firmly refuse this old guy, he really would step on my face. Turning hostile was turning hostile. Did Kayasuke still need to be afraid of him? Father, Uchiha Madara suddenly interjected. Kayasuke has been weary from his journey. Let him return to the camp to rest first. All right. After officially turning hostile, Uchiha Tajima actually became much more amiable. There was no way old silver coins were like this. Not in the mood to pay attention to his hypocritical words. Kayasuke got up and left. Seeing this, Madara thought for a moment and chose to follow him. After exiting the clan leader's camp area, Kayasuke let out a long breath and murmured to himself. As I once said, only strength can change everything. After saying that, he left, leaving Uchiha Madara standing there in deep thought. On the other side, having chased away his youngest son, Uchiha Tajima finally stopped hiding the killing intent between his brows. Uchiha Kayasuke, you really are an ungrateful wretch. His expression shifted between gloom and light for a while. Tajima suddenly clapped his hands, calling out the person who had been hiding behind the screen. What do you think? Unexpectedly, the newcomer directly knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and sincerely said, Kayasuke is too ungrateful. Please, clan leader, be sure to punish him severely. Oh, Uchiha Tajima smiled and, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, you are cousins. Do you really wish for him to be unlucky? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kiyoshi's head bowed even lower. I have long decided that in this life, I will follow the clan leader. Don't talk about cousins. Anyone who dares to defy the clan leader must die, even if it is my own father. Ha! Uchiha Tajima let out a hearty laugh. After a while, he personally helped Kayasuke up, smiling brightly as he asked, how is the matter I entrusted to you going? Please look, my lord. Uchiha Kiyoshi eagerly began to demonstrate. With just a few hand seals, a sound of electricity began to resonate in his hands. He had surprisingly formed the prototype of the Chidori ninjutsu. Very good. Uchiha Tajima nodded in satisfaction. Many people in the clan had observed the release process of Chidori, but unfortunately, no one could replicate it. Even his own attempts ended in failure. Unexpectedly, the seemingly unremarkable Uchiha Kiyoshi was the first ninja to successfully complete the replication. One could only say that he was worthy of being a cousin. Even if his talent was not as good as that scoundrel, Uchiha Kiyoshi was still a rare talent. Most importantly, he was very astute. This was the capable assistant that Madara needed. After encouraging him a few words, he instructed him to complete the replication of Chidori as soon as possible, then waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. Uchiha Kayasuke, do you think you can keep it? I will let you know what it means to lose something while trying to steal. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed continuously within the camp. Returning to his tent, Uchiha Kiyoshi took a deep breath and slowly loosened his tightly clenched fists. He hated Kayasuke for being so outstanding. Hated Tajima for not treating him as a person. Hated the entire Uchiha clan for daring to look down on him. But now he had no power, so he could only endure, waiting for the day he could dominate everything. Kiyoshi. Suddenly, a voice that made all his resentment disappear rang out. Without waiting for him to turn around, the newcomer hugged him from behind. I will always be with you, no matter what happens. The woman's voice intoxicated him. Uchiha Kiyoshi slowly turned around, looking at the delicate face filled with concern. If there was anything left in the world that could make him happy, apart from revenge, it was only the woman in front of him. Tsubaki. Chapter 77. Dumplings taste better. Fun is. In the camp of the Konoha Military Corps, the main tent of the commander. Be more careful in the future. He roughly described the situation just now. Bang. Uchiha Miya stood up, gritting her teeth, looking as if she wanted to chew on Tajima. This is too much. This is not negotiation, but outright robbery. The dignified clan leader, using such despicable means, truly brings shame to our Uchiha family. Next to her, Uchiha Izumi was not as furious. It wasn't that he wasn't angry, but he was well aware that Uchiha Tajima's sordid thoughts were far from over. There are reports that your cousin is highly valued by the clan leader. Oh, hearing this, Kayasuke finally showed some interest. Over the past year, Uchiha Kiyoshi's progress has been rapid. It is said that there have been as many as 3 teachers responsible for his instruction. At this point, he looked up at Kayasuke, who was listening intently, paused slightly, and continued. Among them is Uchiha Keisuke, the strongest teacher. That ghostly father teacher? Kayasuke rubbed his chin and murmured. That's good, with the help of... Cough. Teacher Keisuke, I believe my cousin will benefit immensely. The two capable subordinates exchanged glances, feeling that Kayasuke's reaction was somewhat strange. Normally, shouldn't he be even more furious? Is there more? Yes. The subordinate continued to report. In fact, the clan leader has already begun researching the Chidori ninjutsu, and many people are trying to reverse engineer the entire ninjutsu from the hand seals. Indeed, with so many of our subordinates learning Chidori, the hand seals cannot be kept secret, and it's unavoidable that they will be stolen. This statement left the two even more puzzled. Seeing their ghostly expressions, Kayasuke smiled and shook his head, explaining, broaden your perspective. The strength of the Uchiha is our strength, and in the future, these powers will ultimately be at our disposal. Our clan leader is good at everything, except his vision is too narrow. He cannot see further into the future. After a round of boasting, he completely confused the two subordinates. They didn't understand much else now, but in their minds, there was only one thought. The master's realm is truly high, far beyond what we mere mortals can fathom. Remember, do not be angry. Anger will diminish your wisdom. And do not hold grudges against your enemies. Hatred will impair your judgment. Once Kayasuke had expressed himself fully, he slowly inquired. So, did our clan leader succeed? It should be not yet. Of course not. If he had succeeded, there wouldn't have been that earlier scene. Report. At this moment, someone outside the tent suddenly brought news. Not long ago, a sound resembling Chidori ninjutsu was heard coming from the clan leader's tent. Upon hearing this, Miya immediately furrowed her brows and coldly asked, who else is inside besides the clan leader? It's Uchiha Kiyoshi. As soon as the words were spoken, the tent fell into a dead silence. The subordinate who sensed something was wrong quietly retreated, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the silent Kayasuke, the two exchanged glances again. Pondering that with the master's temperament, he probably wouldn't take this matter to heart. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, the two took their leave. Once there were no other people around, Kayasuke could no longer suppress his low curses. Uchiha Tajima, I F you. After a while, He finally calmed down and used a secret signal to summon a secret ninja whose existence even Mia and Izumi were unaware of. The two whispered to each other for over 10 minutes, and then the secret ninja vanished, while Kaisuke walked out of the camp area as if nothing had happened. Speaking of which, he somewhat missed that cousin. Outside the camp, in a hidden training ground, Uchiha Kiyoshi gritted his teeth, continuously accumulating chakra within him. After long research and practice, he had finally restored Chidori to a considerable degree. Of this, 70% was his own credit, and the remaining 30% was thanks to his girlfriend's help. Uchiha Chiyo, an ordinary Chunin, had no particularly striking features except for her sweet and cute appearance. By chance, Kiyoshi saved the girl from danger, and from then on, they fell in love and became inseparable. Without his girlfriend's companionship and encouragement, he might have already succumbed to the harsh life. As a contestant who had offended Kaisuke, many wanted to take their anger out on him, especially those barbaric troops returning from the south. Without the clan leader's protection and his girlfriend's encouragement, Uchiha Kiyoshi might have already died in some filthy ditch. Looking at the woman silently wiping sweat from his brow, Uchiha Kiyoshi vowed in his heart that he would never let anyone harm her. Just as he was about to take advantage of the moment, when no one was around to give his girlfriend some wild passion, heavy footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Turning around, Uchiha Kiyoshi's expression changed drastically, activating his Sharingan and reaching out to protect his girlfriend behind him. "What do you want?" he questioned sternly. Hearing this, the visitor feigned a hurt expression. "Come on, is it wrong to come see my brother?" "Brother?" Uchiha Kiyoshi struggled to suppress his anger, trying to keep his tone calm. "Now that you've seen him, I have things to do, so I want to keep you company." With that, he attempted to pull his girlfriend away from the spot. Just as he lifted his foot, a kunai was suddenly pressed against his neck. "I said, did I let you go?" Kaisuke smirked coldly, his gaze shifting to the defiant girl. "Oh, so this is my sister-in-law, huh? Such delicate skin, it makes me, as the younger brother, feel quite eager." Under Uchiha Kiyoshi's fierce gaze, Kaisuke reached out and continuously caressed Chiyo's face. "Want to learn the complete training method for Chidori?" He suddenly brought up the main point. Upon hearing this, Kiyoshi's heart sank, knowing that this matter had ultimately been exposed. "If you can't produce results, our dear clan leader will not let you off." With that, Kaisuke's gaze suddenly turned to Uchiha Chiyo. "You wouldn't want him to face the clan leader's punishment, would you?" "What do you want?" The woman's eyes were filled with tears, her body trembling slightly. Despite this, her face was still filled with defiance, showing much more strength than her boyfriend beside her. "If you want to learn Chidori, I can teach you." Kicking aside her resisting cousin, Kaisuke grabbed the sister-in-law's hands and forcefully pulled her in front of him. A close, intimate moment. "I just happen to be free tonight and can explain the essentials of learning Chidori to you. This is a rare opportunity. You need to think it over carefully. I, after all, dislike forcing others." Releasing the woman in front of him, Kaisuke disdainfully glanced at Uchiha Kiyoshi before quickly using body flicker technique to leave the place. Behind him, the man, who had been suppressing his emotions for so long, finally erupted. "Uchiha Kaisuke, one day I will personally slaughter you." Chapter 78. I'm also a man who plays with snakes in the end. Kyusuke did not wait for a woman to knock on the door. Feeling quite bored, he found a suitable spot alone and began his research on new ninjutsu. Hashirama's would release was too disgusting. One careless move could easily lead to a mutual consumption of physical strength and chakra. Rather than fighting blindly, it was better to find a way to continue the research on new ninjutsu. In fact, this work had begun long ago. As his strength improved, Kyusuke's understanding of ninjutsu gradually deepened. With an understanding of the release principles, it was not very difficult to reverse engineer the advanced application of Chidori. In no time, he would master his first powerful S-rank offensive ninjutsu. During the breaks in his research, he casually wandered around the battlefield, filling the gap in points with the lives of enemies, living a rather comfortable life. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. "Quick, everyone get out of the way." Izuna frantically drove others away. Behind him, on a stretcher, the blood-soaked clan head, Tajima, had fallen into a coma. Not long ago, the Senju had launched an unprecedented large-scale attack. This war had dragged on for too long, and both the Senju and Uchiha wanted to end the conflict as soon as possible. Sensing the war weariness among his clansmen, Senju Butsuma, unwilling to back down, decided to stake everything. He mobilized all available forces for a decisive battle against the Uchiha. If they won, the Land of Fire would be under the absolute rule of the Senju from then on. If they lost, they would simply abandon the war and take a few years to recuperate. Tajima of the Uchiha, who had long wanted to stop, mobilized all available forces to desperately resist the overwhelming waves of enemy attacks. Half a day ago, Senju Butsuma personally led the charge and ran into his old rival, Uchiha Tajima. The two top clan leaders engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The final result was that both were severely injured and escorted back to their camps by their respective men for treatment. The clan head had fallen, but the battle continued. Taking advantage of the last opportunity, Kyusuke desperately racked up points, avoiding all of Hashirama's challenges. However, Uchiha Madara persistently pursued Hashirama, and Izuna also clashed with Tobirama. On the battlefield, upon hearing the news, Kyusuke laughed loudly 3 times, almost wanting to cast a few fireballs to celebrate. It would be great if those two could both kick the bucket together. He felt a bit regretful. My lord, enemy activity detected ahead. The report from his subordinate successfully pulled his attention back to reality. Giving Mayu a glance, Kyusuke took the initiative to charge to the front of the team. During this period, the combat style of the Legion had slightly changed. In the past, everyone simply charged forward with Chidori, leaving life or death to personal fate and strength. Considering the intensity of the frontline battlefield and the consistently high casualty rate recently, Kyusuke decided to change the tactical style. He would take on the main offensive, while the other ninjas of the Legion would hide beneath him to output damage. Najutsu Summoning Technique. A cloud of white smoke obscured the sky, immediately causing a stir among the enemy. Boom! By the time the Senju noticed the commotion, a giant python over 30 meters long was already crushing through a large area of trees and charging into the enemy ranks. Shirty, aim at the enemy and use your venom. Yes, my lord. Shirty, the giant snake from the dragon cave, was not the most powerful in size, but there were few creatures with venom more potent than it. In an era when medical ninjutsu was not well developed, its venom was undoubtedly a terrifying weapon. With it around, Kyusuke dared to take on the heavy responsibility of leading the charge. The speed of the summoned beast was incredibly swift, and the Legion-level ninjutsu could not even catch a glimpse of its figure. By the time a mouthful of purple venom fell, engulfing several nearby enemies, only a few scattered ninjutsu appeared in the air. Having collaborated many times, Shirty understood that they should not linger in battle, ignoring the provocations of a few small insects. It swam away from the center of the enemy ranks. As soon as it left, the enemies heard the furious sound of thunder. Kyusuke's Chidori assault team arrived, and a bloody slaughter fest was about to begin. Senju, frontline camp. Damn it, that damned little brat again. Senju Shinin slammed the table with force, causing most of the camp to tremble slightly from his violent chakra. Interestingly, the table, which bore the brunt of the impact, showed no signs of movement at all. This scene was enough to demonstrate the impressive chakra control this person possessed. Senju Shinin, Butsuma's most trusted subordinate, and also his younger brother, naturally took up the Senju banner in the clan head's absence due to severe injuries. A few minutes ago, a liaison reported that another joint team had encountered Uchiha Kyusuke. As expected, all members of the joint team were killed, with only 3 managing to escape by chance. The exceptionally large, summoned venomous snake had become a nightmare for many lower-level ninjas. We must find a way to curb his effectiveness, Senju Shinin murmured, knowing that the impact on morale was too great. Senju ninjas could accept dying on the battlefield, but few wished to end up in the jaws of a snake. That was an entirely different matter. Unfortunately, the opponent was too cunning, refusing to engage in conflicts with large-scale legions. Once confronted, they would immediately flee without hesitation. Several attempts to encircle and capture had ultimately yielded no results. And that damned flying thunder god, what kind of bastard would come up with such a ninjutsu? Senju Shinin cursed angrily. Beside him, Senju Tobirama frowned, feeling that Kyusuke's ninjutsu was quite impressive. Both Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God were exceptionally rare and excellent ninjutsu in the ninja world. Despite being adversaries, he maintained this appreciation in his heart. So Tobirama was not particularly supportive of his uncle's views. Of course, appreciation aside, he would still find a way to eliminate Kyusuke if given the chance. Just as his uncle said, this guy posed too high a threat, far surpassing the single-minded Uchiha Madara. To deal with him, they must first find a way to resolve the Flying Thunder God issue. While everyone was racking their brains for a strategy, suddenly a mysterious guest arrived, proposing a plan they could hardly refuse. With my method, I guarantee we can eliminate Uchiha Kyusuke. It's you. Senju Shinin was surprised, seemingly not expecting this person to come to the front lines. It made sense, though. He had a deep-seated grudge against that brat. So it was not surprising he would take the initiative to come. Then it's troubling you, clan head Uzumaki. Not at all. I must thank clan head Butsuma for his understanding. The person who had taken the initiative to come to the Senju camp and propose a plan to eliminate Kyusuke was none other than the leader of the Uzumaki clan, the current master of sealing techniques, Uzumaki Arena. Chapter 79. Mito appears, approaching the killing trap looking up at the sky. The moon is smiling, looking down at the ground. The big snake is dancing. With the summoning beast Shirty, Kayasuke's life has become extraordinarily comfortable. At first, he stood on the snake's head, giving random commands. But soon he found it too tiring to even stand, so he got a small cushion and lay directly on it. His leisurely appearance made his subordinates, who could only move their legs, very envious. "My lord, I heard that Shirty comes from the legendary mysterious Holy Land?" A subordinate began to inquire indirectly. "Yeah." Lying on the wide snake's head, Kayasuke couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru had once said that the White Snake Sage had a peculiar personality and was not easy to communicate with. But he didn't think that it was true at all. Knowing that he liked to lie on Shirty's back, the White Snake Sage specially adjusted the contract, using her Sage Chakra to greatly extend the summoning beast's existence time. Otherwise, Kayasuke couldn't enjoy such comfort. Glancing at the smiling subordinate, Kayasuke spat out a grape skin and lazily asked, "Do you want to sign a summoning contract with the Dragon Cave?" Yes. Wanting to sign a contract with the 3 great sacred lands is definitely beyond the usual difficulty. However, the White Snake Sage seems to be easy to talk to. So if we discuss it carefully, it shouldn't be a big problem. Gossip can be deadly. She looks so kind and gentle, yet they say she has a peculiar personality. I think Orochimaru is sometimes unreliable. He promised to consider it, and then waved his hand to dismiss the subordinate. After eating and resting well, Kayasuke decided to actively look for a few enemies to warm up and practice. However, he didn't find any enemies. Instead, he suddenly sensed a flying thunder god coordinate wandering on the battlefield. At first, Kayasuke thought someone had picked up his kunai, but after focusing his perception, his expression suddenly changed. How did this girl end up on the battlefield? After giving a simple command, Kayasuke directly used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the nearby coordinate point. Clearing away the branches obstructing his view, he found the person hiding cautiously under the tree. Indeed, it was the young Mito from the Uzumaki clan. "Hey, how did you end up here?" The sudden voice from behind startled Mito, causing her to jump. Shaking the 2 spirit symbols on her hair, the little girl turned around, looking quite ready to pounce on him and bite him. "You scare me to death," she complained, rolling her eyes. After a moment of silent eye contact, Mito couldn't help but sigh, saying, "I came here following my father. He has developed a method to deal with you." "What method? Please don't tell me it's some exorbitant bride price to scare me to death. Can we have a serious conversation?" Mito unexpectedly didn't get shy. Instead, she explained worriedly, "Remember, you left many kunai engraved with Flying Thunder God coordinates in the land of whirlpools." "Yeah. Did your father collect them?" Ignoring Mito's serious tone, she continued, after careful research. "My father successfully developed a sealing technique that can block space-time ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Kayasuke finally took it seriously and understood why Mito sneaked onto the battlefield like a thief. She probably didn't want to see him get into trouble, so she came out secretly to warn him. This girl, jumping down from the treetop, Kayasuke reached out and ruffled Mito's red hair, smiling as he asked, "So, what does your father plan to do?" "I don't know." Mito shook her head and roughly explained the principle of the space-time sealing technique. It's a variant of the contract sealing. It must be engraved on your body to complete the isolation of the space-time coordinates. Contract sealing? Kayasuke recalled the battle between Obito and Minato. As the son-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, the 4th Hokage used this contract sealing technique to break the enemy's control over the Nine Tails. Speaking of which, Uzumaki Erasure truly deserved the title of Master of Sealing Techniques. He developed a method to isolate Flying Thunder God in such a short time. Unfortunately, the conditions for performing the sealing technique are too harsh. To personally engrave the technique on his body means one must have speed close to his own. There are no ninjas like that, at least not within the borders of the land of whirlpools. If they can't keep up with him, how could they isolate the Flying Thunder God technique? Your father is really getting old and confused. One day he will understand that Senju is not a reliable ally. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Mito pouted and urgently grabbed his arm. "Don't be too careless. Not only my father, but Senju Hashirama will also participate in this encirclement. If you fall into the trap, you definitely won't be able to withstand the 2 of them working together. Don't worry." Kayasuke waved his hand nonchalantly. "They won't have the chance to cast sealing techniques on me." But Mito's expression was serious, looking very worried for his safety. It's not just my father who can perform space-time sealing. Who else? Don't tell me that old bastard Senju Hashirama can learn it too. If that's the case, even a dog could perform sealing techniques. Of course. As she spoke, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Mito's face. It's me. Sealing technique. Space-time restriction. The black sealing technique spread out, successfully isolating Kayasuke from the coordinates in an instant. Even if he kicked Mito away, the isolation technique didn't dissipate. Looking at the girl who got up from the ground, Kayasuke's eyes clearly revealed disappointment. However, he said nothing. At this point, there was no need for any further communication between the two. The princess of the Uzumaki clan made what she believed was the right choice, and that was all. Drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, Kayasuke looked around and coldly shouted, "Come out! Why hide?" Clap, clap, clap. Lightly clapping his hands, Senju Hashirama made his entrance like a final boss. "You little brat, soon you'll know the consequences of being so arrogant." It was clear he was very concerned about the phrase old bastard, possibly related to his slightly green hair color. As for Uzumaki Erasure, he soon made his appearance from another side, while shadows continuously leaped into the arena around them. To ensure a successful ambush, the Senju clan dispatched many elites this time. After all, besides space-time techniques, his own explosive instantaneous techniques were also not to be underestimated. If there weren't enough people, it would indeed give him a chance to slip away. With a light swing of his long sword, Kayasuke scoffed disdainfully, two old dogs leading a pack of pups. "Do you really think you can do anything to a lion? Heh, say whatever you want." Senju Hashirama appeared very pleased, thinking that you won't live much longer anyway, so you might as well talk as much as you can. "Oh, by the way, if you beg me, maybe I'll send your last words to the Uchiha." Boom! A smoke bomb suddenly exploded, and taking advantage of the cover, Kayasuke split into 12 shadow clones, rushing in different directions. Chapter 80. S-Class Ultimate Technique. The roaring thunder beast shakes the heavens and earth, the killing trap. Faced with two powerful clan leader-level experts and a group of formidable thousand-handed ninjas, even Tajima would have a high probability of meeting his end on the spot. Rushing headlong into a fight was definitely not an option, which is why Kayasuke resorted to using smoke bombs to perform the shadow clone technique. His real body hid within, waiting for the opportunity to break free successfully. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The clones frequently used fire release ninjutsu, attempting to carve a path out of the encirclement. Seeing this, Senju Shinkai directly arrived in front of several clones, drawing his sword and blocking their way alone. "Stop struggling. Today, you have only one way to die." After saying this, he blew on the kunai in his hand, and a powerful wind chakra instantly attached to it, as if he was wielding an indestructible blade of wind. During the Warring States period, 9 out of 10 clan leaders were adept in taijutsu, and Senju Shinkai was no exception. Blade of Wind, Sharp Desire. With overwhelming power, he directly shattered the combined attack of 3 clones. Boom! With the sudden collapse of the ground, Senju Shinkai actively charged towards the other clones, showing no intention of giving the opponent even the slightest chance. "You have no chance of escape. Give up." While he pressed forward, he also applied psychological pressure on Kayasuke. "You're really annoying." The clone Kayasuke drew his sword and slashed angrily, extending the Chidori into his left hand, instantly transforming into a dual-wielding master, attacking from both sides. Uchiha style, Astonishing Oriole, Upward Swordsmanship Contest. The result was that Senju Shinkai's left arm was cut, while Kayasuke's clone was pierced through the chest by the Blade of Wind. On the other side, Uzumaki Aruna also began to take action. He did not attack directly, but swiftly crossed his hands to form seals, casting a crimson sealing barrier. Sealing technique, Crimson Flame Sealing. Unless you can fly away, you can only break the barrier by defeating me. The ruthless Uzumaki clan leader proved his determination to kill Kayasuke through his actions. Before Kayasuke could react, the seal in Uzumaki Aruna's hands changed, and 7 or 8 shining chains flew through the air, immediately destroying the 2 closest clones. "Your existence is too dangerous, Uchiha Kayasuke." Uzumaki Aruna stared silently, his eyes filled with resolve. He knew that by doing this, his daughter might hate him for life, but just as that mysterious person said, as long as Kayasuke remained, the land of waves would never know peace. The flying thunder god was so terrifying. One day, when the boy fully matured, who in the entire ninja world could pose a threat to him? If they did not eliminate him early, the Uzumaki clan, no, the entire land of waves would have no future. "I hope your plan is thorough enough." Uzumaki Aruna casually glanced in the direction his daughter had left. The diamond lock continued to wreak havoc throughout the area. Ding! The deep red barrier wall bounced back the kunai shot by Kaisuke. Not only physical attacks, but even airflow could not pass through. His gaze flickered slightly, and he seemed to have thought of a way to break the deadlock. System prompt. Successfully exchanged for Chakra Recovery Potion, consuming 10,000 points. Points always seem to be consumed before one realizes it. Before taking the potion, Kaisuke separated 3 more shadow clones to form a protective guard around himself. As he gulped down the potion, he felt the surging chakra rising within him, while continuously casting Fire Release ninjutsu towards the enemies. Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. For a moment, the barrier was filled with flying fire dragons. Have you lost your mind? Uzumaki Aruna frowned slightly, feeling that the opponent seemed to be plotting something. Unfortunately, Kaisuke's body flicker technique was simply too fast. Even though the Diamond Lock was powerful and invincible, it could not defeat him in such a short time. Senju Shinkai. That big fool was still chasing and wildly slashing at the shadow clones. System prompt. Killed a Chunin from the Senju clan, gained 360 points. System prompt. Killed a Chunin from the Senju clan, gained 480 points. System prompt. Killed a Chunin from the Uzumaki clan, gained 400 points. Finally, he slightly compensated for some losses. The fire dragons had no effect on clan leader-level experts, but they were a deadly means against ordinary ninjas. Compensating for the loss of points was one aspect. More importantly, the rising heat within the barrier. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kaisuke felt as if he were in a steamer, his skin beginning to redden from the heat. Kid, is this the grave you chose for yourself? Senju Shinkai finally locked onto the real body, and a blade of wind came slicing through, colliding solidly with the Kusanagi sword. In that moment of contact, Kaisuke felt as if he had received a heavy blow to the chest, his body uncontrollably flying backward. No, I need to keep exchanging. Kaisuke's heart hardened slightly as he exchanged for the Chakra Recovery Potion for the second time. System prompt. Successfully exchanged for Chakra Recovery Potion, consuming 10,000 points. Using the body flicker technique to distance himself from the enemy, Kaisuke raised his head and down the potion, his chakra quickly recovering to its peak state. Damn it, you old bastard, you made me lose 20,000 points. I will definitely make the Senju clan pay you back tenfold someday. Kaisuke flipped and jumped, electricity surging in his hands. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered thickly at some point, and amidst the darkness, lightning flickered, signaling that a heavy rain was about to fall. Using the Sharingan to perceive the trajectory of the lightning, Kaisuke ignored the rapidly approaching enemies and directly gathered a beam of light, sending it into the clouds. Boom! He received a heavy kick to the chest. But this was the result of his shadow clones desperately trying to block it. Otherwise, he might have been pierced through the chest by the blade of wind. This kid. Senju Shinkai vaguely sensed that something was off. The lightning in the sky was too abnormal, not resembling a normal gathering at all. Unfortunately, he discovered this too late. Ziz. Lightning wildly gathered in Kaisuke's palm, and with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he stared coldly at the crowd of powerful enemies below. Soon, a ferocious thunder beast poked its head out from the dark clouds. What is that? Uzumaki Aruna felt a sense of alarm and immediately released a defensive barrier he was skilled at. On the other side, Senju Shinkai did not possess any strong defensive ninjutsu. The only technique he knew, the Earth-style wall, was inadequate to defend against the attack descending from above. As long as he could attack, suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through his hair. Senju Shinkai looked up just in time to see the thunder beast preparing to attack. In the next second, the giant mouth of thunder had already swallowed him whole, with an attack lasting only 1,000th of a second, falling faster than the speed of sound. There was no room for the enemy to hesitate, even slightly. Scatter along with the thunder. Lightning release. Kirin. Boom. 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 The terrifying lightning exploded, instantly shattering Uzumaki Aruna's barrier. Except for the quick-reacting Uzumaki clan leader, the rest perished in the mouth of Kirin. In the distance, a charred corpse suddenly moved. Taking advantage of the dissipating smoke, it quickly slipped into the grass and vanished without a trace.